Chapter 2. A family reunion. Gu Nanzhi's conjecture was indeed accurate. At this moment, Pei Luobai was in the old Madame Songsho Hall, accompanied by the Zhao family. Several trusted aides stood guard outside, while the room was filled with the soothing fragrance of calming incense. Pei Luobai knelt before the old madam and Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi initially intended to urge her son to rise, for the icy winter floor must be dreadfully cold. However, upon hearing his words, her hand trembled, and she immediately turned to the old madam. The old madam's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Luobai, what did you say? Unfazed by the old madam's fury, Pei Luobai smiled lightly, a hint of resentment gracing his features. Since his grandmother had not heard him clearly, he would repeat himself. Qiangur is the child of Yuer and me. If it were not for your insistence, grandmother, how could Yuer have borne my child and married my elder brother, becoming my sister-in-law? Half a year ago, my elder brother died in battle, and now I wish to recognize Qiangur as my legitimate heir, allowing him to enjoy all the honors of the Ho residence. These are his rightful dues. I also wish to bring Yunyang back, so we can reunite as a family. The old madam was utterly taken aback. Did you not write to say that after your brother's death, Jiang Lingyu was heartbroken and went with him? I even had someone erect a memorial arch for her. Zhao Shi repeatedly gestured to Pei Luobai, signaling him to cease his words. Yet, Pei Luobai remained undeterred. My elder brother's first wife, Jiang Lingyu, has passed away. The woman who lives now is Qiangur's wet nurse, Yuer. I hope grandmother understands that they are not the same person. Tomorrow, I will bring them back to the residence. If you do not permit it, I will return to the border, and if needed, I shall meet the same fate as my father and brother, dying valiantly in battle. The old madam felt her heart constrict. 6 years ago, her son had perished at the border due to a minor oversight, nearly leading to the annihilation of their family. After much struggle, she had managed to preserve the Ho residence. Now, half a year ago, her illegitimate grandson had also died on the battlefield. War was a merciless arena. She had invested so much effort to bring Luobai back, and she would not allow him to return to the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Your brother is gone, and Qiangur is your flesh and blood. Recognizing him as your legitimate heir will not only reunite you, but also enhance your reputation. I shall allow this, and I believe Zhi is a sensible child who will not object. But what of Jiang Lingyu? What will you do with her? Have you considered how it will appear to the world if they discover your connection with your sister-in-law?" The old madam's heart tightened at the mere thought, wishing she could faint from the weight of her emotions. Zhao Shi sensed the danger and felt that Pei Luobai was playing with fire. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Pei Luobai had already contemplated this matter. His elder brother was merely an uncherished, illegitimate child. When they married, the Ho residence was in turmoil, and few attended the wedding banquet, let alone saw Yuer. If grandmother simply sent away everyone who had seen Yuer, even if someone noticed their resemblance, they could easily claim she was a distant cousin of his sister-in-law. Who would bother to verify? The old madam couldn't help but laugh, though her amusement did not reach her eyes. Ah, how astute you are. Even I, your grandmother, cannot help but admire your cleverness. Have you considered? Zhi has waited for you for 6 years, fulfilling her duties and managing the household. Are you truly contemplating sending her away with a divorce decree? Pei Luobai lowered his gaze in silence. Marrying Gu Nanzhi was not his desire. If it were not for his grandmother's threats, he would never have taken her as his wife. If possible, he wished to divorce her. Luobai, you mustn't even think of such a thing. Zhao Shi interjected hastily, her eyes twitching as she insisted, "You must agree for now. Your mother has her own strategies." Remembering his grandmother's cunning, Pei Luobai could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Once he left, the old madam immediately summoned Mama Song, instructing her to find an excuse to send away anyone who had seen Jiang Lingyu in the past. Upon exiting Songsho Hall, Pei Luobai remarked, "Mother, I will never touch Gu Nanzhi." His expression darkened at the mere mention of that woman. Zhao Shi grasped her son's arm with a smile. What a trivial matter. You need only feign affection, spend a few nights in her chamber. And if a legitimate heir does not arrive, it will be her own incompetence. The Gu family will have to bow before you in the future. Pei Luobai's eyes brightened. Mother, your wisdom is unparalleled. About an hour later, Xia Ling returned with a radiant smile. Miss, you truly have a gift for foresight. The old madam has indeed dispatched numerous maids and matrons. I followed your instructions and sent them all to the estate outside the city without alerting anyone. Gu Nanzhi tightened her grip on the warming stove. She was well aware that this outcome was the fruit of her own sacrifices. and it seemed her assumptions were correct. Pei Luo Bai had indeed returned. Time was slipping away, so she instructed Xia Ling to rest and turned to her other maid, Xiao Xi, saying, "Starting tomorrow, halt the blood swallow for the old madam and the madam. They do not deserve it." She had supported the Ho residents for 6 years with her dowry. From this day forth, she intended to reclaim every penny. Moreover, she was eager to confront Pei Luo Bai and Jiang Lingyu. The snow had fallen throughout the night and continued to blanket the ground in a thick layer. The return of the heir was a significant event, and the Ho residents bustled with activity early in the morning. In a previous life, Gu Nanzhi had waited joyfully in the snow for him, enduring half a day in the cold until her feet became numb, later developing frostbite. This time, Gu Nanzhi feigned illness, foregoing the customary greetings to the old madam and madam. She remained in bed until nearly noon, rising lazily at last. Xia Ling and Xiao Xi were exceedingly worried, but upon seeing their mistress eat and sleep well, they finally felt reassured. After lunch, Mama Song, who served the old madam, arrived joyfully. "How does the young madam fare?" "The heir has returned and is currently in Songsho Hall. The old madam has sent an old servant to invite you." Chapter 3. The disgusting custom in the courtyard. The red plum blossoms were in full bloom, their fragrance enveloping the branches, each delicate flower adding an air of elegance against the backdrop of the white snow. Summer Ling stood nearby, holding an oiled paper umbrella with a subtle green hue, adorned with robust bamboo illustrations, evidently not a typical lady's umbrella. Gu Nanzhi glanced up, instructing Summer Ling to fetch another umbrella. Summer Ling paused for a moment, taken aback. For this was the umbrella personally painted by the prince and her most cherished possession. She wondered what had prompted such a request today. Despite her curiosity, she complied and exchanged it for another. Cradling a warming stove in her arms, Gu Nanzhi was clad in a sky-blue gown that mirrored the post-rain sky, pure, translucent, and refreshing. Over this, she wore a white cloak lined with rabbit fur at the sleeves and collar, her attire exuding an ethereal grace without appearing insipid. Stepping out from the Lanyu pavilion, she halted momentarily, casting a glance back at the plaque half covered by snow, the characters barely discernible. It was said to be inscribed in the prime of Pei Luo Bai's youth, and he had personally hung it there. A mocking smile played at the corners of her lips. He truly dreamed of embracing the moonlit river. Upon seeing her arrival, the matron from Songsho Tang lifted the curtain to welcome her inside. The warmth of the blazing charcoal greeted her, dissipating the chill that clung to her. She raised her gaze slightly, taking in the cheerful atmosphere within, where laughter and joy filled the air. However, as an outsider, her presence abruptly silenced the merriment, and the ambience became tense in an instant. Indeed, this room was filled with kin, save for her, maintaining her composure and grace. She approached the elderly matriarch and Lady Zhao to pay her respects. The elder had always treated her with warmth, personally assisting her to her feet and inquiring with genuine concern about her well-being. Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze and replied with a gentle smile, assuring her that she had merely caught a slight chill, which should not trouble her grandmother. Lady Zhao, cradling Qiangu also posed a few questions. As she entered, 2 pairs of eyes fell upon her, one belonging to Pei Luo Bai and the other to Jiang Lingyue, who stood in a corner. Pei Luo Bai cast her a fleeting glance, his eyes betraying displeasure before he quickly averted his gaze. As a wife should honor her husband, Gu Nanzhi slightly inclined her body, greeting the prince. Pei Luo Bai had expected her to rush towards him as she always did, her eyes ablaze with fervor at the mere sight of him, oblivious to decorum, which had irked him in the past. Yet, seeing her not linger on him this time took him by surprise, a smirk of derision flickering across his lips. It was rare for her to exhibit such restraint. Jiang Lingyue continued to scrutinize her, her hands clenched tightly beneath her voluminous sleeves, a sense of unease enveloping her. She knew of Pei Luo Bai's aversion towards her, but had never anticipated that Gu Nanzhi would appear so strikingly beautiful. A face like a lotus flower, skin fair as snow, flawless and delicate, with features that seemed to be painted, her lips naturally rosy yet not gaudy, exuding an understated elegance. In comparison, her own modest beauty appeared dull and insipid. Ji, this is Qiangu the blood of Luo Bai's brother. You know well that half a year ago, Chongqing perished in battle, and his devoted wife followed him into the grave. This poor child remains, and Luo Bai's achievements also bear your brother's merit. Grandmother wishes to adopt this child under your name, which would not only enhance your reputation for virtue, but also bring good fortune, allowing grandmother to embrace her own grandson. The elder matriarch gestured for Gu Nanzhi to sit beside her, exuding affection as she reached for Killed Gu from Lady Zhao's arms. The 5-year-old child, with his rosy lips and white teeth, gazed timidly at her. "Annie, hello?" The elder's words echoed those from her previous life, filled with sentimental rhetoric that was utterly nauseating. Wasn't Killed Gu's mother standing perfectly well before them? She recalled how she had taken an instant liking to the child, enamored by his resemblance to Pei Luobai, and often fantasized about what their offspring would look like together. Now, upon closer inspection, she noted the child's similarity in features to Pei Luobai. While his nose and lips mirrored Jiang Linghui's, how foolish she had been not to notice. Suppressing the bitterness within, Gu Nanzhi pondered their intentions to have her acknowledge Killed Gu. Why not? When the day of reckoning arrived, it would serve as their undeniable evidence of guilt. Noticing her silence, Pei Luobai spoke coldly. "Gu Nanzhi, your opinion on this matter is irrelevant. Grandmother and I have already made our decision. This is merely a courtesy to inform you." The implication was clear. Whether she consented or not, it mattered little. In truth, only a brief moment had passed. Yet he was impatient for her response. "Grandmother has indeed considered this thoroughly. I was just contemplating what gift would be appropriate for Killed Gu." Upon hearing her speak, Pei Luobai's expression softened slightly. Gu Nanzhi presented a jade pendant to Killed Gu, affectionately cradling him in her arms, coaxing laughter from him. While no one suspected her indifference towards the child, the elder matriarch felt a sense of relief. "I knew Zhi would be understanding." Lady Zhao, eager to inscribe her biological grandson into the family registry, chimed in, "Since Zhi has agreed, let us choose an auspicious day to write this child's name into the family tree." Pei Luobai shared her sentiment. Gu Nanzhi nodded. "Mother speaks wisely." The proceedings unfolded remarkably smoothly, delighting the elder matriarch, who beckoned Jiang Linghui. "Zhi, this is Killed Gu's wet nurse, Yunyang. She will be responsible for Killed Gu's daily care from now on. What do you think?" Dressed in an apricot-colored garment with a jade hairpin delicately pinned to her hair, Jiang Linghui approached, bowing gracefully to Gu Nanzhi. "Yunyang greets the prince's wife." Despite her seemingly harmless demeanor, the rigidity of her posture hinted at her ambitions. Gu Nanzhi glanced at Pei Luobai, noting a flicker of restraint in his expression, and internally scoffed. It was a pity to subject Jiang Linghui to such indignities by requiring her to pay her respects. She spared her no further attention. Turning her gaze to the elder matriarch, "I shall heed grandmother's wishes." The elder matriarch had never favored Jiang Linghui. Otherwise, she would not have forcibly separated them in the past. Her father was merely Pei Luobai's tutor, a woman of humble origins. Daring to aspire to be the princess' wife, wasn't he that a mere folly? Prior to Gu Nanzhi's arrival, the elder matriarch had already cautioned her, leading to Pei Luobai's discontent, resulting in a brief quarrel between the two of them, yet they concealed it well, leaving no trace. Gu Nanzhi had no desire to linger in their presence, so she cleared her throat and prepared to take her leave under the pretense of illness. As she departed, she cast a lingering glance at Killed Gu, creating the illusion of her fondness for him. The elder matriarch and Lady Zhao expressed their satisfaction, inquiring after her well-being before instructing someone to escort her out. Just a few steps away, Killed Gu suddenly burst into tears, still just a child, frightened by the unfamiliar surroundings and the strangers around him. He pointed at Jiang Linghui, sobbing, "Mother, I want my mother." Jiang Linghui, heart aching for the child, instinctively reached out. "Do not cry. Killed Gu, mother is here." Gu Nanzhi halted in her tracks, turning abruptly to look back. Chapter 4. She will retrieve it eventually. Adults weigh the pros and cons. They perform, but children do not. In that moment, Pei Luobai, the old lady, and Jiang Linghui all changed their expressions. Zhao Shi, ever astute, discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Linghui, took Killed Gu from the old lady's arms, soothing the child while addressing Gu Nanzhi. "Zhi, do not overthink it. Killed Gu is still young. Having lost his parents, he feels scared. And with only Yunyang as a close companion, it is only natural he regards her as a mother." The old lady nodded in agreement. Pei Luobai glanced at her and remarked coolly, "As long as you genuinely care for Killed Gu, he will inevitably see you as a mother in time." Jiang Linghui, looking as if she had committed a grave error, hastily lowered her hands. "Come, Killed Gu, do you miss your mother?" Gu Nanzhi's response surprised everyone. She stepped forward with a smile, gently embracing Qiangur, using a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Qiangur nodded, his gaze frequently darting towards Jiang Lingyue. She patiently said, "You may consider me your mother. In no time, you will be my son, and I will certainly cherish you." With an opportunity to vex Jiang Lingyue before her, she raised an eyebrow, declaring, "This is Yunyang. In the future, you must call her wet nurse, understood?" Observing her tenderly calming Qiangur, the old lady and Zhao Shi felt genuine delight. Pei Luobai said nothing, watching Gu Nanzhi comfort the child, her expression soft and glowing. And unexpectedly, he found her less disagreeable than he had imagined. Only Jiang Lingyue stood rigidly, gazing at her child, born after 10 months of labor, now cradled by another woman. She could no longer be called mother, only wet nurse. Clenching her fists until her nails dug into her skin, she felt a pain that paled in comparison to the anguish in her heart. Her eyes lowered, twisted by jealousy. Qiangur, Pei Luobai, and the position of the matriarch of the were all rightfully hers. It was Gu Nanzhi who had usurped everything that belonged to her. Just wait. She would reclaim it in due time. Qiangur, still young, noticed Jiang Lingyue's silence and hesitated, not daring to call out, merely sniffling softly. Gu Nanzhi remembered vividly his fondness for sweets. In her previous life, she had gone to great lengths to control his diet for the sake of his health, likely garnering his resentment. In this life, she had resolved not to repeat that mistake. She would present him with his favorite treats, and discipline did not equate to hatred. Nurturing and spoiling did not necessarily denote love. Thus, she summoned someone to bring forth a selection of pastries. Indeed, as he savored the sweet osmanthus cake in his hands, he forgot to cry, "Yunyang, I do not concern myself with how things were before, nor do I wish to. However, since you have entered you must abide by its rules. I hope you remember your place and refrain from overstepping. Given that you are new here, I shall overlook this transgression this time." Gu Nanzhi's smile was soft, her tone sounding less like a reprimand and more like a gentle admonition. Yet, her words pierced Jiang Lingyue's heart deeply, striking at her pain. Jiang Lingyue lowered her head even further, hoping Pei Luobai would speak on her behalf, but he remained silent. She murmured, "The young master's wife is correct. I shall remember." Gu Nanzhi seized this opportunity to propose. "Grandmother, mother, Qiangur has just changed environments and must be frightened. Since I have decided to adopt him, why not let me care for him for a couple of days? This will foster our maternal bond and help him acclimate to the household." Her reasoning was sound. Without hesitation, the old lady agreed. "All right." Jiang Lingyue's gaze shot up, instinctively wanting to protest, but seeing the old lady's approval, she could only look to Pei Luobai for help. He, unwilling to see her distressed, spoke up, "Grandmother, Qiangur is shy. I fear he may cry at night. Moreover, she is still unwell. Let him become familiar with his surroundings for a few days, and once she recovers, we can send him over." Before the old lady could respond, Gu Nanzhi quickly released Qiangur, covering her face with a silk handkerchief, feigning guilt. "Grandmother, mother, the young master is right. I have been negligent. Furthermore, matters of adoption must not be taken lightly. For Qiangur's sake, we should invite Master Mo when to choose an auspicious date and ensure that all the servants are compatible with his zodiac, preventing any potential conflicts that could hinder his future." "Very well, I shall send someone to invite Master Mo when tomorrow." The old lady felt increasingly reassured by this suggestion, something even she had not considered, yet Gigi had thought of it. What did this signify? She genuinely cared for Qiangur. Zhao Shi looked at Gu Nanzhi with growing affection, and even Pei Luobai thought that despite her faults, she was indeed a competent mother. As long as she did not betray Yue, he was willing to grant her the dignity befitting a legitimate wife. Gu Nanzhi observed their reactions without revealing her thoughts. In her past life, she had been strict with Qiangur, believing it would mold him into a fine man, only to foster resentment. This time, she would lavish him with affection. Concerned about transferring her illness onto Qiangur, she did not linger long at Songshotang. "Miss, are you out of your mind? How can you agree to the old lady and the young master's demands to adopt Qiangur? By doing so, he not only claims legitimacy, but also precedence. What will become of our son? Miss, no matter how much you adore the young master, you cannot be foolish in this matter." Upon returning to Lanyugu, Xia Ling and Xiao Xi could no longer contain themselves, their brows glistening with sweat in the cold air. Gu Nanzhi was busy blending fragrances, fully aware they meant well. Adopting a son was indeed a significant affair. If she wished to intervene, she had her ways, but why would she? Little did they know, they were handing her leverage. She welcomed their carelessness, for in the future, when she proposed a divorce, who could stop her? Do not fret over those unrelated individuals. I am fully aware of my own intentions. She did not elaborate further, continuing her work while contemplating other matters. In her previous life, the old lady and Zhao Shi had doted on Qian Gu, allowing him to thrive in the. But what if he were to lose such affection? Additionally, she suspected there was more to Pei Changqing's death than met the eye. Chapter 5. Who is the pearl, and who the fisheye? How could an irrelevant person be the heir? Xia Ling and Xiao Ci were astonished, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at Gu Nanzhi. Could this truly be their young mistress? The lady had perished during childbirth, leaving the master with no female relatives to care for the child. Thus, he was forced to send his daughter to her maternal grandparents for 13 long years. That year, she returned to the capital during the Lantern Festival, accompanied by the eldest son to enjoy the festivities. Unexpectedly, she became separated from him, and a rogue attempted to harm her. It was the heir who rescued her and safely escorted her home. From that moment, the young lady was smitten. Initially, the master opposed the match. As the Ho residence was in turmoil, the old marquis's miscalculations had led to defeat in battle, resulting in the deaths of thousands. Even after his demise on the battlefield, the emperor's intentions remained inscrutable, leaving the Pei family precariously positioned, prompting thoughts of an alliance with the Gu family. The match was secured only after the young lady knelt outside the master's study for 3 days in fervent supplication. Now, she dares to declare the heir an irrelevant person. Surely, he has wounded her deeply. The two felt a pang of sorrow, their eyes reddening at the sight of Gu Nanzhi. In the past, I was the foolish one, I shall not be so again. Gu Nanzhi gently embraced them. In her previous life, after her illness, the Zhao family had sent them away. And when she passed, she was unaware of their fate, a lingering sorrow in her heart. After preparing the incense, Gu Nanzhi instructed Xiao Ci to deliver it to the old matriarch. The matriarch suffered from respiratory ailments, finding winter particularly arduous. Relying on the incense, she prepared to ease her discomfort. Yet, this incense could serve as a life-saving remedy or turn into a deadly poison. In Song Shou Tang, men and women of 5 years were to be seated separately. Although Qian Gu was still young, he was no longer a child and should have resided in the front courtyard. However, Pei Luobai acted unilaterally, a hasty decision that raised suspicions of coercion. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to prepare a room for him. The old matriarch temporarily placed him and Zhang Lingyue in Song Shou Tang. Luobai, you must have seen it. Setting aside Zhi's infatuation for you, her demeanor and kindness are worthy of a matriarch of the Ho family. Your grandmother hopes you will cast aside your prejudices and at least grant Zhi a chance. Should you wish to take Yunyang as a concubine in the future, she may not oppose it. The old matriarch regarded the incense sent by Xiao Ci, her words imbued with weight. While it appeared she was advising Pei Luobai, she was actually testing him. Her agreement to bring Zhang Lingyue back was, of course, part of her own scheme. Better to keep such a troublemaker close at hand than to allow her to roam free. If she behaved herself, all would be well. Otherwise, in a secluded courtyard, eliminating someone is no easy feat. Pei Luobai gazed intently at her. Grandmother, I have my plans regarding Yunyang. As long as she is well, Gu Nanzhi will be safe, and I shall grant her the respect she deserves. His words were straightforward, and the old matriarch understood him well. Observe, the one who appears quiet harbors great ambition, for she looks down upon concubines, waiting only to become the mistress of the Ho residence. Though her expression was troubled, she restrained herself from speaking harshly. Men are often like this. They love fiercely yet can be ruthless when their affections wane. The more she obstructed him, the more rebellious he would become, so she chose to acquiesce to his desires. She wished to see how long he could remain enamored with Zhang Lingyue. Luobai, you are now of age. Trusting you, your grandmother will not interfere with your affairs with Yunyang. However, do not forget the promise you made to your grandmother tonight. You know what you must do. Pei Luobai nodded, acknowledging her words. Once he departed, the old matriarch immediately summoned her confidant, Mama Kong, instructing her to keep a close watch on Zhang Lingyue and arrange for a maid to teach her the household rules. If she wished to become the mistress of the Ho residence, it would depend on her fate. The afternoon passed in relative tranquility. As night fell, the snow ceased, and even the moon peeked through the clouds, casting a silvery layer over everything. Lanterns were hung along the corridor, their bright red glow adding a warm hue to the tranquil night. Zhang Lingyue was aware of the conversation between Pei Luobai and the old matriarch from the previous night. She understood the significance of tonight. Although Pei Luobai had sworn he would not lay a finger on Gu Nanzhi, she was still filled with trepidation. In moments of deep affection, words spoken in bed cannot be entirely trusted. 6 years prior, he had held her close in despair, vowing never to marry Gu Nanzhi. And yet here they were. This was her first night in the residence with Qian Gu'er, and she knew Pei Luobai would surely return. She removed her makeup, cleansed her face, and donned a simple long dress, her hair cascading down her back, devoid of adornments. By the time Pei Luobai arrived, Qian Gu'er was already asleep. Jiang Lingyue offered him a cup of hot tea but lowered her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. "Yu'er, what troubles you?" Pei Luobai set the tea aside and pulled her into his embrace, noticing the redness at the corners of her eyes and the moisture glistening within them, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. "It's nothing." Jiang Lingyue smiled softly, seemingly fearful of his discovery. With her eyes shimmering with tears, she quickly turned her head away. "I see. Miss Gu is truly a wonderful person, treating Qian Gu'er with unmatched kindness." Her head sank lower, her voice growing softer. "She is innocent. Tonight, you should go to her room and fulfill the wedding night you owe her." "I do not blame you, Brother Xian." Pei Luobai, formerly known as Xian, was affectionately called so by Jiang Lingyue. Pei Luobai held her tightly, his heart softened, wavering at her words. "Yu'er, how can you be so understanding? How can I not love you? Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise. I swear I will not touch a single hair on Gu Nanzhi. Even if she stands before me in disarray, I shall not cast a glance in her direction. Brother Xian, I do not blame you truly." A flicker of joy flashed across Jiang Lingyue's heart as she slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing deeply at Pei Luobai, embodying warmth and grace. "Yu'er," Pei Luobai murmured, lowering his head to seal her lips with his, both entwined in a tender embrace, the room filled with unspoken affection. They completely forgot they were in the old matriarch's song Shotang. Only when an inappropriate cough echoed from outside did they reluctantly part. Pei Luobai remained at her side until her breathing steadied, appearing to be asleep, before he made his way to Lanyu Pavilion, unaware that as soon as he left, Jiang Lingyue opened her eyes, a cold smile gracing her enchanting face. For many years, she had discerned Pei Luobai's nature. The more one obstructed him, the more determined he became. Conversely, if one indulged him, he would find it utterly uninteresting. She was now certain he would not touch Gu Nanzhi tonight. "I knew that little harlot was an expert at seduction. Luobai has truly fallen under her spell." Mama Kong had witnessed the intimate embrace from outside, and upon informing the old matriarch, she spat in disdain, for she held the utmost contempt for Jiang Lingyue's beguiling demeanor, deeming her unworthy of respect. Could Luobai go to Lanyu Pavilion? Upon receiving a positive confirmation, she nodded in satisfaction, her expression laden with meaning. In comparison to this fisheye, the pearl shines all the brighter. In time, Luobai would certainly discern who the true pearl was and who merely a fisheye. Chapter 6. Ginseng Soup. As Pei Luobai contemplated the audacious Gu Nanzhi, the old lady immediately ordered a ginseng soup to be prepared, instructing Mama Kong to personally deliver it to the Lanyu Pavilion, ensuring they would witness the couple consume it. The soup contained precious ingredients, perfectly suited for the occasion. Once Gigi successfully bore a legitimate son, the child born from that shameless woman would inevitably be sidelined. The old lady also reminded her servants to keep a close watch on the mother and child next door, to prevent any disruptions that could jeopardize her grand scheme for the evening. Once Pei Luobai departed, Jiang Lingyue grew increasingly anxious. She bit her lip, clutching her hands tightly, pacing back and forth within the room. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her, despite Pei Luobai's fervent assurances that he would not lay a finger on Gu Nanzhi. One could hardly place full trust in a man's words, especially when the old lady was orchestrating matters. The old lady was determined to see their union come to fruition, and she had countless means to achieve that. What could be simpler than ensnaring a man in a web of desire? In the midst of her escalating distress, a commotion outside caught her attention. She rushed to the window and cracked it open, peering out to find Mama Kong, the old lady's confidant, carrying a food box. Her heart sank as she heard Mama Kong instruct the servant guarding the door to let her in, claiming she needed to deliver ginseng soup to the young lady. Ginseng soup. In an instant, Jiang Lingyue's mind went blank. What had she said? The old lady would undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous tactics. Panic surged within her like a frantic ant on a hot skillet, beads of sweat forming on her brow despite the winter chill. No, she could not allow Gu Nanzhi to successfully give birth to a legitimate heir. The old lady would surely eliminate both her and her child. No one understood the old lady's intentions better than she did. The old lady's agreement to pay Luobai's various demands was merely a tactic to placate him, employing every means to prevent him from touching Gu Nanzhi. But now, the old lady aimed to sever her escape route. Though she had taken precautions, they were merely the words of a street fortune teller. How could she place complete faith in them? She could not afford to sit idly by. Suddenly, she glanced at the sleeping child on the couch, a flicker of regret crossing her face as she stepped towards him. After 6 long years, this was Pei Luobai's first return to the Lanyu Pavilion. The winter night was cold and desolate, with snow still lingering. A few swaying lanterns hung in the courtyard, faintly revealing remnants of the past. This was the courtyard he had prepared for the woman he cherished, arranged according to her preferences. Yet, the occupant within was not the one he desired. Gu Nanzhi had anticipated Pei Luobai's arrival and had already instructed Xiaoling and Xiaoxi. Hearing footsteps outside, Xiaoling promptly lifted the curtain to welcome him in. Greetings, young master. Inside, a warm fire burned, creating a spring-like atmosphere. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaoxi accepted Pei Luobai's long cloak. He wore a blue robe that draped elegantly, his tall figure and handsome features exuding a cold yet refined demeanor, with a gaze that conveyed detachment. Raising his eyes, he spotted a woman in a pale apricot gown approaching, bowing respectfully as she greeted him. I pay my respects to the young master. She was a familiar yet detested figure, her expression neutral, devoid of joy or excitement upon his arrival, merely performing the customary greeting. For reasons unknown, Pei Luobai felt a twinge of displeasure. Who was she trying to impress with this demeanor? On their wedding day, he had indeed been wrong to leave her to face the guests alone, storming out in a fit of anger. Yet, so many years had passed. Why couldn't she let go? Could she not be more magnanimous? However, recalling her kindness towards Qiange, he felt a sense of guilt regarding the matter and spoke gently, urging her to rise. Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze, pouring him a cup of tea. Pei Luobai merely glanced at it before frowning and setting the cup aside. The sound of ceramic clinking startling both Xiaoling and Xiaoxi. Gu Nanzhi raised her eyes slightly, only to hear Pei Luobai's cold voice. Why is it Lushan Cloud and Mist? Do you not know I only drink Westlake Longjing? Gu Nanzhi scoffed inwardly, fully aware of his preference. Yet she refused to grant him even that small pleasure, not allowing him a single sip. At that moment, Mama Kong entered with the ginseng soup, a bright smile on her face. She had overheard everything at the door and understood the situation all too well. The old lady had specifically ordered the kitchen to prepare the soup. Drinking tea at night was hardly conducive to sleep. Young master and young mistress, please drink this ginseng soup while it's hot to warm yourselves, so you may rest well later. She reverently placed the steaming soup before them, clearly intent on seeing them drink it. Pei Luobai's expression darkened as he grasped the situation. Does Mama Kong intend to stay the night in my wife's chamber? Mama Kong hastily denied it, quickly gathering her things and leaving, though not before casting a concerned glance at Gu Nanzhi. Young mistress, the old lady can only assist you up to this point. It is crucial you strive to win the young master's heart. Gu Nanzhi understood the significance of the ginseng soup, having experienced a similar scenario in her previous life, when she naively served it to Pei Luobai. Oh, the lessons of life. One must learn from past missteps. As she lifted the bowl of ginseng soup before her, Pei Luobai seized her wrist, his eyes reddening as he glared at her. Gu Nanzhi, are you truly so debased? Do you not realize what is in this soup? I know, Gu Nanzhi replied calmly, her gaze laced with mockery as she forcefully pried his hand away. In an act of defiance, she poured the soup into a nearby flower pot, much to his incredulity. In her previous life, Pei Luobai had deemed her base. Was there anyone more despicable than him in this world? To her, there was none. Her action struck Pei Luobai like a resounding slap to the face. Rest assured, young master, in the past, my youthful folly led me to obsessively pursue you. That will no longer be the case. You are indifferent to me, and I shall reciprocate with equal indifference. Our objectives align in this matter. As for the remaining bowl of ginseng soup, I leave it to your discretion. Gu Nanzhi regarded him with a steady gaze, her words devoid of emotion. Gu Nanzhi, are you blaming me? Pei Luobai was taken aback by her words, believing her merely to be sulking. How could someone who once loved him so deeply suddenly claim to feel nothing? He scrutinized her, seeking any hint that would validate his thoughts. Yet, her expression was too tranquil, as if she were gazing at a stranger. Gu Nanzhi, Pei Luobai felt an unsettling flutter in his heart. Just then, a maid rushed in, breathless. Young master, young mistress, it's terrible. Qianguer has suddenly begun to wail uncontrollably, babbling nonsensically. Chapter 7. Just when upon hearing that Qianguer was in trouble, Pei Luobai felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He donned his cloak, turned on his heel without a glance back, and swiftly exited by lifting the curtain. This evening marked the first night of the young master's return, and the matriarch had specially sent over ginseng soup. Both Xia Ling and Qiu Xi believed that their young lady would surely achieve her desires tonight. Witnessing Pei Luobai's departure, the two were incensed, stamping their feet in frustration. Gu Nanzhi had anticipated this turn of events long before. When Pei Luobai entered her courtyard, the most restless of all was undoubtedly Jiang Lingyue. How could she passively await her fate? Enough with the stomping. Do you not feel any pain in your feet? Hurry and assist me in dressing. Qianguer is unwell, and as his future mother, I cannot neglect him. Gu Nanzhi secretly wished for Pei Luobai to leave quickly. Even a fleeting glance at him now revolted her. In her previous life, Jiang Lingyue had employed such clumsy tactics, and she had long since learned their true nature. This time, a cold smile curved Gu Nanzhi's lips as she glanced at the sachet at her waist, a creation from this very afternoon by Xia Ling, filled with fragrances she had personally blended. When the trio arrived at Songsho Tang, chaos reigned. The sharp cries of children pierced the air, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of servants. Yet, within the matriarch's chamber, there was an eerie silence. Gu Nanzhi slightly raised her gaze to glance towards the matriarch's room before lowering her eyelids. The matriarch was likely in a deep slumber, otherwise, with her presence, Qianguer's predicament would certainly not have reached the Lanyu Pavilion tonight. Woo, father, it hurts. Xia Ling and Qiu Xi parted the curtains. And upon Gu Nanzhi's entrance, Pei Luobai was cradling Qianguer, attempting to console him. Jiang Lingyue's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her delicate visage resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. As she incessantly berated herself, "It is all my fault. I did not keep a close watch on Qianguer." Gu Nanzhi felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the sound of those words. Upon noticing her arrival, Pei Luobai's gaze flickered, an involuntary hint of guilt shadowing his expression. "Qianguer is ill. He speaks nonsense. Do not misunderstand." Jiang Lingyue, taken aback by Gu Nanzhi's presence, found herself at a loss. What has happened to Qianguer? Why does he cry so fiercely? Gu Nanzhi chose not to engage with them further. Was their performance of this farcical drama not sufficient? Did they still wish to drag her into their act? She extended her hands towards Pei Luobai, asserting, "A young master cannot soothe a child. Allow me to comfort Qianguer instead. Otherwise, the sachet on her person would serve no purpose." Jiang Lingyue pressed her lips together tightly, unwilling to let this woman touch the child she had carried for 10 months. Why should this be her child? She raised her tear-filled eyes, a mist of desperation clouding her gaze as she looked at Pei Luobai, hoping he would understand. Yet, upon observing Gu Nanzhi's furrowed brow of concern, Pei Luobai hesitated before placing Qianguer into her arms. "Fear not, for this is your home, with a father, a mother, and a grandmother. No one shall ever bully Qianguer again." Gu Nanzhi gently cooed to Qianguer, her soft voice like a gentle drizzle, seeping into the depths of the heart. Her profile, reminiscent of jade, was illuminated by the dim candlelight, revealing her exquisite beauty. Pei Luobai's heart stirred. She had indeed changed. Jiang Lingyue, observing him, felt a growing obsession bloom in her eyes, akin to oil igniting the heart. How could he begin to waver on the very first day of his return? "Let me handle this. I know Qianguer's temperament best. Whenever he was upset, I was the one to soothe him." Gu Nanzhi regarded Jiang Lingyue's outstretched hand, silencing her with a single remark. "Did you not fail to comfort Qianguer just now?" Jiang Lingyue found herself momentarily speechless, having been bested by Gu Nanzhi. She sought Pei Luobai's assistance, but upon seeing Qianguer gradually quieting in Gu Nanzhi's embrace, her cries subsiding as if soothed, Pei Luobai could scarcely consider Jiang Lingyue's feelings. A servant had already gone to summon the physician. By the time the physician arrived, Qianguer had ceased crying, though his cheeks remained flushed and he appeared listless. Just as the physician began his examination, Qianguer's little face suddenly turned crimson, as if he were struggling to breathe, gasping for air, his tiny hands flailing helplessly in the air, unable to even cry out. Even the physician was startled, promptly administering acupuncture to Killed Gu. Physician, what has happened to Killed Gu? I implore you, save him. Tears streamed down Gu Nanzhi's cheeks as her voice trembled, betraying her panic. No one understood Killed Gu's condition better than Jiang Lingyue. She was paralyzed with fear, hoarsely calling his name. How could this happen? I only let him eat one. Just one. Pei Luobai remained composed, observing the agony etched on the child's face. He spoke in a deep, steady voice. Silence. Trust the physician. He will surely find a way to save Killed Gu. Gu Nanzhi wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief, stepping back unsteadily, her lips pressed tightly together, half concealing her eyes as she calculated the time. Surely, the matriarch would awaken soon. The physician quickly stabilized Killed Gu's condition. When the matriarch entered, Pei Luobai was already inquiring about the cause. The physician pondered momentarily before responding. The child's symptoms suggest he may have ingested something that triggered an allergic reaction. This is indeed perilous. To prevent such occurrences in the future, it is imperative to ascertain which foods are harmful to him. What? Investigate this immediately. Turn Song Shou Tang upside down if necessary. We must uncover who seeks to harm Killed Gu. The matriarch's gaze was as piercing as a nail, fixated on Jiang Lingyue. Chapter 8. Gentle Guidance. Jiang Lingyue felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, nearly unable to meet the old lady's gaze. She quickly lowered her eyes, constantly reassuring herself that her actions had been discreet and that no one would uncover her secret. Even if they did, she had a plausible explanation. As the mother of Killed Gu, how could she possibly wish him harm? Today, having welcomed a robust grandson, Zhao was in high spirits and, before bed, had a pot of daughter's red wine brewed, which she had consumed entirely. Thus, she arrived the latest, her cheeks flushed and still carrying a hint of inebriation. Her mother was right. This matter must be investigated thoroughly, and there could be no easy resolution. Hearing these words, Jiang Lingyue's heart plummeted. With Gu Nanzhi and Pei Luobai present, the old lady's mind was as clear as a mirror. Ji, your health is fragile. You should return and rest. Your mother and I can manage here without you, she declared, dismissing her. Gu Nanzhi's face was still streaked with tears, filled with concern as she glanced at Killed Gu, repeatedly instructing that she must be informed at the first sign of trouble. The old lady nodded, increasingly pleased with her granddaughter-in-law. Once outside Song Xiaotang, Gu Nanzhi's expression hardened. The old lady intended to send her away. That was fine, her objectives had been met, and she was disinclined to linger any longer. Upon returning to Langyue Pavilion, she promptly removed the fragrant pouch from her waist and tossed it into the charcoal brazier, the exquisite embroidery consumed by the flames. The flickering fire imbued her with a sense of thrilling beauty. Inside the pouch, she had added finely ground peanut powder, which remained undetectable beneath her meticulously blended spices. She had learned this method from Jiang Lingyue, having employed a similar tactic against her in her previous life. Just wait and see. There would be further commotion tonight. Come here. Seize this little wretch. After dismissing Gu Nanzhi and sending away the house doctor, the old lady erupted in fury. How splendid. Just as she had been fretting over how to catch Jiang Lingyue, the girl had delivered herself right to her doorstep, both foolish and venomous. Mama Kong and Mama Song stepped forward, pinning Jiang Lingyue to the ground, while the remaining maids searched the room thoroughly. Jiang Lingyue's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of innocence. Old lady, madam, I am wronged. I do not know how Killed Gu has come to be in this state. I am his. Anyone could wish him harm, but I would never harbor such thoughts. Grandmother, what is the meaning of this? How can you suspect Yue? I would stake my life that she is in no way involved. Pei Luobai interjected darkly, stepping protectively in front of Jiang Lingyue, kicking aside Mama Kong and Mama Song, and helping her to her feet. Zhao voiced her support from the side. Mother, could this be a misunderstanding? I too believe that Yue would never harm Killed Gu. He is her own flesh and blood, born after 10 months of pregnancy. The old lady's face turned ashen with anger, exasperated by the pair of fools, one blinded by passion, the other a dim-witted woman. She twisted the prayer beads in her hand, casting a cold glare at them. Without her restraint, the Marquis's residence would likely be thrown into chaos by this little vixen. The maids quickly turned the room upside down, yet found nothing amiss. No one noticed the 2 plates of pastries on the table, one of cloud cakes and the other of sugar-coated peanuts. Jiang Lingyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief as Pei Luobai shielded her from view. Grandmother, did you see? Yue would never harm Killed Gu. You have wrongfully accused her, and I demand an apology. His protective stance was indeed reassuring. Jiang Lingyue lowered her head, her brows relaxing. As long as Pei Luobai was by her side, she could firmly establish herself in the Marquis's residence. The old lady scoffed. Isn't it a bit premature to reach a conclusion now? Qianguo was now unharmed, dozing off in her arms as she gently patted his little face. Great-grandmother. Qianguo blinked awake and smiled broadly at the old lady, who was equally delighted. Were you uncomfortable just now, dear? Great-grandmother was so worried. You wouldn't want to feel unwell again, would you? Qianguo obediently nodded. Jiang Lingyue stared anxiously at her toes, her heart racing, palms slick with sweat. The old lady coaxed gently. Can Qianguo tell great-grandmother what you ate before bed? Jiang Lingyue felt her spine tense. The child, still in a daze, would likely forget. It was, Mother, oh no. It was the wet nurse who fed me a sweet peanut. It was so delicious. Qianguo pointed eagerly at the sugar-coated peanuts on the table, his mouth watering. The old lady's gaze turned sharp as a knife, slicing through Jiang Lingyue's composure. She stammered, Old lady, I do not know. Brother, you must believe me. Her delicate face bore an expression of utmost innocence, tears streaming down her cheeks, her demeanor teetering on the edge of despair, which made Pei Luobai's heart lurch. Grandmother, I trust you. What benefit would she gain from harming Qianguo? The old lady shot a look at Mama Kong, who immediately brought the plate of sugar-coated peanuts to Qianguo. The old lady smiled tenderly. Do you like them, dear? Seeing Qianguo nod, she declared. Then these sugar-coated peanuts are all yours, Qianguo. Eat as many as you wish. Thank you, great-grandmother. Qianguo exclaimed joyfully, reaching for a generous handful of peanuts and shoving them into his mouth. Chapter 9 I implore you. This concerns Qianji's life. Pei Luobai exclaimed, his voice trembling with urgency. Grandmother, we have yet to ascertain what exactly caused Qianji's allergic reaction. What if it were those sugar-coated peanuts? He must not eat them. The memory of Qianji's distress haunted him, and he rushed forward to intervene. No, you cannot eat that. However, someone was swifter than he. Jiang Lingyue dashed forward, snatching the sugar-coated peanuts from Qianji's hands and casting them to the ground, where she crushed them underfoot. Startled, Qianguo burst into tears and threw himself into the old lady's embrace. Great-grandmother, I am afraid. Zhao Shi, witnessing Qianji's tears, reprimanded sternly. What reckless behavior is this? Look at how you frightened him. The old lady's voice followed closely. Jiang Lingyue, do you still dare claim ignorance? Look at yourself. Do you truly appear unaware? What mother would not know the dangers that could befall her child? If you confess now, I might spare you for Qianji's sake. Otherwise, conspiring against the heir of the Marquis's residence will lead to dire consequences. Grandmother, I am truly wronged. Jiang Lingyue cried, her voice filled with desperation. Qianguo has endured hardships since birth in the bitter frontier. Before this, he had never eaten peanuts. This, Brother Sheng can attest to. I acted out of sheer panic, fearing that his distress stemmed from that tiny peanut. I was terrified, and thus resorted to such desperate measures. I beseech you to see my plight. She knelt, her tears flowing, pleading her case. But was she truly innocent? She knew Qianguo could not consume peanuts, yet she believed that a single one would merely cause a rash, a minor commotion at worst. It was a risk she felt compelled to take, never anticipating the peril it would bring to Qianji's life. They had forced her into this corner. Had it not been for the old lady's disregard for propriety and her attempt to poison her own grandson, Jiang Lingyue would never have put Qianguo in harm's way. Grandmother, have you ever seen a mother who would harm her own child? On the very first day of her return, must you make things difficult for Lingyue? Pei Luobai's tone was resolute as he confronted the old lady. Jiang Lingyue's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. What did it matter to her? The old lady was aging. Who knew when her time would come? Zhao Shi was ineffectual, and soon, the entire household would be under her command. She is merely worried for Qianguo, Jiang Lingyue interjected. You must not speak to the old lady in such a manner, I beg you. Pei Luobai was touched by her words. Mother, peanuts are easily lodged in the throat. Noble families prevent their children from consuming them. Who would have thought Qianguo was so sensitive? I recall a younger member of our household who also reacted poorly to peanuts, breaking out in rashes and struggling to breathe. He discovered this only at a similar age as Qianguo. I trust that Lingyue would never harm him. Zhao Shi added, attempting to smooth over the situation, though she could not recall the specific child in question. The old lady, seeing Jiang Lingyue's feigned innocence, was incensed, yet found no substantial fault to punish her for. It was infuriating that Pei Luobai was so easily swayed, and Zhao Shi was equally oblivious. driving her to the brink of exasperation. This matter ends here for today. Gu has fallen asleep. Pei Luobai, why do you linger here? Do not forget where you are meant to be tonight. She did not wish to escalate matters with her grandson on this first day. After all, she hoped he would become the true heir alongside Gigi. Zhao Shi hurried to support her, but was brushed aside. Jiang Lingyue gazed longingly at Pei Luobai, who merely intended to visit his wife. To her, it felt akin to a parting of life and death. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, delicate as peach blossoms trembling in spring rain, filled with unspoken longing. Seizing the moment while the old lady and Zhao Shi were momentarily distracted, she subtly entwined her fingers with Pei Luobai's. His throat tightened as he felt the spark of connection, his gaze igniting with fervor. Beneath the ample fabric of his sleeves, he grasped Jiang Lingyue's hand tightly, holding it with fervor. The two were engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. As the old lady descended the steps, she felt a sudden darkness envelop her, her legs buckling beneath her. She fell straight down the stairs, with Mama Kong and Mama Song unable to catch her in time. Chapter 10. The painful moment in a moment of desperation. Both Mother Kong and Mother Song rushed to grab the old matriarch, only to lose their footing and tumble down the stairs. As the elderly lady was about to fall heavily to the ground, a clever little maid holding a lantern threw it aside and lunged towards her. However, the old matriarch, accustomed to a life of luxury, bore a body far too substantial for the frail girl to break her fall. Ouch! This truly hurts, she cried out as the maid attempted to shield her, but the old lady's weight bore down upon her, causing her face to strike the hard blue stone, leaving her in a searing pain that elicited a wail. Grandmother! Mother! Upon witnessing the old lady's tumble, Pei Luobai and Zhao were horrified and hurried to assist her. Jiang Lingyue, upon hearing the commotion, rushed out to discover that the old lady had indeed sustained an injury, particularly on her face, which bled profusely. A sense of dread gripped her heart. It was only their first day back, and such an incident had already occurred. What would others think of her and of Gu? Was this merely an accident, or was it orchestrated? When the news reached Lanyue Pavilion, Gu Nanzhi was still awake, engaged in the art of perfume blending. Tonight, Pei Luobai had left her abruptly for Gu, and both Xia Ling and Qiu Xi were bubbling with suppressed frustration. Was the position of a legitimate wife truly less significant than that of an adopted son? How could the heir be so foolish? Miss, that adopted son has barely returned, and the old lady is already injured. It's evident that they are ill-fated. You could use this opportunity to sever any notion of adopting him. You are perfectly capable of bearing children. Why should you adopt? Xia Ling murmured while assisting her in dressing, unable to accept the idea of adopting Gu. Gu Nanzhi's expression hardened, and she lowered her voice. Xia Ling, be cautious with your words. Such thoughts must not escape your lips. Should any rumors arise, they must not originate from Lanyue Pavilion. Xia Ling immediately fell silent, playfully sticking her tongue out at Gu Nanzhi. Understood, Mississippi. As the old lady lay injured, Gu Nanzhi, as her granddaughter-in-law, had to pay her respects, even in her ailing state. If she failed to do so, others would only label her as unfilial, to prevent her from reconsidering. Pei Luobai and the old lady had already instructed others to spread the word about her intention to adopt Gu as her legitimate eldest son. Though her father and elder brother were upset with her, they cherished her most dearly. It was only a matter of time before the household stirred with activity. Upon arriving at Songshaotang, Gu Nanzhi found the physician had already bandaged the old lady's injuries. She wore a headpiece adorned with purple clouds and a piece of white jade, which concealed her wounds, yet she continued to cry out in pain. Gu Nanzhi mused to herself, indeed, this is the consequence of their actions. No need for others to prompt her. The old lady grasped Gu Nanzhi's hand, intending to vent her grievances. Gigi, how could I possibly fall down the stairs? The snow on the steps was thoroughly cleared. Am I perhaps cursed, or have I been wronged in some way? The more she spoke, the more her heart raced. Reflecting on the moment, she remembered feeling inexplicably anxious just as she descended the steps, followed by a sudden darkness before she fell. Such occurrences had never happened before. A chilling thought struck her. Who resided in that room? It was Gu and his mother. As Gu was of their Pei lineage, it was impossible for him to have caused her any misfortune. It must be that Jiang Lingyue, that ill-omened girl. She had sensed trouble from the very first day of her return. The old lady's expression darkened further. Reading her thoughts, Gu Nanzhi understood her suspicions. The old matriarch was deeply superstitious. Glancing at the incense delivered earlier that afternoon, Gu Nanzhi took her hand, preparing to offer some words of comfort. Grandmother, you are overthinking. It was merely an accident. How could it be connected to such superstitions? Pei Luobai interjected, casting a warning glance at Gu Nanzhi. Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze, suppressing a cold smile. Ah, how protective he was of Jiang Lingyue, the one he held dear. Grandmother, the air speaks truth. It was simply an accident. Although the snow on the steps was cleared, a thin layer of ice remained, which could easily go unnoticed. Her voice was gentle as she met Pei Luobai's gaze. Today marks the joyous occasion of the heir's return. Do not dwell upon it. What sort of disposition did the old lady possess? She was akin to the rest of the Pei family, suspicious, aloof, and given to conjecture. The more one urged her to dismiss her thoughts, the more she would ruminate upon them. Meeting Gu Nanzhi's gaze, Pei Luobai feigned indifference, slightly diverting his eyes, reveling in his triumph. I knew it. Those words in Lanyue Pavilion were merely her anger speaking. She has loved me for years, her heart entirely devoted to me, despite my indifference. Such a person will never waver in her affection. She remained the same, ever so easily swayed. He was aware that on their wedding day, having abandoned her, she was upset. Yet this was her own desire. He would not yield to coaxing. After such a tumultuous evening, the night had grown late. The old lady, having sustained injuries and experienced fright, did not wish to prolong their stay. As Xia Ling assisted Gu Nanzhi to the door, the old lady's voice unexpectedly echoed from within, causing her heart to race. She clutched Mother Kong's hand tightly, trembling as she inquired, "Have we sent a message to Master Mowen? We must, without fail, invite him to the manor tomorrow." Chapter 11. The closed door. Gu Nanzhi understood that her objective had been achieved. All she needed was to plant a seed of doubt in the old lady's heart. As Gu Nanzhi departed, Pei Luobai lingered before her. The old lady cast an annoyed glance at him. Luobai, though she said little, Pei Luobai comprehended her intentions. She was urging him to pursue Gu Nanzhi. Grandmother, I do not wish to revisit the matter of the soup. He was aware of the old lady's boundaries, and since she had made concessions regarding Qiangur, he too should make some compromises. Thus, he did not defy the old lady's wishes. This time, Jiang Lingyue refrained from causing trouble. After the events of the night, she realized that Pei Luobai had lost interest. Even if they shared the same bed, he would never lay a finger on Gu Nanzhi. Yet, the mere thought of her man in the company of another woman sent her heart into a tumult of jealousy. What Pei Luobai did not anticipate was that when he confidently arrived at Lanyue Pavilion, he found the door locked. Gu Nanzhi had the audacity to deny him entry. Gu Nanzhi, if it weren't for my grandmother's insistence, do you think I would willingly come here? You dare to cast me out. I had offered you a chance. Mark my words. In the future, should you find yourself in tears begging for my presence, I shall not set foot in Lanyue Pavilion again. His face darkened, and anger surged within him. He turned on his heel and departed. That night, Pei Luobai stayed in the front courtyard, much to Jiang Lingyue's delight. The following morning, as Gu Nanzhi rose early, an envoy was dispatched by the old lady, summoning her to Songshaodang for breakfast. 6 years ago, when Pei Luobai took her as his wife, he abandoned her. Today, out of both sentiment and reason, he ought to accompany her back to her family to pay respects to her father and brothers, as a gesture to amend the past. Although she had consented to adopt Qiangur, if her family opposed, the matter would be difficult to finalize. The old lady intended to coax her and fill her head with sweet words to ensure her compliance. At Songshaodang, upon learning that Pei Luobai had not stayed at Lanyue Pavilion the previous night and that Gu Nanzhi had locked him out, the old lady felt resentment towards her. However, recognizing the utility of Gu Nanzhi at this moment, she refrained from voicing her complaints. Luobai, your father has been gone for 6 years. Surely, even you must feel that those past events are behind us. But have you considered why you remain merely an heir apparent? The decree for your succession has been delayed. It is not hard to imagine that His Majesty harbors other intentions. Gigi's father wields influence in the court. She is but a daughter. What good can your flattery do? Just look at Jiang Lingyue. You cherish her as a jewel, yet can she aid you in any way? The old lady spoke earnestly. Pei Luobai lowered his head, remaining silent. He too was troubled. Achieving success was not as simple as he had envisioned. After 6 years at the frontier, he was still merely a low-ranking officer, and this return was not one of triumph. He thought to himself that if he could successfully inherit the title, then charming Gu Nanzhi wouldn't be too great a burden. Sister-in-law, please wait. As Gu Nanzhi exited Lanyue Pavilion and approached the corner of the bamboo grove in Kankui Courtyard, a figure suddenly emerged from the thicket and called out to her. She looked up to see a young man in a blue robe approaching her. It was Pei Luobai's half-brother, Pei Zhaojiang, a youth yet to reach his coming of age, whose appearance was vastly different from her memories. In her past life, after she fell ill, Pei Luobai had arranged for her to be moved to Qiubai Courtyard, aptly named as it was the most remote section of the Marquisate, ostensibly to prevent her illness from affecting others, but in truth, it was a means of confinement. As no servants were left to attend to her, she was gravely ill, alternating between lucidity and confusion. By then, he had already left the family to pursue business. Unmarried at the age of 30, upon learning of her illness, he had stormed into Qiubai Courtyard with red-rimmed eyes, insisting on taking her away from the Marquisate, repeatedly assuring her not to be afraid, that he would find someone to cure her. Yet, she had refused him. She could not bring shame upon Pei Luobai, nor could she allow him to be criticized for mistreating his legitimate wife. Third brother, is there something you wish to discuss? Seeing him again stirred a myriad of emotions within her. In this vast Marquisate, perhaps he was the only one who harbored genuine feelings for her. The distinctions of legitimacy weighed heavily. Survival in the Marquisate was no easy feat. She had merely looked out for him a bit in secret. What merit did that afford her to deserve such heartfelt concern? Perhaps due to the cold, the youth's ears were tinged with red. He wore a dark blue cloak, his hands nervously clutched within its sleeves, his clear, anxious eyes fixed upon her. In a hushed tone, he implored, "Sister-in-law, do not adopt Qian Gu under your name. It is not worth compromising your reputation for the sake of appearing virtuous. Do not fear to speak. He is merely a child born of a concubine, unworthy of being recognized as legitimate. I will seek the clan elders to adopt him under my name. Please do not feel burdened. I have no plans to marry, and having a child to raise is indeed a blessing for me." Chapter 12. May I? In the cold light of winter, the 15-year-old boy stood taller than her, his youthful face radiating sincerity, his thoughts solely devoted to her well-being. Gu Nanzhi felt a pang in her heart. In her previous life, she had wholeheartedly dedicated herself to the Ho residence, nurturing Pei Luobai and Qian Gu, only to be met with their schemes against her. The Zhao family was far from benevolent, and with only 2 illegitimate sons in the Ho estate, those oppressed had little hope of rising above their station. Rarely appearing in public, all she provided for the boy before her was enough food and warm clothing, a mere trifle, yet he cherished it for a lifetime. Though he lacked the strength to protect himself, he was willing to stand up for her. Indeed, his suggestion had merit. Yet he was unaware that Qian Gu was blood-related to Pei Luobai, and neither the old matriarch nor he would ever agree to it. "Thank you, third brother. I have my own plans and will ensure I do not suffer any loss." She sincerely expressed her gratitude, turning down his goodwill. The boy, having mustered great courage to voice his thoughts, stepped back, staring at his toes, gripping his sleeves tightly, feeling utterly powerless, unable to conceive of any other way to assist her. "Do you wish to study at the Yuelu Academy?" she softly inquired, observing the anxious boy before her. Pei Luobai was ambitious yet self-important, believing himself deserving of admiration solely because of his legitimate status, lacking true talent. He was a man of neither literary nor martial prowess. In contrast, the boy before her was exceptionally bright, albeit continuously suppressed by the Zhao family, never having had the opportunity to pursue his studies properly. The boy suddenly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face as he asked uncertainly, "Can I really?" If given the chance to study, he could enter officialdom. And then he would. Xia Ling and Xiao Ci exchanged glances, surprised at their mistress's willingness to involve herself in the affairs of the third young master. "As long as you desire it, you may." Gu Nanzhi thought to treat the boy kindly, not for any particular reason, but simply for his earnest heart. Pei Zhaojiang yearned to study but feared burdening Gu Nanzhi. Although she managed the household affairs of the Ho residence, she could not meddle in his matters, which were the concern of his legitimate mother. Zhao's intent to suppress him would never allow him admission to the Yuelu Academy. "Sister-in-law, there's no need. I am fine as I am. Please, you go about your business. I shall return now." Watching the boy hurriedly retreat, Gu Nanzhi smiled, finding him a foolish child. Foolish to the point of endearment, yearning for knowledge yet unwilling to cause her trouble, hence his words. "My lady, it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Why do you wish to wade into the murky waters concerning the third young master?" Xia Ling whispered as they walked towards Song Xiaotang. She was growing increasingly perplexed by her mistress, Despite her evident affection for the heir, she had turned him away the previous night. Qiuxi also sensed a change in her mistress, yet she found this new demeanor preferable, as Gu Nanzhi would no longer shed tears daily over the heir. Gu Nanzhi had her own plans. Pei Luobai, lacking talent and virtue, surely the Ho residence ought to be entrusted to someone more suitable. During breakfast, Qianguo and Jiang Lingyue were absent, highlighting the old matriarch's shrewdness. Similar to her previous life, while she valued Qianguo, she would not permit the household to think they could surpass her authority as the matriarch. Gigi, when you return home, remember to send my regards to your father and brothers. Grandmother assures you that even if Qianguo is adopted under your name, he shall forever be subordinate to your biological children. This title will be reserved solely for your offspring. The old matriarch painted a grand picture while subtly casting a glance at Pei Luobai. Her words left Pei Luobai somewhat displeased, regardless of whether Gu Nanzhi would bear children. The position of the Lord of Ancon was undoubtedly meant for Qianguo. Although he recognized that his grandmother was merely placating her, he still felt uneasy. Zhao repeatedly echoed her sentiments. Noticing Pei Luobai's lack of response, the old matriarch grew irate and shot him another glance, prompting him to reluctantly place a serving of food into Gu Nanzhi's bowl. I am full, he stated curtly, placing the dish down, causing Gu Nanzhi to set down her chopsticks. Pei Luobai's expression soured instantly. Having been turned away the previous night, he felt a surge of resentment, now compounded by his current mood. Grandmother, mother, I am full. Qianguo awoke feeling unwell. I shall go check on him. He tossed down his chopsticks and left, as he was willing to indulge her only if she remained obedient and compliant. The old matriarch frowned, her gaze directed at Gu Nanzhi, laden with undisguised reproach. Gigi, it is trivial for a woman to have her little tantrums, yet if it escalates, it becomes unreasonable and unbecoming of a lady. Do you not agree? Luobai has already humbled himself. Why must you persistently cling to past grievances? Doing so will only drive him further away. Grandmother genuinely wishes the best for you both. You will return home soon, and Luobai is not one to respond well to pressure. If you coax him a little, everything will be fine. Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze in silence, her apricot eyes veiled in frost. Pei Luobai had only ever regarded her with disdain. In her previous life, it was her gentle pleas and persistent insistence that had compelled him to accompany her home, but he had merely sat for a moment, fixated on Qianguo's health before hastily departing. In this life, it was for the best that he did not follow her home, sparing the Gu family from his presence. The old matriarch, witnessing her demeanor, assumed she had taken her words to heart and instructed the servants to prepare generous gifts. Upon returning to Langyue Pavilion, Gu Nanzhi received a letter from her father and brothers, urging her to return home, as they had evidently heard of her plans to adopt Qianguo. After tidying herself, she set out with Xiaoling and Qiuxi. Pei Luobai, feeling secure in his position, awaited Gu Nanzhi's plea, believing there was no reason for a new bride to return home alone. His return with her would be a show of respect. If she angered him, he would ensure she felt the consequences. However, as he waited in his study, the minutes dragged on without sight of Gu Nanzhi. Approaching noon, he glared at a nearby servant and inquired, "Where is the young lady?" Chapter 13. The collision. What did you say? Upon learning from a servant that Gu Nanzhi had returned to the Gu residence, Pei Luobai's voice escalated abruptly, his face ashen, his lips twitching with fury. Indeed, he scoffed inwardly. Last night, grandmother coerced me into visiting Langyue Pavilion twice, attempting to humiliate me. Was she? If she is devoid of shame, let her return on her own accord. Pei Luobai gulped down 2 large mouthfuls of tea, sneering. It wasn't as if he couldn't function without Gu Nanzhi. After all, she was the one who had desperately pursued him initially. The servant beside him, in taciturn silence, glanced at him. Does the madam still concern herself with shame? 6 years prior, the young master abandoned her at the wedding feast, compelling her to kowtow to a rooster. She has already become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Meanwhile, Master Imowen had already arrived at the residence, and the old madam and Zhao Shi were entertaining him. Given the hour, they presumed that Pei Luobai had already accompanied Gu Nanzhi back to her family home. Master Imowen, adorned in a cyan Taoist robe, possessed an air of benevolent composure. He enjoyed a prominent reputation in the capital, and affluent families invariably sought his counsel for matters ranging from weddings and funerals to housewarmings and groundbreaking ceremonies. Upon Master Imowen's arrival, the old madam promptly summoned Qianguo. Jiang Lingyue led Qianguo into the hall. "Qianguo, come here," the old madam beckoned. Grand-great-grandmother. Qianguo released Jiang Linyue's hand and obediently approached the old madam. Mother instructed me to heed the words of grand-great-grandmother and grandmother, as that would please them. Master Mo1, observe, is my grandson not blessed? Zhao Shi beamed at the sight of Qianguo. Master Mo1 raised his eyes to regard Qianguo. Jiang Linyue felt a surge of anxiety. Could he discern something? She wondered. She swiftly reassured herself, dismissing the notion of ghosts and deities. This so-called Master Mo1 is merely a charlatan seeking monetary gain. What could he possibly perceive? After a moment, Master Mo1 remarked, "The young master possesses a propitious countenance." Upon hearing these words, the old madam and Zhao Shi were overjoyed, convinced that the members of their Pei lineage were inherently fortunate. Master Mo1 inquired about Qianguo's zodiac sign, performed calculations, and listed several signs to avoid. The old madam instructed Mother Kong to meticulously record them. Finally, adhering to the old madam's request, Master Mo1 identified an auspicious day to formally inscribe Qianguo's name into the family genealogy at the ancestral hall. The 18th day of the 12th month, merely 3 days hence. Jiang Linyue was elated. Once Qianguo was inducted into the genealogy, he would be the legitimate eldest son, and all of the Marquisite's possessions would belong to him. What difference is there between my son and me? Eventually, the old madam instructed Jiang Linyue to take Qianguo away, even dismissing Zhao Shi. She then posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. May I inquire? Master Mo1, have you encountered Qianguo's wet nurse? Master Mo1 nodded. The old madam, in a mystical tone, continued, what is her destiny? Does it conflict with mine? Does it impede the Marquisite's fortune? As she posed this question, her heart pounded, her gaze fixed intently on Master Mo1. The carriage had entered the bustling marketplace, filled with the clamor and vibrancy of human existence. Gu Nanzhi reclined languidly against the carriage, her eyes half closed. Xia Ling was chattering incessantly. The young master is utterly unreasonable. He wronged you first, miss. Why should you have to implore him to accompany you home? Observing her indignant demeanor, Gu Nanzhi chuckled. Indeed, Pei Luobai is anticipating my entreaties. She abruptly uttered, without preamble, did you deliver the items I instructed you to send yesterday afternoon? Qiuci hesitated for a moment before responding. This servant followed your instructions and delivered the jars of autumn white wine to Master Mo1. Gu Nanzhi nonchalantly twirled her fingers, chuckling softly, excellent. Suddenly, a carriage approached from the opposite direction. A slender hand lifted the curtain, revealing a hand with distinct joints, as lustrous as jade, even more radiant than the scattered sunlight. The occupant glanced out before retracting his hand. He lowered his tone, his voice as clear and cold as jade, and commanded, collide with it. Remember, I am the only one who can be injured. If anyone in that carriage sustains even the slightest harm, you will face execution. His deep voice failed to stir even the slightest ripple in the bustling marketplace. Bang! A collision resounded. The carriage shook violently, causing Gu Nanzhi to sway. In her panic, she hastily grasped the carriage wall. Miss Xia Ling and Qiuci promptly steadied her, ensuring that she only experienced a slight fright. However, a muffled groan emanated from the opposing carriage, indicating that someone had been injured. Gu Nanzhi anxiously clutched Xia Ling's hand. Quickly, go and check. Ascertain the severity of the injuries of the person in that carriage. Now was not the time to dwell on blame. She could only hope that the occupant of the other carriage was unharmed. Both carriages came to a halt simultaneously. Xia Ling hastily alighted from the carriage. Gu Nanzhi bit her lip anxiously. Soon, Xia Ling returned with a report. She had only caught a glimpse, but the occupant of the other carriage had struck his forehead, sustaining a significant injury. Half of his face was covered in blood, a gruesome sight. Upon hearing this, Gu Nanzhi's face paled. Qiuci retrieved a veiled hat for her, and the two maids assisted her out of the carriage. Judging by the voice, the occupant of the other carriage was a young man. While he was a man, an injury to the face was a serious matter. If he were married, it would be less of a concern, but if he were yet unwed. Chapter 14. Xianai, the more Gu Nanzhi contemplated, the more uneasy she became. In the bustling market, how could a carriage collide at such a slow pace? She lifted her gaze towards the carriage, which bore no family crest or distinguishing marks, merely an ordinary vehicle. My lord, how did you sustain such severe injuries? At that moment, the owner of the carriage was assisted down. Peering through her veil, she saw a figure clad in a light blue robe adorned with cloud patterns. Draped in a black fox fur, crimson droplets cascaded down his forehead, staining his half-hidden visage with patches of blood, appearing even more grievous than what Xia Ling had described. Despite the blood partially obscuring his features, Gu Nanzhi recognized him at once. It was he, Xia, courtesy named Siwei, the prime minister of the current dynasty, and indeed the youngest ever since the founding of the nation, possessed an ethereal beauty that belied a heart as dark as night. He wielded immense power, ruthless and cunning, instilling fear in all who crossed his path. Later on, in Gu Nanzhi's eyes, there was no one more terrifying than him. A shiver ran down her spine, causing her to stagger back a step. A mere collision seemed inconsequential, yet it was he who was involved. Xia Ling and Xiao Xi assumed she was merely startled by the blood on Xia Ni's face, but in truth, it was the man himself who frightened her. Xia Ni pressed his hand to his forehead, blood seeping through his pale fingers, rendering him even more exquisite and striking. The corners of his eyes turned red, resembling crushed peach blossoms, or perhaps a bloom of blood. The mere sight of him sent fear coursing through Gu Nanzhi. You, through the veil. Xia could not discern her expression, but he detected the tremor in her voice. Fixing his gaze upon her, he swallowed hard, his fingers tightening to the point of whiteness beneath his wide sleeves. What was she? Her subsequent words fell upon him like a cold douse of water, chilling his heart. She produced her handkerchief and gestured for Xia Ling to pass it to her, her soft voice quivering like the wings of a frightened butterfly, betraying her unmistakable dread. Prime Minister, the handkerchief is clean. Please press it against your wound. What did she just call him? Prime Minister. Thank you, madam. His voice was taut, and those few words felt like nails lodged in his throat, causing a pang deep within his heart. As Gu Nanzhi noticed the growing redness in his eyes, a chill ran down her spine. Could it be that this notorious villain was on the verge of tears from pain? What should she do? Who could have imagined that such a treacherous character could be so frightened by pain? She felt close to tears herself. Even her father would tremble in his presence. My lord, perhaps we should go to the physician. The villain had yet to marry. If his visage were ruined, would she not risk her family's annihilation? Neither her father nor brother could withstand his wrath. Xia sensed her fear, his fingers tightening even more around the handkerchief, pressing it to his forehead. His tone softened. It is not the madam's fault. Please do not be afraid. It was merely my reckless driver who startled you. It would be wiser to visit the physician. I implore you to accompany me. Upon hearing his words, Gu Nanzhi's legs weakened further, her long lashes trembling with unshed tears. Was this treacherous man truly offering her an apology? In her previous life, she had heard that when he was enraged, his gentleness became even more pronounced, and his methods of killing grew increasingly ruthless. He must have already devised 108 tortures, custom-made for her most agonizing demise. No, it is not your fault, but entirely mine. What compensation do you desire? She fumbled, her gaze fixed on her toes, bitterness welling up on her tongue. Xia never required a reason for killing. He acted purely on emotion. With his appearance marred, how could his mood be anything but foul? What if he were to bear scars? The thought of compensation sent a shiver through his heart as he gazed deeply into her eyes. Realizing she was genuinely frightened, he refrained from saying more, fearing she might truly be terrified beyond recovery. He lowered his lashes, concealing the murky emotions swirling within, and spoke softly. Madam, you overestimate the matter. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. Seeing him genuinely turn to board the carriage without seeking vengeance upon her, Gu Nanzhi felt as though she were walking on air. A sensation both surreal and disconcerting. Once aboard, she turned to Xia Ling quickly. Pinch me. Gulping down the now cold tea, she still felt a lingering dread, clinging to Xia Ling's hand in a panic, leaving her utterly bewildered. Miss, what ails you? Who in the capital does not know that the Prime Minister is the epitome of gentleness? All the officials speak highly of him, and even our father and brother hold him in great esteem. He has assured you that all is well. There is no need for such fear. Both Xia Ling and Xiao Xi endeavored to reassure her, but her lashes fluttered in trepidation. They believed Xia to be gentle because he had yet to reveal his terrifying true nature. Yet she knew better. The Xia they perceived was but the facade he wished them to see. Reflecting on it all, she realized that at this juncture, he was still inclined to play the part of the good man. This realization filled her with even more dread. Alas, she should have maintained her composure. If others remained oblivious to his true self, and she alone had seen through him, then surely her fate would be sealed. Chapter 15. He was in another carriage. Xia had long ceased to wear the gentle demeanor he had earlier displayed. Known for his dual faces, one for the public and another in private. The dried blood on his face was a stark reminder of his recent turmoil. His gaze was profound as he gently caressed the neatly folded handkerchief, a soft light emanating from his eyes. Was I truly frightening just now? He inquired of the attendant Huatsen beside him. Huatsen, appearing somewhat bewildered, shook his head. After all, was there ever a time when the chief minister was not intimidating? It seemed he only oscillated between being merely fearsome and extraordinarily fearsome. Xia and I cast a discontented glance at him. Was my earlier demeanor insufficiently gentle? He murmured softly, barely audible. What could have possibly frightened her? Huatsen nodded vigorously. Gentle. Does the chief minister not realize that the more gentle he is, the more terrifying he becomes? That is what unsettled the lady. After all, who would, in a moment of disagreement, command the coachman to drive the carriage into a collision? He was keen to question what offense the lady had committed to warrant such treatment. Although he was the one injured, it was the lady who nearly faced death from fright. Was this a new tactic he had devised? Xia and I disregarded the injury on his forehead, placing the blood-stained handkerchief against his heart, feeling a tinge of regret. It appeared that upon their next encounter, he must endeavor to appear more gentle. Today he had indeed acted rashly, but he merely. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Gu family estate. Xia Ling and Xiao Ci supported Gu Nanzhi, whose legs were still quite weak, nearly causing her to tumble from the carriage. The after-effects of Xia Ni's overwhelming presence lingered in her mind, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Gigi, you have finally returned. As she disembarked, her sister-in-law, Wenshi, approached with others. Upon seeing her return alone, Wenshi's displeasure was palpable. The Pei family exhibited such a lack of propriety. Sister-in-law. At the sight of Wenshi, Gu Nanzhi's eyes brimmed with tears. She stepped forward, linking her arm with Wenshi's and resting her head on her shoulder. Though they had seen each other during the Mid-Autumn Festival, for Gu Nanzhi, it felt like an eternity. Do not fear, Gigi. Your father, brothers, and I are here. Once home, everything will be well, Wenshi reassured her as she embraced her into the Gu household. The home retained the familiar visage from her memories, not the dilapidated state that had once instilled fear within her. She felt grateful to have been reborn at this moment, with her father, brothers, and sister-in-law present, allowing her the chance to avert the impending tragedies. But has Pei Luobai wronged you? That scoundrel. I always knew he was no good. I shall confront him immediately. Gu Nanshan, standing in the doorway, wore a stern expression, flicking his sleeve as he called for someone to fetch a horse. No, brother. I merely missed you all, Gu Nanzhi exclaimed, throwing her arms around his arm. Her eyes reddened as she reverted to her childhood self, seeking his affection. In her past life, the year after Pei Luobai returned, their father had suddenly fallen ill and passed away. Less than a year later, while her brother was away on duty, his horse spooked, and he fell from a cliff, his body never to be recovered. Sister-in-law had been left with her children to guard the Gu family. And who could have foreseen that during the dry autumn, a great fire would engulf their home, claiming the lives of all three? From that moment on, she was left utterly alone. Reflecting on it now, it was then that the old matriarch's attitude towards her began to shift, gradually sidelining her until they outright seized her authority, leaving her like a bird with clipped wings, trapped in the depths of the estate. Her heart solely devoted to Qiangur. Last night, she pondered deeply. Was it all merely a coincidence? Pei Luobai and his ilk had committed such heinous acts, disregarding moral law. If her father and brothers had been present, would they have dared to poison her? Certainly not. Thus, to wish her harm. Must they not first eliminate her father and brothers, and the Gu family itself? Brother, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand now. I should not have disregarded your and father's counsel, insisting on marrying Pei Luobai. The mere thought of her brother's tragic fates caused her heart to wrench painfully, wishing for her own demise as she clung to Gu Nanshan, sobbing uncontrollably. Gu Nanshan's brow furrowed as he exchanged glances with Xia Ling and Xiao Ci, silently questioning the situation. The two attendants looked at each other, finally concluding that Gu Nanzhi must have been frightened by the chief minister. And thus they recounted the incident of Xia Ni's injury. Wenshi wiped away Gu Nanzhi's tears, and Gu Nanshan led her to Gu Wenhe's study. Father. Gu Nanzhi leaped into his embrace, weeping for an extended period. Gu Wenhe was a man who would dare to scold even the emperor to his face. And at this moment, he longed to rush to the Pei family, wielding his eloquence to chastise them mercilessly, leaving them ashamed and desperate enough to take their own lives. Upon hearing that Gu Nanzhi had been frightened by Xia and I, he held back his initial impulse. The chief minister was known for his consistent gentleness, He would not hold a grudge. If need be, he could visit Xianni's residence in the afternoon to offer a personal apology, alleviating any concerns. You need not fret. If you cry like this, one might mistakenly think the chief minister a treacherous villain, unwilling to spare even a daughter. He patted his daughter's shoulder, humorously teasing her. With her eyes still glistening with tears, Gu Nanzhi suddenly recalled something. In her previous life, Pei Luobai had exploited Xianni's connections to ascend to nobility. At this realization, she found Xianni both terrifying and loathsome, declaring with a somber tone, "It's him." "What do you mean?" Gu Nanzhi inquired. Gu Nanzhi instinctively recoiled, unable to reveal to her father and brother that Xianni was unequivocally a treacherous villain, harboring intentions of murder. After a prolonged moment of stifled sobs, she gradually settled down. "Now let us discuss this. What is the matter with that child? Why would you suddenly think of adopting a child as your own? Did the Pei family trouble you?" Only after she had fully composed herself did Gu Nanzhi gently pose his question. Chapter 16. The short-legged horse Gu Nanzhi recounted the matter of Qiangu, merely stating that he was the bloodline of Pei Chongqing. Pei Luobai, feeling pity for the orphan child, conferred with the old lady to adopt Qiangu under her name. After all, Pei Chongqing had perished on the battlefield, and this arrangement could bestow her a reputation for benevolence. What a hollow notion of virtue! What use is such a superficial title? You have no children of your own. If you adopt him, he will occupy the position of the legitimate heir, leaving your future offspring subordinate to him. This is an endeavor fraught with peril and devoid of benefit. You must not acquiesce. If the Pei family dares to make things difficult for you, Gu Nanzhi's voice was cold. He had always looked down upon the hypocritical heirs of the Pei family, yet Zhizhi seemed infatuated with them. Gu Nanzhi furrowed his brow. Unlike his son, he spoke in a gentler tone, as his youngest daughter bore a striking resemblance to his deceased wife. Every time he looked at her, it was as if he were gazing upon his beloved spouse. "Zhizhi, your brother speaks truthfully. This is no trifling matter. It is far more complex than you perceive. Adopting a child out of pity may seem noble, but why must he be adopted under your name?" As in her previous life, both her father and brother vehemently opposed this idea. Regrettably, she was foolish, having squandered their sincere intentions. In truth, she had hesitated at that time. Yet Pei Luobai's words bewitched her. "Zhizhi, do you not wish for Qiangu to call me father and you mother? He is older and could protect our future children. Is that not a good thing?" The warmth encapsulated in those words moved her deeply. Ignoring her father and brother's objections, she insisted on adopting Qiangu. How naive she was. Subsequently, he deliberately avoided her, and the old lady pressed her relentlessly, ultimately compelling her to use the absurd pretext of his injuries sustained on the battlefield to placate the old lady. As she remained childless, Jiang Lingyue adeptly won the favor of both the old lady and the Zhao family, leading them to side with her swiftly. At that moment, it was undeniable that the old lady harbored a disdain for Jiang Lingyue. Yet, she understood that this was merely temporary. She could not disclose the sordid affairs between Pei Luobai and Jiang Lingyue to her father and brother. Could she convince them with mere words? It would not only disturb them but also drive them further into secrecy. They might even retaliate. After much contemplation, she said, "Father, brother, I understand your concerns, but I have my reasons. In due time, you will see. For now, please trust me." "Trust you? Surely Pei Luobai has bewitched you with some charm. Why is he not here today? Is he afraid to come?" Gu Nanzhi was perplexed as to what his sister saw in Pei Luobai. Could he not assist her without altering his principles? Gu Nanzhi replied nonchalantly, "I find him bothersome. Brother, please do not mention him in my presence again. How was I so foolish in my youth to have taken a liking to him? My judgment indeed pales in comparison to yours and father's." Both Gu Nanzhi and Gu Nanzhi exchanged incredulous glances. Was this truly the Zhizhi they knew? In the past, any disparagement of Pei Luobai would have elicited her childish defiance. Gu Nanzhi playfully tapped her forehead, a hint of indulgence gracing his features. "Oh, so you finally realize your poor taste. This is quite a revelation. I must see if the sun has risen from the west today." With that, he turned to leave. Gu Nanzhi felt a swell of pride. How wonderful that their Zhizhi had matured. Gu Nanzhi observed them, her heart aching with bittersweet emotions. "Zhizhi, stay home tonight," Gu Nanzhi implored, his gaze profound. It was time to set boundaries with the Pei family, who had deluded themselves into believing they were above her. Gu Nanzhi readily agreed. Eager to spend quality time with her father, brother, sister-in-law, and little nephew, even as her niece had yet to be born. Upon exiting Gu Wenhe's study, Gu Nanzhi tugged at her brother's sleeve, playfully requesting, "Brother, could you assist me with 2 matters?" She leaned affectionately against his arm, recalling how easily he succumbed to her charms. To her surprise, Gu Nanzhi glanced at her and slowly withdrew his arm. "Speak plainly. No need for such familiarity. I am now your sister-in-law's brother." Gu Nanzhi felt a pang of disappointment, responding in a subdued tone. She felt both happy for her brother and sister-in-law while chiding herself for her own foolishness. Her father was a man devoted to love. When their mother was alive, their home knew no distractions, only her. After her passing, many in the clan urged him to find another who understood warmth and care. What was his response? No one can replace her. No one is like her. With that, he dismissed all notions of remarrying. Her brother was similarly principled, remaining faithful to his vows with his wife. She had naively believed that all men in the world were equally devoted. How foolish she was, yet unaware. "Speak your mind," Gu Nanzhi said, noticing her distracted expression, smiling as he ruffled her hair. In a hushed voice, Gu Nanzhi confessed, "I wish for you to investigate the circumstances of Pei Changqing's death." She suspected foul play. Gu Nanzhi paused, taken aback. "Why would you delve into that?" Gu Nanzhi quickly fabricated a reason to deflect his curiosity. However, as he worked in the Ministry of Justice, her flimsy excuse could hardly deceive him. Noticing her reluctance to divulge more, he kindly refrained from pressing further. He nodded in agreement. "And the second matter?" Feeling slightly embarrassed under his gaze, she whispered, "I would like you to help me find a Yangzhou short horse. I have written down my requirements." With that, she produced a neatly folded square of paper from her pocket. Gu Nanzhi's expression darkened. "This is becoming increasingly absurd. You seek a Yangzhou short horse? We have a short-legged horse at home. If you want it, you may take it when you leave." Chapter 17. A sincere apology teased by him. Gu Nanzhi felt increasingly embarrassed. "Brother, this is serious. Trust me, I genuinely need this." Upon hearing her words, Gu Nanzhi's disdain for the Pei family intensified. What had his delicate sister learned during her time with the Peis? Even the sickly horses of Yangzhou were well known, indicating the Pei family's moral decline. It was imperative for his sister to extricate herself from that miserable existence. "Sister, you have been married to the Pei family for 6 years. You have seen how Pei Luobai treats you. Not everyone's heart can be warmed. Do you intend to endure in this fire pit any longer?" His tone was earnest. Pei Luobai was unworthy of his sister. She deserved someone far better. "Brother, to be honest, I have nothing but disdain for Pei Luobai now." Gu Nanzhi lowered her head, the long feathers of her raven-black hair obscuring the cold intensity in her eyes. "But I still have matters to attend to. Sister, if you are willing to divorce, both father and I will support you. You need not worry about anything. Just await your return home joyfully." Gu Nanzhi placed his hands on her shoulders, his voice betraying his excitement. He feared he might be the first person in history to encourage his sister to divorce. Yet he cared little. All he wished was for her happiness, for she had withered like a delicate flower during her years in the Pei household. "Sister, now is not the time." Gu Nanzhi slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute, regaining a hint of her former brilliance. Gu Nanzhi felt a wave of relief. It was clear that she had come to a realization. He did not inquire about the purpose of the sickly horses from Yangzhou, knowing it was merely for Pei Luobai. He only needed her assurance that should the Wen family discover that he had procured such horses, she would testify that they were her request. Seeing her brother so readily acquiesce made Gu Nanzhi's eyes glisten. She had such wonderful family, yet she had disregarded their counsel and committed foolish acts that endangered their lives. She clenched her fists, vowing to protect her family in this life, including her sister-in-law. "Young master, miss, you are here." A servant rushed in, reporting that the Prime Minister had sent someone to offer an apology, expressing deep regret for the incident involving the young lady. The master had already gone to meet him, and he requested that the young master come as well, while the young lady need not make an appearance. As they neared the courtyard where Gu Nanzhi once resided, a servant hurried after them. Upon hearing that Xia and I had come to apologize, Gu Nanzhi's eyes widened in alarm, her porcelain-white face filled with panic. "Surely, he was here to collect her life." Noticing her fright, Gu Nanzhi asked, "Sister, what are you afraid of? Did you not hear? The Prime Minister has sent someone to apologize. You should return to your room and rest. I will go see what's happening." Back in her room, Gu Nanzhi sat nervously before her vanity. The Wen family knew she was returning today and had prepared everything. The room was spotless. The Kong, a traditional heated bed, was warm, and Xia Ling had brewed tea for her. Holding it in her hands, She gazed blankly out the window, her mind racing with worry. Had Xia and I discovered something? She had instructed Qiuzi to stand guard in the front hall, to report back to her immediately if anything happened. Look, sister, the Prime Minister has sent something. While she anxiously awaited news from Qiuzi, Gu Nanzhi entered, carrying a bamboo basket with excitement. Gu Nanzhi rose to see that it was filled to the brim with honey tangerines. As she approached, she noticed the fruit was plump and bright orange, appearing as though it had been meticulously selected. These are your favorite Yang honey tangerines, sister. I remember how you crave them every winter. The Prime Minister's gesture of apology is truly thoughtful, reaching right into your heart. I told you he is the most gentle of men, yet you did not believe me. Gu Nanzhi peeled a tangerine and popped a segment into his mouth, smiling as he offered another to Gu Nanzhi. Sister, try it. Is it sweet? Brother, you mustn't eat that. Spit it out. Gu Nanzhi exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to snatch the tangerine segment from Gu Nanzhi. How could she dare eat the fruit sent by that treacherous minister? What if it were poisoned? But she was a moment too late. Gu Nanzhi had already swallowed it, smacking his lips. So sweet. Sister, stop dawdling and try some. Gu Nanzhi stared at him in panic, tears welling in her eyes. Brother, are you all right? Quickly, fetch a doctor. Her voice trembled as she shouted at Xia Ling, who stood bewildered, unsure why they needed a doctor after eating merely a piece of fruit. Seeing her brother's bemusement, Gu Nanzhi frowned, slowly realizing, Sister, do you suspect the tangerines are poisoned? Brother, are you truly unharmed? Gu Nanzhi grasped his sleeve tightly, watching his mouth move without comprehending his words. Her heart twisted in fear of losing him, rendering her incapable of rational thought. Sister, calm down. Listen to me. The Prime Minister is not the man you think he is. If he sent someone to sincerely apologize, how could he possibly poison the tangerines? Look closely. Your brother stands before you, perfectly well. Gu Nanzhi shook her gently by the shoulders, attempting to soothe her. Are you really okay? Gu Nanzhi finally regained her composure. Looking up at him, her eyes trembling with unshed tears, she asked repeatedly until she was assured of his safety, her heart finally at ease. You are far too anxious. Gu Nanzhi's gaze softened with pity. What kind of life had Gu Nanzhi endured in the Pei household to become such a frightened creature? He would not rest until he addressed matters concerning the Pei family and Pei Luobai. Gu Nanzhi kept her head down. It wasn't her nerves that troubled her, but rather their profound misunderstanding of Xianyi's character. Gu Nanzhi stayed with her a while, reminiscing about their childhood antics, making Gu Nanzhi laugh, her smile brightening the room. Seeing his sister finally smile brought Gu Nanzhi relief, allowing him to leave. The basket of tangerines remained in the room, filling it with their sweet aroma. In the north, fresh fruit during the winter months was a rarity. She had not seen these Yang honey tangerines in years, having been in the marquisate. Such a bounty could only be found in the palace. Each palace lady would envy the quantity Xia and I had sent. What was his true intention? Did he genuinely bear her no grudge? Xia Ling peeled a tangerine for her, carefully removing the pith, and she placed a segment in her mouth. The juice burst forth, a delightful balance of sweetness and tartness, her favorite flavor. Her eyes grew warm. Her maternal family hailed from Yeyang, and since her return, she had not tasted such exquisite tangerines. Dear, treacherous minister, if you truly bear no malice for today's events, then for the sake of these tangerines, I shall overlook your past actions, provided you no longer assist Pei Luobai. Pei family. At noon, Zhao Shi had specifically summoned Qian Gu to join the old matriarch for lunch. In just one day, Jiang Lingyue had grasped the dynamics of the marquisate. The old matriarch held the highest authority. Not only did she have to win over Pei Luobai's heart, but she also needed to keep the old matriarch content. Thus, she personally prepared a dish of angelica and lamb soup for the old matriarch and Zhao Shi. As she served the soup, Qian Gu, following her instructions, proudly presented a piece of osmanthus cake to the old matriarch. Great-grandmother, you must try this. It's delicious. The old matriarch appeared momentarily dazed, her gaze drifting from Jiang Lingyue to Qian Gu, fixating on him. Did not Master Mo say that it was Jiang Lingyue who offended her? Then who could it be? Clearly, it was Qian Gu, who had returned with them. Chapter 18. Let her return on her own. Seeing the old lady remain silent and motionless, Qian Gu tugged at her sleeve and shook it a few times. Great-grandmother, why do you ignore Qian Gu? At that moment, Jiang Lingyue brought over a bowl of soup. With a sudden motion, Qian Gu pulled the old lady's sleeve, causing her hand to tremble. The steaming bowl of mutton soup spilled onto the back of the old lady's hand, instantly turning it a fiery red, and she could not suppress a cry of pain. The delicate porcelain bowl shattered on the floor, scattering into pieces. The old lady, mother, great-grandmother, everyone was startled, and Jiang Lingyue was particularly flustered. While Qianguo burst into tears from fright. Mama Kong had twisted her ankle the night before, and Mama Song hurriedly fetched ice to apply to the old lady's hand. "Grandmother, what has happened?" Just then, Pei Luobai strode in, his face already grim, and upon seeing the commotion and Qianguo in tears, his expression darkened further. "Luobai, why did you return alone?" Upon his arrival, the old lady, forgetting her pain, stretched her neck to glance behind him. "Where's Gigi? Did she not come back with you?" Zhao Shi looked puzzled as well. They had all been busy in the back courtyard attending to Master Mo when that morning and had not paid attention to the front. Jiang Lingyue, wishing to express concern, found herself unable to reach the front courtyard and silently inquired with her eyes. "Didn't you return with Gu Nanzhi?" Pei Luobai first glanced at Qianguo, noticing he was merely frightened, then solemnly replied, "She did not wait for me and returned on her own." Zhao Shi gasped in shock. "What?" Then she began to complain loudly. Gigi is becoming increasingly outrageous. Last night, she brazenly turned Luobai away at the door. Has she forgotten that this is the Cheng'an Marquis' residence and not her Gu family? Today, she even dared to leave Luobai behind and return alone. Isn't that inviting scandal for him? The old lady's hand burned painfully, and though she remained composed in expression, her thoughts wandered to another matter. Her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Qianguo. She had fallen down the steps perfectly well last night, and today she had burned her hand. Could it be? This thought surfaced, but she quickly suppressed it. Qianguo was Luobai's blood. It could not be. It could not be. Old lady. Qianguo did not mean to. Jiang Lingyue, somewhat fearful, hurried to comfort Qianguo and coaxed him to apologize to the old lady. "I'm sorry, great-grandmother. I didn't mean it." With red-rimmed eyes, Qianguo timidly gazed at the old lady, who, despite her immense anger, found it dissipating. She gently embraced Qianguo, saying, "Do not be afraid, great-grandmother is fine." Then she began to speak of Gu Nanzhi, remarking that Gigi was becoming increasingly willful. Does she think that no one in the Marquis' residence can manage her? Luobai is the head of the household. How can she show such disrespect to her husband? One wonders where her sense of virtue has gone. The old lady had harbored dissatisfaction towards her since last night, believing that once she married into the Marquis' residence, she should prioritize the family's interests above all else. Jiang Lingyue secretly rejoiced. The more mistakes Gu Nanzhi made, the better. However, she dared not take advantage of the situation to further provoke the old lady, lest she irritate her. "Luobai, what do you plan to do?" The old lady did not perceive this as a significant issue. After all, the matter of adopting a child was primarily concerning the Pei family. Even if Gigi's father and brothers opposed it, they had no right to interfere. If Gigi wished to be considered the matriarch of their family, then Qianguo was a matter they must acknowledge. She had previously believed that Gigi was quite sensible, but now it seemed otherwise, and she felt it necessary to reprimand her properly. Before Pei Luobai could speak, Zhao Shi suggested, "Why not let Luobai go fetch Gigi? The auspicious day for Qianguo's adoption is in 3 days. There are many matters that require attention." Pei Luobai remained silent, unwilling to respond. Why should he bow his head? From the beginning, it was Gu Nanzhi who had pursued him without restraint. Now she wanted to put on airs before him. Expecting him to coax and indulge her, she ought to consider whether she was worthy of such treatment. In contrast, Jiang Lingyue was gentle and sensible. How could he not cherish her? "No need," the old lady replied firmly. "She does not even care for Luobai's dignity. Why should we concern ourselves with her pride? Once she is married into the Pei family, she is one of us in life and in death. Can she not return on her own? Let her come back by herself." Pei Luobai agreed with this sentiment, since she was the one who eagerly insisted on marrying into the Marquis' residence. Any grievances she bore were her own doing. They all firmly believed that even if Pei Luobai did not go to fetch her, Gu Nanzhi would inevitably return by afternoon. However, to their surprise, by the time dinner was served, Gu Nanzhi had still not returned. "Gigi is truly out of line," the old lady fumed, slamming her chopsticks down onto the table, inadvertently aggravating her burn and nearly crying out in pain. Zhao Shi also wore a displeased expression, lamenting that how could a matriarch be absent at night? Clearly, she had been raised without a mother's guidance, lacking even this basic understanding of propriety. Pei Luobai had not anticipated that Gu Nanzhi would dare to remain absent, Was she waiting for him to fetch her? What if he refused to go? Would she continue to stay away? Jiang Lingyue attended to Qian Gu'er, concealing her amusement while maintaining a gentle and composed demeanor. Old lady, madam, please do not be angry. If your health is compromised, what shall we do? The young lady may simply be homesick and inadvertently forgetful of the household rules. When she returns tomorrow, she will surely come to apologize to both you and madam. Her words only serve to inflame the old lady's ire further. Luo Bai, you are not to go and fetch her, do you hear? I shall see when she intends to return. I do not believe she dares to stay away any longer. Chapter 19. Go now in the evening. Gu Nanzhi dined with her father, brothers, sister-in-law, and young nephew. The family gathered around a table, sharing laughter and joy, particularly the 3-year-old nephew whose innocent words sparked hearty laughter among them. Gu Nanzhi could scarcely recall the last time she had laughed so freely. It felt as if a lifetime had passed. A flicker of self-mockery crossed her eyes. Wasn't this life delightful? Why had she allowed herself to be diminished, to grovel at others' feet, ultimately leading to such an unfortunate fate? On the way back to her room, Xia Ling and Xiu Xi expressed their concerns, repeatedly asking, Miss, can we really not return? Will the old lady and madam hold it against us? Gu Nanzhi wrapped her fox fur cloak tighter and raised her gaze to the icicles hanging from the eaves, a cold glimmer reflecting in her eyes. That is their concern, not ours. I have been too compliant with them. Xia Ling and Xiu Xi paused, taken aback by her words. The room was filled with the sweet fragrance of oranges, which lifted Gu Nanzhi's spirits. After washing her hands, she lazily reclined on the soft couch, peeling an orange without even removing the pith, savoring it in small bites, resembling a cat dozing in the sun. On a whim, she asked Xia Ling to toss a couple of oranges into the charcoal brazier, for roasted oranges offered a unique flavor. Xia Ling and Xiu Xi exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Earlier in the afternoon, the young lady had vehemently rejected the oranges sent by the Prime Minister, exclaiming that a mere basket of oranges could not buy her affection. Moments later, however, she found herself circling the basket, muttering that she would only eat one. Eventually, it became quite a sight. Had they not intervened, she might have skipped dinner altogether. As night fell, Xia returned home, casually tossing off his cloak. Before he could inquire, Huitsun remarked, My lord, shall we send the remaining basket of honey oranges to the palace? Xia was taken aback, raising his eyes in surprise. Who said they were to be sent to the palace? You seem to be more in charge than I am. Should I start addressing you as my lord? Huitsun's expression stiffened, and he quickly bowed. This subordinate does not dare. The journey from Yeyang to the capital was swift, yet took nearly half a month for a round trip. The master had initially arranged for water transport, but after that failed, he switched to land routes, working day and night to bring back these 2 baskets of oranges, each one meticulously cleaned. Wasn't it intended for the palace? Having tended to his injury, Xia picked up an orange, rolling it in his hand, a soft light gleaming in his eyes as he casually asked, Did that lady enjoy the apology gift I sent? Beneath the surface, he was tense, hoping she would indeed appreciate it. Huitsun felt a twinge of worry. He had always known his master was somewhat peculiar, but he had not anticipated it had escalated to this level, spying on the lady from her rooftop just to ascertain her feelings about his gift. How could he force her to like it if she didn't? Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? Xia mused, enveloped in the dim candlelight, narrowing his eyes with a smile. That depends on whether you wish to live longer or meet an early demise. Huitsun shuddered, understanding the implication, and then animatedly recounted Gu Nanzhi could never have imagined that while she clutched Gu Nanshan, weeping and calling for a doctor, a figure lurked on the rooftop. After Huitsun finished speaking, he noticed Xian's lack of reaction, prompting a sense of unease within him. Their master was indeed formidable, but his countenance could be quite intimidating. How was it that this lady appeared so fearful of him? Xian dismissed Huitsun with a wave, not even raising his eyes. Once alone, he retrieved the handkerchief Gu Nanzhi had given him, gently caressing it with a bitter smile. Is this how you think of me? The following day, chaos erupted in the Pei household. The managing matrons congregated in front of the Lanyue pavilion, clamoring loudly to see Gu Nanzhi. Upon learning she was absent, they caused a ruckus before the old lady. What should we do, madam? The young lady is not here, and we have no one to provide the silver for the accounts. Surely, we cannot all starve. With the ancestral hall ceremony for adopting a son approaching, they needed to prepare the necessary documents. The cacophony of voices overwhelmed the old lady, who had long enjoyed a quiet life and was unaccustomed to the commotion. She ordered Mama Song to retrieve silver from her private stash to appease the matrons, grumbling at the thought of spending nearly 100 taels in just a day. Deepening her resentment towards Gu Nanzhi. Sipping tea to calm her nerves, the old lady assumed Gu Nanzhi would return shortly. During these 2 days of her absence, Jiang Lingyue had taken the opportunity to serve the old lady, massaging her shoulders and back, knowing how to placate her. The old lady took a sip of tea, tossed it aside in frustration, and pointed at Mama Song. Go see if Luo Bai has returned. Last night, Pei Luo Bai personally wrote the invitations and left early to deliver them. As the biological father of Qian, it was already a concession for him to adopt the boy. And on the day of the ceremony, it must be a grand affair, ensuring no one looked down upon Qian. He returned close to noon. Did something happen? Was it not smooth? The old lady inquired, noticing his dispirited demeanor. Jiang Lingyue's heart raced with concern, watching him intently. Zhao Shi was carefree. What could possibly happen from merely delivering a few invitations? Luo Bai must simply be fatigued. Pei Luo Bai took a sip of tea, offering a wry smile. If only that were the case. He looked up at the old lady and asked, Grandmother, I visited the Duke of Dinghua, the Marquis of Weiyuan, and the Duke of Songhua, but I wasn't even granted entry. Has it always been like this for the past few years? Now you understand the hardships of the household. The old lady remarked, lifting her gaze slightly. For these past years, Gigi has managed everything. Her brothers are influential in the court. And with her deliberate concealment of troubles, only good news has been reported, all to maintain the dignity of the Marquisate. I merely chose to remain ignorant. Pei Luo Bai murmured. The emperor has not punished the Marquisate. How could it come to this? Unresolved matters breed anxiety. The old lady paused, taking a deep breath. Tomorrow is the day of the ancestral ceremony. Luo Bai, go fetch Gigi back. Go now. Chapter 20. If Gigi has thoughts of divorce grandmother. Pei Luo Bai wished to say something more. The old lady interrupted him sternly, on the day of the adoption. Do you want everyone to witness the ridicule of the Ho residence? A shadow of darkness swept across her murky eyes. It was true that Gigi was easy to manipulate, yet her family was exceedingly difficult to deal with. Although the matter of adopting a child was a concern for the Pei family, it ultimately touched upon Gigi's interests. Luo Bai's abandonment of Gigi at the wedding had already displeased her family, and now he had left her to return alone, which was utterly inappropriate. However, it was too late to speak on this matter now. Pei Luo Bai understood that addressing this situation would not be simple, but he thought that calming her down with a few kind words would suffice. After all, didn't she desire his comfort? Little did he expect that upon arriving at the Gu family's entrance, he would be stopped by their servants, who refused him entry regardless of his protests. You better open your eyes wide and see clearly. I am your son-in-law, the heir of the Chengyan Marquisate, Pei Luo Bai. Who do you think you are to block me? Step aside at once. His face was dark with anger, practically oozing with fury. What son-in-law? I am unaware of such a title. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Gu Nanzhi emerged, clad in a dark cloak, wearing a sardonic smile as he regarded Pei Luo Bai. Oh, I see you have met my brother. Pei Luo Bai quickly suppressed his anger and stepped forward to pay his respects. Gu Nanzhi sidestepped, leaving Luo Bai to bow to thin air. His expression stiffened. Brother, where is Gigi? I have come to take her home. Gu Nanzhi ignored him, his demeanor distant and cold, circling around him twice before feigning sudden realization. Oh, so you are the scoundrel who abandoned Gigi alone at the wedding. With that, he struck Pei Luo Bai squarely in the face. The force sent him staggering, nearly falling to the ground, a metallic taste filling his mouth. Pei Luo Bai had never endured such humiliation, and he had never held Gu Nanzhi in high regard. This disgrace was for her sake. Eyes reddened with fury. He glared at Gu Nanzhi, omitting the term brother from his address. Gu Nanzhi, do not go too far. Is this excessive? Given your treatment of Gigi, do you not think my response is quite lenient? This is what you owe her. Gu Nanzhi was not in the mood for reasoned discourse. Although Pei Luo Bai had seen battle, his skills were no match for Gu Nanzhi, who landed each punch precisely where it hurt. In a matter of moments, Pei Luo Bai was brought to the ground, and the servants dared not intervene. Lying on the ground in pain, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, Pei Luo Bai heard Gu Nanzhi's mocking laughter. I hear you wish to adopt a child. What business do you have adopting a child at such a young age? Do not speak to me of righteousness. Are you worthy? Let me guess. Is this not a child you fathered outside of marriage? As two servants helped Pei Luo Bai to his feet, Gu Nanzhi's words struck a chord of dread within him. He struggled to maintain his composure. Could it be that they had uncovered something? No, that was impossible. This matter was highly confidential, and the only person who knew was already. Yes, he must be trying to deceive him. What did this imply? It suggested that they were already suspicious of him. Was it because of their suspicions that they had not allowed Gu Nanzhi to return? In the blink of an eye, Pei Luobai's mind raced through myriad thoughts. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, noting that such highborn families placed great importance on the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. How could they allow a child of lesser birth to be adopted into the legitimate line? Who would believe there were no ulterior motives? Certainly, I would not. For were I in their position, I would never entertain such a notion. Could it be that this child is the heir's? After all, having been at the border for 6 years, it would not be unusual for him to have fathered a child. Listening to their comments, Pei Luobai's face paled. If only Gu Nanshan's suspicions were the only concern, there would always be a way to resolve it. Once he had pacified Gu Nanzhi, all issues would be effortlessly dispelled. However, with the masses swayed by gossip, the fabricated could easily become truth. Furthermore, he must appear pitiful, akin to Do-e. Brother, you wrong me. Qian Guer is my half-brother's child. He is an orphan, and out of pity for him, I thought to adopt him in memory of my half-brother, who perished for our country. If he were truly your child, would there be a need for adoption at all? Who do you think you are fooling with such a tale? Do you believe they will buy this? Gu Nanshan retorted coldly, his words sharp as he confronted Pei Luobai. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, their gazes filled with skepticism towards Pei Luobai, as if to say they did not believe him at all. Pei Luobai felt a surge of panic. If this matter could not be resolved today, everyone would seize upon Qian Guer's status. And even if he managed to adopt him successfully, suspicions would linger regarding his legitimacy. Brother, do you intend to push me to this extent? He lamented, his face a mask of sorrow. Gathering his resolve, he clenched his teeth and confessed, indeed, there lies some hidden truth in this matter. Upon hearing this, the crowd leaned in, intrigued. Pei Luobai suppressed his voice, speaking slowly, because I was injured on the battlefield, it is feared I may never pass on my lineage. Thus, I had the thought of adopting Qian Guer. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Their gazes shifted towards Pei Luobai, their expressions transformed. He cannot continue the family line. Then he is akin to Pei Gonggong. He staggered, overwhelmed with guilt, and bowed towards Gu Nanshan. Brother, deceiving Ji was my fault. It was just too difficult to disclose such a sensitive issue. Should Ji wish to part ways with me, I am willing to grant her that. Chapter 21. Do you acknowledge your mistakes? Pei Luobai spoke with utmost sincerity and a humble demeanor, his face marred by injuries. The surrounding onlookers, who had previously scorned him, now found their perspectives shifting, realizing the Gu family's overwhelming aggressiveness. Was it not justifiable for someone to become Pei Gonggong, to adopt a child, and continue the family lineage in the name of safeguarding the nation? Meanwhile, Gu Nanshan radiated disapproval. He gazed at Pei Luobai's feigned display of remorse, scoffing inwardly at the absurdity of his claims about being wounded in battle. Who would believe such a tale? And now, with Ji contemplating separation, he would gladly facilitate it. What a farce. His supposed sacrifice for the country only served to highlight Ji's impending decision to part ways with him, rendering their past affections a mere jest in the eyes of others. A single word from the masses could drown her in scorn. If he truly wished for separation, he would not resort to such tactics. He was nothing but a selfish scoundrel. With his words today, should Ji contemplate leaving him, she would face public derision, as he sought to obliterate her chances of retreat, compelling her to return with him. Luobai, my brother is unaware. Today is all my fault. I seek your forgiveness. And unless you grant it, I shan't rise. Was it not merely a performance? In the public eye, Gu Nanshan's eyes glistened with emotion, his guilt almost palpable as he retreated a step, bowing deeply. Now, it was Pei Luobai who found himself in a precarious position, feeling increasingly choked. Moments ago, he had been dismissed, and now he was being addressed as brother, a clear attempt to leverage elder status against him. Would he dare to declare he could not forgive? This beating had been in vain, tarnishing his reputation and leaving him with a sense of deep frustration. In front of so many witnesses, he could only assist Gu Nanshan, replying, Brother, your words are excessive. Your Highness, you jest. Just then, Gu Nanzhi arrived gracefully, draped in a pristine white cloak with a broad-brimmed hat. Her porcelain-like face partially concealed by the rabbit fur, her voice melodious as she addressed the crowd, who in Kyoto does not know of my unwavering affection for His Highness. I have waited in solitude for 6 long years, my feelings unaltered. I beseech you, do not mention separation again. Her eyes, veiled in frost, conveyed her disdain for the very notion of parting, realizing that all the benefits had accrued to him. Did he think her a fool? Sunlight filtered through, casting a silver lining upon her skirt, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Pei Luobai, captivated, felt a stir within him and, with a hoarse voice, declared, Ji, I speak from the heart. I am willing to support you. Should you wish to separate your highness, do you wish for me to end my life before you? As a testament? Gu Nanzhi retorted, her gaze resolute. I am willing to accompany you in nurturing Qian Gu'er, ensuring the continuation of the Ho family line. The crowd murmured in admiration for the virtuous conduct of the future lady, questioning how many women could exhibit such nobility. Gu Nanzhi's actions served as a paragon for women everywhere. Ji Pei Luobai feigned overwhelming emotion, knowing he needed to leverage her family's influence. Certainly, he would not be foolish enough to part ways with Gu Nanzhi. His words served to dispel suspicions surrounding Qian Gu'er and to coerce Gu Nanzhi into returning with him. Most importantly, he desired no further interaction with her. And this excuse was the only means to quell his grandmother's concerns. Gu Nanzhi offered a courteous bow to Gu Nanshan and gently took her leave before addressing Pei Luobai. Your Highness, it is bitterly cold outside. Let us return. Concealed within her eyes was a hint of mockery. She had anticipated enduring at least 2 days. Yet he could not bear to wait even a single day to fetch her. Fortunately, her objective had been fulfilled. She intended for Pei Luobai to publicly declare those sentiments, as she did not wish for him to set foot in her quarters again. Both needed this pretext to appease the old matriarch. Xia Ling and Qiu Xi assisted her into the carriage. Pei Luobai, bowing to Gu Nanshan, followed closely behind. Once inside, his demeanor darkened. Casting a cold glance at Gu Nanzhi, are you satisfied now? Gu Nanzhi replied with a smile, Is your Highness displeased? Or perhaps you do not wish for me to return? If so, I shall disembark. She turned to instruct the driver to halt, feigning to rise. Gu Nanzhi, have you had your fun? Forcing me to disclose my vulnerabilities before the public, subjecting me to ridicule. What more do you desire? Is this your expression of devotion? Pei Luobai, wincing from his injuries, glared at her, grasping her wrist forcefully, compelling her to sit. Gu Nanzhi gazed at him with calm waters. Oh, I see now that I misjudged your Highness. I assumed your words were born of guilt. You Pei Luobai faltered, realizing that the Ho family still could not sever ties with Gu Nanzhi. Softening his tone, he implored, Ji, I acknowledge my errors. Let the past remain in the past. Shall we not start anew? I vow not to disappoint you. His eyes brimmed with tenderness as he reached for her hand. Gu Nanzhi, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealed her disdain as she subtly evaded his grasp, glancing aside. Did he believe she was still of use, compelling him to lower himself to placate her? From Pei Luobai's perspective, he observed her downcast gaze and flushed cheeks, scoffing inwardly at her gullibility. A few words from him sufficed to win her over. Little did he realize that Gu Nanzhi's complexion was simply sensitive to the cold. Before they could return, news of the incident at the Gu family's entrance reached the old matriarch. Upon learning of Pei Luobai's public humiliation, she trembled with rage. Slamming her hand upon the table, what audacity from the Gu family! This is intolerable. Yet, her greatest concern lay with Pei Luobai's hidden ailment. Zhao Shi was aware of the nature of this ailment and wept silently, uncertain of the severity of Luobai's injuries. Jiang Lingyue was all too familiar with the situation. His words served him well, preventing the old matriarch from pressuring him into consummating the marriage with Gu Nanzhi. Holding Qian Gu'er close, she dabbed her eyes with a silk handkerchief, lamenting the future lady's negligence. If it were me, I would rather perish than allow the prince to suffer even the slightest harm. The old matriarch glanced at her, remaining silent. If Luobai were truly injured, Qian Gu'er would become his only heir, ultimately benefiting her. At that moment, a servant entered to announce that Pei Luobai and Gu Nanzhi had returned. The old matriarch's voice rose sharply. Call them in. I must see what Gu Nanzhi intends. Does she mean to drive Luobai to his demise? Gu Nanzhi followed closely behind Pei Luobai as they entered Songshaodang, only to have a teacup filled with hot tea crash at her feet. The old matriarch glared at her. Gu Nanzhi, do you acknowledge your mistakes? Chapter 22. Split in two. Grandmother. Ji has realized her mistakes. I have already spoken to her on the way, and she promises not to err again. Please, grandmother, spare her this time. Pei Luobai feigned innocence as he stood before her, casting a significant glance at the old lady. Previously, he had been too naive to comprehend the gravity of the situation, foolishly believing that everything had been resolved. Now, he was willing to placate Gu Nanzhi. The old lady looked at him in astonishment, wondering what had caused this change of heart. Seeing the injuries on her precious grandson's face, her anger surged. Luobai, let me see where you are hurt. Zhao Shi glared fiercely at Gu Nanzhi, rushing forward to grasp Pei Luobai, inspecting him closely, her eyes nearly bulging with concern. Jiang Linghua stood nearby, cradling Qian Gu'er in her arms, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at him. However, after a fleeting glance, she quickly lowered her head. Gu Nanzhi had been in the Marquis's residence for 6 years, and this was the first time the old lady had expressed her wrath towards her. In the past, such an outburst would have deeply saddened her, but now, she felt indifferent. With her head bowed and demeanor docile, it was difficult to discern her emotions. Grandmother, the granddaughter-in-law acknowledges her faults. It was my capriciousness that led to this situation, and such temperament is indeed unfit to manage the household. I hope grandmother will grant me this concession. Both the old lady and Zhao Shi were taken aback. What? She wishes to relinquish control of the household? They recalled how Luobai had caused a scene during the wedding banquet, compelling the old lady to take command to quell the anger between Gu Nanzhi and the Gu family, who would willingly hand over household authority to a novice bride. Now, her willingness to surrender such power was indeed a welcome development. Thus, Gu Nanzhi relinquished her authority over the household. Upon returning to Lanyue Pavilion, Xia Ling was in a state of agitation. Miss, how could you give up control of the household? With the heir's return, the old lady's attitude towards you is deteriorating by the day. If the heir takes a concubine and has children, will there be any place left for you in the Marquis's residence? Gu Nanzhi remained unperturbed, smiling gently at Xiao Xi. What do you think? Xiao Xi replied with a laugh. I believe it is high time for the miss to pass on this troublesome burden. As Gu Nanzhi adjusted her incense, she smiled softly. Indeed, I should have discarded this mess long ago, and furthermore, I ought to settle accounts with them. No one understood the state of the Marquis's residence better than she did. While it appeared resplendent from the outside, internally it was riddled with issues. By the 2nd year of her marriage, it had become unsustainable. Over the years, she had used her dowry to support it and had exhausted every means to earn money, merely to maintain its superficial grandeur. It was time to let them face the consequences. As Gu Nanzhi departed, the old lady immediately seized Pei Luobai, inquiring about his injuries. Grandmother, it is the fault of your unfilial grandson. This matter is difficult to disclose, and I hope you will forgive me. Pei Luobai cupped his hands in apology, casting a glance at Jiang Linghua. After all, he had never intended to touch Gu Nanzhi. This excuse could serve him well, so why not take advantage of it? Zhao Shi promptly summoned the house physician. Seeing him battered and bruised, she loathed Gu Nanzhi even more, feeling that she had stripped away even the basic dignity. She scolded angrily. Oh, that wretched little harlot. Her heart is too wicked. She seeks to take my son's life. The old lady remained silent, her face stern, with anger boiling in her murky eyes like rolling storm clouds. With her son gone, her grandson was her sole hope. How dare they inflict such harm upon him? She vowed to extract every injury from Gu Nanzhi. No, to exact double the toll. To avoid alarming Qian Gu'er, Jiang Linghua ordered someone to take him away. She stayed by Pei Luobai's side, silently shedding tears. Once the physician departed, she nearly crumbled, her face filled with anguish as she extended her hand toward him. My lord, if it pains you, bite my wrist. I wish I could endure this suffering in your stead, along with the disdainful words of others. It was rare for her to address Pei Luobai in such a manner. Noticing the old lady and Zhao Shi's intensified anger, she restrained her smile, subtly reminding them of Pei Luobai's status. He was the heir of the Marquis's residence, yet he had suffered such humiliation and uttered words that belittled himself, inviting ridicule. How could they not resent Gu Nanzhi? The old lady looked up at her. Though she despised Jiang Linghua, Pei Luobai was her only grandson. With Gu Nanzhi's years of diligent efforts, it was not easy to discern the current state of affairs. Soon, the day of the ancestral worship arrived. The old lady had arranged a significant event, bustling with activity throughout the Marquis's residence. Unfortunately, none of their desired guests attended. Only the Pei family relatives came, as they depended on the Marquis's favor to survive. Both the old lady and Zhao Shi were dressed elegantly, but their displeasure was evident as they encountered familiar faces from their clan. Pei Luobai felt the hardships of the Marquis' residence acutely. Jiang Lingyue was equally taken aback by the family's decline. Qian Guer was dressed festively, wearing a red silk outfit complemented by a white fox fur cloak, resembling a charming figure from a New Year painting. The Pei family relatives praised him, and the old lady and Zhao Shi felt a sense of pride. Gu Nanzhi, however, was not one to provoke them over trivial matters. Traditionally, she wore modest attire, but today she donned a striking crimson dress, draped in white fox fur. Her makeup exquisite and carrying an air of undeniable nobility. Standing beside Pei Luobai, she radiated light alongside him. Jiang Lingyue glanced at them, pursing her lips, waiting. Soon enough, the person standing beside Pei Luobai would be her. When the auspicious hour arrived for the ancestral worship, only Gu Nanshan showed up. Despite their unwillingness, the old lady and Zhao Shi had to greet him with smiles. Qian Guer first performed the kneeling ceremony before Gu Nanzhi and Pei Luobai, calling them father and mother. Pei Luobai bestowed upon him the name Pei Zhi Qian and presented him with a personal seal as a gift for their first meeting. Gu Nanzhi gifted him a jade rui, wishing him a future filled with smooth sailing and all his desires fulfilled. The old lady and Zhao Shi nodded in approval, recognizing the auspicious meaning behind her thoughtful gesture. The only one displeased was Jiang Lingyue, whose heart ached at hearing her child call another woman mother. Next came the homage to the Pei family's ancestors. Pei Luobai guided Qian Guer, who performed the ritual with great earnestness. He knelt on the mat, lifting his robe, and with a youthful voice said, "Ninth generation descendant Pei Zhi Qian pays homage to the ancestors." Suddenly, without warning, the central ancestral tablet cracked cleanly in two. Chapter 23. He cannot leave me. The crowd looked up in astonishment, for it was the ancestral tablet of the old Marquis that had split. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that the ancestors do not acknowledge young Qian? The child, still innocent and unaware, gasped in fear, hiding behind Pei Luobai and clutching his sleeve tightly. "Father." Jiang Lingyue was paralyzed with fear, her complexion draining of color. Her lips trembling uncontrollably, panic etched in her eyes. How could this happen? What would become of her Qian? She instinctively glanced at the old matriarch, who appeared frozen in shock, her murky eyes filled with terror. She clutched Mama Song's hand so tightly that it contorted in pain, leaving Mama Song speechless. Zhao Shi pressed her hand against her chest, staggering back a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Although Pei Luobai did not believe in spirits, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. His brow furrowed as he held Qian without uttering a word. Gu Nanzhi slightly raised her eyes, her brow furrowing as she observed the expressions of those around her. Upon seeing Qian's bewildered face, a glint of sharpness flashed in her almond-shaped eyes. She was eager to see if Qian, having lost the old matriarch's favor, could still thrive in the Marquis' residence. Pei Luobai stepped forward to offer some placating remarks. Yet the thoughts of the onlookers diverged. The old matriarch had even ordered the preparations for a celebratory feast, but alas, what should have been a joyous reunion ended abruptly. The old matriarch, filled with trepidation, returned to Songshaotang, feeling utterly dejected throughout the afternoon. The once festive atmosphere of the estate had turned oppressive. After soothing Qian to sleep, Jiang Lingyue collapsed in Pei Luobai's embrace. Weeping, "What should we do, brother? Will the old matriarch no longer care for Qian? How could such a well-intentioned tablet suddenly crack? Someone must be scheming behind the scenes. I know it must be Gu Nanzhi." Pei Luobai, ever watchful when it came to Qian, had meticulously examined the ancestral tablet and found no sign of tampering. He gently reassured Jiang Lingyue, "My dear Yuer, do not overthink it. This is merely an unfortunate incident. I have spoken to grandmother. She will not dwell on it. Qian is the only young one in this household. Who else could she favor?" Jiang Lingyue clutched Pei Luobai's sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with malice. Besides Gu Nanzhi, who else could possibly harm her Qian? Why would Pei Luobai not believe her? She vowed to not let Gu Nanzhi off easily. As night fell, the old matriarch regained some composure. Noticing she had hardly touched her dinner, Gu Nanzhi visited Songshaotang, bringing a freshly prepared calming incense. Being aware of the old matriarch's aversion to the tablet incident, she patiently comforted her. "Grandmother, I believe this is a good omen. Surely, it signifies that grandfather is watching over us. The old tablet has broken, which means it must be replaced. This heralds a new chapter for our Marquis, a transformation back to its former glory." Upon learning that Gu Nanzhi was at Songshaotang, Jiang Lingyue feared she might poison the old matriarch's thoughts and urged Pei Luobai to hurry over. When he arrived, he overheard Gu Nanzhi's words and, while feeling reassured, couldn't help but think Jiang Lingyue was being overly petty. Grandmother, Ji is correct. You must think positively. The future of the Marquisate relies on Qian, he said, stepping forward and noticing the softness in Gu Nanzhi's gaze. As long as she genuinely cared for Qian, he was willing to indulge her further. Gu Nanzhi lowered her eyes to avoid his gaze and turned to light the calming incense she had crafted for the old matriarch. This incense was limited, enough for only 3 nights, as 2 of its ingredients were highly volatile. Once lit, the old matriarch quickly fell asleep. After tucking her in, Gu Nanzhi rose to leave. Has Qian settled down? Was he frightened? She glanced towards Qian's room with concern. Pei Luobai, aware of Jiang Lingyue's reluctance for Qian to grow close to Gu Nanzhi, allowed her to have her way. Although Qian was clearly still awake, he told Gu Nanzhi he had already fallen asleep. Gu Nanzhi understood his intent. She received a food box from Xiaoling, saying, "This is the first time I am playing the role of a mother, and I am uncertain how to do it well. This afternoon, I took the liberty of preparing some pastries for Qian, since he is already asleep. Please take them to him." Her sincerity warmed Pei Luobai's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless as he accepted the box. Gu Nanzhi nodded, bowing slightly to Pei Luobai before turning to leave. As he watched her silhouette fade into the night, he suddenly called out, "Ji. The doctor mentioned there is a 20 to 30% chance of my recovery." The moment he uttered those words, he was taken aback himself. Gu Nanzhi was momentarily stunned, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement before merging into the shadows, her eyes glinting with derision. Did he truly believe she was unaware of his condition? Jiang Lingyue had already informed her. They were inseparable, after all. The next day, Jiang Lingyue brought Qian to pay her respects. Indeed, she was now his rightful mother and had many duties to fulfill. "Get up, my dear child," Gu Nanzhi warmly urged, pulling Qian up and instructing Xiaoling to fetch the freshly made sweets while asking Qiu Xi to open a nearby chest. "Look, my dear, these are gifts prepared by your mother." Initially shy, Qian's hesitation vanished upon seeing the chest brimming with delightful treasures. He rushed over, examining every item with uncontainable excitement. Jiang Lingyue stood to the side, her hands clenched in jealousy, nearly driven to madness. At that moment, Gu Nanzhi turned her head, noticing Jiang Lingyue's tense posture, a smile flickering in her eyes. "Why do you find it so difficult to endure? You should leave now. Let Qian stay with me this morning. You may return for him after lunch." Jiang Lingyue's gaze shot up, but before she could respond, Xiaoling's stern voice cut through. "Those from the countryside truly lack manners. Are you deaf? Did you not hear the lady of the house asking you to leave? What are you still doing here, waiting for someone to drag you out?" Jiang Lingyue was taken aback. "I did not intend to defy the lady of the house. I simply raised Qian myself, and he cannot bear to part from me." Chapter 24. Rumors truly. You possess no sense of decorum, daring to refer to yourself as I for the lady of the air. Since you have entered this marquis residence, you are but a servant to all masters, and in the presence of the lady, you may only address yourself as a maid. Do you understand? Qiu Xi, unlike Xiaoling, spoke with a calm, cool tone, her words measured and deliberate. This admonition caused Jiang Lingyue's face to pale in an instant. She anxiously clutched her sleeves, filled with bitterness. I understand, my lady." Gu Nanzhi gestured for the two to withdraw, a light laugh escaping her lips. "You know, Qian Gu cannot be separated from you, but that is merely a thing of the past. He is now my son, and I am his rightful mother. Please do not forget your place. You are merely his wet nurse. When he grows older, do you think he will still need you?" Jiang Lingyue felt a sharp pang in her chest, unable to meet Gu Nanzhi's gaze, slowly lowering her head. However, "Qian Gu, come over here." Gu Nanzhi smiled and beckoned to Qian Gu. "Mother." Qian Gu, clutching a small bamboo tiger, ran joyfully to her side. Gu Nanzhi lifted him onto her lap, gently asking, "Would you like to stay and play with your mother this morning?" With the little tiger in hand, Qian Gu's eyes wandered to a large chest filled with intriguing toys. He glanced back at Jiang Lingyue, recalling how both his father and great-grandmother encouraged him to grow close to his mother. Surely, it would be fine for him to stay, especially since he would return home in the afternoon. Thus, he grinned and nodded, "I would like to." Gu Nanzhi was hardly surprised by his answer. No one knew Qian Gu's preferences better than she. "Did you hear that?" She cast a glance at Jiang Lingyue. As Jiang Lingyue opened her mouth to speak, Gu Nanzhi coolly interjected, "You may leave now." With no choice, Jiang Linghua departed. Watching her despondent figure fade away, Gu Nanzhi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She believed Killed Gu belonged to her, that Pei Luobai was hers, and that the Marquis residence was also hers. What if she were to take it all? One by one. With a heavy heart, Jiang Linghua left the Lanhua Pavilion, making her way directly to Pei Luobai's study. As Killed Gu's wet nurse and the only heir in the household, everyone afforded her a measure of respect, allowing her to pass unhindered. How absurd. What brings you here? Pei Luobai's displeasure was evident upon seeing Jiang Linghua in his study. Killed Gu, the lady of the heir has kept Killed Gu in Lanhua Pavilion. I fear she may pose a threat to him. Please, I beg you to check on him. Killed Gu is my heart and soul, and if anything were to happen to him, I could not bear it. Upon seeing Pei Luobai, Jiang Linghua burst into tears. Her sobs both tragic and beautiful, evoking a certain poignancy, reflecting on the grievances she had endured over the years. Now finding herself as nothing more than Killed Gu's wet nurse, Pei Luobai could not bring himself to speak harshly. Enough of the tears. It would not bode well to cry further. Gu Nanzhi is not that kind of person. She knows I am in poor health, and if she wishes to thrive in the Marquis residence, she must rely on Killed Gu. If she possesses any sense, she will not mistreat him. Though he said this, he could not resist Jiang Linghua's pleas and ultimately made his way to Lanhua Pavilion. Mother, look, look, my little tiger is running so fast. You lost. Killed Gu's joyous laughter echoed as Pei Luobai entered Lanhua Pavilion. Upon entering, he found Gu Nanzhi playing a game with Killed Gu. Killed Gu held the little tiger while Gu Nanzhi had a small monkey, both crafted from bamboo and cleverly designed to roll forward with a gentle push. What brings the heir here? Gu Nanzhi had anticipated Jiang Linghua's visit to Pei Luobai, and smiled as she set the monkey down and stood to have tea prepared for him. Pei Luobai observed the chest full of wondrous toys and replied with a smile. No particular reason. I merely came to see Killed Gu. Father, you're here. Mother has so many fun things. Can I stay and play? Killed Gu, believing Pei Luobai had come to take him away, pouted. Yes, you may play as long as you wish. With Pei Luobai's consent, Killed Gu turned to join the others in play, laughter filling the air alongside Xia Ling and Qiu Xi. Pei Luobai stayed only a short while before taking his leave. Upon exiting alone, Jiang Linghua rushed to meet him. Where is Killed Gu? Where? Gu Nanzhi treats Killed Gu well. You need not be so suspicious, Pei Luobai whispered, but Jiang Linghua looked at him in disbelief, her bitterness palpable. No matter how well she treated Killed Gu, could she surpass her? Pei Luobai sighed. I know you are troubled, but this was a decision we made long ago. I thought you were prepared for this. You must learn to endure. I promise it will not be for long. Once I succeed in inheriting the title, the rest remained unspoken. For 2 consecutive days, Killed Gu remained in Lanhua Pavilion, refusing to leave except to sleep at Shosong Hall. Though Jiang Linghua's heart ached, there was little she could do but focus all her energy on appeasing the old matriarch. The residents remained calm during these days. However, on the 3rd day, news of the old Marquis's tablet cracking spread like wildfire, despite Pei Luobai's orders to silence the servants present that day. Rumors abounded, some even claiming Killed Gu was a harbinger of disaster, which led their ancestors to reject him. Upon hearing these rumors, Jiang Linghua nearly choked with rage. These days, she had been restless, fearing someone would exploit this situation against Killed Gu. Old matriarch, I beseech you to protect Killed Gu. Do they not realize his true identity? I suspect someone is deliberately trying to harm him. Otherwise, how could this coincidence occur? Who in this household would go to such lengths to harm Killed Gu? She rushed to the old matriarch to voice her grievances. Having long wished to speak these words, but lacking the opportunity, the old matriarch's face darkened. Having lived for so many years, she understood the implications behind Jiang Linghua's words. They all knew Killed Gu's identity. Aside from Ji, Jiang Linghua almost revealed that it was she who sought to harm him. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Linghua before turning to Mama Song. Mama Song immediately turned to summon Gu Nanzhi, but at that moment, Xiao Ling arrived. Bowing respectfully to the old matriarch. Old matriarch, the lady of the air requests your presence in the front courtyard. Chapter 25. The flood. Gu Nanzhi not only invited the old lady, but also summoned Zhao Shi and Pei Luobai, with Jiang Linghua following the old lady to the front courtyard. By the time they arrived, the courtyard was filled with a throng of people. Nearly all the servants of the estate were present. Ji, what is the meaning of this? The old lady questioned, puzzled by the grand display. Pei Luobai and Zhao Shi were equally baffled by her intentions, as all eyes turned toward Gu Nanzhi. Her demeanor was icy, her porcelain-like face tinged with a subtle fury as she commanded that 2 buckets of water be poured onto the ground. In the midst of winter, the water froze instantly. It was evident that both her grandmother and mother had heard the rumor. Now, Qiangur is my legitimate son, a proper heir in this household. Yet they dare to slander him so brazenly. If I do not unearth the source of these rumors today, I shall not deserve the title of Qiangur's rightful mother. Her tone was frigid, revealing an unprecedented sharpness. Even the old lady and Zhao Shi had never witnessed her in such a rage. The old lady nodded in agreement. You are right. We must expose those who harmed Qiangur. Her narrowed eyes glinted with determination. In recent days, she had been troubled by matters surrounding the ancestral tablets, and whenever she closed her eyes, she recalled the scene in the ancestral hall, stirring conflicting feelings toward Qiangur. While she could entertain such thoughts, others were not afforded the same luxury. Pei Luobai, with a grim expression, declared, this matter must not be tolerated. Gu Nanzhi ordered the most vociferous of the servants to kneel on the ice, where the biting cold threatened to freeze them. The frigid wind cut like a blade, and the sensation of kneeling on the ice was unbearable. Where did you hear these absurd tales? If you confess honestly, there may be a way to escape. Otherwise, maliciously slandering your master has dire consequences. Gu Nanzhi's almond-shaped eyes shimmered with frost, and the white jade hairpin atop her head reflected a piercing light in the winter sun, rendering it difficult to gaze upon her directly. Terrified, several gossiping servants turned pale, and after a brief moment of kneeling, they could no longer endure it. They began to glance at Zhao Pozi, who was in charge of purchases, tremblingly saying, Lady of the Air, this old servant only heard it from Zhao Pozi. Gu Nanzhi slowly turned her gaze to Zhao Pozi, her expression remaining impassive yet unsettlingly captivating. Upon meeting her gaze, Zhao Pozi immediately prostrated herself, crying out in protest. For reasons unknown, Song Mama, who stood beside the old lady, flickered her eyes. Gu Nanzhi disregarded Zhao Pozi's protests and commanded her to be bound. If you refuse to speak, you shall reflect on your actions in prison. Several attendants dragged Zhao Pozi away. Lady of the Air, spare me. This old servant merely overheard a few idle remarks from Song Mama. Suddenly implicated, Song Mama's face turned ashen as she fell to her knees, exclaiming, I am wronged. No one expected that the inquiry would ultimately lead back to Song Mama, the old lady's trusted confidant, who had whispered these words into her ear. The expressions of those present shifted subtly, while Gu Nanzhi harbored a trace of amusement in her eyes. The old lady was equally taken aback by the outcome. The investigation had circled back to her. She had privately complained to Song Mama, yet never anticipated this audacious servant would betray her words. Her expression hardened. You audacious servant! How dare you malign my grandson? You must be seeking death. With a threatening glint in her eyes, Song Mama quickly changed her tune, her face contorted with regret. Old servant was merely tipsy and spoke foolishly. I realize my mistake and plead for your mercy, considering my years of service. Even if given 100 chances, she would never dare to cross the old lady. Yet, anyone with discernment understood the situation. Jiang Lingyue was equally astonished by this revelation. She was not foolish. Realizing that the words had indeed originated from the old lady herself, a most fortuitous outcome. Zhao Shi was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that the old lady harbored such thoughts. Pei Luobai had once doubted Gu Nanzhi, aware that one cannot truly know another's heart. However, he had never anticipated that it would be his grandmother who was in the know. Qiangur was her bloodline. Disappointment clouded his gaze as he looked at the old lady, his eyes filled with reproach, as if silently questioning, Grandmother, how could you do this? Gu Nanzhi had merely dealt with the others. She did not wish to involve those in the old lady's chamber. Grandmother, regarding Qiangur's reputation, I leave Song Mama's fate in your hands. I trust you will restore Qiangur's honor. Thereafter, she coldly addressed the assembly. I have thoroughly investigated the matter concerning the late Marquis's tablet. Last year, the ancestral hall experienced flooding, causing the tablet to become wet. With the harsh winter winds, it inevitably cracked, unrelated to any supernatural claims. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Qiangur again, I shall not show mercy. Having said this, she turned and departed. She needed only to vindicate herself. The rest could be left to their own squabbling, for none among them were virtuous. Pei Luobai gazed after her, his heart stirred. She indeed cared for Qiangur. The old lady dispatched Song Mama to a rural estate outside the city. The day's events resembled a farcical play. Upon returning to Shosong Hall, Pei Luobai remarked, "Grandmother, Gigi understands the need to protect Qiangur, your own great-grandson. Is this truly how you regard him? You disappoint me greatly." With that, he swept away. The old lady opened her mouth, but found no words. The tale of the flooding was sheer nonsense. The misfortune had befallen her. The pain did not touch them, hence their lightheartedness. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Lingyue refrained from appearing before the old lady. Perceiving her as a harbinger of misfortune, Gu Nanzhi closed her door and resumed her own tranquil life. That night, as was customary, Jiang Lingyue came to fetch Qiangur, who reluctantly followed her home, glancing back 3 times. "I shall return tomorrow to accompany mother." Xiaoling could not suppress a laugh, remarking, "In just a few days, Qiangur has become so attached to the young lady. When he grows up, he will surely remember her kindness." Gu Nanzhi lowered her eyelashes. "Is that so? Who knows? He may be like a wolf raised in a home. I indulge him, and naturally, he clings to me." The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon her face, and a cold smile briefly graced her lips. Today marked the 3rd day. Shosong Hall burned calming incense, and the old lady soon fell into a light slumber. In her hazy dreams, she suddenly beheld the late Marquis standing by the window, his pallid visage glaring at her with a frigid intensity, as if reproaching her. "Marquis, Marquis." No matter how she called, he remained silent, his eyes burning with anger. "Ah!" The old lady awoke with a start, turning to the window only to find the late Marquis still there. Barefoot, she rushed toward him, eager to inquire why he gazed at her in such a manner. Crash! In her haste, she knocked over the candle holder on the table. When the night watch maid discovered the scene, flames had already ignited. "The flood! Call for help!" A sudden cry shattered the tranquility of the winter night. Chapter 26. Fear. By the time Gu Nanzhi arrived at Shosong Hall, the old matriarch had already been rescued. "Grandmother, are you all right?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with suppressed mirth as she hurried forward, her expression of concern utterly genuine. The maid who had stayed up all night had fought desperately to save the old lady, who was now wrapped in a fox fur, her spirits seemingly adrift. Leaning against Mama Kong, her complexion dark and difficult to discern for injuries. The fire had yet to be extinguished. Pei Luobai and Zhao Shi had both arrived. Zhao Shi kept the illegitimate son of the household in check, never permitting Pei Zhaojiang to move freely, even amidst such a grave incident. He was not allowed to show his face. The old lady appeared to be oblivious to Zhao Shi's words, her countenance one of utter shock, murmuring indistinctly as her lips quivered slightly. "Where's Qiangur? Is Qiangur unharmed?" Suddenly, Gu Nanzhi's face morphed into one of alarm as she turned to Pei Luobai. "Qiangur is fine," Pei Luobai replied. "Mother, I am here." Jiang Lingyue stood behind Pei Luobai, cradling Qiangur, who peered out to look at Gu Nanzhi upon hearing her voice. Gu Nanzhi, still shaken, murmured, "Thank goodness Qiangur is safe." It was clear that Shosong Hall was no longer suitable for habitation. Pei Luobai decided to move the old lady to a nearby courtyard, Hepping Courtyard. When the household physician arrived, they discovered that the old lady had suffered burns on her leg. The blisters on her right calf had burst, leaving a gory sight that was painful to behold. In the past, the old lady would have cried out in pain immediately, yet today, she seemed profoundly dazed, as if bewitched. Noticing her unusual state, Pei Luobai furrowed his brows. "Grandmother, what is wrong? How could you have knocked over the candlestick?" Hearing his voice, the old lady slowly lifted her head, her gaze vacant as she stared at him. "What is wrong, great-grandmother?" At that moment, Qiangur peeked out, his innocent eyes fixed on the old lady. "Ah, do not come closer." The old lady's expression shifted, as if gripped by immense fear. Her eyes widened, and with a heart-wrenching scream, she fainted, collapsing without drawing another breath. "Qiangur." Gu Nanzhi dashed forward, cradling Qiangur in her arms, covering his ears with her hands, soothingly saying, "Do not be afraid, Qiangur. Great-grandmother is just playing with you." Her response was swifter than anyone else's. "Qiangur." Jiang Lingyue's hand froze in midair. "Grandmother, mother." The room erupted into chaos, Pei Luobai's expression a complex mix as he gazed at the old lady. "What is happening?" It was not until the physician spoke that they understood. "Madam, there is no need for concern. The old lady merely fainted from excessive fright and will regain consciousness shortly." Excessive fright? Pei Luobai's expression turned grave as he fixated on the old lady, recalling how she had called out Qiangur's name in her fainting spell. Was she afraid of Qiangur? What exactly transpired this evening? Zhao Shi was equally astonished, while Jiang Lingyue's gaze turned dark as it fell upon Gu Nanzhi. When Qianguo had first entered the household, the old lady had doted on him immensely. How could such a short time have passed for her to be frightened into unconsciousness by him? Moreover, her earlier demeanor had evidently startled Qianguo. Now, Qianguo trembled in Gu Nanzhi's embrace, tears glistening in his eyes, his small frame quivering from the fright. Jiang Lingyue's heart ached. What wrong had her Qianguo done to deserve such treatment from this old woman? She shot a resentful glance at the old lady, suppressing the venomous thoughts beneath her surface. Her gaze then shifted to Gu Nanzhi, the malice reflected in her eyes unmistakable. After a while, Qianguo fell asleep in Gu Nanzhi's arms. The old lady had not only been frightened but injured, and it was evident that someone would need to remain with her tonight. She hesitated before addressing Pei Luobai, "Your Grace. It seems Heping Courtyard has only hastily prepared a single room. The other chambers are uninhabitable." Qianguo. Before she could finish, Pei Luobai interjected. "You have worked hard these past few days. Let Qianguo stay at Lanhua Pavilion for now." Gu Nanzhi nodded in agreement, as this aligned perfectly with her intentions. In her previous life, Jiang Lingyue had used Qianguo to conspire with Pei Luobai in the front courtyard. In this life, she would not allow them to succeed. Jiang Lingyue hesitated, glancing at Pei Luobai. He had arranged everything before entering the Marquis's residence. Once she and Qianguo moved to the front courtyard, they would once again be able to share their days together. This was a splendid opportunity, and she could not comprehend why Qianguo was to be sent to Gu Nanzhi's Lanhua Pavilion. Gu Nanzhi mentioned to Zhao Shi that Qianguo should be taken back, as he could not sleep soundly here and was at risk of catching a cold. Zhao Shi had no reason to disagree, as Gu Nanzhi turned to leave with Qianguo in her arms. She was taken aback when Pei Luobai took Qianguo from her. She was momentarily stunned, hearing him say, "Qianguo is growing. It is tiring for you to carry him. Allow me to take him instead." Gu Nanzhi nodded slightly. Pei Luobai held Qianguo, walking beside her. Jiang Lingyue followed closely behind, and as she looked up, she saw them walking side by side, with the child in Pei Luobai's arms. They appeared as a warm family of three. She felt like an outsider, even though that was her child, her man. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, jealousy stung her eyes red. Her resentful expression caught the attention of Qiu Xi, who glanced at her. Meeting Qiu Xi's gaze, she hastily lowered her head. Upon arriving at Lanhua Pavilion, Qiu Xi stopped her, saying, "You may leave now." She raised her head to say something, but Pei Luobai emerged from the room, rubbing his temples. Looking weary as he addressed her, "Yunyang, the young lady has taken excellent care of Qianguo. You should go rest." Jiang Lingyue cast him a sorrowful glance, ready to speak, but Pei Luobai had already walked past her, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. That was her child. No one could compare to her as his mother. Gu Nanzhi sought to take her child away. She felt a surge of madness. No, she would never allow Gu Nanzhi to succeed. When the old lady awoke, it was already the following morning. Zhao Shi had kept watch throughout the night, and Gu Nanzhi had also stayed awake for half the night to ensure Qianguo was settled. Pei Luobai, concerned for Qianguo, urged her to return home. As soon as the old lady regained consciousness, Pei Luobai sent Zhao Shi away to rest, intending to ask the old lady privately, "Grandmother, please tell me, what truly happened last night?" Chapter 27. Who is your favorite? The old matriarch had just awakened, still feeling somewhat dazed. The sound of Pei Luobai's voice and the stabbing pain in her calves jolted her into full consciousness. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. "No, it's nothing. I merely dreamt of your grandfather, and, in a moment of confusion, I accidentally knocked over the candlestick." Pei Luobai was unconvinced. He fixed his gaze on the old lady. "Why did you faint upon seeing Qianguo? Pray, tell me the reason behind this." With no one else present in the room, he felt unrestrained. "You are well aware that Qianguo is my bloodline. Given my frail health, he may very well be my only child. What do you fear from him?" "I do not fear him. He is merely a child. What is there to fear?" Despite her words, the old lady's brow remained furrowed, concealing her underlying apprehension. What could she possibly fear about Qianguo? While asked, he replied, "Is it not because calamity has befallen the household ever since his return? You have even suspected Jiang Lingyue. Yet the incidents that occurred in the ancestral hall and everything from last night have solidified the notion that Qianguo is the true harbinger of misfortune." She did not wish for this, but what could she do? She even harbored doubts about the calamity that transpired 6 years prior. considering Qiangur was already in Jiang Lingyue's womb at that time. "Old madam, the young master's wife has brought Qiangur to pay her respects to you," announced Mama Kong as she parted the curtain and entered. "Qiangur has arrived?" The old lady's pupils constricted, and the fear in her eyes could no longer be contained. Pei Luobai fixed his gaze upon her and said softly, "The young master's wife and Qiangur are here. Why not let them in?" Suddenly, the old lady was as startled as a bird struck by an arrow, hastily exclaiming, No need. My leg is in great pain, and I am not in good spirits. Let them forego their morning and evening salutations for the next few days." Mama Kong turned and exited to relay the message. Was Gu Nanzhi truly here to pay her respects? No, she had come to assess the situation, to gauge the extent of the old lady's disdain for Qiangur, and perhaps to stoke the flames further. It seemed, however, that such intervention was unnecessary. Qiangur, still oblivious to the complexities around him, looked up at Gu Nanzhi and asked, "Mother, why won't great-grandmother see us? I miss her a bit." Gu Nanzhi patiently soothed him. "Great-grandmother was startled last night and is unwell. Once she recovers, we shall visit her." Though Qiangur did not comprehend, Jiang Lingyue certainly did. That wretched old hag. How could she blame Qiangur for a few unfortunate events? Gu Nanzhi cast a subtle glance at her, catching a glimpse of her resentful and twisted expression. She smirked. She was eager to see if they could still conspire against her as they had in the previous life. She truly wished to witness their infighting. As they departed, Pei Luobai's voice rose suddenly. "Grandmother." Gu Nanzhi, unburdened by the need to manage affairs or pay respects to the old lady, remained in the cold embrace of the moonlit pavilion, nestled with Qiangur. Xiaoling and Xiu Xi stood guard at the door. Time flew swiftly, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lingyue felt as though she were enduring years. Although they shared the moonlit pavilion, she had not seen Qiangur for 3 days. During the day, Gu Nanzhi would entertain him, and at night, he would cling to her for stories. He was still young, oblivious to gender distinctions, and would fall asleep in her room when tired. She suspected Gu Nanzhi was doing this deliberately. The most unbearable part was standing at the door, mere walls separating her from Qiangur, her hands and feet numb from the cold, listening to the sounds of laughter and joy from within. It was painfully clear that Qiangur was growing increasingly independent of her, her heart feeling as though it were being tightly squeezed, nearly suffocating her. Gu Nanzhi ordered some sweet treats, and as Jiang Lingyue glanced through the door, she saw Gu Nanzhi pacing with a faint, cold smile. Could she truly not endure this? Just as she picked up a warm almond cake, Qiangur rushed over, wrapping his arms around her, and with a charming smile said, "I like mother the most." After uttering those words, he gazed longingly at the almond cake in Gu Nanzhi's hands. "Mother, can I eat now? You are the best, Qiangur. All these almond cakes are yours. Just be careful not to choke." She smiled, ruffling his hair and pushing the plate of almond cakes towards him. Qiangur devoured them eagerly. He had a penchant for sweets, and in just a few days, his face had rounded out, prompting everyone to praise Gu Nanzhi for her excellent nurturing. As night fell, Jiang Lingyue could no longer contain herself. She desired to seek Pei Luobai, yet was stopped by the servant guarding the moonlit pavilion. "Miss, Yin wishes to go out. Should we stop her, or let her go?" Xiaoling reported to Gu Nanzhi, who smiled and instructed them to let her pass. She knew precisely where Jiang Lingyue intended to go. Soon, Pei Luobai summoned someone to convey his message, expressing his longing for Qiangur and requesting Jiang Lingyue to bring him to the front courtyard. Gu Nanzhi only sent a rough servant girl to accompany them. The girl, lantern in hand, walked ahead while Jiang Lingyue cradled Qiangur closely behind, planting kisses on his cheeks and inhaling the scent of her son, her heart swelling with satisfaction. As they exited the moonlit pavilion, she softly asked, "Tell me, dear Qiangur, who is your favorite?" Chapter 28. My dearest mother, having not seen her beloved mother for several days, Qiangur also longed for Jiang Lingyue. Nestled in her embrace, he instinctively exclaimed, "I love mother the most." Hearing those tender words, Jiang Lingyue's complexion drained of color, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. "Qiangur, what did you say?" Startled by her reaction, Qiangur tightened his small hands around her neck and quickly corrected himself. "I love my mother the most." Yet, his previous words had already taken root in Jiang Lingyue's heart, twisting into a surging hatred that sprouted countless tendrils, threatening to drive her mad. In just a few days, Gu Nanzhi had snatched her son away. Pei Luobai waited for them in the study, his own heart troubled, upset with the old matriarch. He had not visited her for several days. As Jiang Linyue entered, cradling Qian Gu, her eyes glistened with tears, prompting Pei Luobai to furrow his brow. What has happened to Qian Gu? He rose to greet the mother and child. Jiang Linyue was about to voice her grievances when a knock echoed through the room, followed by Gu Nanzhi's voice. Your Highness, may I enter? Jiang Linyue's heart swelled with unspoken grievances, caught in her throat with no outlet. She turned in shock to the doorway, wondering why Gu Nanzhi had come, haunting her like a lingering shadow. Upon hearing her arrival, Qian Gu brightened, his cherubic face radiating joy as he exclaimed, Mother is here. Pei Luobai was taken aback. Since his return, Gu Nanzhi had been cold towards him, making her visit a rare occurrence. Please come in. Gu Nanzhi entered, carrying a food box. Pei Luobai immediately noticed that Qian Gu had not only grown fairer, but also plumper in his embrace, prompting a satisfied nod from him. Gu Nanzhi casually produced a bowl of sweet soup, glancing at Jiang Linyue. My grandmother is still unwell, and I have matters to discuss with your highness. In a few months, Qian Gu will turn 6. I wonder what your plans are. Pei Luobai set Qian Gu down, who eagerly dove into the sweet soup. He glanced at Jiang Linyue, saying, You may step aside for now. Jiang Linyue lowered her eyes, reluctantly turning to leave, darkness pooling in her gaze as if a tempest were brewing. It was a discussion concerning her son. Why could she not be privy to it? Gu Nanzhi's voice followed her, and she strained to listen intently. Were they considering a scholarly path for him, or perhaps a military one like the prince? Without hesitation, Pei Luobai replied, Naturally, we should prepare for his education through the imperial examinations. Gu Nanzhi nodded knowingly, just as it was in the previous life. We should arrange for a teacher for Qian Gu. Do you have anyone suitable in mind? Pei Luobai pondered briefly, not at present. It became apparent that Gu Nanzhi was indeed a competent mother. However, was her visit truly for Qian Gu's sake? That would be a grave misunderstanding. Her intent was merely to sabotage their time together. The most unbearable grievances are those left unvoiced, and she aimed to make Jiang Linyue swallow her indignation alone. In the biting winter chill, every breath exhaled a plume of mist, as Jiang Linyue lingered outside the door, desperate to glean their conversation. She could only catch fragmented sounds, her heart hanging in suspense. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Nanzhi emerged from the study, Pei Luobai cradling a sleeping Qian Gu. Their discussion had revolved around Qian Gu's education, and Jiang Linyue felt a gnawing anxiety. On their way back, she frequently cast meaningful glances at Pei Luobai, but Gu Nanzhi noticed every time, deftly redirecting his attention with her words just as he was about to catch on. Throughout the journey, Pei Luobai did not spare Jiang Linyue a single glance, observing her growing agitation with a sheen of sweat on her brow. Gu Nanzhi smirked inwardly. The closer hope loomed, the more tormenting it became when just out of reach. In the confines of the mansion, methods of torment were never in short supply. In her previous life, Jiang Linyue had concealed herself under Gu Nanzhi's watchful eye for many years, revealing her nature and ambition. To deal with such a person, poisoning or accidental drowning seemed clumsy. Only by gradually extinguishing the light in her eyes and shattering her hopes could one bring her to the brink of despair. Jiang Linyue had initially planned to catch Pei Luobai as he departed to speak with him, but Gu Nanzhi personally escorted him from the Langhua Pavilion, leaving her with no opportunity to voice her thoughts. Upon returning, she found herself deprived of any interaction with Qian Gu, as Gu Nanzhi indulged her with lavish provisions, denying her any work to occupy her hands. If pressed, she could hardly pinpoint a fault in Gu Nanzhi's actions. In the ensuing days, Gu Nanzhi not only barred Jiang Linyue from seeing Qian Gu, but also from leaving Langhua Pavilion. Each time Jiang Linyue attempted to seek Pei Luobai, she was skillfully thwarted. With nothing to occupy her time, Jiang Linyue's anxiety intensified. Pei Luobai busied himself reconnecting with old friends, often returning home intoxicated, oblivious to her plight. The old matriarch's leg injury had yet to heal, and she remained bedridden in a state of tranquility. As for Zhao Shi, her daily routine involved drinking more than Pei Luobai. Xiao Ling, unable to grasp the underlying motives, complained to Gu Nanzhi, Miss, we do not support idleness in Langhua Pavilion. Why do you not assign work to Yunyang? Qiu Xi smiled and countered. Do you believe she appears more spirited when occupied or when idling? Xiao Ling was momentarily stumped. She craned her neck to glance at Jiang Linyue, frowning, yet she seems to be languishing from idleness. Qiu Xi remained silent, having long recognized her mistress's intentions. One afternoon, Gu Nanzhi deliberately allowed Jiang Linyue to overhear her playful banter with Qiangur. Mother, mother. Qiangur called out to his mother, his cherubic voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Each utterance of mother felt like molten oil poured over Jiang Linyue's heart, and she could no longer restrain herself. Ignoring Xia Ling's protests, she burst into the room. Your Highness, I must see the princess. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Gu Nanzhi exchanged a glance with Qiu Xi, who promptly took Qiangur away, ensuring they wouldn't reunite mother and child. Gu Nanzhi, with a serene countenance, permitted her entry. In merely a few days, Jiang Linyu had visibly emaciated. What brings you here? Gu Nanzhi inquired languidly, her exquisite features radiating an air of nonchalant nobility, causing Jiang Linyu to feel a pang of inadequacy. Her initial fervor diminished considerably, and meeting Gu Nanzhi's clear, limpid eyes, she felt even more deflated. After a moment of hesitation, she realized she hadn't paid her respects and hastily gave a bow. Greetings, Madam Heir Apparent. Then, she declared, I am Qiangur's wet nurse. Hearing this, Gu Nanzhi smiled, her features gentle, reminiscent of the trumpet creeper flowers on summer vines, beautiful yet not garish. And then, Jiang Linyu was taken aback by the question. And then, she was Qiangur's wet nurse and should be with the child. She wanted to question Gu Nanzhi about why she was prevented from seeing Qiangur, but Gu Nanzhi said softly, You are Qiangur's wet nurse. But I am Qiangur's mother. Her words caused Jiang Linyu to pale, the words she was about to utter caught in her throat. Yes. How could she forget that Gu Nanzhi was now Qiangur's rightful mother? And she was merely a wet nurse. How could a wet nurse compare to a mother? Gu Nanzhi stirred the incense in the burner, glancing up faintly. Has anyone in Embrace Moon Pavilion mistreated you? Jiang Linyu shook her head. No. If they had, it would have been better. But they provided her with good food and drink, not allowing her to do any work. And all the servants in the courtyard were very respectful to her. She felt stifled, wanting to find fault with them, but they never argued with her. Undeniably, they treated her well, but this kindness was like slowly boiling a frog, suffocating her. Gu Nanzhi's eyes were gentle and full of concern, and she chuckled softly. If you feel bored, you can go for a walk. Jiang Linyu looked up abruptly. May I? Gu Nanzhi explained before. You were new and unfamiliar with the rules of the manor, and I feared you might make a mistake. Now that you are acquainted, it's fine for you to go for a stroll. If you want to go out, I can have someone give you a waist tag. Leaving the room, Jiang Linyu couldn't wait to leave Embrace Moon Pavilion. Gu Nanzhi didn't have anyone follow her. The only two people she cared about in this manner were Qiangur and Pei Luobai, and the only one she could seek out was him. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Jiang Linyu returned. She went to the front yard to find Pei Luobai, but was out of luck. The servant told her that the heir apparent had gone out early in the morning. She returned to Embrace Moon Pavilion, dejected, like a delicate flower under the scorching sun. But soon she perked up. At night, she dressed up, specifically changing into a bright dress and applying fragrant powder, and went out again. Is Miss just going to let her be? Look at how flamboyantly she's dressed. I wonder who she's trying to seduce. Xiaoling couldn't help but roll her eyes, watching her sway her hips as she left. Gu Nanzhi smiled. Who else but Pei Luobai? Qiu Xi looked at Gu Nanzhi, feeling that Miss seemed to know something. Pei Luobai returned drunk. Jiang Linyu came, having previously made arrangements with the servants in the front yard, using Qiangur's name to allow her to come and go as she pleased. Heir apparent, Jiang Linyu was full of grievances. As soon as she saw Pei Luobai, tears fell like broken beads, and she began to pour out her complaints. Gu Nanzhi, she wants to take my Qiangur away. She had only said one sentence when Pei Luobai's eyes darkened. He rushed over, reeking of alcohol, and embraced her. They hadn't seen each other for many days. Because Pei Luobai had spread the word that he had injured his body, Zhao Shi couldn't force anyone into his room. He had abstained for so many days, and with the alcohol, he became even more impulsive, lowering his head to capture Jiang Linyu's lips, wanting to meld her into his body. He was famished, completely disregarding Jiang Linyu's tear-streaked face. Jiang Linyu had come to pour out her grievances, asking him to stand up for her. She missed Qiangur so much that she was going crazy. She had no mood to be intimate with him. If Gu Nanzhi continued to monopolize Qiangur, it wouldn't be long before he completely forgot about her. His biological mother. She tried hard to push Pei Luobai away, her eyes red, but her strength was no match for Pei Luobai's. Pei Luobai waved his arm and threw her onto the couch, then covered her. Jiang Linyu was intent on reclaiming her son, and had no amorous thoughts at all. She pushed him with all her might. Bang! Unexpectedly, Pei Luobai fell off the couch. Heir apparent, are you all right? I didn't mean to. Jiang Linyu was stunned. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. She got off the couch in a panic and hurried to Pei Luobai, reaching out to grab him, wanting to see if he was hurt. Get out. Pei Luobai was burning with desire, not satisfied, and already extremely unhappy. He fell, hitting his elbow, which felt like it was fractured, and he couldn't lift it because of the pain. His eyes were red, like an enraged beast. And he flung Jiang Linyu's hand away, pushing her hard to the ground. They had been together for so many years, and this was the first time Pei Luobai had hit her. Heir apparent. Jiang Linyu sat on the ground, heartbroken, looking at him with tears streaming down her face. She thought that Pei Luobai would immediately come over to comfort her. In fact, this was completely her imagination. Pei Luobai's alcohol had taken effect. He impatiently tugged at his collar, not even looking at Jiang Linyu, and lay down on the couch, pulling the quilt over his head, leaving Jiang Linyu with a cold back. Jiang Linyu couldn't describe how she felt. It was already cold enough, but her heart was even colder than the dead of winter. She returned to Embrace Moon Pavilion, her steps unsteady, learning that she had returned with red, swollen eyes. Gu Nanzhi smiled and had Xia Ling call Jiang Linyu in. Qianguer was already asleep at this time, although Jiang Linyu tried her best to hide it, wiping away the tears on her face before entering. She couldn't hide her eyes, which were filled with grievance. Gu Nanzhi was slightly surprised. Yunyang, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Just tell me, and I'll stand up for you. Chapter 30. Visitors from the palace. Jiang Linyu found herself at a loss for words. How could she express her grievances in front of Pei Luobai's legitimate wife, claiming that he had caused her sorrow? Instead, she lowered her gaze and falsely stated that she had merely been momentarily distracted. Gu Nanzhi, understanding the underlying tension, expressed her concern and inquired if she needed the physician to come and examine her. Her tone was sincere, leaving Jiang Linyu perplexed about her true intentions. While Gu Nanzhi had restricted her from approaching Qianguer, she could hardly pinpoint any other faults in her demeanor. Upon returning to her chamber, Jiang Linyu found that Gu Nanzhi had even sent a ginseng soup for her. The words Pei Luobai had uttered at the Gu family's doorstep spread like wildfire, creating a stir throughout the capital. It became widely known that the heir of the Chengyan marquisate had suffered injuries for the country, rendering him incapable of carrying on the family line. The implications of this situation were far beyond Pei Luobai's expectations, and once he regained his senses from the revelry, he sought counsel with the matriarch. Both he and the matriarch were filled with trepidation, as the events of the past had not reached a conclusion. The once mighty Chengyan marquisate had fallen from grace, and few dared to mention it in the present day. That morning, as Gu Nanzhi accompanied Qianguer at breakfast, Pei Luobai arrived. Jiang Linyu, waiting at the entrance, anticipated an apology from him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she hurried to greet him. To her dismay, he merely cast a glance her way before stepping past her and entering the room. It felt as though a cold bucket of water had been poured over her. She stood there, frozen, her hands and feet numb. Seeing Pei Luobai, Gu Nanzhi set down her chopsticks and respectfully acknowledged him. Qianguer, displaying proper decorum, greeted his father as well. Pei Luobai felt a weight lift from his heart upon witnessing Qianguer's well-mannered behavior. When he had something important to discuss, Gu Nanzhi instructed Qiu Xi to take Qianguer away. As Pei Luobai broached the topic of the rumors, Gu Nanzhi listened intently. In the end, he spoke earnestly. Ji, I assure you, I harbor no intention of seeking accolades. The safety of the marquisate is at stake. Could you please return home and have your father inquire about the palace's current situation? It would enable us to plan accordingly. Gu Nanzhi was well aware of the rumors' origins, having subtly orchestrated them by bribing a few individuals to spread the gossip throughout the streets. Once, she had fallen prey to Pei Luobai's deceitful words. Foolishly, she had taken upon herself the stigma of infertility, enduring scornful glances from the matriarch and Zhao Shi. She had borne the bitter fruit of this situation alone and now felt it was time for him to taste the consequences of his actions. Very well. I shall return home shortly, she replied, eager to see her family. Pei Luobai, relieved by her compliance, expressed his gratitude and suggested, perhaps I should accompany you back? At this moment, Gu Nanzhi felt a wave of revulsion at the sight of him. With a gentle demeanor, she replied, no need. Wait until my father's anger has subsided before you see him. Pei Luobai, touched by her consideration, left quickly, having gained what he desired. Standing by the window, Gu Nanzhi observed Jiang Lingyue, who was avoiding everyone and hastily pursuing Pei Luobai. Xiangij, Jiang Lingyue called out softly, halting him. Pei Luobai glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and pulled her behind a nearby rockery, displeased. Where have you lost your mind? What if someone sees you? Jiang Lingyue was unconcerned with such matters. Xiangij, I am nearly driven mad. Gu Nanzhi has monopolized Qiangur and won't allow me to see him. I cannot endure this any longer. You must help me bring Qiangur to the front courtyard. Pei Luobai, already overwhelmed by the rumors, had little patience for her trivial concerns. Moreover, his elbow still ached, and he felt a lingering resentment toward her. With a furrowed brow, he replied, Did I not tell you to exercise patience? To avoid drawing attention? You should return now. Tears welled in Jiang Lingyue's eyes, her disbelief palpable as she gazed at him. Xiangij. Before she could finish, Pei Luobai had already stepped away. Unbeknownst to either of them, after they departed, another figure emerged from behind the rockery. Observing their retreat with a thoughtful expression, Gu Nanzhi stood by the window, holding a hand warmer, and noted Jiang Lingyue's return, her demeanor one of despair. A beautiful woman in tears is certainly a sight to behold, but what of a beauty who weeps daily, lamenting her plight? Gu Nanzhi instructed her servants to gather her belongings in preparation for her return to the Gu family. The young lady of the marquisate is in grave trouble. Someone has arrived from the palace. The matriarch has summoned everyone to the front hall to receive the imperial decree. Just then, Mama Kong hurried in, her urgency palpable. Chapter 31. The Imperial Edict. What imperial edict? In her previous life, she could scarcely recall the existence of any such decree. Gu Nanzhi quickly regained her composure. After all, the resurgence of the Ho family could be attributed to Xia and I, but ultimately, the emperor had never truly forsaken the Pei family. 6 years ago, he had refrained from meting out punishment, and it was even less likely now. She took Qiangur to the front hall to receive the edict. After a few days, this was the first time the old matriarch had seen Qiangur. Her gaze fell upon him, causing her pupils to constrict, as terror and disdain surged within her like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm, impossible to suppress. Gu Nanzhi observed this keenly, a trace of a cold smile breaking through her expression as she knelt beside Qiangur. The old matriarch harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Qiangur, subtly shifting her position. Having not seen Qiangur for several days, she had finally begun to enjoy a semblance of peaceful days, only to be interrupted by an edict from the palace. Pei Luobai and Zhao Shi had also arrived, each wearing an anxious demeanor, scarcely daring to breathe. The air in the expansive front hall felt as though it had congealed, thick with tension. As if struck by a thought, Pei Luobai glanced at Gu Nanzhi. Should the Pei family truly face punishment, the Gu family would surely not remain idle. Thus, his anxious heart began to settle somewhat. When all the members of the Ho family had gathered, the palace eunuch commenced the proclamation of the edict, his high-pitched voice striking the hearts of all present with each word. Upon the conclusion of the emperor's decree, expressions of joy spread across the faces of the Pei family. It was not a punishment, but rather a reward. The emperor had bestowed a sum of 1,000 taels of gold. Gu Nanzhi gazed at the gleaming gold, her fingers subtly shifting beneath her wide sleeves. A faint smile curving her lips. Excellent. The corners of the old matriarch's and Zhao Shi's mouths could hardly conceal their delight. Pei Luobai's clouded expression cleared instantly, just as he was about to summon someone to reward the eunuch. The latter waved his feather duster and cheerfully announced that the emperor had also specifically appointed a royal physician to attend to the heiress' health. Pei Luobai's smile froze upon his face, his heart plummeting from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. The emperor had just granted a bounty of gold. Should this hidden ailment be uncovered, it would amount to treason, a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's family. Realizing this, his gaze turned icy as it swept over Gu Nanzhi. It was all because of her. Had it not been for the need to compel her return and dispel all doubts regarding Qiangur, he would never have spun such a colossal lie. Zhao Shi's legs trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. To conceal her trepidation from others, she immediately bowed her head, her mind in turmoil. Cold sweat trickling down her back. What to do? She had always understood the old matriarch's sentiments, dismissing them as nonsense, but now she found herself doubting Qiangur. Gu Nanzhi was momentarily taken aback. As she was still tied to the Pei family, if Pei Luobai were to be accused of treason, she would find it difficult to extricate herself. However, if Pei Luobai were to firmly assert his condition, even the royal physician might not be able to ascertain anything. Unaware of the underlying tensions, the old matriarch beamed upon hearing that the palace had dispatched a physician for Pei Luobai's treatment, exclaiming her gratitude for the emperor's benevolence. She shot a glance at Mama Kong, who promptly handed a generous pouch of silver to the eunuch delivering the edict. Then, a handsome young physician emerged from behind him. This physician, with his striking features and elongated fox-like eyes, bore no resemblance to the typically stern and proper royal doctors. On this frigid day, he fanned himself with a folding fan, radiating an air of flamboyance. It was he, Song Liang, the most loyal sycophant of Xian'ai. "Thank you for your trouble." Pei Luobai suppressed his emotions and offered a polite bow to Song Liang, adopting a demeanor of cordiality. Song Liang lifted his eyelids to glance at him, his gaze inexplicably tinged with a hint of pity, though it vanished so swiftly that none present could catch it. Ah, what a pitiful fellow, offending the wrong person. Yet more unfortunate still was he for having taken on such a thankless task. Under Song Liang's guidance, Pei Luobai extended his hand, maintaining a facade of calm, as though he had committed no wrongdoing. Song Liang lazily placed his hand atop Pei Luobai's. But as he pressed down with 3 fingers, Pei Luobai felt a tightening in his chest. All eyes were fixed on Song Liang, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. In that moment, Pei Luobai's breath caught in his throat. Could it be that he had discovered something? Gu Nanzhi too felt a surge of anxiety. Xian'ai was not easily trifled with, and Song Liang was not much better, equally cunning and unpredictable. Could it be that he had already discerned that Pei Luobai's health was entirely unremarkable? Chapter 32. Deeply affectionate Gu Nanzhi felt a sense of unease. If this were indeed the case, how should one respond? Pei Luobai was certainly not worth mourning. Yet the thought of the entire residence of the Marquis accompanying him in death seemed utterly unworthy. Song Liang casually cast a glance at Pei Luobai, inwardly scoffing at the notion that the heir of the esteemed Marquis Cheng'an was, in truth, a hollow figure, his youth already marred by the ravages of harmful substances, rendering his internal strength dangerously diminished. His words, though not entirely inaccurate, hinted at a bleak future for his progeny, not due to battlefield injuries, but rather due to his own frailty. One could only wonder if that esteemed individual would be satisfied upon learning this. What of the imperial physician? Can my grandson's condition still be treated? The old matriarch inquired impatiently. Song Liang withdrew his hand, knowing well that others would likely fail to heal him. However, there remained a glimmer of hope for Pei Luobai, contingent upon the will of that esteemed individual. What had been said upon his arrival? That figure, radiant and composed, stroked his chin, his typically insincere smile now tinged with genuine amusement as he remarked, "This ailment pleases me greatly." He then bestowed upon Song Liang a knowing glance. What did "pleases me greatly" imply? It was an acknowledgement that he was indeed unwell. If he was unwell, how could there be hope for recovery? Beneath his flowing sleeves, Pei Luobai gripped his hands tightly, his knuckles whitening as he focused intently on Song Liang, as if his very life hinged upon the physician's words. After a brief contemplation, Song Liang declared, "I shall prescribe a few remedies for the heir and return in a few days to reassess." His words seemed as vague as they were ambiguous, prompting the matriarch to furrow her brow. Had it been any other physician, she would have erupted in frustration. Alas, this was the imperial physician, and she dared not act rashly, merely uttering a weary "thank you for your efforts." Pei Luobai's eyes flickered. Had he not been diagnosed? A new layer of contempt filled his gaze. The imperial physicians were hardly exceptional. Judging by Song Liang's youth, he hardly appeared to be a man of great learning. Yet Gu Nanzhi held a different perspective. Who was Song Liang? He was the grandson of Song Wei, the former head of the imperial hospital, who had met his demise alongside his family, leaving only Song Liang to survive. His medical expertise far surpassed that of his contemporaries. While other imperial physicians might falter, Song Liang. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Nanzhi. In her past life, Pei Luobai had but one son, Qiangu. Despite his constant association with Jiang Lingyue, the old matriarch had even introduced a few maids into his quarters, yet they stirred not a whisper. Could it be? Was he perhaps merely spinning tales to deceive her, and thus unwittingly sealing his own fate? Pei Luobai, unperturbed, let out a silent sigh of relief, having navigated this ordeal and now harbored a flicker of hope. With rewards anticipated, perhaps the emperor would consider his sacrifices for the nation and grant him the title of Marquis. He personally escorted the official bearing the edict along with Song Liang. Once the imperial decree was issued, joy swept through the Marquisate. The old matriarch, shedding the gloom of recent days, glanced at Killed Gu with newfound fondness, her demeanor uplifting. Gu Nanzhi observed, unperturbed. It was merely a minor inconvenience to her peace of mind, for her thoughts were preoccupied with another matter. Upon returning to Lanyue Pavilion, she instructed Xiaozi to take Killed Gu away and asked Xia Ling to summon Jiang Lingyue. She, of course, was not deemed worthy to appear in such significant matters. The servants of Lanyue Pavilion were tight-lipped. Jiang Lingyue was aware that someone from the palace had come, yet remained oblivious to the precise circumstances, wearing an expression of deep concern. After her formal greetings, Gu Nanzhi spoke. Yunyang, you are now part of the Marquisate. I have never regarded you as an outsider. The imperial decree is fortuitous. The emperor has graciously bestowed 1,000 taels of gold upon the heir. Jiang Lingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1,000 taels of gold. That would amount to an immense fortune. Everything belonging to the Marquisate was rightfully her son's, and thus, hers as well. With this thought, her lips curled into a smile. Gu Nanzhi noted the avarice flickering across her face. Pausing, she continued, the emperor, in his benevolence, has appointed the finest physician from the imperial hospital to attend to the heiress' ailments. I trust he will surely remedy his hidden affliction. She fixed her gaze upon Jiang Lingyue, noticing a fleeting look of panic wash over her features. A thunderclap of realization struck Jiang Lingyue's mind, leaving her momentarily blank. Could it truly be that the imperial physician? Surely not. If Pei Luobai was already aware, he would not let her slip away so easily. She lowered her eyes, murmuring, this is a good thing. Congratulations to the heir's wife. Observing her demeanor, Gu Nanzhi discerned the truth. A smile threatened to break forth. Pei Luobai had schemed against her for a lifetime, yet he was now ensnared by the very person he cherished most. It was a fitting retribution. Every player in the game is also but a pawn on another S-board. Gu Nanzhi chose not to allow Jiang Lingyue to see Killed Gu there. Jiang Lingyue's anxiety visibly flared, and she gradually realized a troubling truth. Pei Luobai was not as reliable as she had once believed. She must swiftly relocate with Killed Gu from Lanyue Pavilion. It had not been long since their return, yet Pei Luobai's attentions had already begun to wane. Given time, should another enter his life, the thought was too dreadful to contemplate. Upon exiting Lanyue Pavilion, she hurried to Zhao's residence. Pei Luobai had narrowly escaped disaster and received rewards. Zhao was in high spirits, having prepared a pot of wine, and was already half drunk, reclining lazily upon a soft couch. Upon learning that Jiang Lingyue had come to seek her, she frowned but still instructed her to be brought in. Please, my lady, take charge on my behalf. Jiang Lingyue knelt before Zhao, sobbing as she recounted her grievances of late, and concluded with red-rimmed eyes. Killed Gu is no longer a child. What does it matter for him to remain in the back courtyard? I implore you, my lady, to allow him to reside in the front courtyard. Chapter 33. Eyebrows and eyes. Zhao gazed at her and inquired, do you know why the matriarch disapproves of you? Jiang Lingyue's complexion paled at her words. Her lips pressed tightly together. Was it not simply due to her humble origins? Zhao seemed to perceive her thoughts and shook her head with a smile. It is because you harbor delusions and covet what does not belong to you. Had you initially aspired to be merely a concubine, the matriarch and I might have permitted it. However, your desires extend far beyond that. Those things were never meant for you, and now you are even less deserving. I advise you to remember your place. Jiang Lingyue's face flushed and paled in succession, her heart filled with humiliation. Tears that were originally meant for show fell freely. She clenched her hands tightly, for they all deemed her unworthy, yet she was determined to ascend to that position to prove them wrong. Go back. I shall not interfere in your affairs, Zhao said, waving her hand in annoyance. She thought that one could aspire to greatness, but ambition should not be excessive, otherwise, it would inevitably lead to one's downfall. Gu Nanzhi had long anticipated Jiang Lingyue's visit to Zhao and had surmised that Zhao would not meddle in her matters. As the widow of Pei Luobai, her status was predetermined. Neither the matriarch nor Zhao could ever accept her. This explained why, in her previous life, despite having won the matriarch's favor and enduring several years in the Marquis's residence, she only obtained what she desired after a prolonged struggle. She not only had to outlast the matriarch, but also Zhao. Gu Nanzhi reflected on her two requests to her elder brother, hoping for some progress. In the afternoon, she received a letter from Gu Nanshan. She informed the matriarch of her intention to return home with Xia Ling and Xiao Xi. Unexpectedly, Pei Luobai intercepted her at the entrance, his demeanor warm and inviting. Gigi, allow me to escort you home. Gu Nanzhi replied with a calm tone, declining his offer. Pei Luobai's eyes sparkled with pride as he stepped closer, his voice holding an unusual tenderness. Today, I received a reward from the emperor. Gu Nanzhi looked puzzled, and then? Pei Luobai lowered his voice, excitement evident. It shows that the emperor still remembers me, the heir of the Chengyan Marquis, and the Marquis's residence. His overt flattery suggested ulterior motives, prompting Gu Nanzhi to await his next words. Sure enough, he paused, placing his hands on her shoulders. If I become the Chengyan Marquis, you shall be the Marquis's wife. Gigi, let's seize the moment. Could you possibly persuade your father to speak favorably of me before the emperor? Gu Nanzhi's eyes flashed with irony. He truly was the same as in her previous life, sweet-talking her when he saw her value. Unfortunately, she was no longer the Gu Nanzhi of before. She evaded his hand, her gaze lowered. I had intended the same. Pei Luobai's face lit up with surprise, pride swelling within him. Gigi, I knew you still had feelings for me. Gu Nanzhi thought to herself. Indeed, she harbored thoughts of him, but they were filled with schemes of his demise. Pei Luobai personally escorted Gu Nanzhi to the carriage, watching her depart before turning to share the good news with the matriarch. The matriarch's joy was palpable. During this time, keep your distance from Yunyang, and be sure to pamper Gigi, understood? Pei Luobai nodded in agreement. Once in the carriage, Xiaoling could not help but ask, Miss, why did you not bring Qiangur? Is this not giving Yunyang an opportunity to take advantage? Xiaoling had observed how diligently Gu Nanzhi had guarded against Yunyang and was perplexed by this apparent oversight. Gu Nanzhi chuckled lightly. I wish to see whether she will act out of desperation. Today, Jiang Linghua had been rebuffed by Zhao, while Pei Luobai, filled with ambition, was preoccupied with his noble aspirations. With his only son firmly in her grasp, it was difficult even to meet. Anyone in such a position would be driven to madness. A person only acts irrationally when consumed by desperation. Upon exiting the Marquis's residence, Song Liang parted ways with the eunuch bearing the imperial edict. He meandered through the streets for a while before plunging into Xia Ni's residence. When he arrived, Xia Ni, clad in simple garments, was preparing tea. Song Liang made himself at home, sitting across from him, and remarked with a teasing tone, You, a grown man, managed to brew tea so elegantly. What manner of woman must stand by your side to feel no shame? He lifted a cup of tea and drank it in one go, surveying Xia and I from head to toe. Yet, I notice there are no maids within your residence, let alone any charming companions. His gaze turned peculiar as he extended his hand towards Xia and I. You do not harbor any hidden ailments, do you? Concealing illnesses is not advisable. Come, extend your hand. Smack. Xia and I swatted his hand away, lifting his eyes coolly. The palace is in need of a chief eunuch. I find you quite suitable. You should take up the position tomorrow. Xiesi Wei, no. I beg you, let it be my reckless tongue that has caused this. I am the one with the ailment. I am unfit. Are you satisfied now? Song Liang exclaimed, terrified, feeling as if a cold wind had swept through a certain part of him, as if he were about to flee. Xia and I cast him a dispassionate glance. In a rush, Song Liang recounted Pei Luobai's situation in detail, then added, with a demeanor of humble inquiry, what does the Prime Minister wish for? For me to improve or to worsen further? Chapter 34. A heart set on death. Xia Ni's fingers lightly stirred the teacup, his cold, inscrutable gaze shrouded in mystery, leaving others perplexed. He leisurely lifted his eyelids and bestowed a smile upon Song Liang, prompting her to guess. Suddenly, Song Liang shivered, her hand instinctively reaching for her neck. As she heard Xia Ni's nonchalant tone, suggesting that if she guessed incorrectly, the position of the chief eunuch would be reserved for her. Song Liang thought to herself, who could possibly make an accurate guess? Xiesi Wei was notoriously cunning and fickle, just like this time. Who could fathom why he suddenly took an interest in a dilapidated marquisate? Gu Nanshan, aware of Gu Nanzhi's impending return, awaited her in the study. Brother, what have you discovered? Was Pei Chongqing's death suspicious? Gu Nanzhi's primary concern was indeed the death of Pei Chongqing. She sensed that the matter was far from simple. Gu Nanshan turned to her. Gigi, do you know something? Gu Nanzhi shook her head in denial, pressing on. Did you uncover anything? Gu Nanshan nodded, gradually revealing. It is true that Pei Chongqing died on the battlefield. Gu Nanzhi listened intently as he elaborated. However, soldiers who fought alongside him said that he was usually cautious. Yet that day, inexplicably, he acted recklessly, charging headlong, as if he were intent on seeking death. which raises suspicion. Seeking death. Even the tiniest creatures cling to life. Why would Pei Changqing yearn for death? Unless... Gu Nanzhi's eyes widened slightly. Pei Changqing must have discovered the affair between Pei Luobai and Jiang Lingyue. There are no impenetrable walls in this world, especially since these two often traversed beneath his very nose, making it nearly impossible not to notice. How could he voice the betrayal of his wife and younger brother entangled in such a scandal, especially when the child is not even his own? Death seemed to be the only form of liberation. She clenched her fingers. It appeared that she was not the sole victim of their treachery. Gu Nanshan felt that his sister had changed. Previously, her emotions were transparent, but now her face bore the weight of hidden thoughts, and she refused to divulge anything when questioned. He sighed. The person you sought, I have brought to you. Gu Nanzhi lifted her gaze, smiling sweetly. I knew you would come through, brother. The individual she desired was not easy to find. Gu Nanshan glanced at her with affectionate eyes. First, see if she meets your expectations. He called for a servant outside, and the door opened to reveal a woman in white, gliding gracefully into the room. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features exquisite, and her slender form exuded an ethereal charm. Most striking were her pristine eyes, resembling a crystal-clear spring, effortlessly disarming those who gazed into them. In contrast, Jiang Lingyue possessed a more mundane beauty, her sole allure lying in her delicate demeanor. When compared to the woman before them, her fragility seemed contrived, and once Pei Luobai's tastes had been refined, she would surely pale in comparison. What is your name? Gu Nanzhi, captivated, found her voice softening. I am but a humble servant named Lu. Her voice, akin to a gentle breeze through a secluded valley, was pleasing to the ear. Gu Nanzhi nodded, appreciating her character, but found the name somewhat common. After a moment's thought, she declared, from now on, you shall be named Wanshi. After 2 decades of marriage, she was well aware of Pei Luobai's preferences. Wanshi accepted the name with delight, expressing her gratitude. Gu Nanzhi, increasingly satisfied, inquired, do you know what you are to do next? Wanshi nodded. It was essential to clarify her intentions. She hoped she was not coerced by the matron of the establishment. Wanshi shook her head, absolutely not. It is my own wish to rise above my station. As she spoke, her gaze fell, accompanied by a bitter smile. In circumstances such as ours, there is no better place to aspire to. This was the truth. Wanshi's beauty, demeanor, and grace were exceptional, requiring little further refinement. Gu Nanzhi instructed Qiu Xi to escort her away, though she could not return to the marquise until after dinner. Together with Xia Ling and Qiu Xi, she entered the marquise's gates. Mama Kong approached them, as the old matriarch had summoned her. The Shosong Hall was undergoing repairs and was yet unfit for habitation, so the matriarch resided in the Hebai courtyard. Upon seeing Mama Kong, Gu Nanzhi understood the gravity of the situation. Qiu Xi discreetly inquired if the matriarch had any urgent matters for the young lady. Mama Kong maintained a stoic demeanor, simply stating that they would know once they arrived. Such a tone prompted concern from Xia Ling and Qiu Xi, who exchanged worried glances with Gu Nanzhi. She lowered her gaze and smiled softly, having detained Jiang Lingyue in the Lanyue pavilion. She had been waiting for this day for quite some time. Upon reaching the Hebai courtyard, Zhao Shi and Pei Luobai were present. Upon her arrival, each wore a solemn expression, their gazes laden with reproach, as if she had committed a grievous error. The old matriarch, still recovering from an ailment, reclined on the couch. After her greeting, the matriarch, with a stern countenance, spoke in a grave tone. Gigi, is this how you care for Qiangu? Is this how a proper mother ought to behave? If you do not wish to look after him, you need not feign concern. There is no need to belittle Qiangu with such duplicity. Chapter 35. I will voluntarily step down. The old lady was seething with suppressed fury, her words devoid of compassion. Although she had been cold towards Qiangu recently, he remained the flesh and blood of Luo Bai, her legitimate great-grandson, and quite possibly the only descendant of his line. Her discontent was her own affair, but she would not permit anyone else to neglect Qiangu, especially not his biological mother, Gu Nanzhi. How can you say such a thing, grandmother? Gu Nanzhi, though aware that Qiangu had likely encountered some trouble, feigned surprise, her face betraying deep concern, her voice trembling. But what could have possibly happened to Qiangu? The old lady snorted disdainfully. Zhao Shi slammed her teacup onto the table, casting a look of reproach at Gu Nanzhi, her tone icy. Gigi, have you truly been attentive to Qiangu? Surely, you are merely putting on an act for us, aren't you? How can you treat such a small child so harshly? Does your conscience not ache? He is still so young. How can you bear it? My poor Gu, how unfortunate to have such a malevolent mother. Her words were increasingly intolerable, and as she spoke, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, shooting a frosty glare at Gu Nanzhi. Xiaoling, unable to endure the injustice, hastily defended her. Old madam, you are wronging the young lady. She has devoted herself to Gu, attending to him personally. Silence. What place is this? When did it become your turn, a mere servant, to speak? With a cold command, Pei Luo interrupted Xiaoling. His gaze toward Gu Nanzhi filled with profound disappointment. Gu Nanzhi was no stranger to this scene. On the contrary, she had grown accustomed to it. Just like in her previous life, whenever Gu faced even the slightest issue, they would all rise to cast blame upon her, irrespective of her past kindness and dedication. They would seize upon any fault, regardless of whether it was her doing, for they sought only the outcome. Once entrusted with Gu's care, any misstep would be attributed solely to her. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly as she watched two servants stride menacingly towards Xiaoling halt. Her eyes glimmered with a cold light, captivating those around her. The servants froze, glancing at Pei Luo, clearly uncertain whose command to obey. Gu Nanzhi, are you truly intent on protecting this servant? What if I must punish her? Are you aware that shortly after you left the estate this afternoon, Gu developed a high fever, his little face burning and delirious? He is so small. Are you seeking to endanger his life? Pei Luo towered over Gu Nanzhi, his brows drawn together as he glared at her. Suddenly, Gu Nanzhi felt an urge to laugh. Indeed, in times of trouble, she was Ji, in times of peace, merely Gu Nanzhi. How had her eyes been so blind in her previous life to choose such a scoundrel? Now, she wished to slap herself, lamenting her poor judgment. There is no need for you to hastily condemn me, my lord. Even a condemned prisoner is entitled to a chance for defense. As for Xiaoling, she belongs to my Gu family. Should you wish to punish her, I must object, for I will not allow it. She slowly raised her gaze, meeting Pei Luo with a calm yet chilling stare, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with an icy glint, reminiscent of the stark winter sun, brilliant yet chilling. Her words incited the old lady's wrath. What do you mean, your Gu family? How dare you? Not only is she a mere servant, but you are also treading upon our Pei family's territory. Strike her hard. Gu had been moved from the Langyue pavilion to the Hebai courtyard, resting in the adjacent room, where Jiang Lingyue, his wet nurse, vigilantly watched over him. Though her heart ached for her son's fevered little face, she felt a sense of satisfaction hearing the commotion from next door. Gu Nanzhi, not being Gu's biological mother, bore the original sin, no matter her efforts. A single misstep could lead to her ruin. A smile curled at her lips as she savored the irony. Gu Nanzhi, I will relish witnessing how you contend with me. Gu Nanzhi stood resolutely before Xiaoling, unyielding. In her past life, she had failed to protect them. This time, she would succeed. She regarded the old lady with indifference. If you insist on pursuing this course of action, I shall be compelled to report the matter to the authorities. Xiaoling's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Gu Nanzhi's retreating figure, murmuring, Mississippi. Gu Nanzhi turned back, offering her a reassuring smile. You. The old lady was so enraged, she almost choked, her gnarled finger pointing at Gu Nanzhi, her entire body trembling, unable to utter a single coherent word. Zhao Shi's voice rose sharply. Gu Nanzhi, how can you speak to your mother so? Do you not realize this is unfilial? The sovereign governs with benevolence and filial piety. Should you stir up trouble, the blame will rest solely on you. Pei Luo was equally furious. Gu Nanzhi, unfilial behavior is a grave sin. Are you aware that just for this, I could cast you aside? Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze, concealing the cold smirk beneath. She still held value. Would he truly dare to abandon her? Xiaoling and Qiu Xi were immediately thrown into a panic. If the young lady were to be cast aside, what would become of us? I accept my punishment. I implore the young master not to cast aside the young lady. Xiaoling fell to her knees. Pleading with Pei Luo, he shot her a frosty glance before directing his cold gaze back to Gu Nanzhi. If you kneel and apologize to grandmother, there may still be a chance for redemption. Xiaoling rise. Gu Nanzhi stood firm, extending a hand to help Xiaoling up. Her eyes, shimmering with a layer of cold light, met Pei Luo's as she spoke softly. I have acted with a clear conscience. Gu is unwell, and if you blame me for not caring for him, very well. Let us summon all the servants from the Lanyue pavilion to inquire before Gu. If it is truly my fault, I shall willingly step down. Chapter 36. Underhanded Gu Nanzhi's voice rang out clearly, and upon hearing her intention to voluntarily request a divorce, Jiang Lingyue was momentarily overwhelmed by a wave of exhilaration. She nearly burst into laughter, adopting the demeanor of a victor, yet her eyes glimmered with cold derision. Suddenly, a flicker of concern crossed her mind, fearing that the old madam and Pei Luobai might disagree. Very well, if that is your wish, do not regret it later. The old madam scoffed. She was acutely aware of Gu Nanzhi's character. Her heart was entirely devoted to Luobai. Despite her recent petty antics, they were merely attempts to capture Luobai's attention. If she were truly to be divorced, she would undoubtedly kneel and plead for mercy, ultimately at their mercy. Pei Luobai was momentarily taken aback. His earlier remarks were merely intended to intimidate Gu Nanzhi, not an earnest desire to end their union. He merely sought to compel her to admit her mistakes, for in the past, a mere display of anger from him would leave her in a fluster, compliant to his every whim. Now, should she not be filled with regret, prostrating before her grandmother in remorse? Having lived alongside Gu Nanzhi in the Marquis's residence for 6 years, Zhao Shi understood her thoroughly. As long as Luobai resided there, Gu Nanzhi would never leave, not even if it meant enduring severe punishment. Thus, she turned and commanded, "Summon all the servants from Lanyue Pavilion." Gu Nanzhi stood composed, unperturbed by the unfolding events. The outcome of the day remained undecided. Gu Nanzhi, Pei Luobai declared, hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed as he regarded her, offering her a chance for redemption. "It is not too late to acknowledge your faults." "Thank you, young master," Gu Nanzhi replied, tranquil as water. Pei Luobai exhaled in relief, as he had always contemplated divorcing Gu Nanzhi, but not at this moment. He listened as she calmly retorted, "There is no need for that." His expression grew cold, his sleeves sweeping dismissively. How ungrateful of Gu Nanzhi. He had afforded her an opportunity, and he hoped she would not find herself on her knees, weeping for forgiveness. Should she fail to bow and apologize to her grandmother, he would never forgive her. Gu Nanzhi, undeterred, seated herself, declaring standing to be quite tiresome. Zhao Shi shot her a glare. Soon enough, the servants from Lanyue Pavilion were summoned. Without needing Gu Nanzhi to speak, the old madam, with a commanding presence, began her interrogation. "Each of you, come forth. How does the young mistress treat Gu? How could he suddenly fall ill with a high fever this afternoon? If any of you have pertinent information, speak truthfully, and you shall be rewarded with 10 taels of silver." It is known that for an ordinary family of 5, an annual budget for sustenance is scarcely 5 taels. Thus, 10 taels would amount to a small fortune for them. A flicker of mockery crossed Gu Nanzhi's eyes. The old madam truly left no stone unturned, her actions decidedly unscrupulous. Xia Ling and Qiu Xi widened their eyes in disbelief, having never encountered such a matriarch, as though she were ready to dump a chamber pot upon their young lady's head. Yet, they felt no fear, for the young lady's care for Gu was impeccable. The old madam, certain of her expectations, awaited the servants from Lanyue Pavilion to come forth and denounce Gu Nanzhi, especially since she had lost her authority and was now of little consequence. However, to her astonishment, the servants, as if prearranged, spoke in unison, affirming that Gu Nanzhi treated Gu with utmost kindness, akin to her own flesh and blood, and even the wet nurse was treated with due respect, provided with ample food and drink, without a harsh word uttered. Not only the old madam, but even Zhao Shi found it hard to believe. Coldly, she inquired, "If she truly treated him as you say, why then did Gu fall ill?" Those who had never nursed a child could not comprehend. Several elderly women lowered their heads, silently scoffing. No matter how well one cares for a child, can any household claim their child never suffers a headache or fever? To them, the young mistress had done more than enough. Pei Luobai had visited Lanyue Pavilion several times and genuinely believed in Gu Nanzhi's affection for Gu. However, neglect could not be overlooked, and it was imperative to keep her in check. The old madam, having formed her conclusions, presumed Gu Nanzhi must have mistreated Gu and, receiving no satisfactory answers, her expression darkened. "Tao Mama, you speak." Tao Mama had been assigned to Gu Nanzhi when she first entered the Marquis's residence, effectively serving as the old madam's eyes and ears. Gu Nanzhi stood unflinching, unafraid. Tao Mama stepped forward, aware of the old madam's expectations. But having served the young mistress for 6 years, she understood her true nature. Over those years, Gu Nanzhi had treated all the household staff with fairness and clarity in rewards and punishments, treating even the lowliest of servants with kindness and courtesy. She had witnessed firsthand Gu Nanzhi's genuine affection for Gu, rendering it impossible for her to fabricate lies. Thus, she spoke truthfully, "Old madam. The affection the young mistress held for the young master was immense, and she bestows the same, if not more, love upon Gu." The old madam was momentarily taken aback, but reiterated her inquiry. Then why did Gu fall ill? Tao Mama boldly responded, "Old madam. What child does not fall ill in their youth? The young master himself often suffered from headaches and fevers in his early years. The young mistress was absent from the estate this afternoon. It was Yunyang who was attending to Gu. Perhaps we should summon Yunyang for her account." This statement resonated with Gu Nanzhi. Just then, a maid entered to announce that Gu had awakened. Chapter 37. I misjudged you. The elderly matron's face brightened with joy as she instructed Mama Kong to assist her, then turned to Gu Nanzhi and said, "Come with me." She harbored doubts about Mama Tao's words, convinced that Gu Nanzhi had bribed them all. Can adults lie, yet children remain truthful? She needed to hear directly from Gu to convince Gu Nanzhi. Following closely behind, Gu Nanzhi led the group to Gu's chamber. Great-grandmother, grandmother, father. Gu lay languidly on the bed. Although he had recovered from his high fever, he appeared pale and fragile, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. When he met Gu Nanzhi's gaze, his eyes darted away, his voice noticeably subdued, tinged with fear. "Mother." The matron shot Gu Nanzhi a cold glance, noticing Gu's attitude towards her. With this, how could she claim she had not mistreated him? She completely forgot how she had previously disdained Gu, now feigning concern, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear boy, you have suffered. Let great-grandmother take a look at you." It was all quite hypocritical. Zhao Shi also embraced and caressed him, saying, "My dear boy." She cast a resentful glance at Gu Nanzhi, then added, "It is the grandmother's failure to recognize character that has caused our dear boy to suffer." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Gu, how do you feel?" Pei Luobai inquired with genuine concern. After a pause, he continued, "How has your mother treated you these days? What caused your illness this time? Speak honestly. Do not be afraid. Your father will stand up for you." Jiang Linghua lingered by Gu's bedside, her heart warming at Pei Luobai's words. She quickly gave Gu a knowing look, urging him not to forget how his mother had taught him. He gripped the silk quilt tightly, his gaze unfocused. As he looked at Gu Nanzhi, tears welled in his eyes. He did not wish to speak ill of his mother. He had been quite happy by her side these days, even more so than with his biological mother. However, his mother had everything, while his biological mother had only him. He could not bear to disappoint her. Yet, feeling guilty towards his mother, he suddenly burst into tears and revealed everything Jiang Linghua had taught him. "Mother only treats me well in front of others. Behind their backs, she denies me food and drink, forbids me from seeing the wet nurse, and makes me sleep on the floor at night. I was so cold, shivering all over. She would not let me on the bed." His words struck precisely as intended, bringing immense delight to Jiang Linghua. Yet, the performance must continue. She knelt before the matron, tears streaming down her face, pleading for the elderly matron to take a stand for young Master Qian. "How dare you, Gu Nanzhi? Gu is just a child. What offense has he committed against you? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Someone, fetch paper and ink. Luobai, you must divorce her now. Our marquis household cannot harbor such a vile woman." Upon hearing Gu's words, Zhao Shi erupted with rage, wishing to pounce on Gu Nanzhi and tear her apart. Gu was her own grandson. Who gave her the audacity to treat him this way? "Gu Nanzhi, I misjudged you. Your Gu family is considered a prestigious lineage. Yet you are utterly deranged. Luobai, why are you still dawdling? Did you not hear your mother? Today, we must rid ourselves of this venomous woman." The matron could no longer tolerate the situation. Such a vile woman could not be permitted to remain within the Pei family. Countless families in the capital surpassed the Gu family in influence, and the Pei family could certainly continue without Gu Nanzhi. They could easily find Pei Luobai a noble lady of worthy lineage. Pei Luobai, now believing Gu's words, glared icily. "Gu Nanzhi, you have deeply disappointed me." Servants had already brought forth pen, ink, and paper, placing them before him. Listening to the matron and Zhao Shi, Jiang Linghua felt her heart race, nearly leaping from her throat as she fixed her gaze on Pei Luobai. "Hurry and write the divorce decree. What are you waiting for? Do you truly wish to keep this woman? Do not forget how she has treated your son. Xia Ling and Xiu Xi stepped forward to defend her, saying, "Young Master Qian, how can you slander the young master's wife in such a manner? The young master's wife has always treated you well. We servants have witnessed it. When has she ever denied you food or drink, or made you sleep on the floor?" Gu Nanzhi maintained a serene demeanor, fully aware of Qian Guer's nature, who had always excelled at ingratitude. "Gu Nanzhi, considering your 6 years of service to the Marquis household, even if you have not earned merit, you have endured your share of hardship. I offer you a chance. If you wish to remain in the Marquis household, kneel and confess your misdeeds to your grandmother." Pei Luobai assumed an air of superiority, believing himself exceedingly magnanimous, having already extended his utmost benevolence towards Gu Nanzhi. Gu Nanzhi cast him a cool glance, then walked straight to Qian Guer's bedside, her expression devoid of anger, instead smiling warmly at him. "Qian Gu, have you forgotten the stories your mother told you? Children must not lie. Let me ask you again, has your mother truly been so cruel to you? Not allowing you to eat or drink, and making you sleep on the floor?" As she spoke, she shot a glance at Jiang Lingyue, adding, "Did someone teach you to say such things?" Chapter 38. A slap in the face. Jiang Lingyue felt a tightening in her chest, maintaining a facade of submissiveness as she cast an innocent gaze upon Gu Nanzhi. What could the daughter-in-law of the Marquis possibly mean by this? Could it be that such a young child as Qian Gu is capable of deceit? Her words struck a chord with the assembly. "Gu Nanzhi, enough of this. Do you truly wish to intimidate Qian Gu in my presence?" The old matriarch's voice was heavy with authority. Zhao Shi, standing nearby, incessantly urged Pei Luobai to hastily draft a divorce decree, eager to see Gu Nanzhi ousted. Jiang Lingyue's heart brimmed with delight. With both the old matriarch and Zhao Shi voicing their sentiments, Gu Nanzhi was surely destined for expulsion. It was high time for a change in the Marquis' household. "Gu Nanzhi, do kneel before your grandmother and seek her forgiveness. Should she acquiesce, you may yet remain in the Marquis' residence. But should you be cast back to the Gu family by a divorce, have you contemplated your future?" Pei Luobai stepped forward, seizing her wrist. Having just secured a favorable impression before the emperor, he feared that a divorce at this juncture, regardless of the motive, might tarnish his reputation. Moreover, the Gu family still held value. He could later publicize her mistreatment of Qian Gu, asserting that her transgressions warranted her dismissal, yet he, in his magnanimity, chose to allow her to remain, thus enhancing his own standing. His calculations were astute, yet he gravely misjudged one aspect. Gu Nanzhi was no longer the naive fool who had once devoted herself entirely to him. Had it been in the past, she might have meekly acquiesced to his demands to stay in the Marquis' residence. But now, he was merely dreaming. "Release me." Gu Nanzhi coldly shook off his filthy grasp. Her gaze was gentle, her tone soft, devoid of reproach. "Qian Gu, have you forgotten your mother's teachings? Do you truly wish to become a child who tells lies?" Qian Gu buried half of his face in the silk quilt, his eyes averted, filled with dread. His mother had warned him that lying children not only see their noses grow long, but also sprout tails. He did not wish to transform into a little monster. He longed to touch his nose to see if it had indeed grown, yet he dared not. Gu Nanzhi did not press him, merely encouraging him with a warm smile. "Mother knows that Qian Gu is the best child in the world. He would never tell a lie. If he were to do so, it would surely be under duress. Mother would not blame him." Jiang Lingyue subtly raised her brow, casting a triumphant glance at Gu Nanzhi. Her son was most obedient to her. He would not be swayed by her mere words, exuding confidence. The old matriarch could no longer contain her frustration. "Luobai, why do you linger? Do you not see her utter lack of remorse?" Pei Luobai fixed a determined gaze upon Gu Nanzhi, realizing that she would not shed tears until faced with the grave consequences. He resolved to intimidate her, believing she must harbor some fear. As he reached for pen and paper, Jiang Lingyue's eyes brightened with excitement, her years of suffering finally yielding fruit. Pei Luobai dipped his pen, casting one last glance at Gu Nanzhi. She appeared utterly composed, her demeanor serene, showing no sign of fear at the prospect of being cast aside. He furrowed his brow, letting the ink flow onto the paper. The old matriarch and Zhao Shi wore smiles of anticipation, awaiting Gu Nanzhi's pleas for mercy. Gu Nanzhi observed Qian Gu and discreetly touched her own nose. "Mother, I do not wish to be a child who lies," while others failed to notice. Qian Gu felt a chill, his small frame stiffening with overwhelming fear. "Mother never denied me food or drink, nor did she make me sleep on the ground. She treats me very well. I love Mother." Jiang Lingyue felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She turned abruptly to Qian Gu, her face filled with reproach, panic seeping through her composure. Gu Nanzhi gently wiped away his tears with a handkerchief. Then why would you wrong your mother? Qian Gu, terrified at the thought of his nose lengthening and sprouting a tail, could think of nothing but his own dread. It was the wet nurse who made me say that. It was the wet nurse who took off my clothes and made me lie on the couch, causing my illness. Mother, I have spoken the truth. Please do not blame me. His small hands clutched her sleeve tightly, his face a portrait of dependence. Qian Gu? Jiang Lingyue's mind spun, her body growing cold and rigid as she stood frozen, panic etched across her face. Pei Luobai was momentarily stunned, staring at her in disbelief. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Lingyue's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression pitiful as she shook her head vigorously. No, that is not true. I have not. The old matriarch and Zhao Shi were equally astonished by Qian Gu's revelations, realizing that it was indeed the mother who had harmed her own son. Gu Nanzhi wore a mocking smile, casting a cold glance at them. You have all heard it, haven't you? Who is truly to blame for Qian Gu's plight? Chapter 39. The divorce document having spoken her piece, she flicked her sleeve and departed, her slender silhouette exuding a chilling indifference. Pei Luobai felt a sudden pang of anxiety. The old lady, skeptical, questioned Qian Gu multiple times, each inquiry leading back to the maternal figure, Jiang Lingyue, who was harming her own flesh and blood. Look closely. This is the person you hold dear, she thought, her anger boiling as she cast a furious glance at Jiang Lingyue, recalling how they had just belittled Gu Nanzhi. The thought made her feel nauseous. I shall see how you intend to resolve today's affair. Regardless, she decided to leave it be, believing that whoever had caused this mess should handle it themselves. With Mama Kong in tow, she departed. Zhao Shi, equally incensed, stomped her feet in frustration. Luobai, how could you claim she is the epitome of kindness? Look at how she has treated her own son. Ji. Wait for your mother, she glared at Jiang Lingyue coldly before rising to pursue Gu Nanzhi. Ultimately, they were at fault, and she was determined to pacify her to suppress the matter. Once they had left, Pei Luobai ordered for Qian Gu to be taken away. With a few servants stationed at the door, the room was left with only him and Jiang Lingyue. His gaze was intense, and Jiang Lingyue, under the weight of his stare, found herself unconsciously retreating. It was you who harmed Qian Gu. Justify your actions. His expression was filled with rage, devoid of the warmth it once held, and his icy tone sent a shiver through Jiang Lingyue. She instinctively formed the delicate, innocent visage that Pei Luobai had always adored, embodying fragility and charm. Brother Xian's such matters were not to be confessed, and as she opened her mouth to defend herself, Pei Luobai's cold interruption silenced her. At this juncture, do you still wish to argue? Suddenly, he recalled an incident, grasping Jiang Lingyue's wrist with a force that made her cry out in pain. He remained unfazed. You were also the one responsible for Qian Gu's allergic reaction. How could you repay my trust in you, risking a confrontation with my grandmother for this? Qian Gu is your own flesh and blood. How could you inflict harm? Brother Xian meeting Pei Luobai's bloodshot eyes, Jiang Lingyue's heart raced. She allowed her gaze to linger, her thoughts swirling as she donned an expression of profound sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks. Some landing on chapter 40. I fulfill you. Zhao glanced at him, signaling that although she and the old matriarch had pursued them, they were not anxious. As long as Luobai was present, controlling Gu Nanzhi was akin to child's play. Gu Nanzhi's demeanor was frosty, and Pei Luobai stepped forward, blocking her path. Ji, we've all misunderstood you. Please, don't be angry. This is a family matter, and if it escalates, it will bring shame upon us all. Come back to Lanyue Pavilion with me, and let us not speak of divorce again. He extended his hand towards Gu Nanzhi as he spoke. Please, your highness, step aside. I, a venomous woman, am unworthy of being the princess wife. A divorce deed is unnecessary. I cannot bear it. I have already sent someone to deliver the divorce papers to you. All you need to do is sign. And from that moment on, we shall have no further ties. Gu Nanzhi's almond-shaped eyes shimmered coldly, exuding a chill that kept others at bay as she stepped back to avoid Pei Luobai's hand. Pei Luobai's patience, already thin, began to fray. Faced with her unwavering stance, his feigned affection turned to anger. I've admitted my mistakes. What more do you want from me? It was you who disrespected grandmother first. Yet I chose not to hold it against you. Must you cling to this? A sudden urge to laugh surged within Gu Nanzhi, for she had felt a flicker of affection. Was she to forgive him simply because he had uttered a hollow apology? If she chose not to forgive, would it then be her fault? Why should it be so? Were they not the ones who had wronged her first? She had never encountered such unabashed individuals. They had clearly erred yet sought to twist the narrative, making it seem as though all the blame fell upon her. Zhao scoffed. It's because you did not do well enough that others found an opportunity. If you had chosen to return to your family today, none of this would have happened. The old matriarch chimed in. Ji, do you truly wish to divorce Luo Bai? You must think carefully. Once you sign that divorce decree, your bond with Luo Bai will be severed. You have waited 6 years for him, longing for his return. Can you truly bear to part with him? Seeing Gu Nanzhi lower her gaze, a glimmer of cold amusement flickered in her eyes. Pressing on, the old matriarch continued. Luo Bai has just suffered an injury. How can you consider divorce at such a time? What will others think of you? This world is harsh, especially for women. If you truly choose to return home, you may find yourself alone with only a flickering lamp to accompany you in your remaining days. Grandmother genuinely hopes for your happiness with Luo Bai. Gu Nanzhi's head hung lower, seemingly swayed by the old matriarch's words, yet no one noticed the icy smile lurking in her eyes. At this moment, to divorce Pei Luo Bai would be too lenient for him. The old matriarch basked in her own satisfaction, her murky eyes gleaming with triumph. Engaging her in combat. She was still too inexperienced. If she could grasp Gu Nanzhi's weakness, the latter would be unable to escape her grasp. She exchanged a glance with Pei Luo Bai, her expression radiating kindness. Ji, speak your desires. As long as you are willing to stay, grandmother shall grant them. Pei Luo Bai shared the same sentiment. Wishing to appease her first. Yes, Ji, whatever you wish for is yours. Gu Nanzhi had been waiting for this very phrase. Slowly, she raised her gaze, her radiant face adorned with an unusual sense of grievance. Yunyang has instigated Killed Gu against me. I wonder how grandmother and the prince intend to deal with her. Deal with Yunyang? She retorted. On what grounds does she have to deal with Yunyang? Had she not obstructed Yunyang from seeing Killed Gu, how could Yunyang have harmed him? This entire matter ultimately lies at her feet. Pei Luo Bai's expression turned icy, and without a second thought, he asked, I wish to inquire why you, as Killed Gu's legitimate mother, would not allow her to see him? Gu Nanzhi had anticipated his bias towards Jiang Linyu. After all, she was his cherished one. With a smile, she responded, Pray tell, Your Highness, is it the responsibility of a legitimate mother like myself to raise Killed Gu, or that of a wet nurse? Pei Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback, his chest tightening with frustration. No matter how one viewed it, Yunyang was Killed Gu's wet nurse, having cared for him since childhood, and had come to see him as her own. Is it not rather heartless of you to deny her access to Killed Gu? Xia Ling and Qiu Ci exchanged incredulous glances, stifling laughter. If she regarded Killed Gu as her own child, why not simply make her his mother? Why insist on transferring Killed Gu under the young lady's name? Are you suggesting that Yunyang has instigated Killed Gu to falsely accuse me, his legitimate mother? Gu Nanzhi had no desire to engage further and directly commanded, Please, Your Highness, step aside. Do not obstruct my path home. I no longer dare to assume the role of the princess wife, lest you choose to dismiss me or reduce me to a concubine. Xia Ling and Qiu Ci hurriedly shielded her, stating, Perhaps the prince wishes for the lord to personally come and escort the young lady home. Noticing Gu Nanzhi's demeanor soften, Pei Luo Bai's expression darkened further. Do you truly insist on divorce? Gu Nanzhi nodded without a hint of hesitation. Yes, please let me pass. If you wish to keep me against my will, then I shall have to involve my father and brothers, as well as the clan elders. At that point, today's events will be far from resolved. Pei Luo Bai, enraged by her attitude, replied, Very well, if you wish to leave, I shall accommodate you. He stepped back, granting her passage, not believing she would dare to walk away. Should you step through that door, there will be no turning back. Gu Nanzhi, accompanied by Qiu Ci and Xia Ling, walked straight past him. The old matriarch and Zhao were skeptical of her determination to leave, their anger simmering as they felt Gu Nanzhi had grown increasingly arrogant. They refrained from intervening, eager to witness whether she would truly dare to step beyond the gates of the Marquis's residence. With a composed stride, Gu Nanzhi walked forward, showing no signs of hesitation under their watchful gazes. Just as she was about to cross the threshold of the Marquis's gate, the old matriarch could no longer contain herself. Luo Bai, Chapter 41. The lowest of maids, Gu Nanzhi remained steadfast, her gaze unwavering, the corners of her eyes tinged with subtle mockery. Just wait and see. They would never allow her to depart so easily. This marriage was a favor she had sought, rendering her inferior in their eyes, and they had always regarded her from a lofty perch. The moment she deviated from their wishes or made the slightest misstep, they would seize upon it relentlessly. In her past life, after she bore the stigma of infertility on behalf of Pei Luobai, the old matriarch and Zhao Shi exploited her at every turn, often threatening her with divorce. For Pei Luobai, she had endured their indignities in silence. They believed they could resort to their old tactics against her, but it would not work this time. Gu Nanzhi. Pei Luobai's expression was complex as he strode towards her, grasping her firmly. His face darkened as he squeezed out a voice laced with chilling disdain. You may deal with Yunyang as you wish. Is that satisfactory? Gu Nanzhi knew he would relent. In Hebai courtyard, Jiang Lingyue awaited the good news of Pei Luobai's divorce, only to be confronted by two coarse matrons. Who are you? What do you want? Let me go? The two matrons exchanged no words, seizing Jiang Lingyue from either side and dragging her away, instilling terror within her as she frantically searched for Pei Luobai's figure. Having enjoyed a life of privilege by his side for years, she was no match for the two matrons. I demand to see the old matriarch. I want to see the heir. One of the matrons scoffed. You wish to see the old matriarch and the heir? Dream on. You, a mere lowly wretch, dare to slander the heir's wife? You must have the audacity of a bear and leopard combined. Jiang Lingyue's heart sank. I am Qiangu's wet nurse. You cannot treat me this way. Slap. The other matron delivered a resounding blow, leaving Jiang Lingyue dazed, her ears ringing and a metallic taste in her mouth. You still dare to mention young Master Qian? Huh? What wet nurse? That was in the past. Jiang Lingyue was taken aback. What do you mean by that? The two matrons exchanged cold laughter, offering no further explanation as they dragged her out of Hebai courtyard. It was not until she was taken to the communal quarters of the cleaning matrons that Jiang Lingyue comprehended the implications of their earlier words. A wave of terror washed over her. No, she did not want to be here. She wished to stay with Qiangu. How could Pei Luobai treat her this way? Get away from me. I am Qiangu's wet nurse. He cannot do without me. I must find Qiangu. In a frenzy, she pushed against the two matrons and attempted to flee. How dare you escape, you little wretch? One matron lunged forward, seizing her hair and throwing her to the ground, while the other delivered several slaps, leaving her vision blurred with stars and her lips stained with blood. The most despairing words followed. From now on, you are merely the lowest maid in charge of cleaning. If you wish to see young Master Qian, wait for your next life. The lowest maid? No. She had to confront Pei Luobai and seek clarity. The door loomed before her. She struggled fiercely against the matron's hold, but they were her nemesis, pinning her down effortlessly. Unable to contain her anguish any longer, she cried out, Please, let me go. I want to see the old matriarch. I must see the heir. Alas, she could see no one, for Gu Nanzhi had expressly assigned these two matrons to keep watch over her. In the Lanyu Pavilion, Xia Ling recounted the tragic plight of Jiang Lingyue to Gu Nanzhi, detailing her wretched sobs. Afterward, she puzzled over why her lady did not simply sell Yunyang. Why allow such a calamity to remain in the household? I have my plans, Gu Nanzhi replied with a gentle smile, her gaze lowered. Is Jiang Lingyue not eager to move Qiangu to the front courtyard, flying high with Pei Luobai? I shall not only seize Qiangu from her grasp, but confine her to this sunless back courtyard. Only thus shall she experience a fate worse than death. Pei Luobai was aware that Gu Nanzhi had dispatched matrons to guard Jiang Lingyue, and he dared not approach her recklessly. Instead, he suppressed his fury and made his way to the Lanyu Pavilion, inquiring of Gu Nanzhi about the matter he had entrusted to her father. Rest assured, my lord. Father bids us await good news. Receiving this satisfactory reply, Pei Luobai smiled. You have worked hard today. Please take your rest early. As he departed, Gu Nanzhi's apricot eyes glimmered with icy resolve. As long as she drew breath, he would never attain his title smoothly, regardless of how he had previously allied with Xian'ai. In this life, he could forget such aspirations. As the year drew to a close, Qiangu showed signs of improvement, yet the old matriarch ordered him return to the Lanyu Pavilion, indicating her lingering reservations. The weather was frigid, and snow began to fall once more. Jiang Lingyue was sweeping snow, her face drawn and haggard after just a few days. Her delicate hands were red and swollen from the cold, suffering frostbite, while the two coarse matrons kept a watchful eye on her from a distance. She was on the brink of madness, aimlessly sweeping the snow while furtively scanning her surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Yet the two matrons were vigilant. offering her no chance. Nightfall arrived, and it was time for dinner. The maids responsible for cleaning returned to their quarters, a total of over 20. On the table sat a steaming bowl of white porridge, with steamed buns and a few meager, insipid dishes. After a long day of labor, Jiang Lingyue was too exhausted to lift her arms. In the initial days, her slow work had meant that by the time she returned, others had finished their meals, leaving her with only remnants of soup. She had not had a full meal in several days. Today, she managed to return early. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the buns on the table, and she reached out to grab one, only for a hand to suddenly clamp down on her wrist. Do you want to eat? Chapter 42. I'll let you have your fill. With a resounding whoosh, every cleaning maidservant in the room snapped to attention, their gazes fixed menacingly upon Jiang Linyu. To dare frame the young master's wife? You truly overestimate your worth. The maidservant gripping Jiang Linyu's wrist sneered with undisguised contempt. Initially uncertain of Jiang Linyu's true nature, they had quickly discerned her character over the past few days. Their prevailing emotions were not merely disdain, but seething indignation. In the years that Gu Nanzhi had managed the household, she had never hesitated to extend a helping hand to any servant in need, who in the manner had not benefited from her generosity. Release me, Jiang Linyu demanded, struggling to wrench her hand free. You wish to partake? The maidservant nearest to her snatched the steamed bun from Jiang Linyu's grasp, tossing it onto the ground with a disdainful flick of her wrist. She then ground it under her heel, leaving several gray footprints on the once pristine bun. Enraged that even the lowliest of maidservants dared to lord over her, Jiang Linyu forcefully shook off the hand that held her, retorting, Do not push your insolence too far. Insolence is precisely what we intend to inflict upon you, you base-born wretch. Just because you nursed young Master Qian for a few days, you presume yourself of consequence? Do you even comprehend your station? You dare to mistreat the young master's wife? You are fortunate that the young master's wife is benevolent. Another would have sold you to a brothel long ago. You desire steamed buns, do you? Then consume them. 5 or 6 maidservants swarmed upon Jiang Linyu, pinning her to the ground. One of them seized the soiled bun, forcefully shoving it into her mouth. I shall ensure you have your fill. The remaining maidservants delegated a few to guard the door. Merely steamed buns are insufficient. Let us bestow upon her a bowl of congee. A maidservant ladled a bowl of steaming white congee, tilting her wrist, allowing the thick, viscous liquid to cascade over Jiang Linyu's head. Ah! Jiang Linyu shrieked, scalded by the heat. Her hands clawed desperately at the ground, her frigid gaze, venomous as poison, bore into those who tormented her. Release me. All of you, release me. You shall rue this day. I shall never forgive you. The day she turned the tables would be their end. Congee and steamed buns without accompanying dishes are simply unacceptable. Let us remedy that. Another maidservant retrieved a plate of vegetables from the table, dumping it directly onto Jiang Linyu's face. The brownish broth splattered across her face, the salted oil stinging her eyes, rendering her unable to open them. Witnessing her misery, the others erupted in raucous laughter. Deservedly so. Jiang Linyu's face contorted in rage as she clenched her fists, slowly opening her eyes. Her scarlet gaze etching the faces of those who mocked her into the depths of her memory. Humiliating tears traced paths down her cheeks. What are you glaring at? Have you not had your fill? An elderly matron seized another steamed bun, stuffing it into Jiang Linyu's mouth. While they harbored animosity towards Jiang Linyu, they were careful to maintain boundaries, contenting themselves with humiliation rather than inflicting genuine harm. After a time of taunting Jiang Linyu, they dispersed. Jiang Linyu removed the bun from her mouth, slowly rising from the ground. She retreated into a corner, raising her sleeve to wipe the oily residue from her face. Amidst tears of humiliation, she forced herself to consume the bun in her hand, bite by bite. She yearned for Qian, for Pei Luobai, and above all, to escape this place. News of the events reached Gu Nanzhi's ears swiftly. Upon hearing the account, she merely offered a cold smile, deeming it far from sufficient. She then turned to Qiu Xi, issuing a brief instruction. Qiu Xi departed briefly. Initially, Qian had inquired about Jiang Linyu's absence, but Gu Nanzhi had soothed him with a few comforting words and diverted his attention. Within days, he ceased mentioning Jiang Linyu altogether, as if she had vanished from his memory. Indeed, those devoid of conscience make no exceptions in their callousness. One of the 2 matrons assigned to watch over Jiang Linyu departed briefly, only to return shortly thereafter. Gu Nanzhi had never been miserly towards the servants in the manor, even the lowest-ranking cleaning maidservants. Each room was furnished with a charcoal brazier, As night deepened and all appeared to be asleep, Jiang Linyu stealthily opened her eyes. Observing that the two matrons guarding her were slumbering soundly, she allowed a trace of cold amusement to flicker across her face. She crept silently from the pallet, barefoot to avoid awakening them, treading cautiously towards the exterior. She would succumb to madness if she remained here any longer. Sensing movement behind her, the two matrons opened their eyes without fanfare, exchanging knowing smiles, feigning obliviousness. Jiang Linyu successfully escaped, scarcely daring to breathe. Pressing firmly against her chest, she glanced back repeatedly, hurrying forward in small, anxious steps, avoiding contact with others. The snowy night was bitterly cold, illuminated only by a few red lanterns swaying in the wind, casting faint light. Jiang Linyu, in her haste, failed to notice the dark silhouette that had materialized behind her. The servants of the Marquis's manor were indeed exceedingly snobbish. She had relinquished all of her private savings to the gatekeeper in order to gain entry to the front courtyard. Pei Luobai had already retired for the night. Hearing the commotion outside, he abruptly opened his eyes, donned a robe, and opened the door, pulling Jiang Linyu inside with a swift motion. His voice lowered as he questioned, "Why have you come again? Were you not instructed to remain quietly in the rear courtyard?" Indeed, while Pei Luobai had not met with her, he had dispatched a servant to convey the message that Gu Nanzhi had orchestrated this episode, and that she should remain discreet for the time being. He would devise a solution. Such were his words, yet he had taken no action. He had been awaiting favorable news from Gu when he during these days. At this critical juncture, he dared not provoke Gu Nanzhi under any circumstances. "Xian, I cannot endure a single day longer. I am perpetually hungry, and even if I were to overlook performing the coarse labor of cleaning, those lowly maidservants have conspired to mistreat me. It is undoubtedly the doing of that vile Gu Nanzhi. I truly cannot bear to live any longer. I implore you to save me. I shall kneel before you." Jiang Linyu knelt heavily before Pei Luobai, clutching at the hem of his robe, her tears falling in heavy drops upon the ground. "You, please rise and speak first." Pei Luobai, observing her emaciated state, felt a pang of sympathy. He reached out to assist her, but Jiang Linyu resolutely refused to rise. "Xian, if you refuse to bring me and Qian to the front courtyard, I shall remain kneeling indefinitely." Pei Luobai was somewhat troubled. If she was suffering, was he not also? With the imperial decree confirming his succession still pending, he was a laughingstock in the capital. Could she not endure for his sake? His face betrayed his displeasure, but Jiang Linyu remained oblivious. Consumed by her own pain and despair, her tearful gaze fixed upon him. "The separation of mother and child is heart-wrenching. I wish to take Qian away, yet you refuse. Does Xian wish to see me perish?" Her voice was not subdued. Hearing her words, the dark silhouette on the rooftop stirred suddenly. "You, be reasonable. The ground is cold. Please rise." Seeing that Pei Luobai remained unwilling to concede, Jiang Linyu grew desperate. She offered a bitter smile. "Xian, I understand. I shall now die before your very eyes." With these words, she rose and lunged towards a nearby pillar. "You." Pei Luobai quickly intervened. Wrapping his arms around her waist, forced to concede, Qian is no longer a young child. "Tomorrow, I shall inform grandmother and have him moved to the front courtyard. Thereafter, I shall devise a means to bring you as well." Only then did Jiang Linyu cease her weeping. She leaned into his embrace, her sweet voice like honeyed nectar. "Xian, I knew you were the best." Having secured Pei Luobai's assurance, Jiang Linyu departed contentedly. For some reason, on her return journey, she felt as though she were being followed. She glanced back frequently, yet there was nothing behind her. As she approached the lake, the feeling intensified, causing her heart to pound. She quickened her pace, and as she walked, she abruptly turned around. "I am merely frightening myself." Seeing that there was nothing behind her, she felt somewhat self-deprecating. Splush! At that moment, a pair of hands shoved her forcefully from behind. Chapter 43. The temptation. The winter lake lay frozen solid. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the patch where Jiang Linyu fell was broken, and she plunged into the icy waters, swallowing a mouthful of frigid liquid. Not only was she an unskilled swimmer, but even those adept in water would have been rendered helpless. As soon as she entered the water, the cold numbed her senses. Her body felt as if it were bound with stones, dragging her deeper into the abyss. Help me." The water enveloped her in darkness, and Jiang Linyu felt as though a terrifying beast was about to devour her. She stared wide-eyed, her feeble cries akin to a feather, drifting softly upon the surface without causing a ripple. Who do you think you are to compare with her? You are nothing but a base wretch. After she fell, a youth emerged from behind a nearby tree, clad in black, his obsidian eyes glinting with a sinister chill, icier than the frozen lake itself. It was but a fleeting moment before Jiang Linyue lost consciousness from the cold. Sensing the opportune moment, the youth curled his thin lips. Allowing her to perish would be too lenient. A sound of footsteps approached, and he tossed a stone towards the patrolling guards, then another into the lake. Who is it? The patrolling guards, drawn by the noise, quickly spotted a decorative shoe by the lakeside. Oh no, someone has fallen in. When Jiang Linyue was rescued, her life was nearly extinguished. A maid responsible for cleaning the area had fallen into the water. It was deemed unnecessary to alarm the master. If it had been another maid, her demise would have been of little consequence. However, considering Jiang Linyue had once cared for young Master Qian, the guards hesitated to let her perish easily and promptly summoned the physician. Needles were inserted, medicine brewed, and they toiled through the entirety of the night. It was only at dawn that Jiang Linyue regained consciousness. Cough, cough. Someone wants to harm me. I must see the young master. Having brushed with death, Jiang Linyue was terrified, her eyes bloodshot as she cried out increasingly louder. There was a perpetrator within the Marquis's residence, and this was no trivial matter. The patrolling guards could not make a decision and hurried to report to Pei Luobai in the front courtyard. Upon learning that Jiang Linyue had nearly lost her life, Pei Luobai arrived swiftly, dismissing others with a wave of his hand. Only then did Jiang Linyue feel free to express herself. Brother Xian, I did not merely slip into the water. Someone pushed me from behind. I nearly lost the chance to see you and Killed Gu again. Brother Xian, I am so frightened. It must be Gu Nanzhi who wishes to kill me. You must seek justice for me. Her heart still racing, she clutched tightly to Pei Luobai's sleeve, gasping between sobs. Are you certain someone pushed you? Pei Luobai grasped her hand, his voice steady yet solemn, his brows shadowed with frost. Jiang Linyue eagerly nodded, then gazed at him with despair. Brother Xian, do you not believe me? I admit I do not like Gu Nanzhi, for she seeks to take you and Killed Gu away from me. But I would never gamble with my life to frame her. Seeing her eyes reddened with distress, Pei Luobai softly reassured her. How could I doubt you? Leave this matter to me, Yue. Focus on recovering your health. I will seek out grandmother. The old matriarch was already aware of Jiang Linyue's fall. She cared little for who sought to harm Jiang Linyue. In her eyes, Jiang Linyue was a tangible misfortune, and her death would eliminate future worries. With a hint of regret, she turned to Mama Kong beside her, saying, if only the patrolling guards had delayed a little longer. Upon Pei Luobai's arrival, the old matriarch expected him to speak about Jiang Linyue, yet he did not mention her at all, instead stating that Killed Gu should be moved to the front courtyard. Let us prepare the Hengwu courtyard for him. What do you think? The old matriarch considered this arrangement and nodded in approval. Grandmother, are you aware of last night's events? Luobai, are you suspecting me? The old matriarch narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Pei Luobai's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized her in silence. Often, silence bore the weight of unspoken agreement. If I truly wish to kill her, there are countless ways to do so without detection. Why employ such clumsy methods that would turn us against each other? GR Chapter 44. Account Examination. Pei Luobai gazed intently at her, his deep-set eyes seemingly imbued with a hint of affection, a stark contrast to his usual accusatory tone, now replaced by a tone of inquiry. Gu Nanzhi's gaze flickered slightly. It was evident that he truly believed that her father would advocate for him. Her eyes were clear and unwavering, reflecting no hint of guilt as she met his scrutiny head-on, feigning surprise at the revelation. Although Yunyang had erred, she had nonetheless raised Killed Gu, and her transgressions should not warrant a death sentence. She implored the young lord to thoroughly investigate the matter, so as not to create a rift between Killed Gu and herself. When she mentioned Killed Gu, a soft glow graced her features. Pei Luobai felt a slight shift in his heart, though he remained cautious of her words, assuring her that should anyone dare to harm within the Marquis's estate, he would certainly uncover the truth. Noticing Gu Nanzhi's composed demeanor, he lowered his gaze, pondering if she was indeed innocent. At Hebai Courtyard, the old lady had already issued orders for the prompt tidying of the Hengwu courtyard, when unexpectedly, Steward Feng arrived. Unsure of the old lady's intentions, he hesitantly inquired whether they were to prepare the Hengwu courtyard for the young master's status or merely to clear it out. The old lady shot him a sidelong glance, stating that they would be arranging the courtyard according to Killed Gu's identity, questioning why he even needed to ask. Upon hearing this, Steward Feng appeared troubled. The old lady furrowed her brow, urging him to speak plainly. Only then did he confess that the accounts showed less than 1,000 taels of silver remaining. What did you say? Before he could finish, the old lady's voice rose sharply. How can it be that a reputable marquis's estate has less than 1,000 taels remaining? This is utterly laughable. Where has all the silver gone? Steward Feng stammered. For these years, it has been the young lady of the marquis's charge over the household finances. He too was at a loss. The marquis's estate was so impoverished, it could not even rival that of an ordinary merchant. The old lady, incensed, pointed at Mama Kong and commanded, "Bring the young lady of the marquis to me at once. I wish to inquire how she has managed the household these past years." Ever since Pei Luobai had mentioned transferring Qian Gu'er to the front courtyard, Gu Nanzhi had been anticipating this moment. Upon Mama Kong's arrival, she did not utter a single word, simply proceeding to Hebai courtyard. It was finally time to settle the accounts, and she intended to reclaim the silver owed to her. "Gigi, you have managed the household these years due to my trust, and I have never questioned you. Now, how is it that the accounts reflect less than 1,000 taels remaining?" The old lady slammed the account book down before Gu Nanzhi. Glancing at it, Gu Nanzhi slowly raised her eyes, questioning whether her grandmother insinuated that she had embezzled the marquis's funds. Pei Luobai and Zhao Shi arrived just in time. Zhao Shi, with a stern expression, demanded, "If not, then where has the silver gone?" This time, Pei Luobai stood by her side, saying, "Gigi, if you have misappropriated any funds, simply confess. As long as you return the funds, neither grandmother nor mother will hold it against you." Xia Ling and Qiu Xi wished to interject, but Gu Nanzhi stopped them with a glance. She bent down to pick up the fallen account book, brushing off the dust, and softly stated, "Grandmother, let us summon the accountant to verify the accounts. If I have misappropriated even a single tael, let my entire dowry be forfeited to repay the debt." Upon hearing her words, the old lady and Zhao Shi exchanged glances. Who among the household managers did not pilfer a bit of silver? They were convinced that the marquis's estate was indeed left with this meager sum, undoubtedly due to Gu Nanzhi's meddling. Even if her dowry was substantial, who would ever refuse more silver? The old lady immediately ordered the accountant to be summoned for an account verification in their presence. 3 accountants worked tirelessly from morning until deep into the night, the sound of abacus beads never ceasing. The old lady was beginning to feel fatigued and asked, "How much longer will this take?" The 3 accountants exchanged glances and replied, "The accounts are numerous. It will at least take until tomorrow morning. If they were to endure the night, it might very well be the end of her." Thus, the old lady instructed Gu Nanzhi to return and rest, urging her to come back early the following day. Zhao Shi and Pei Luobai had also endured a long day. As they exited Hebai courtyard, Pei Luobai quickly caught up with Gu Nanzhi, saying, "Gigi, there is still time. Just state a figure, and I shall compensate you. Is the young lord so certain that I have misappropriated the marquis's silver?" With that parting remark, Gu Nanzhi drifted away. Pei Luobai's eyes clouded with turmoil. Had it not been for her usefulness, would he have bothered himself with such trivial matters? The following day, when Gu Nanzhi arrived, the old lady had yet to rise. She waited for a considerable time until the old lady finished her breakfast. In the old lady's eyes, this was akin to showing guilt, further solidifying her belief that Gu Nanzhi had misappropriated the marquis's funds. Pei Luobai and Zhao Shi arrived just as the 3 accountants concluded their exhaustive work, their faces drawn and weary. The old lady slammed her hand on the table, demanding, "How much silver has the young lady of the marquis truly misappropriated?" As soon as she spoke, all 3 accountants were taken aback, their expressions a complex mixture of confusion. From when had the young lady of the marquis ever embezzled the marquis's funds? Gu Nanzhi smiled faintly, pressing her lips together. Observing their silence, the old lady scoffed. "Have you forgotten who is in charge now?" The leading accountant took a deep breath and replied, in response to the old lady's query. Chapter 45. It is time to present her gift. The old matriarch, Lady Zhao, and Pei Luobai listened intently as the accountant paused momentarily, casting a cryptic glance at Gu Nanzhi. The 3 of them internally condemned her, eagerly awaiting the accountant's revelation of a specific figure. Gu Nanzhi remained composed, delicately sipping her tea. Unable to contain herself, Zhao jabbed at her. "Gigi, why not confess honestly? Must you escalate this matter? I am curious to see how you will end this." The old matriarch snorted coldly, deeming it a plight of her own making. The accountant, with an odd expression, glanced at them before continuing. "The accounts are crystal clear. Over the past 6 years, the young lady of the Marquis has contributed a total of 165,871 taels of silver to the Marquis. His words struck like lightning, eliciting disbelief. What did you say? Repeat that. The old matriarch trembled as she steadied herself against the table. Pei Luobai stepped back, his pupils narrowing. As the heir of the Marquis, he had always held a natural superiority over Gu Nanzhi, regarding her and her profound affections with disdain. He never imagined that it was she who had supported the Marquis for 6 years, enabling him to maintain his status as the heir. I refuse to believe that the Marquis has fallen to such depths. Zhao shook her head. Only when the accountant presented the account book before them, with black and white figures laid bare, could they no longer deny the truth. The old matriarch's emotions were tumultuous. Gigi, it is grandmother's fault. I had no idea the Marquis had endured such hardship, relying on your support. I am sorry, I have wronged you. She approached Gu Nanzhi, affectionately taking her hand. You are a good child. I trust you. From now on, the management of the Marquis will be entrusted to you. Zhao's face flushed. Gigi, you have worked hard all these years. Should she be entrusted with the household or continue to support the Marquis? A trace of mockery flickered in Gu Nanzhi's eyes as she withdrew her hand, feigning trepidation. As a granddaughter-in-law who is heired, I dare not entangle myself further after relinquishing the management rights. It would be best for grandmother to find someone trustworthy to avoid further chaos. Did they think her foolish enough to take on this mess? Her words were laced with barbs, causing the old matriarch's expression to stiffen. Pei Luobai gazed at her with a complex expression as she spoke softly. There is one matter that poses great difficulty. If these accounts go uncounted, it would be one thing. However, should outsiders learn that the Marquis has fallen to relying on my dowry for support, I fear. What do you fear? Everyone knew full well. I fear that the Chung En Marquis will become the laughingstock of the entire capital, unable to hold its head high. After uttering this, she fixed her gaze on Pei Luobai, observing his despondent demeanor. She suppressed a smile in her eyes and turned to leave. Pei Luobai, the epitome of arrogance, was now confronted with the reality that both he and his family had been sustained for 6 years by a woman he had always looked down upon. This revelation was sufficient to shatter his pride and strip him of his haughty demeanor. Not long after Gu Nanzhi returned to Lanhua Pavilion, Pei Luobai sent someone to deliver the 1,000 taels of gold bestowed by the emperor. Yet, that was not enough. He also instructed that the remaining silver would be gradually compensated to her. Gu Nanzhi, with her slender fingers, caressed the gold pieces, knowing well that what he owed her extended far beyond this amount, but she would reclaim it all in due time. Without silver, the matter of Qiangu or moving to the front courtyard would naturally come to nothing, especially with the upcoming year-end, not to mention the wages for the servants and various social obligations, which represented a substantial expenditure. The old matriarch was so troubled that she could barely eat. This was the first year of Luobai's return. The Marquis must not reveal any signs of decline. While she was somewhat understanding, that was her dowry. Why should it be used to support the Marquis? After much contemplation, she concluded that Gu Nanzhi would have to bear this financial burden. After all, being the young lady of the Marquis was no simple task. Who asked her to seek this position? That evening, she instructed Mama Kong to invite Gu Nanzhi and Qiangu for dinner. Gu Nanzhi declined, citing ill health. She was not foolish. The old matriarch merely wished to coax her into parting with her money and conveniently passed this troublesome situation on to her. Having lived so many years, the old matriarch could not fail to realize this was Gu Nanzhi's reluctance to comply. What an insufferable little wretch. She truly does not know her place. Furious, the old matriarch smashed her teacup. With a flick of her eyes, she immediately summoned Pei Luobai. Pei Luobai, inebriated, asked, "What does grandmother wish?" The old matriarch was yet unaware that he had given all the 1,000 taels of gold bestowed by the emperor to Gu Nanzhi. She urged him earnestly to persuade Gu Nanzhi to reclaim the household management rights, especially with the new year approaching and the accounts showing not even 1,000 taels of silver. How would they manage? Pei Luobai firmly refused. Does grandmother wish for me to use her dowry? Only the most inept of men would scheme against a woman's dowry. What then? Will we celebrate the new year or not? We can manage without her dowry. Just take out the gold bestowed by the emperor to navigate through this crisis. The Marquis owes her so much silver. How can I ever hold my head high before her again? I have already given her the 1,000 taels of gold. If grandmother has no further business, I shall take my leave. With unsteady steps, Pei Luobai turned to depart. Upon learning that he had given all the 1,000 taels of gold to Gu Nanzhi, the old matriarch was nearly choked with fury. What was hers? And what was the marquis's? Having married into the marquis, everything she possessed should rightly belong to it. Do calm your anger, my lady. Mama Kong hastily soothed her. The following day, news spread from Hebai courtyard that the old matriarch had fallen ill. Even Xia Ling perceived it. Miss, I believe the old matriarch is feigning illness. If she is unwell, and the madam is incapable, the burden of managing the household will inevitably fall upon you. Gu Nanzhi was well aware. She understood them too well. After paying her respects to the old matriarch, she had her carriage prepared, ostensibly to seek blessings for the old matriarch, and set out from the marquis with Xia Ling and Qiu Xi. Once the carriage entered the bustling market, she leaned close to Qiu Xi's ear and whispered a few words. Qiu Xi quietly dismounted, watching her departing figure as Gu Nanzhi smiled faintly. The grand gift she had meticulously prepared for Zhang Lingwei was now due for presentation. Chapter 46. The voice. The Jiyun Temple lies to the east. Yet the carriage journeys westward upon leaving the city. Xia Ling, with a perplexed expression, tilted her head and inquired, Miss, is this not the route to Jiyun Temple? It seems more akin to the way to the countryside estates. Gu Nanzhi nodded, affirming, Indeed, we shall first visit the estate. It is time for me to meet those whom the old madam has dispatched. The estate accompanying Gu Nanzhi was conveniently close, situated less than 30 miles from the capital, allowing them to reach it in half an hour without delaying their visit to the temple. After the snowfall, the roads were somewhat treacherous, causing a slight delay. Gu Nanzhi's estate stood apart from the others in the vicinity, which primarily cultivated grains. For her estate boasted nearly 100 acres of fertile land dedicated to the growth of spices atop the mountains. The steward, having received word of her arrival, awaited her at the entrance. Miss, you have finally arrived. As the carriage came to a halt, Yu Bo approached with a beaming smile. Due to the actions of Pei Luobai, none among her circle had acknowledged him, despite her having married him for 6 years. They continued to address her with the same titles as before. Xia Ling supported her as she descended from the carriage and inquired about the well-being of the individuals sent by Qiu Xi. Yu Bo nodded and relayed their current status, reassuring her that they had all adapted to life at the estate. That is splendid, Gu Nanzhi remarked. Having managed the household for 6 years, she was acutely aware of every individual within it. She named a few and instructed, have them come to see me one by one. Of course, miss. I shall attend to this matter immediately, Yu Bo replied, turning to arrange it. Xia Ling, her attention focused, asked, Miss, what do you wish to see them for? Her understanding of her mistress was waning, as she sensed that Gu Nanzhi held many secrets. Xia Ling, known for her straightforward nature and explosive temperament, was not one to be easily kept in the dark. Gu Nanzhi merely stated that she had matters to attend to and found an excuse for Xia Ling to inspect the spices at the estate, lest they spoil after the heavy snowfall. Xia Ling promptly set aside her curiosity and lifted her skirts to go check on the spices. Inside, a charcoal brazier warmed the room, and Gu Nanzhi, holding a warming pot and clad in a thick fox fur coat, felt no chill. Old servant pays respects to the young lady. The first to arrive was Mama Bai, who knelt before Gu Nanzhi, tears of gratitude brimming in her eyes. At an advanced age with frail limbs, she was a solitary figure, and had it not been for the young lady's kindness, she feared she would have perished in the wilderness. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Young lady's great kindness, I am unable to repay in this life. In the next, I shall serve as a beast of burden to repay your grace. Mama Bai, please rise. You have toiled for the marquis your entire life. This is only what I ought to do, Gu Nanzhi said, stepping forward to assist her. Mama Bai, overwhelmed, felt a pang of sorrow. It was only the young lady who remembered them, willing to provide them with shelter, while the old madam and the lady of the house had likely forgotten who they were. Gu Nanzhi produced a prepared portrait, slowly unfurling it, and gazed at Mama Bai, asking, Mama Bai, do you recognize the woman in this portrait? With a single glance, Mama Bai recognized the figure depicted and exclaimed, Young lady, I do recognize her. She is Jiang Shi, the wife of the eldest young master. He had already established a separate household before their marriage. At the time of their wedding, you had not yet entered the marquisate. By the time you did, the eldest young master had already departed for the frontier with Jiang Shi, which is why you never met her. The old madam did not favor her, and she rarely made appearances. Few in the household know her. This portrait was crafted by Gu Nanzhi herself. Her visit to the estate today was to verify this connection. Her almond-shaped eyes rippled with curiosity as she softly asked, "Mama Bai, are you certain you are not mistaken?" Mama Bai, once close to the old madam but less favored than Mama Kong and Mama Song, stepped closer and scrutinized the portrait more intently. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "When Jiang Shi entered the household, I was the one who taught her the rules. I would never mistake her. How could the young lady possess her portrait? 6 months ago, the eldest young master fell in battle, and she followed him. The old madam not only had a chastity tablet erected for her, but also made a grand proclamation, for the marquisate had garnered considerable attention. Who in the capital did not know her as a paragon of virtue, a model for all women, inspiring many to emulate her?" Gu Nanzhi's almond eyes appeared as if a stone had been cast into still water, ripples spreading endlessly, resembling a vortex of unfathomable depth. She smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, she is a paragon of virtue." Lowering her gaze slightly, she pondered with trepidation how long this virtuous facade could endure. It was a matter of fate that, nearing the year's end, while the servants were tidying her brother's quarters, they stumbled upon this portrait. After exchanging some pleasantries with Mama Bai and inquiring about her health, Gu Nanzhi bestowed upon her a sum of reward money as a gesture of goodwill for the new year. Mama Bai left, filled with gratitude. Gu Nanzhi met with each individual in turn, confirming that they all recognized Jiang Linyue from the portrait, accurately identifying her without fail. She gazed at the image resting on the table, a faint chill emanating from her eyes. These individuals were daggers poised above Jiang Linyue's head, capable of delivering a fatal blow. Yet, the time for action was not yet ripe. Not lingering at the estate any longer, having acquired the answers she sought, she departed with Xiaoling. Their journey to Jiyun Temple found them arriving just before noon. Upon entering the temple, the resonant chants filled the air, lingering melodiously, while the scent of sandalwood wafted gently, engendering an inexplicable sense of tranquility in Gu Nanzhi. Having returned from the brink of death, could it not be the Bodhisattva's protection? She generously donated a substantial sum for oil lamps and, with sincere reverence, knelt before the Bodhisattva, palms pressed together. While most beseeched divine favors in such moments, her heart was devoid of requests. Having been reborn, she sought no further. Vengeance she would exact herself. Her father, brothers, and sisters-in-law, she would safeguard them herself. Kneeling there, she offered her gratitude for the Bodhisattva's immense grace. Xiaoling had already instructed a young monk to prepare a meditation room, renowned for its delectable vegetarian meals. Jiyun Temple often found its offerings scarce. However, Gu Nanzhi's timing was fortuitous, as today was neither the 1st nor the 15th, resulting in a sparse number of patrons. The abbot arranged for a meal to be prepared for them. Xiaoling exclaimed how fortunate they were. After their meal, she wished to seek several talismans for safety and escorted Gu Nanzhi to the meditation room, fussing over her with motherly concern. "I understand," Gu Nanzhi replied, smiling as she closed the door to the room. Just as she turned, the smile on her face abruptly froze, being adept at discernment. She caught a whiff of a pungent, metallic scent, even with the sandalwood's aroma attempting to mask it. Her expression grew serious as she reached for the door to the meditation room. "Do not move, and do not make a sound." At that moment, a pair of icy hands, as cold as jade, seized her throat from behind. She did not dare to move, her almond eyes filled with astonishment, recognizing that voice. Chapter 47. Can I not wear it? It was him, Xianai. Gu Nanzhi tightened her fingers and spoke first. "Prime Minister, it is I. Have you forgotten the day we met?" Then, she turned her gaze behind her, only to see his pristine, cold profile. The corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of red, and his usually gentle gaze now harboring a trace of severity. "I apologize, I did not recognize you." Their eyes met, and Xianai, seemingly taken aback by her presence, quickly released his grip, a shadow of guilt clouding his face, as if he were cursing himself for almost causing her harm. Seeing him relinquish her so effortlessly and even stoop to apologize, the words she had prepared to persuade him lodged in her throat. She paused, her gaze dropping to the blood seeping from his chest, a clear indication of his severe injury. Her eyes flickered slightly. "Sir," she began, but just then, Xianyi's tall figure swayed and fell towards her. She hastily supported him, and upon raising her eyes, found him half closing his eyes, his expression tranquil, as though on the verge of slumber. Without a moment's thought, she strained to support him and sought a chair to help him sit down. Unbeknownst to her, the complex emotions swirling in Xianyi's dark eyes glimmered with a greedy gaze upon her. He hurriedly averted his gaze when she looked up, feigning calmness. You are gravely injured. We must staunch the bleeding immediately. Do you have any medicinal supplies with you? Coughing lightly, Xianni's eyes reddened further, his voice deep. Madam, are you not afraid of attracting trouble? Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze slightly. I am afraid. At her admission, his heart tightened painfully. And just as he prepared to urge her to leave, he heard her gentle voice. You spared my life just now. Let me assist you this once. And we shall be even. Xianni pressed his lips into a straight line, a faint smile breaking through like fragile ice upon a wintry lake. Very well. She wished to settle their debts, to be free of obligation, yet he seemed intent on entangling her further. The smile that danced at the corners of his eyes bore a touch of obsession as he retrieved a vial of medicine from his sleeve and handed it to her. I have offended you. Gu Nanzhi's hands trembled slightly as she unfastened his fox fur cloak, gently removing his dark blue outer garment, followed by the bloodied inner garment. As she gazed at the expanse of porcelain white skin on his chest, her cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to avert her gaze and focus on his wound. She gasped, realizing the severity of his injury. A gaping wound the size of a fist, flesh torn and visible to the bone, starkly contrasting with his pale skin. Her hand froze, recalling his earlier demeanor of nonchalance, and she suddenly perceived him as a madman. What troubles you, madam? Noticing her frozen stance, Xianni's voice remained calm, mistaking her shock for fear. Please bear with me, sir. Gu Nanzhi unscrewed the porcelain vial, carefully sprinkling the powdery medicine onto his wound, watching as the bleeding gradually ceased. Had it been another person, they would have cried out in pain. Yet Xianni maintained his placid expression. Aside from his lips paling, his face betrayed no extraneous emotion, as if the injury were inflicted on someone else. A steadfast spirit indeed. Gu Nanzhi averted her gaze and, in a fleeting glance, noticed the faint pink scar on his forehead, reminiscent of a flawless jewel marred by a single flaw, evoking a sense of regret. Surprised, she pondered why he had not sought treatment for this scar, as the palace was never short of remedies to eliminate blemishes. Frowning slightly, she turned away, tearing strips of white cloth from her inner garment to bandage his wound. Thank you, madam. Xianni expressed his gratitude with a demeanor of gentility, and after thanking her, he too turned away to dress himself. When he turned back, clad in his light robe, he appeared ethereal, though his form slightly trembled, and he coughed a few times. The assassin who attempted to kill me has entered Jiyun Temple and will soon be upon us. You should leave quickly. As he spoke, he coughed again, crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth, his once cool countenance now tinged with a startling beauty. He lightly adjusted his sleeves, his long, jade-like fingers gripping the fabric of his robe, a hint of tension evident as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Nanzhi. Concerned, she queried, If I leave, what will happen to you, sir? Xianni's eyelids lowered, casting a delicate shadow beneath his long lashes, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is best to leave it to fate. Though his words were spoken lightly, they carried an underlying sense of vulnerability, almost as if he were lamenting his plight. Gu Nanzhi's gaze shot up, questioning whether this pitiable, proud figure was truly the cunning minister she had known. Xianni barely averted his gaze. One hand balled into a fist near his lips as he coughed repeatedly, appearing not just pitiable, but also somewhat fragile, evoking an uncanny sense of déjà vu within Gu Nanzhi. Could it be that this great villain had turned over a new leaf? Whatever the case, she steadied her resolve, quickly making up her mind. If she saved him, perhaps he would assist her in the future. Motivated by the debt of gratitude owed for her timely intervention. He surely would, wouldn't he? Never mind. I shall consider this a fortuitous encounter. Even if he does not aid me, it suffices as long as he does not support Pei Luobai. She turned and picked up the bundle from the low table, rummaging through it while her back faced Xianni. Xianni gazed at her retreating figure, a smile breaking forth as he realized she would not abandon him. Yet soon, that smile faded. Hurry, time is of the essence. Here, wear this. Gu Nanzhi thrust a pink gown into his hands, the vibrant hue strikingly bright. Upon seeing the gown, his lips twitched slightly. Must I wear this? Chapter 48. As the words hung on the tip of his tongue, Xianni found himself at a loss under Gu Nanzhi's clear gaze. It was merely a matter of donning women's attire, after all. He would wear it. Observing his fearless demeanor, Gu Nanzhi felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, but she suppressed it, turning her back to him out of respect for the fearsome Xianni. Frustration flickered in Xianni's eyes as he picked up the delicate pink gown, measuring it against himself before resigning to the task of shedding his fox fur coat. A shadow of gloom passing through his gaze, If it were anyone else, they would not have survived this ordeal. In a moment, he announced, "Done." At the sound of his voice, Gu Nanzhi slowly turned back around. The sight was breathtaking. His pale skin, combined with a countenance as clear as the frost-kissed moon, harmonized unexpectedly with the pink dress, lending him an alluring charm. Xie and I felt a twinge of awkwardness as he fiddled with the sleeves of the gown, his ears flushing a deep crimson. "Is there something amiss, my lady?" How could Gu Nanzhi respond? "No, my lord, your beauty surpasses all." The moment the words escaped her lips, her expression shifted drastically. She recalled the previous life where Xie and I had detested flattery regarding his appearance. Those who had dared to praise him met dire fates. Her heart raced as she dared not meet Xian's gaze, consumed by the urge to flee. Unexpectedly, instead of wrath, a smile graced Xian's lips, his ears reddening to the point of embarrassment. "Not at all, my lady." "What?" Gu Nanzhi struggled to believe her ears, staring at Xie and I in shock, as if she had encountered a ghost. "Does my lady fear me?" Xie and I concealed his disappointment, having sensed her ingrained fear from their very first meeting. Did she truly harbor such dread of him? "My lord has misjudged," Gu Nanzhi replied with a faint smile, producing a spare cloak from her bundle and offering it to Xie and I. "I implore you to bear with it." The pristine white cloak, adorned with rabbit fur on the sleeves, collar, and a generously sized hood, was accented with crimson ties, emanating warmth. Xie and I immediately recognized it as hers. The pink gown hung short on him, and the cloak barely brushed his ankles, but the lingering scent unique to her enveloped him. A smirk curled his lips. Perhaps this attire wasn't so bad after all. Very good. When Xiaoling returned, she was taken aback to find an unexpected addition beside Gu Nanzhi. Mississippi. The moment Gu Nanzhi cast her gaze in Xiaoling's direction, the latter promptly silenced herself, her eyes irresistibly drawn to Xie and I. Who was this person? She felt a strange familiarity. And why was he so tall? It was quite extraordinary. Xie and I shot her a disinterested glance, causing Xiaoling to shiver as if a knife had been placed at her throat, involuntarily trembling as she diverted her gaze. "It is getting late. We should return," Gu Nanzhi instructed, calling for Xiaoling to gather their belongings. She cast a composed glance at Xie and I, though internally, her heart raced as they exited the Zen room with a facade of calm. Xiaoling and Xie and I flanked her on either side, with Xian's head bowed, blending seamlessly into their surroundings. Huotsin, along with several shadow guards, concealed themselves nearby. Upon seeing the somewhat robust pink and white figure, their lips twitched and shoulders trembled. This beautiful maiden was, astonishingly, their lord. "Haraha!" Huotsin laughed uncontrollably, his face contorting as if he were afflicted with a facial paralysis, desperately stifling any sound. Just as he thought he might burst, he pinched his thigh with force. So, their lord had a penchant for this. The remaining shadow guards were no better off, struggling to contain their laughter to the point of breathlessness. Xie and I halted, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he suddenly turned his gaze back. Huotsin and the other guards froze, their laughter stilled, faces pale, their minds consumed by a singular thought. They were doomed. Their lord had noticed. Indeed, Xie and I had been pursued. Yet those assailants had long since been dealt with by Huotsin and his men. As for intruding upon Gu Nanzhi's Zen room, it was purely accidental. However, having encountered her, he resolved to turn this coincidence into a persistent entanglement. Once they had safely boarded the carriage, Gu Nanzhi gradually relaxed her clenched fingers, exhaling a sigh of relief. Xie and I found amusement in her subtle gestures, a hint of affection glimmering in his dark pupils. He would never allow her to fall into danger. "My lady, please partake." Gu Nanzhi lifted her gaze to find Xie and I presenting her with tea. Xiaoling was momentarily stunned, casting a dubious look at him. A man? He was indeed a man. How had she not noticed before? "Thank you, my lord." Gu Nanzhi's subsequent words left Xiaoling utterly astonished. "My lord? Is this the esteemed lord?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xie and I, finally recognizing him. Good heavens! He was none other than the Prime Minister, and she had witnessed him in women's attire. Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances. Alarmed, Gu Nanzhi tugged at her sleeve. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Realizing her misstep, Xiaoling quickly lowered her head, swallowing hard, no longer daring to look. She turned her head, seeking answers from Gu Nanzhi with her eyes. "Miss, what on earth is happening? Now is not the time for such discussions." Returning safely was of utmost importance. Gu Nanzhi felt her mind wander, sensing someone trailing them. With only 2 guards accompanying them, should those assassins catch up, the consequences would be dire. My lady, there is no need for alarm. Once we exit Jiyun Temple, my men will intercept any pursuers, Xia and I gently reassured her, noticing her growing anxiety as her complexion paled. Indeed, the journey was remarkably tranquil. Xia and I sat directly across from Gu Nanzhi, their proximity intimate. He occasionally cast her sidelong glances, inhaling her faint fragrance, feeling an unexplainable sense of tranquility wash over him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. In winter, days are short and nights long. The sun dipped low, casting its golden rays across the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues. Pei Luobai bid farewell to a friend and emerged from the tavern, supported by two servants, preparing to board his carriage when suddenly, a woman's startled voice echoed from a nearby alley. "Who are you? Step aside, or I shall call for help." Chapter 49. A Hero's Rescue in a State of Panic. The woman's melodious voice could not disguise its ethereal quality, drifting like a delicate feather across Pei Luobai's heart. He halted, turning his gaze towards a nearby alley. The crude and vulgar taunts were unbearable. "You, my dear, should consider it a blessing that we, your humble admirers, have taken an interest in you. Do not refuse our hospitality, or you shall regret it when the time comes." "Indeed, dear lady," another added, "if you comply, you might spare yourself some suffering. Join us willingly." The woman's voice was resolute. "You are dreaming. I would rather die than submit to you." Pei Luobai felt a stirring in his heart. What a remarkable woman she was, possessing the grace of a snowflake and the strength of a plum blossom. "Help! Someone please." Her cries for help pierced the air, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Let us investigate," Pei Luobai said with a grave expression. He pushed past his attendants and strode boldly into the alley, where he beheld several lewd men grappling with a delicate woman clad in flowing white. She wore little clothing, her figure exceptionally slender, her veil fluttering in the breeze, adorned with a blooming red plum blossom at her brow. Beneath her willow-like brows, her eyes sparkled like clear water, now filled with sorrow and despair. Cradling a harp in her arms. "Stop this immediately," Pei Luobai commanded, his voice firm and authoritative. "I am the son of the Duke of Chang'an, under the light of day, who dares to commit such an act of violence in the streets. I demand you release that young lady at once." His noble status indeed carried weight. The lewd men faltered, momentarily stilled by his presence. Seizing the opportunity, the woman broke free from their grasp, her tearful eyes reflecting a resolve to face death rather than endure further humiliation. "After such disgrace, I can no longer face the world. Death would be a kinder fate." With that, she suddenly lunged toward the wall. Pei Luobai was alarmed. "Stop. This is not your fault. The blame lies with those who have tormented you." He dashed forward, catching her just as her body went limp, panic etched across her features. At that moment, her veil fell away, revealing an unparalleled beauty. Pei Luobai was taken aback by her exquisite visage. The woman wept softly, her voice a haunting melody. "Please, kind sir, let me go. I am all alone, drifting aimlessly with nowhere to turn. Death is my only solace." Her tears pierced Pei Luobai's heart, and as she spoke, her face turned pale, a look of anguish overtaking her as she collapsed in his arms. "Miss, please awaken." He shook her gently, anxiety flooding his mind. When she showed no sign of response, he swiftly carried her to his carriage. As he departed, the lewd men scattered in disarray. When Gu Nanzhi returned to the capital, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. She pondered whether to escort Xia and I home first. Xia and I met her gaze, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life today. I am at a loss for how to repay such kindness. I vow that if you ever require assistance, I shall do everything in my power to oblige." This was a promise worth more than gold, and Gu Nanzhi's eyes brightened at the unexpected delight. Though tempted, she modestly declined, claiming it was a trivial effort, and that the Prime Minister was being overly courteous. Xia and I smiled. "What may seem trivial to you is a matter of great significance to me. Please do not refuse my offer." With that, he took his leave, leaping gracefully from the carriage, showing no signs of injury. Soon, he blended into the night. Receiving Xianyi's pledge was a pleasant surprise for Gu Nanzhi, who lowered her gaze to hide her joy. In this lifetime, Pei Luobai would no longer be able to fulfill his desires through Xia and I. By the time she arrived at the Duke's residence, darkness had enveloped the sky. The coachman brought forth a footstool, and Xia Ling assisted her as she dismounted. However, as Gu Nanzhi stepped down, she unexpectedly lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. "Miss." Xia Ling reacted swiftly, catching her, yet she still twisted her ankle. Several maids carried her back inside. The news reached Hebai courtyard, where the matriarch, filled with dread, clutched old Mama Kong's hand, her heart racing with unease. Qian Gu'er is truly a calamity. Anyone who associates with him is bound to suffer misfortune. Fortunately, he had been sent to Gu Nanzhi's side. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. The matriarch's dislike for Jiang Lingwei grew stronger, especially upon hearing that Luo Bai had returned with a woman. This, she thought, could be a fortuitous development. She instructed Mama Kong to visit the young woman and bring her some nourishing supplements. Jiang Lingwei was indeed a troublemaker, and Gu Nanzhi was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. It seemed fitting for Luo Bai to have a new companion, especially with Song Yue's skills. Perhaps his hidden ailment could finally be cured. Qiu Xi had returned. As Gu Nanzhi entered the Lanyue pavilion, before Qiu Xi could speak, Mama Tao informed her that Pei Luo Bai had brought back a woman, revered by all who had seen her as a celestial beauty. However, Mama Tao cautioned her, hinting that she should remain vigilant, lest the long-awaited heir be ensnared by some other temptress. Gu Nanzhi thanked her for the advice, but insisted she did not require it. She narrowed her eyes. Such favorable news was best known to another in the household. Chapter 50. A mother and son reunite. Gu Nanzhi had twisted her ankle, and Xia Ling went to summon the house physician, but she had not returned for quite some time. Qiu Xi furrowed her brows, perplexed at Xia Ling's delay. Was it truly so difficult to fetch a physician? Gu Nanzhi reclined languidly on the couch, unperturbed. Wanzi was a choice she had meticulously made for Pei Luo Bai. Her demeanor and beauty aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. Wanzi did not disappoint. Behold, he had taken her back to the estate at first sight. In her previous life, despite bearing the stigma of infertility, Pei Luo Bai had treated her with the respect of a legitimate wife, even without a concubine to his name, thereby garnering commendable reputation. Who could discern the filth beneath his hypocritical facade? Mother, are you all right? Qian Gu'er fretted, circling her couch, his concern palpable. He had noticeably gained weight since arriving at the... Do not worry, dear. Mother is fine, she reassured him, gently caressing his face. When the old matriarch and Zhao Shi arrived, they were greeted by the scene of maternal affection. Gigi, are you unwell? How on earth did you twist your ankle? Their expressions of concern were as practiced as an actor's, feigning genuine worry. Great-grandmother, grandmother. Upon their arrival, Qian Gu'er promptly bowed to them. The old matriarch's smile stiffened, and she took a step back, feigning warmth as she praised Qian Gu'er. What a good boy. After uttering this, she immediately turned to Qiu Xi and said, I have not been well these past few days and fear my illness may affect Qian Gu'er. Please take him away. Qiu Xi complied, coaxing Qian Gu'er out. Gu Nanzhi observed closely. Once Qian Gu'er departed, the old matriarch discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. As did Zhao Shi. What calamity, what misfortune! Zhao Shi had once dismissed such notions, yet now she could not ignore them. Ever since Qian Gu'er had taken residence in the old matriarch's courtyard, a series of unfortunate events had befallen her. Now that he was with Gu Nanzhi, she had twisted her ankle in just a few days. She dared not approach him. As the heir of the Pei Luo Bai's so-called hidden ailment was mere folly. How could he lack a grandson? The young lady he had brought home was said to be exceptionally beautiful. Any child she bore would surely rival Qian Gu'er. Thank you, grandmother, for your concern. It was merely a twist. No bones are broken, but I shall rest on the couch for a few days. Gu Nanzhi noted the fleeting displeasure on the old matriarch's face. Indeed, she was intent on foisting that troublesome burden onto her, and here she was, injured. She was acutely aware of the old matriarch's selfishness and coldness. She would never deplete her own resources for this mess. This burden could only be handed over to Zhao Shi. As expected, the old matriarch turned to Zhao Shi and said, Gigi is injured, and I am also unwell. You must manage the household affairs for now. This truly was an instance of trouble coming from within the home, and Zhao Shi was undoubtedly unwilling. Mother. But an icy glance from the old matriarch silenced her. With so little money left in the accounts, it was clear to all that this was a thankless task. Where's the house physician? Why has he not arrived yet? Zhao Shi seethed, hoping the physician would quickly treat Gu Nanzhi so she could offload this arduous duty. Xia Ling returned just in time, her expression filled with indignation. In response to the lady's inquiry, the heir has detained the house physician in the front courtyard. I did not even see the physician, as I was sent back immediately. Zhao Shi shot a glance at Gu Nanzhi, feigning sympathy. Pei Luo Bai has gone too far. I shall personally pay a visit. In truth, she was eager to see what the young lady Pei Luo Bai had brought back was like. The old matriarch, still ailing, departed shortly after sitting for a while. When Pei Luo Bai finally arrived with the physician, night had already fallen. Gigi, are you all right? He asked with genuine concern before explaining. Do not think too much of it. I simply brought the young lady back out of pity. She will leave once she is well. He had expected Gu Nanzhi to be upset, yet to his surprise, she was not. The heir has a kind heart. I wonder how that young lady is faring. Pei Luo Bai merely stated that she had not yet awoken, and she did not press further. She believed that if given the chance, Nanzhi would undoubtedly seize Pei Luo Bai's heart. Leaving the estate? That was out of the question. After the physician's examination, it was confirmed that her injury was not severe. She had merely twisted her ankle. However, she would need to rest for 10 days to half a month. Gu Nanzhi was quite satisfied, and the physician left after providing a prescription. After a moment of silence, Pei Luo Bai suddenly appeared troubled, his expression wavering between words, unspoken. Gu Nanzhi understood his intent. The old matriarch had tossed this mess to Zhao Shi, who was not foolish enough to go to Pei Luo Bai without an ulterior motive. She offered him an avenue, saying, if the heir has something to say, please feel free to express it. Only then did Pei Luo Bai speak. Gigi, you know how difficult things are at home. With the new year approaching and expenses mounting, could you please part with the 1,000 taels of gold bestowed by the emperor to help us through this trying time? Rest assured, I will repay you in full. Xiao Ling, listening nearby, rolled her eyes. The heir truly had the audacity to say such a thing. Gu Nanzhi felt a cold laugh rise within her, masking her outward expression of difficulty. It is not that I am unwilling, but I have depleted my own funds these years to support that sum has already been utilized, and I cannot produce it at this moment. Pei Luo Bai frowned. Is there truly no way? Clearly, he had passed this dilemma onto Gu Nanzhi. After some thought, she replied, perhaps I could return home and borrow some funds from my brothers? Returning to borrow money? She was slapping Pei Luo Bai's face. I shall think of other solutions, he said, sweeping out in a huff. Gu Nanzhi mockingly watched his retreating figure. What solutions could he possibly have? Ultimately, it was Zhao Shi who had borrowed from her dowry just to scrape by this year, making everything feel rather frugal. The most agonizing presence in the household was Jiang Lingyu. Pei Luo Bai had not appeared for several days, and two matrons were watching her closely. She dreamt of her son, nearly losing her sanity. Before she knew it, it was the 6th day of the new year. Qiangu heir, do you wish to see Yunyang? Gu Nanzhi asked with a smile. Qiangu heir hesitated, having not heard Jiang Lingyu's name mentioned in so long that he was nearly forgetting her. This was no fault of his own, as he was well fed and cared for at the Lanyu Pavilion, with companions to play with daily. He had no time to think of Jiang Lingyu. Mother, may I visit my wet nurse? Though she was his biological mother, Gu Nanzhi's mention prompted a desire in him to see her. Of course, you may. With Gu Nanzhi's permission, Qiangu heir brought along some of his favorite pastries, as Qiu Xi joyfully led him to meet Jiang Lingyu. The delicate sound of the guzheng began to resonate again. Ever since Nanzhi arrived, the estate had been filled with melodious music, and Pei Luo Bai had not ventured out for drinks or mentioned sending Nanzhi away again. Gu Nanzhi intended for them to reunite as mother and son and share heartfelt words. Young Master Qian, do spend some quality time with Yunyang. I shall return for you in an hour. Qiu Xi led away the two matrons watching Jiang Lingyu and found them a secluded room. Once they departed, Qiangu heir exclaimed, Mother, let me see. Jiang Lingyu enveloped him in her arms, laughing and crying simultaneously. Mother has missed you dearly. And you? Have you missed Mother? Qiangu heir hesitated for a moment. I have missed Mother too. Jiang Lingyu was overjoyed, completely oblivious to his uncertainty. Is the lady treating you well? How have you been? Has your father moved you to the front courtyard? Qiangu heir, with pastries in hand, answered her questions between bites. Mother treats me very well. I still reside in the Lanyu Pavilion. Father has never mentioned moving me. Jiang Lingyu tightened her embrace, murmuring, how can this be? He promised me. She was already greatly troubled, and the jarring sound of the konghao only exacerbated her agitation. With a stern expression, she remarked, I wonder who it is, playing that dreadful music day after day. It is utterly unbearable. Meanwhile, Qiangu, hardly able to focus on his meal, exclaimed with enthusiasm, Mother, I know. It is the beautiful sister that father brought back. She is extraordinarily lovely, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Chapter 51. Who is she? A sudden explosion echoed in Jiang Lingyu's mind, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. With a fierce expression, she grasped Qiangu's shoulders with a grip so tight that it caused him pain. his small face contorting in distress. "Mother, it hurts. Please let go of me." Yet Jiang Linyue remained fixated, her eyes glistening with a hint of crimson as she demanded, "Tell me, who is this person your father brought back?" Startled by her demeanor, Qian Guer stammered, "Father rescued a woman on the street and brought her home." The news had spread like wildfire within the household, and he had sneaked a glance at her, unaware that it was only thanks to Gu Nanzhi's encouragement that he had managed to leave the Lanyu pavilion at all. Gu Nanzhi, with her passion for perfumery, was currently engrossed in her craft, a faint smile gracing her lips. After so many days of anticipation for Pei Luobai's good news, Jiang Linyue hoped to share this delightful tidbit through Qian Guer, wishing to elevate her spirits. "What kind of woman is she? Is she beautiful?" Jiang Linyue shook Qian Guer vigorously, believing that the hardest part was enduring her days in the Lanyu pavilion, only to realize here what true torment felt like. Daily labor left her exhausted, with insufficient food and warmth, her hands afflicted with frostbite. Yet the most agonizing aspect was the absence of Qian Guer and news of Pei Luobai. Initially, he had occasionally sent her messages, but in recent days, silence had engulfed her, making her feel as if she were forgotten, waiting endlessly for news that had finally arrived. Terror-stricken, Qian Guer's eyes brimmed with tears as he whispered, "She's beautiful." Jiang Linyue let out a cold laugh. "More beautiful than Gu Nanzhi?" Qian Guer, aware of his mother's name, hesitated, wishing to express that both were beautiful, albeit in different ways, but he could only nod in agreement. "Ah, so there has been no news from him because he has found someone new." Jiang Linyue's smile turned unsettling as she released Qian Guer, clutching his snacks. He dared not eat. Filled with horror, and with a hasty farewell, he fled. "Mother, I will come to see you again in a few days." Gazing at her empty hands and the vanishing figure of Qian Guer, Jiang Linyue sank to the ground in despair. "Qian Guer, I did not mean to. Mother, it hurts." Returning to the Lanyu pavilion, Qian Guer cried as he threw himself into Gu Nanzhi's embrace. She turned to instruct Xia Ling to summon the physician, her eyes glinting with cold amusement as she gently inquired about his pain. "My arm," Qian Guer sobbed. Gu Nanzhi lifted his sleeve to reveal several dark bruises on his arms. "How did you get hurt?" "Mother will blow on it, and it will feel better." Qian Guer avoided her gaze, mumbling that he had bumped into something. Gu Nanzhi, dismissing it as a minor oversight, spoke softly, "Be more careful next time." Qian Guer nodded obediently, gazing at Gu Nanzhi, marveling at her gentleness. She had never harmed him, and as he looked upon her, memories of Jiang Linyue flooded back. It was his mother who had caused him to fall ill previously, and now she was the one who had hurt him again. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Perhaps he was beginning to harbor some resentment towards her. "Mother," he called, clinging tightly to her, secretly grateful that he still had her by his side. Since learning that Pei Luobai had brought back a woman, Jiang Linyue grew increasingly restless, longing for a glimpse of him, not merely out of curiosity about the woman he had returned with. Gu Nanzhi provided her with an opportunity. 2 days later, while the 2 maids assigned to guard her were asleep, Jiang Linyue stealthily slipped into the front courtyard, only to find Pei Luobai absent. Following the sound of a guzheng, she ventured into a secluded courtyard. There, beneath a plum tree, she beheld a woman clad in white, skillfully playing the instrument, with Pei Luobai standing beside her. His gaze filled with an unprecedented tenderness, more profound than any he had shown her before. He seemed oblivious to the presence of another in the courtyard. Wanshi, however, noticed, and a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, choosing to feign ignorance while secretly plotting. Suddenly, her hand faltered over the strings, a sharp cry escaping her lips as a droplet of blood appeared on her fingertips. "Wanshi, what happened?" Pei Luobai exclaimed with concern, grasping her finger and tenderly kissing it. This scene pierced Jiang Linyue's heart, and she could no longer contain herself, erupting in a desperate cry. "Who is she?" Chapter 52. Yielding to her unexpectedly, she had arrived. Pei Luobai furrowed his brow. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Linyue had already rushed before him, her gaze ablaze with indignation. "Dare you deny it?" she demanded, her voice laced with acrimony. Her demeanor resembled that of a wife confronting her adulterous husband, causing Wanshi to chuckle inwardly, as if she were the very mistress of the manor. "My lord, who is she?" Wanshi feigned trepidation, her lips trembling as she sought refuge behind Pei Luobai. Fearful that Jiang Linyue might resort to rash actions, Pei Luobai subtly shifted his posture, shielding Wanshi protectively. His eyes bore a stern warning as he addressed Jiang Linyue. She is Qianji's wet nurse. His instinctive reaction, coupled with the palpable warning in his eyes, conveyed the impression that Jiang Linyue was an outsider. Staggering back, she silently reproached him with her gaze, as if to say, "How could you treat me so?" Her eyes welled with tears of anguish. Pei Luobai gestured subtly, urging her to depart. "Return for now. We shall discuss this later." Jiang Linyue remained rooted to the spot, their eyes engaged in a silent exchange. "How long must I endure this waiting?" Pei Luobai's gaze softened momentarily. "Be obedient. Return, and I shall seek you out this evening." Jiang Linyue remained unconvinced, weary of a life defined solely by anticipation. She yearned for an end to the monotony. Furthermore, she perceived Wanshi as a woman of ill repute, a veritable enchantress. Delaying further would risk him succumbing to her allure, both body and soul. "I had not realized your sister was so young. My apologies." Wanshi offered Jiang Linyue a disingenuous smile. Jiang Linyue's heart constricted at the sight of her. "Spare your pleasantries, madam. I dare not accept such a title." Wanshi's complexion paled, and she lowered her gaze in feigned dejection. "I am unworthy. Forgive my indiscretion, Yuanyang." She offered Jiang Linyue a curtsy before turning to Pei Luobai with a graceful bow. "My lord, I shall take my leave." With that, she clasped her Kong Ho and departed. Observing her fragile form, Pei Luobai felt a pang of sympathy. "Unworthy? Wanshi?" He cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Linyue and sternly ordered, "Return now. Qianji's matter can wait." Without affording Jiang Linyue an opportunity to respond, he turned and pursued Wanshi. The sting of being slighted was undeniable. What further proof did Jiang Linyue require? Her eyes burned with resentment as she beheld Pei Luobai and Wanshi's retreating figures, a silent laugh escaping her lips. Her laughter soon dissolved into tears that cascaded down her cheeks. She glared venomously at Wanshi's back, her gaze imbued with a deadly intent. "Pei Luobai, the position of mistress of this manor belongs to me. Anyone who dares to challenge me will meet their demise." As Pei Luobai drew closer to Wanshi, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Separated by the barrier, he could not discern her expression, only hear her softly spoken words, "My lord, please return." Her ethereal voice conveyed profound sorrow, tugging at his heartstrings. "Wanshi, open the door. You pledged to repay my act of deliverance with a daily serenade. The performance remains unfinished. Will you break your vow?" Silence was his only response. Wanshi leaned against the door, her emaciated frame visible to Pei Luobai. He failed to perceive the sardonic smile that graced her face. Men are base creatures, forever captivated by the unattainable. After a moment, realizing that Wanshi remained resolute in her refusal, Pei Luobai departed in disappointment. Recalling Jiang Linyue's earlier outburst, he seethed with frustration. Regardless of the nature of his relationship with Wanshi, Jiang Linyue had no right to question him. Lanyu Pavilion Qianji was imploring Gu Nanzhi to play with him when Qiuzi entered. She exchanged a glance with Xiaoling, who promptly led Qianji away. Qiuzi lowered her voice. "As you predicted, young mistress." Yuanyang hastened to the front courtyard, where she encountered the lord and Wanshi together. Gu Nanzhi raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip. She smiled knowingly. "Instruct them to maintain a close watch on Yuanyang." After a pause, she added, "Inform the two matrons that when she seeks to leave, they should feign a mishap, granting her wish." Jiang Linyue was an ambitious woman, and she would not willingly relinquish what she had meticulously planned for years. Hearing Qianji's laughter, Gu Nanzhi lowered her long lashes. With the new year upon them, the time had come to address a certain matter. Since encountering Wanshi, Jiang Linyue had been consumed by a sense of foreboding. She knew that Pei Luobai harbored no affection for Gu Nanzhi, fearing only the birth of a legitimate heir. Wanshi, however, was different. The way Pei Luobai gazed upon her filled Jiang Linyue with dread. "No, I cannot remain passive." Before evening arrived, Jiang Linyue was engaged in sweeping the courtyard when Pei Luobai appeared. His desire alone was sufficient to dismiss the others and meet with Jiang Linyue. "My lord, who exactly is this Wanshi?" Cognizant that her earlier outburst had displeased Pei Luobai, Jiang Linyue shed her defenses, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, exuding vulnerability. In the past, Pei Luobai would have been captivated by her appearance. However, having become accustomed to Wanshi's beauty, his standards had risen. He patiently explained, "You err. Do you realize you almost exposed us this morning? Wanshi is merely a waif I rescued. Your imagination runs wild. Forgive me. I misunderstood." Jiang Linyue outwardly acquiesced, inwardly sneering. Had she not spent years in close proximity to Pei Luobai, she might have fallen for his deception. Pei Luobai embraced her. Where? I knew you were the most gentle and understanding of all. Jiang Linyue nestled contentedly in his arms, embracing his waist. Now that Wanqi is safe, when do you intend to send her away? As a virtuous maiden, her prolonged stay in the manor will tarnish her reputation and displease the mistress. Pei Luobai paused, acknowledging the validity of her words. Yet, he was loath to part with such a pristine and delicate woman. Are you reluctant, my lord? Jiang Linyue detected his hesitation, teasing him with a smile. Pei Luobai vehemently denied it. That is preposterous. Jiang Linyue's eyes narrowed. Was he deceiving her or himself? Have you forgotten what is at stake? Displeasing the mistress would be unwise. Send her away as soon as possible. She attributed her desire to remove Wanqi to Gu Nanzhi, knowing full well that Pei Luobai had developed feelings for Wanqi. Had she directly requested him to send Wanqi away, he would have resented her. By framing it in this manner, he would harbor resentment towards Gu Nanzhi. Pei Luobai nodded stiffly. Jiang Linyue's eyes gleamed with cold intent, her voice as soft as silk. I believe tomorrow would be ideal. Should you truly desire Wanqi, I shall take it upon myself to welcome her into your household once our aspirations are realized. Chapter 53. Protecting sister-in-law. Pei Luobai's mind stirred, and a fervent glint ignited in his eyes. Jiang Linyue observed this and felt a chilling aura emanating from her gaze. She was determined to rid herself of the calamity that was Wanqi. After a moment, Pei Luobai spoke. All right. The coldness in Jiang Linyue's eyes intensified. Yet her smile grew ever more tender. Brother Xian, did you not promise me to relocate Qian Gu'er to the front courtyard? Why has there been no movement? The distance between her and Qian Gu'er widened with each passing day, and if this continued, he might truly regard another as his mother, completely forsaking her, his true mother. Yuer, please be patient. Grandmother has already agreed to this matter. It's just that after the new year, the Ho residence is somewhat short on funds. As soon as we have the money, I will immediately arrange for Qian Gu'er to move to the front courtyard. And I will find a way for you both to reunite. Pei Luobai vowed earnestly. However, Jiang Linyue no longer believed him. How could a prestigious Ho residence lack funds? Surely, he must have squandered the money on that little enchantress, Wanqi. Very well, I shall await Brother Xian's good news, she replied, lowering her lashes to conceal her cold smirk. Would she wait until he wholly cast them aside? She was not as naive as Gu Nanzhi, easily deceived. After embracing for a while, she reluctantly watched Pei Luobai depart. The following day, after breakfast, Gu Nanzhi took Qian Gu'er to pay respects to the old lady. She had informed Pei Luobai, as it was time to discuss Qian Gu'er's education. Concerned about Qian Gu'er's future, Pei Luobai arrived early. The Shosong Hall had yet to be renovated, and the old lady still resided in the Hebai courtyard. Upon seeing Qian Gu'er, her pupils constricted, and she cleared her throat lightly. Grandson pays respects to great-grandmother, grandmother, and father. Having turned 6 after the new year, Qian Gu'er, clad in a rich blue satin robe, bowed respectfully to the old lady and the others. His round little face resembled a red apple, and no one could claim that Gu Nanzhi had not raised him well. The old lady smiled warmly. Gu'er is truly obedient. But she was eager to beckon Mama Kong to take Gu'er downstairs for some refreshments. Mama Kong complied and led Qian Gu'er away. Seeing the old lady so averse to Qian Gu'er, lacking the closeness and affection of the previous life, Gu Nanzhi pressed a handkerchief to her lips, masking her smile. She then broached the subject at hand, the heir's desire for Qian Gu'er to pursue the imperial examination path. She inquired about the opinions of the grandmother and mother on this matter. To her surprise, both spoke in unison, affirming, Luobai is correct. We must ensure Qian Gu'er follows the path of a scholar and never tread the old ways of the Ho. Gu Nanzhi continued, at his age, Gu'er should begin his studies. I propose we invite a renowned teacher to our home, so he can adapt more comfortably. Her thorough consideration left the old lady and Zhao Shi with little to contest. Pei Luobai expressed concern, but finding such a teacher may prove challenging. Gu Nanzhi replied, there is no need for the heir to worry. My father is close friends with Mr. Zhou. If we invite him to teach Qian Gu'er, it should not be a difficult task. The old lady was astonished. Are you referring to the esteemed Confucian, Zhou Linghen? Pei Luobai and Zhao Shi exchanged shocked glances, while Gu Nanzhi nodded. Indeed, it is the great Confucian. Securing a distinguished teacher would undoubtedly facilitate Qian Gu'er's educational journey. In her previous life, she had also enlisted Zhou Daju to guide Qian Gu'er, an opportunity many would envy. Yet, Qian Gu'er, though seemingly well-behaved, exhibited a proclivity for mischief during study, possessing a sharp intellect that, unfortunately, was often misapplied. It required her constant vigilance to steer him in the right direction. Upon hearing Gu Nanzhi's intention to invite Zhou Dezhu to teach Qiangur, the old lady, Zhao Shi, and Pei Luobai were overjoyed. "You truly bear the burden for us, Zhi," the old lady said kindly, grasping her hand, while Pei Luobai gazed at her with a tenderness that almost made him retch. "Since Qiangur has been taken under my name, he is as my own child. This is what I ought to do." She calmly withdrew her hand, clarifying that her invitation of Zhou Dezhu was not solely for Qiangur, but to find a suitable companion for him, considering his young age and fluctuating temperament. This notion had not occurred to either the old lady or Pei Luobai. Her foresight was truly remarkable. Pei Luobai's admiration for her grew, softening his gaze considerably. "Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Gu Nanzhi contemplated briefly, then glanced at Zhao Shi. "I do have someone in mind, but it requires your approval, mother. Given Qiangur's status, a younger companion may not be suitable. If we seek someone from outside, we cannot trust those of unknown origins. I believe the third young master would be an excellent fit, but I would like to hear your thoughts." Pei Luobai did not hesitate. Let the third young master accompany Qiangur as his study companion. If he can gain even a little knowledge, it will be his fortune. With this, Zhao Shi, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, it was settled that Pei Zhaojiang would serve as Qiangur's study companion. Upon returning to Lanyue Pavilion, Gu Nanzhi learned from Xia Ling that he had arrived. "Please invite the third young master in," she instructed, sending Qiu Xi to take Qiangur downstairs. "Greetings, sister-in-law." After a few days apart, the young man's stature had noticeably increased. He wore a slightly faded green robe and bowed respectfully, his voice somewhat choked. His eyes shimmered with a vibrant hue as he gazed at her. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for considering my future and paving the way for me. I promise to protect you well." Chapter 54. She is not worthy of staining your hands. The intense emotions swirling within the depths of the boy's dark eyes remained unspoken. Gu Nanzhi sought no reciprocation. She would forever cherish the solitary warmth bestowed upon her by this youth in her past life. She poured a cup of tea for Pei Zhaojiang, gesturing for him to take a seat. Pei Zhaojiang sat down awkwardly, hardly daring to glance at her, fearing. "Third brother, Master Zhou is here to enlighten Qiangur. Whether you can become his disciple depends on your own abilities. Ultimately, scholarship relies on oneself. Sister-in-law, I will strive to do my best," the boy declared with resolute determination. Gu Nanzhi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "If you can become Master Zhou's disciple, a place for you at Yuelu Academy will surely await." Zhaojiang remembered his sister-in-law's teachings, vowing not to disappoint her expectations. Every July is the recruitment period for Yuelu Academy. You have 6 months to seize this opportunity. Gu Nanzhi spoke softly. If it were merely to enlighten Qiangur, there would be no need to invite Master Zhou. My aim is to pave a brilliant path for Pei Zhaojiang. Once he gained admission to Yuelu Academy, he would qualify to participate in next year's imperial examination, where no one would be able to obstruct his progress. The boy lowered his gaze. "I understand." Gu Nanzhi summoned Xia Ling, who brought forth the new garments prepared for Pei Zhaojiang. "Sister-in-law, what is this?" Pei Zhaojiang inquired, eyeing the pristine robe in his preferred shade of azure. His voice taut with tension. "In a few days, Master Zhou will visit the residence. If you wish to become his disciple, you must leave a good impression." Gu Nanzhi encouraged him to accept the gift with a smile. "Thank you, sister-in-law." The boy's voice was restrained, struggling to contain the emotions bubbling within him. His fingers, hidden beneath wide sleeves, turned pale from the pressure as he hesitated before Gu Nanzhi. "There is something I have long wished to tell you, but I have never found the right moment." He glanced at Xia Ling. Gu Nanzhi, somewhat puzzled, signaled to Xia Ling, who promptly exited, leaving the two alone in the room. Despite the solitude, Pei Zhaojiang hesitated, aware of his sister-in-law's deep affection for his elder brother. He feared that she might not withstand the revelation, yet he could not bear to keep her in the dark. Thus, summoning his courage, he said, "Sister-in-law, I inadvertently discovered something. I hope that upon hearing it, you will not be saddened, for it is not worth your distress." Gu Nanzhi's heart fluttered. Could it be that he had uncovered the truth? He continued, "Second brother and that Yunyang share an ambiguous relationship. I once overheard them conversing while they embraced behind the rockery. Qiangur is their offspring. To keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing." Gu Nanzhi was not surprised. In her previous life, her foolishness had led her to be manipulated. Suddenly, She grasped a crucial realization. It was you who pushed Jiang Linyue into the lake. She spoke with certainty. The darkness within her heart was thus laid bare. Pei Zhaojiang averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and lowered his head. Yes, I could not tolerate their bullying of you, sister-in-law. I wish to avenge you. Initially, I intended to drown her, but I felt that would be too lenient. After saying this, he abruptly lifted his eyes, looking at Gu Nanzhi with fear and unease, terrified that she would despise this darker side of him. Third brother, do not act this way again. She is not worthy of staining your hands. Remember, your hands are meant for crafting illustrious texts and governing the realm. Gu Nanzhi reproached him gently. Pei Zhaojiang's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Sister-in-law, you do not blame me? Gu Nanzhi smiled softly, replying, I shall let this one time pass, but should there be a next time, I will not be so forgiving. A man should harbor grand ambitions and not be confined to the inner quarters. The secrets of the inner chambers will only cloud your vision. I have my own plans regarding this matter. Do not involve yourself further. With her assurance, Gu Nanzhi dismissed him. The following day, as Gu Nanzhi prepared to take Qian Gu to pay respects to the old matriarch, Pei Luobai eagerly sought her out, his intentions all too clear to her. He could hardly wait to invite a renowned teacher for his son. Coincidentally, Gu Nanzhi harbored the same intention. After paying respects to the matriarch, the two departed the marquis's residence together. Pei Luobai had arranged lavish gifts. Though the marquisate had fallen from grace, it had once enjoyed a period of prosperity. Gu Nanzhi cast a glance at the gold and silver treasures, realizing for the first time how pedestrian he truly was. Fortunately, she had prepared her own offerings. Otherwise, they might not have even met Master Zhou today. Upon arriving at the humble abode of Master Zhou, Jin Yunzhai, Pei Luobai realized how foolish he had been. Gu Nanzhi's casual remark had led him to believe he could secure Master Zhou as a mentor for Qian Gu. Scholars and refined gentlemen relish tranquility, and Master Zhou was no exception. Amidst the lush bamboo groves, a few bamboo cottages were erected, with the occasional sound of a flute drifting through the air, starkly contrasting with the bustling capital. The entrance to Jian Yunzhai was bustling with activity. Pei Luobai observed that every carriage bore family crests, belonging to nobles far beyond the status of the Chengyan marquisate. A casual glance revealed even members of the imperial court, suggesting that the emperor too wished to invite Master Zhou to the palace to teach the princes and princesses. Everyone, without exception, was turned away at the door. Pei Luobai felt a surge of frustration and cast a sidelong glance at Gu Nanzhi. Can you truly secure Master Zhou to enlighten Qian Gu? The flute music emanating from the bamboo grove carried a serene stillness. Gu Nanzhi ignored Pei Luobai's doubts and instructed Xia Ling to fetch her qin. This was Pei Luobai's first time witnessing her play the instrument. With a delicate touch, she began to play, her captivating features illuminated with focus. The melodious notes flowed forth like water, intertwining seamlessly with the low tones, creating an enchanting harmony that was difficult to distinguish. The onlookers were entranced. Whose carriage is this? It was well known that Master Zhou was a master of the flute, often lamenting the rarity of true musical companions. This player's skills were so extraordinary. It seemed as though they had performed alongside Master Zhou 1,000 times. As soon as he finished speaking, someone echoed, the skill of the qin is secondary. What is most elusive is the essence behind it. Pei Luobai's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Gu Nanzhi. His heart inexplicably stirred. He had never realized that the woman he had dismissed as inconsequential shone so brilliantly. As the final note lingered in the air, Gu Nanzhi had just finished packing away her qin when a courteous voice called out, my master requests that the young lady enter. Chapter 55. I hope the lady can clarify. Pei Luobai stared at her, his eyes filled with astonishment. Zhi. So many dignitaries had been turned away. Even the emperor's envoy was no exception, yet she had received an invitation from the esteemed scholar Zhou, making him feel a sense of pride. Please assist the lady carefully. Gu Nanzhi had already donned her veil, and noticing Xia Ling helping her prepare to alight from the carriage, he gently advised her. Please wait outside, young master. With that, Gu Nanzhi exited the carriage. Cloaked in her veil, no one recognized her. Yet, Pei Luobai sought to leverage her presence to elevate the reputation of the marquis's household. Thus he hastily followed her. Zhi, I shall await you here. The crowd then realized, it is someone from the Chengyan marquis's household. Beneath her veil, Gu Nanzhi's brows were subtly arched in mockery. What a pretentious individual. He had effortlessly narrated his battlefield injuries to craft an image of loyalty and patriotism. Today, his dramatic display was utterly nauseating. With a young attendant leading the way, Gu Nanzhi entered Jianyun's studio amidst the scrutinizing gazes. In truth, she had exaggerated her father's acquaintance with Zhou. They had merely met a few times and were not particularly familiar. She had said this to present sufficient leverage to persuade them to allow Pei Zhaojiang to be a companion to Qin Gu. To have Zhou enlighten a mere child was indeed a waste of talent. In her previous life, she had toiled extensively before Zhou finally acquiesced. Having learned from that experience, she anticipated this endeavor would not be too difficult, especially since she had discerned Zhou's preferences. With this thought, she glanced back at the item Xiaoling was holding, her heart settling a little. The flute music had ceased. A cold wind swept through, rustling the bamboo grove, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere. Contrasting sharply with the clamor outside, "The esteemed guest has arrived," the young attendant announced, and Gu Nanzhi awaited patiently. "Invite her in," came Zhou's voice. Accepting the item from Xiaoling, Gu Nanzhi stepped inside. Within the bamboo cottage, Zhou was engaged in a game of chess with another. As she entered, the opponent glanced up at her. Smoke wafted from incense burning nearby, the figure before her clad in a white robe and crane cloak, illuminated by the gentle winter sunlight. Beneath that jade-like exterior lay an unapproachable coldness and inscrutable depth. Yet, when his noble, aloof gaze fell upon her, it bore a hint of warmth. Like the first thaw of ice and snow, Xianyi's eyes concealed a trace of imperceptible surprise, though his expression remained neutral. "Madam, it seems we are indeed fated to meet. I pay my respects to the Prime Minister." Gu Nanzhi was taken aback to encounter Xianyi here. She had not known of his acquaintance with Zhou. Given their familiar demeanor, it seemed their private relations were quite amicable. "I have met Mr. Zhou," she greeted before turning to Zhou. Clad in a scholarly blue robe, Zhou did not affect the lofty airs typical of other literati. Rather, he exuded an easygoing charm. Turning to her with a smile, "You are the daughter of Gu Wenha. I remember seeing you as a child." "Indeed, my father is Gu Wenha," Gu Nanzhi replied with poise, her demeanor radiating a natural grace and a hint of pride that made her strikingly beautiful. Zhou smiled at her. "Your skills on the zither are quite commendable." He intended to say more, but Xianyi subtly interjected with a glance, prompting Zhou to stroke his beard and chuckle. "Pray tell, what brings you here to see me?" Gu Nanzhi paused slightly, responding with measured calm. "I have long heard of Mr. Zhou's illustrious reputation and wish to invite you to our residence to enlighten the young master." To have him enlighten a mere child? How bold of you. Zhou was nearly amused to the point of laughter, just as he prepared to make a sarcastic remark towards Gu Nanzhi. A figure holding black pieces cast a deep, threatening glance at him. Gu Nanzhi had already prepared her arguments to persuade Zhou. Knowing that to invite him out of retirement was no easy feat in her previous life, it had taken her 5 attempts to earn Zhou's consent through her sincerity. She had never expected to succeed on the first try. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou relented, his tone tinged with mild grievance. "Well, it is not entirely out of the question." Gu Nanzhi was taken aback. She had yet to present her offerings or articulate her carefully crafted arguments, and yet Zhou had acquiesced so readily. Seeing her in a daze, Xianyi's eyes flickered with amusement. "Are you pleased, or merely astonished? First, assess the young master's talent. I will not teach mediocrity." Zhou too felt he had agreed too readily. Did he not care for his own reputation? Thus, he sought to amend his response. Gu Nanzhi understood this. In her previous life, she had gone to great lengths for Qin Gu, whose talent was mediocre and lacked diligence. Pei Zhaojiang, however, was exceptionally bright, humble, and willing to work hard. He would undoubtedly not disappoint Zhou. "Of course, I shall always welcome Mr. Zhou's esteemed presence. I would not have come if I thought otherwise. It is natural for aspiring students to seek renowned masters, and for masters to desire exceptional pupils." As she spoke, she presented her modest offerings. Simple trinkets she had painstakingly gathered. "I apologize for intruding upon you today. Please accept these as tokens of my respect." Zhou cast a casual glance at her gifts. Considering that he would soon be visiting her home to enlighten the child, accepting her small tokens would not be a loss. He made no move to refuse. Yet, a certain someone cast a predatory gaze in his direction, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Could this too be snatched away? Once the exchange concluded, Gu Nanzhi bowed in farewell. Zhou waved dismissively. As she departed, he reached for the items she had left behind, curious about their nature, but a long, elegant hand suddenly interposed, blocking his attempt. "You need not trouble yourself with these." Huatsun stepped forward, collecting the items into his own embrace. Wei, there are no manners in your behavior. These are gifts for me, not for you. Return them at once. Zhou huffed in indignation. Xie and I slowly rose, casting Zhou a disdainful glance. Your tea is dreadful. With a flourish of his sleeve, he left Zhou with a cold, indifferent back, infuriating him further. I've never encountered anyone like you. You've consumed several bowls, and now you complain about the taste. If you have the ability, spit it out. Hearing footsteps behind her, Gu Nanzhi turned to see Xie and I hastening to catch up. Since she had noticed him, it would be impolite to ignore him, so she slowed her pace and nodded slightly. My lord. Xie and I walked beside her, his gaze unreadable, filled with complex emotions. A shiver ran down Gu Nanzhi's spine at the intensity of his look. He spoke in a low voice. I have a question. I hope the lady can clarify. Chapter 56. When the trust is misplaced, he, the esteemed chancellor, with a wealth of knowledge, what could possibly perplex her? Though Gu Nanzhi held this thought, the earnest demeanor of Xie and I did not suggest he was jesting. My lord, please speak. I assure you, I shall leave nothing unspoken. Xian's dark eyes were deep and fixed, gently caressing the white jade beads on his wrist, their flawless sheen rivaling his own pale skin. His gaze was so profound that it evoked in Gu Nanzhi a sense of being preyed upon, prompting her to take a step back, creating a slight distance between them. Observing the gap that had formed, Xie and I frowned subtly. Just when Gu Nanzhi believed he would remain silent, his voice, akin to a breeze rustling through bamboo leaves, carried a chill as he inquired, what if a woman has placed her trust in the wrong person? Gu Nanzhi regarded him with astonishment. What sort of question was this? How could he possibly know of misplaced trust? Could it be that the chancellor was troubled by unrequited feelings? She pondered which foolish girl had failed to recognize his worth. In terms of beauty, Xian's countenance was unparalleled, captivating enough to ensnare hearts. As for power, he was already a man of great authority, and in the future, he would ascend even higher. In terms of character, aside from his penchant for pretense, he maintained a virtuous demeanor, untainted by scandal, truly deserving of the title of a worthy partner. Contemplating this, Gu Nanzhi smiled gently. If a woman has indeed placed her trust in the wrong person, she ought to sever the ties of ill fate and turn back to the shore, for that would be the wisest course of action. Hearing her words, a flicker of amusement illuminated Xian's eyes, reminiscent of a bamboo leaf falling into spring waters, stirring gentle ripples. His voice, though strained, bore a profound intensity as he continued. And if it were the lady herself, what would she do? Her previous lightheartedness had merely stemmed from an outsider's perspective. Had she ever truly empathized? His question brought to mind Pei Luobai, who, indeed, had also placed her trust in the wrong person, leading not only to her own ruin, but also to the harm of her kin. Her almond-shaped eyes hardened, exuding an icy allure. Under Xian's gaze, she let out a light laugh, devoid of warmth, her clear voice carrying a hint of sharpness like shattered jade. If someone betrays me, I shall cast them aside as one would a worn-out shoe, and moreover, ensure they pay a harrowing price, preferably wishing they had never been born. Xian's typically cool demeanor felt ignited, as if a spark had been cast into his heart, his eyes reflecting the dawn's first light. What if you were already married? His words were too direct, prompting Gu Nanzhi to raise an eyebrow. What? Does he intend to usurp another's wife? Given his power, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Her gaze remained frosty, solidifying further as she contemplated separation. She spoke with an air of regret, furrowing her brow, lamenting that the law forbids women from divorcing their husbands. Were it not for this, she would earnestly draft a letter of divorce, casting it upon Pei Luobai's hypocritical visage. Xie and I scrutinized her, his lashes casting a soft shadow across his face as he tightened his grip on the beads. Divorce, you say? A rather intriguing notion. As for the law, to others, it may be a constraint, yet for me, it serves merely to bind others. He smiled faintly. Madam, you possess remarkable fortitude. Gu Nanzhi. Were she a different person, one might deem her cruel. As they neared the exit of Jianyun study, Gu Nanzhi retreated a few steps, intentionally maintaining distance. Upon seeing Xie and I emerge from Jianyun study, the few who approached to pay their respects quickly dispersed. Pei Luobai had been stationed at the border for 6 years. While he had never met Xie and I, he was well aware of his reputation as the chancellor, a figure of immense power. If he could gain his assistance. Just as Xie and I ascended into his carriage, Gu Nanzhi stepped out. Jiji. How did it go? Did Zhou Daru agree to teach Qiangu'er? Pei Luobai hurried forward, casting a meaningful glance at Xian's carriage. Let us board first. And then we shall discuss. Pei Luobai extended his hand to assist Gu Nanzhi, who subtly evaded him, allowing Xia Ling to help her into the carriage, with Pei Luobai following closely behind. Having to engage in menial tasks daily, Jiang Lingyue's hands had become rough, and her once delicate skin had lost its luster. With her growing restlessness, her hair appeared somewhat ashen, her petite beauty fading into obscurity. Pei Luobai had promised her that he would send Wanqi away. Yesterday, the incessant and bothersome sound of the Kong Ho had finally ceased, leading her to believe Pei Luobai had dismissed her. However, just moments ago, the irksome sound had resumed, piercing her ears painfully. Gripping her broom tightly, she turned to the two matronly figures guarding her, asking, "Has the young master not sent that Wanqi girl away?" One of the matrons replied with scorn, "The young master is quite fond of Miss Wanqi, doting on her daily. The household is abuzz with talk. It won't be long before she becomes the mistress of this estate. The young master is most reluctant to part with her." The other matron chimed in with embellishments. "Indeed, soon this household will welcome another mistress." The old lady and madam seemed pleased with this arrangement, and the young master's wife has little say in the matter. This seems to be a foregone conclusion. Chapter 57. A stone for two birds. Their words fell upon Jiang Linyu like a pot of scalding oil, mercilessly scorching her to the bone, leaving her emotionally raw as if her very heart had been cooked. Pei Luobai had the audacity to deceive her. Crack! A layer of ominous darkness gathered in her eyes, and she crushed the broom handle in her grip. No, the marquise could only belong to Qiangur, and Pei Luobai was solely hers. No one else could lay claim to them. Wanqi was it? A foolish wretch daring to compete with her. Did she think herself worthy? Her gaze flickered with a fierce intensity, and suddenly she clutched her abdomen, letting out a piercing scream. Her tear-filled eyes locked onto the two matronly figures. Two mothers. "I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my belly. I hope you might assist me." As she spoke, she slipped off a silver bracelet from her wrist and discreetly placed a heavy silver hairpin, concealed within her wide sleeves, into their hands. The two women chuckled. "One must heed nature's call, young lady. Make haste and return swiftly, lest you stir up trouble." With a pale countenance, Jiang Linyu nodded in compliance. Once she was at a safe distance, she spat vehemently. "What nonsense! Those shameless old hags dare lecture me and accept my gifts? Just wait. I will make them pay double for this." The ethereal sound of the Kong Ho reverberated above the marquise, and in a matter of days, the household had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Linyu navigated her way effortlessly to the Qingqiu courtyard where Wanqi resided. As before, Wanqi played the Kong Ho beneath the plum tree, her unadorned face still radiating an extraordinary beauty. Unlike their first encounter, she wore a simple yet exquisite garment that shimmered like fresh snow, casting a brilliant glow in the winter light. Jiang Linyu's pupils contracted. This was Yun Jin, a piece worth 100 gold, and Pei Luobai had claimed there was a shortage of funds in the household. Yet he had bestowed such finery upon this lowly woman, garments she had never worn herself. Observing her pristine white fox fur coat, devoid of any blemish, only added to her worth, and the jade hairpin adorning her head appeared to be of remarkable quality. These were luxuries she had never been afforded. How generous Pei Luobai was with her. Upon noticing Jiang Linyu's arrival, once she slowly lifted her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. "Yunyang, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be attending to the young master today?" Her demeanor was surprisingly cordial. Yet, that exquisite visage only fueled Jiang Linyu's jealousy. She had learned that Pei Luobai was absent from the estate today, a rare opportunity for her. With a composed expression, she replied, "The lady sent me here." In a swift motion, she hurled a pot at Gu Nanzhi's head. Wanqi feigned ignorance, momentarily taken aback. Before smiling brightly, "Is there something the lady wishes to convey?" She continued her task without interruption. Seeing that the courtyard was devoid of any onlookers, Jiang Linyu grew bolder, advancing towards Wanqi, looking down upon her. "Who permits you to create such cacophony in the estate every day?" With a crash, she snatched the Kong Ho from Wanqi's hands and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into splinters. "My Kong Ho." Wanqi gazed at the remnants, her crystalline tears trembling on her lashes, her voice breaking. "Why do you treat me so? I have never wronged you, nor have I wronged the lady. You wretched thing, do you not realize your place? How dare you harbor thoughts of associating with the young master? Are you even worthy?" Consumed by rage, Jiang Linyu seized Wanqi's hair, yanking out the precious jade hairpin and smirking coldly. "Such valuable items, and you dare to adorn yourself with them? Even if sold, You could never repay their worth. Are they within your reach? Jiang Linyu, in a frenzy, unfastened Wanshi's fox fur and cast it aside, tearing apart her cloud-patterned garment and shoving her forcefully. Wanshi fell to the ground like a startled bird, tears streaming down her face. Hands clasped over her chest in horror as she gazed up at Jiang Linyu. This is not what I wanted. These were gifts from the young master. The few words she uttered were like daggers to the heart. Jiang Linyu's expression twisted in fury, her eyes ablaze. Silence. How dare you utter his name? I will see if you dare tempt him again. With a furious slap, she struck Wanshi's delicate face, instantly causing it to swell. A trace of crimson appeared at the corner of her mouth, adding a broken beauty to her already striking features, evoking a sense of pity rather than disdain. I truly have not courted the young master. You haven't? Who would believe you? Dreaming of soaring to the heights, without considering your station. The lady has sent me to escort you away. If you know what's good for you, leave the marquisate and never appear before the young master again. Do you understand? Jiang Linyu's grip tightened around Wanshi's neck, her words dripping with malice. Gasping for breath, Wanshi nodded frantically. Very well. I will leave at once and never see the young master again. Consider yourself fortunate, Jiang Linyu scoffed, finally releasing her. Having spent numerous days in the marquisate, she had thoroughly explored its every corner. She dragged Wanshi away from prying eyes and delivered her to a secluded back entrance, watching coldly as she departed. A malicious smile crept across her face. She acted under the guise of Gu Nanzhi, and upon Pei Luobai's discovery, he would only harbor resentment towards her, a perfect two birds with one stone. Knowing that Zhou Ru had granted Qian Gu'er an opportunity, Pei Luobai was elated. Brimming with confidence in the young master, his gaze towards Gu Nanzhi growing increasingly tender. I had no idea the lady played such beautiful music. Compared to Wanshi's Kongho, it is certainly not inferior. Recalling Wanshi, a soft light flickered in his eyes. Gu Nanzhi offered him a few perfunctory remarks. Young master, Wanshi has left. As the carriage halted at the marquisate's entrance, Pei Luobai leapt down, ready to assist Gu Nanzhi. When he suddenly heard this news, his expression darkened. What did you say? How could Wanshi leave so suddenly? Young master, Wanshi was alone and had nowhere to go. We must ensure she hasn't encountered any trouble. Please, go check. Gu Nanzhi parted the carriage curtain, her almond eyes glinting with a barely perceptible smirk as she feigned concern. Chapter 58. I have indulged in unworthy thoughts of you. Pei Luobai turned and rushed after her, casting a sidelong glance at a nearby servant. When did Wanshi leave, and in which direction did she go? After obtaining the information, he swiftly mounted his horse. His expression clouded with worry, and galloped away, vanishing from Gu Nanzhi's sight. Xiaoling gently assisted her down from the carriage. As she cast a lingering look at Pei Luobai's retreating figure, a mocking smile escaping her lips. Understanding that the old lady and the Zhao family were anxiously awaiting her good news, she made her way to Hebai courtyard. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered by the city moat, murmuring among themselves. What has become of this girl? One wondered, standing alone by the river, gazing blankly at the ceaseless flow of water. Could she be contemplating despair? Another remarked, look at her face, marred by wounds, dressed so lightly, and cradling a shattered guzheng. She must have endured some great injustice. Among the crowd were compassionate souls, urging her, dear girl, do not succumb to despair. Even the gravest of troubles will pass. Child, heed this elder's advice. Nothing is insurmountable. In this bitter cold, come home with me for a warm cup of tea. Warmth of body will bring warmth of heart. Wanshi stood by the city moat, clutching the broken guzheng, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead, her frail figure swaying precariously as if it might be swept away by the wind. She exuded a hauntingly beautiful aura of utter desolation. When Pei Luobai arrived, he beheld this scene, his heart nearly shattering at the sight of her ethereal form that seemed to hover between this world and the next. Wanshi, what do you intend to do? Halt at once. He dismounted hastily and rushed toward her. Hearing his voice, Wanshi curled her lips into a faint smile before slowly turning around. Tears, as clear as crystal, cascaded down her cheeks, her eyes dim and devoid of light, as if recounting endless grievances in silence. The sight of her tears was captivating in its own right. Pei Luobai immediately noticed the wounds on her face and the shattered guzheng in her arms, fury igniting in his eyes. Wanshi, who has hurt you so grievously? Tell me. As he approached her, Wanshi, filled with desolation, interjected, my lord, do not come any closer. Taking a step back, she nearly lost her footing and fell into the moat, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Pei Luobai reacted instinctively, his eyes aflame with emotion, extending his hand toward her in desperation. Very well, I shall not approach. Just remain where you are and do not move. Whatever grievances you bear, share them with me, and I shall ensure justice is served. No, my lord. I have no grievances, Wanshi replied, forcing a fragile smile that twisted Pei Luobai's heart into knots. She stood in the biting wind, smiling as if basking in the summer sun, radiating warmth. The greatest fortune of my life has been meeting you, my lord. I hope you cherish yourself. The debt of gratitude I owe you, I can only repay in the next life. With that, she leaped into the moat before the eyes of the crowd. No, Wanshi. Fortunately, Pei Luobai had anticipated her move. He dashed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and shielding her with his fox fur cloak, hastily lifting her into the carriage. Wanshi, you terrified me, he exclaimed, still shaken, holding her tightly. Wanshi's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph as tears brimmed on her lashes. Please, my lord, let me go? I can no longer remain in the Marquis's residence. Wanshi, tell me what has transpired. How did you come by these wounds? Pei Luobai demanded, understanding that her leap had revealed the truth of his feelings. He desired to keep her close. No longer suppressing his emotions, he cradled her face in his hands, gently kissing away her tears, his calloused fingers brushing against the marks on her cheek. My lord, Wanshi stammered, momentarily speechless, her shock and shyness intertwining as she gazed into his eyes, which sparkled with purity like eternal snow atop a mountain, drawing one into a trance. Coming to her senses, fear overtook her, and she struggled to break free from his embrace, declaring, Please, my lord, believe me. I harbor no unworthy thoughts towards you. Pei Luobai grasped her firmly, his gaze soft yet intense. Wanshi, I am aware that I have indulged in unworthy thoughts about you. Promise me you shall not leave my side. I will protect you and ensure no one dares to harm you again. He held her possessively, not permitting her to escape, his words laced with deep affection. With reddened eyes, Wanshi pressed her hands against his chest, too shy to meet his gaze, murmuring, I am sorry. I just lied to you. Pei Luobai's heart soared with joy as he looked at her. Wanshi, please look at me. Slowly, she raised her head, her exquisite face adorned with a blush, her voice as delicate as the tremor of cicada wings. My heart is akin to yours. Their eyes met, an unspoken tenderness lingering between them. As Pei Luobai clung to her tightly, Wanshi then recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing her tale, Pei Luobai slammed his fist against the carriage, exclaiming, What a vile woman Gu Nanzhi is. I was not mistaken in my judgment of her, for she is indeed malicious. But then he reconsidered. Gu Nanzhi had been by his side all along. Suddenly, his expression darkened. It must be Jiang Linghua. In Hebai courtyard, Gu Nanzhi was engaged in conversation with the old lady and others about Zhou Duru, when Pei Luobai strode in, holding Wanshi's hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. With Wanshi still draped in his fox fur. Chapter 59. The concubine, the old matriarch, and Madame Zhao exchanged glances, their eyes alight with intrigue. It appeared that an additional concubine would soon grace the household. They both silently directed their gaze toward Gu Nanzhi, anxious that she might object. The old matriarch was resolute. This was a pivotal moment in securing the future of Qian Gu'er, and it was essential to mollify her. Pei Luobai also secretly scrutinized Gu Nanzhi, having initially expected her to react with anger. To his surprise, her expression remained composed, a faint smile gracing her lips as if she were indifferent to the matter, which irked him inexplicably. Upon meeting the eyes of the old matriarch, the lady of the house, and the heir's wife, Wanshi felt somewhat uneasy. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Pei Luobai held it firmly, adopting a protective demeanor as he declared with conviction, Grandmother, Mother, Gigi, I wish to take Wanshi as my concubine. As anticipated, the old matriarch, fearing a rebuttal from Gu Nanzhi, preemptively interjected with a smile, asserting, This is indeed a good thing. For so many years, you have lacked a concubine, and it is high time to welcome someone new. Grandmother consents to this. She paused, glancing at Gu Nanzhi, adding that it was necessary to seek her opinion. All eyes turned to Gu Nanzhi. Before she could speak, Madame Zhao, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, remarked, What young master does not have a concubine? Gigi is sensible and reasonable. Not the sort of woman to be scorned. Surely she would not oppose Luobai taking a concubine. She adjusted her hair and pressed, Gigi, do you not agree? Indeed, both women were steeped in hypocrisy, With the old matriarch's approval, if Gu Nanzhi were to argue, it would be tantamount to disobedience. As for Madame Zhao, there was no need for such haste in placing a lofty label upon her. How could they know her true feelings? A hint of sardonic amusement flickered in Gu Nanzhi's eyes. Perhaps this was exactly what she desired. She discreetly offered Wanshi an appreciative glance. Seeing her ready acquiescence brought Pei Luobai joy, yet he felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Nonetheless, he dismissed it, as if fearing Gu Nanzhi might reconsider. He stated eagerly, "Then it is settled. However, although Wanshi is alone, we must ensure she is not treated poorly. Her needs, clothing, food, and living arrangements must all adhere to the proper standards." Gu Nanzhi discerned the underlying implication. He was concerned she might mistreat Wanshi. Yet, there was no need for such concern, as she was not the one footing the bill. Merely bestowing Wanshi with the status of a concubine would not suffice. What the heir proposes is indeed wise. "I have a thought," she replied, leaving her statement hanging tantalizingly. Pei Luobai, misinterpreting her intentions, regarded her with an intense gaze, his voice growing colder. "What is it?" With a smile, Gu Nanzhi addressed Wanshi gently. "I find that Wanshi and I share a remarkable rapport. Given her talents and beauty, it would truly be a disservice to confine her to the status of a mere concubine. Not only would the heir be pained by this, but I too would feel distressed. Instead, let us elevate Wanshi to the status of a favored concubine. Yet, this arrangement would require the approval of grandmother and mother. She was adept at generously offering others resources. A favored concubine would indeed enjoy a considerably better standard of living than a regular concubine. Now that Madame Zhao was in charge of the household, perhaps it was time for her to experience some discomfort. More crucially, a mere concubine would not suffice to make Zhang Linyue lose her composure. The favored concubine would. Pei Luobai was deeply moved by her words, hesitating to respond as he gazed at her. Zhizhi, the old matriarch, had no reason to object. "Excellent. I knew Zhizhi would be understanding. With a royal physician from the palace treating Luobai's health, he would surely recover. If he did not harbor feelings for Zhizhi, she would not insist. After all, it was he who proposed Wanshi. With such an enchanting concubine by his side, what was Zhang Linyue to him? Before long, Luobai would surely cast her aside." At that moment, Madame Zhao's spirits were buoyant, likely due to the joyous news. She was about to praise Gu Nanzhi when the old matriarch turned to her, assigning the task of arranging this matter to her. "Ensure it is handled well. We must not let Wanshi feel wronged." Only then did Madame Zhao recall that the household coffers were nearly empty. Her previous bright demeanor faded into a look of despair. Mother, a hidden smile danced in Gu Nanzhi's eyes. Surely, she would not be expected to finance Pei Luobai's acquisition of a concubine. They likely lacked the audacity to demand such a thing from her. The household remained oblivious to the impending arrival of an additional concubine. In the Lanhua pavilion, upon her return, Gu Nanzhi grasped Qiuzi's hand, smiling as she said, "Go and relay this news to those who should be informed." "Understood, Miss," Qiuzi replied, understanding the assignment, and promptly departed. Xiali stood there, hesitating, her gaze fixed on Gu Nanzhi. With a glance, Gu Nanzhi encouraged her to speak. Xiali, perplexed, inquired, "Miss, do you truly not care for the heir?" Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze with a smile. "He is not worthy. From now on, do not mention him in my presence." Meanwhile, Zhang Linyue, distractedly sweeping, glanced around with an eager smile, her mind racing with thoughts of Pei Luobai's return. Once he learned about Wanshi, he would undoubtedly seek out Gu Nanzhi. At that moment, she would assert that Gu Nanzhi had coerced her with Qiangu to dismiss Wanshi, leaving her no choice. Pei Luobai's gaze toward Wanshi was hardly innocent. He would surely erupt in fury, and Gu Nanzhi would bear the brunt of it. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the absence of a servant nearby. Before she could realize it, the servant returned and lightly nudged another servant's elbow, whispering conspiratorially, "Have you heard? We have gained a new concubine in our household, a favored one at that." Chapter 60. New Love, Old Flame. One of the maids gasped in astonishment. "What? Which young lady is so fortunate to become our young master's esteemed concubine? Our young master does not yet have any concubines. This is indeed a unique privilege. It is that Miss Wanshi, whom you have also met. She has become our young master's favored concubine." The two women spoke in increasingly high-pitched voices, fearful that Zhang Linyue might overhear them. Yet, Zhang Linyue was not deaf. She could not help but hear. With a loud crash, the broom she held fell to the ground. "What did you just say?" who has become the esteemed concubine in the residence. She rushed towards the two maids, her voice sharp and piercing, her face contorted in a ghastly manner, appearing utterly terrifying. Yes, it is Miss Wanchi. It is said that the young master personally brought her before the old madam and the young master's wife, stating his intention to take Miss Wanchi as his esteemed concubine. And he has arranged for her to reside in the Frost Flower Courtyard, which is no less splendid than the moonlight pavilion of the young master's wife. Jiang Lingyue stepped back, as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt, bursting into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha. Her laughter was shrill and jarring, sending chills down one's spine. That wretched Wanchi has indeed seduced Pei Luobai. She knew all too well that men are devoid of virtue. There was no money to move Qian Gu'er to the front courtyard, but there was money for him to take a concubine. How splendid. She must reclaim both Qian Gu'er and Pei Luobai. Is there any news from the young master's wife? She suppressed the malice in her eyes and inquired with a feigned smile. Wanchi's entry into the residence is not entirely a misfortune. She will surely report to Pei Luobai. Gu Nanzhi should not think she can gain favor. Little did she know that the information she received was deliberately leaked to her by Gu Nanzhi. Thus, she was only aware that Pei Luobai was not in the residence, oblivious to the fact that Gu Nanzhi was with him. Indeed, there is news. Both the old madam and the young master praise our young master's wife for her virtue and magnanimity. The two maids replied with beaming smiles. Jiang Lingyue, astonished, murmured, "How can this be? Since Pei Luobai has already brought that wretched Wanchi back, how could he possibly overlook Gu Nanzhi?" Qiu Xi, hiding behind the rockery, took in Jiang Lingyue's expression and later returned to the moonlight pavilion to share the tale with Gu Nanzhi. Gu Nanzhi lounged languidly on a soft couch, casually holding a book, her gaze drifting as a faint, cold smile graced her lips. What does this signify? The true torment is only just beginning. Starting tomorrow, let Yunyang take care of the cleaning in the Frost Flower Courtyard. What could be more heart-wrenching than watching Pei Luobai and Wanchi indulge in their intimacy before her eyes? Her eyes sparkled with mischief, yet before that, there was still a matter to resolve. If they wished to besmirch her name, then let them settle the score first. She said coolly, "Bring the young master and Wanchi here." Why did Zhao arrange for Wanchi to be placed in the Frost Flower Courtyard? Because it was a pre-prepared residence that required no additional furnishings. It was ready for occupancy with just a thorough cleaning. However, she overlooked the fact that the Frost Flower Courtyard was even more lavish than the Moonlight Pavilion. Pei Luobai entered the Moonlight Pavilion, hand in hand with Wanchi, only releasing her hand once they were inside. Wanchi greets elder sister. Wanchi had changed into a fresh gown, still in her style, a pristine white dress untainted by dust, emanating a faint medicinal fragrance, clearly indicating that she had applied ointment to her face. "Dear sister, please rise. We are now sisters and need not stand on ceremony." Gu Nanzhi approached to assist Wanchi to her feet, looking at her with a tender gaze, softly asking, "I did not wish to pry at the old madamass. But how did the injuries on your face come to be? You were living so well in the Marquis's residence. Why the sudden departure? Were you ill-treated by a servant? Please speak candidly, for matters within the inner chamber are not to be meddled with by the young master. I will certainly advocate for you." Pei Luobai was taken aback that Gu Nanzhi summoned them for this matter. He intended to shield Jiang Lingyue, hence refraining from mentioning it before the old madam. Now, he found it difficult to speak. Wanchi had already suffered enough indignities, and he did not wish to further chill her heart. Wanchi understood Gu Nanzhi's intent. From their first meeting, she recognized that Yunyang and the young master had an ambiguous relationship. With reddened eyes, she timidly glanced at Gu Nanzhi. "It was Yunyang who said she was carrying out elder sister's orders to expel me from the residence. I believe sister is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding here." Pei Luobai closed his eyes. What was meant to happen had arrived. "This is truly an unjust accusation. Young master, I did not. Do you believe me?" Gu Nanzhi was taken aback, looking at Pei Luobai with feigned innocence. Seeing his displeasure, she suppressed her mirth. The confrontation between new love and old flame was about to unfold. One could only wonder whom a man as emotionally detached as he would truly cherish. Without waiting for Pei Luobai to speak, she turned to Qiu Xi and commanded, "Go fetch Yunyang." Chapter 61. When Jiang Lingyue saw Qiu Xi arrive, she was genuinely startled. In her flustered state, she did not wait for Qiu Xi to explain her intentions and blurted out, "Did the young master send you? Is something wrong with Qian Gu'er?" Qiu Xi shot her a cold glance and replied, "Follow me, and you will find out." A sense of unease gripped Jiang Lingyue as she feared for Qian Gu's safety. Throughout the journey, she urged Qiu Xi to hasten, never anticipating that Pei Luobai and Wanqi would also be at Lanyue Pavilion. Upon seeing them, she stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to pay her respects. Although she was already aware of Pei Luobai's union with Wanqi, the direct impact of the revelation still caused her eyes to well up with tears of grievance. Pei Luobai harbored resentment towards her for driving Wanqi away and clinging to Gu Nanzhi, believing her audacity warranted a lesson. He merely glanced at her before diverting his gaze. His indifference pierced through Jiang Lingyue's heart, and with a hoarse voice, she greeted, "Greetings to the young master and young mistress." Gu Nanzhi observed her bitterness and sorrow, a smile gracing her lips as she directed her gaze towards Wanqi. "Have you not yet paid your respects to Aunt Wanqi?" Her words escalated Jiang Lingyue's feelings of injustice to a pinnacle. She bit her lip, looking towards Pei Luobai, who refused to spare her even a glance. Heartbroken and stiff, she managed to bow to Wanqi. "Greetings to Aunt Wanqi." As perceptive as Wanqi was, she would not flaunt her superiority in front of Pei Luobai. Her complexion paled with trepidation as she timidly stepped back behind him, murmuring, "There is no need for such formality." Her soft voice carried an unspoken fear. "Wanqi." Pei Luobai's heart ached as he disregarded Jiang Lingyue's presence and gently grasped her hand, whispering, "I am here, do not be afraid." Young Master Wanqi leaned closer to him, crystalline tears streaming down her face. Pei Luobai's compassion for her intensified, transforming his previous 3 parts of resentment towards Jiang Lingyue into 5. Vile woman. Jiang Lingyue watched this scene unfold, her heart nearly bleeding. She bit her lip, unable to suppress her trembling. "Is it I who urged you to drive Wanqi away? Did I also instruct you to harm her and break her harp?" Gu Nanzhi sat composed, adorned with a single jade hairpin, her attire simple yet dignified, exuding an unspoken authority that made Jiang Lingyue's heart quiver. She glanced at Pei Luobai and suddenly knelt on the ground. "Young master, I acknowledge my guilt, but I truly did not dare to disobey the young mistress's orders, which led to Aunt Wanqi's injury. I beg for your punishment." A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, for she knew that if Wanqi were wise, she would realize that Gu Nanzhi was her foremost adversary. Only by toppling Gu Nanzhi could she hope for ascendancy. Her own grievances were trivial in comparison. "You speak nonsense. The young mistress left with the young master early today. When did she see you or give you these orders?" Qiu Xi's cold gaze bore into her as she spoke sternly. Her words struck Jiang Lingyue like a thunderclap. What? Gu Nanzhi actually left with Pei Luobai? Then had she not just kicked the steel plate? "Young master, every word I speak is the truth." It was indeed the young mistress. Her narrow-mindedness could not tolerate Aunt Wanqi. She quickly regained her composure, emboldened by Pei Luobai's disdain for Gu Nanzhi. If she clung to this accusation, even without evidence, it would suffice. Gu Nanzhi remained silent, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she regarded Pei Luobai. "Young master, I trust the young mistress." Wanqi gently tugged at his sleeve. Jiang Lingyue looked at her in disbelief. How could this wretched woman not understand? Wasn't it better to unseat Gu Nanzhi? Pei Luobai's piercing gaze sent her heart plummeting. Do tell when the young mistress ever met you, or who conveyed her message to you. You must provide evidence. Or how can I believe you?" Jiang Lingyue. She gazed at Pei Luobai in disbelief. It was one thing for him to defend that wretched woman. But what of Gu Nanzhi? How could he also stand by her? What evidence? What witnesses? She had none. All she needed was his belief. The young mistress would not leave any incriminating evidence. She threatened me using Qian Gu and had someone place a letter on my bed. Gu Nanzhi chuckled. "And where is this letter? If you can produce it, I shall accept this baseless accusation." Jiang Lingyue had long prepared her retort. "I have already followed the young mistress's orders and destroyed that letter." Enough. Pei Luobai could no longer bear to listen. Disappointment filled his gaze as he looked at Jiang Lingyue. The tenderness he once held for her had diminished almost entirely. It was only at this moment that Jiang Lingyue felt panic rise within her. "Young master, silence." Pei Luobai scolded her without mercy. To slander Gu Nanzhi and harm Qian Gu, when did she become so vengeful? If I allow this to continue, who knows what chaos she might incite. Gigi, handle matters in the inner court as you see fit. Wanqi is injured. I shall take her home first. He gently assisted Wanqi, gradually walking past Jiang Lingyue, who looked on in disbelief. "Young master, I am wronged." She lunged forward, grasping his garment, tears of despair streaming down her face as she gazed at him helplessly. Thinking of Qiangur, Pei Luobai felt a pang of compassion. He turned to Gu Nanzhi and added, "For Qiangur's sake, a minor punishment shall suffice." "Thank you." Young Master Jiang Lingyue finally released Pei Luobai, yet insisted, "But I truly am wronged. To slander your master, sow discord, and humiliate Aunt Wanqi. You ought to have been sold off. For Qiangur's sake, let her receive 10 strikes in public as a warning to others," Gu Nanzhi coldly remarked. Pei Luobai nodded in agreement. Jiang Lingyue, sobbing, collapsed onto the ground. Qiu Xi handled matters adeptly, and soon a crowd of servants gathered at Langyue Pavilion. Jiang Lingyue was pinned onto a long bench by 2 matrons, scornful glances raining down upon her. Yet, this was not the most humiliating moment. When the punishment commenced, Gu Nanzhi, holding Qiangur's hand, appeared before everyone. Chapter 62. The Law. For several days, Jiang Lingyue had longed to see her son, Qiangur, in her dreams. Yet she was disinclined to let him witness her disheveled state. The sound of a whip striking flesh echoed dully in the air. Nurse. Qiangur, having never encountered such a scene, was frightened to tears, struggling desperately to free himself from Gu Nanzhi's grasp. He pleaded with her, "Mother, could you please have them release the nurse? She has always been good to me, and I do not wish for her to be harmed. Mother, I implore you." Seeing her son in tears pierced Jiang Linyue's heart more than the physical pain she endured. She reached out toward Qiangur, her voice hoarse with desperation as she called out to him, "Qiangur." Gu Nanzhi held Qiangur's hand tightly. Her gaze lowered as she spoke gently to him. "It is not that your mother does not wish to help you. It is simply that one must accept the consequences of their actions. No one is exempt from punishment, and she has brought this upon herself. Even 10 lashes will not cost her life." When Jiang Linyue awoke, it was already night. She lay on the cold wooden board, pain piercing through her body. Her lips cracked and parched. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. The dilapidated shed was drafty, and she felt as though she were on the brink of death, her face streaked with tears of despair. She hoarsely cried out, "Is anyone there? Help!" She could not believe that Pei Luobai would truly abandon her. After calling for some time, only silence answered her, transforming her hope into an icy despair. The flickering candlelight cast soft shadows across Gu Nanzhi's fair, flawless face as she held a letter sent by Zhou Daru earlier that afternoon. Zhou Daru had instructed her to bring someone to see him the following morning, a turn of events that pleasantly surprised her. She had already informed Pei Zhaojiang of the news so that he could prepare accordingly. The old lady had also received a letter and was utterly delighted. Naturally, Pei Luobai was aware of this and was even more exhilarated than the old lady. Qiangur was already asleep in the adjoining room. "Miss, I have conveyed your exact words to Aunt Wanqi as you instructed." As she set the letter aside, Qiuzi entered and whispered a few words in her ear. Gu Nanzhi's brows relaxed in satisfaction. She intended to make Jiang Linyue experience the bitterness of being utterly forsaken. In Shuanghua courtyard, although not formally wed, Pei Luobai arranged for red silk lanterns to adorn the courtyard, creating a festive atmosphere. Aware that Jiang Linyue had been punished, he had planned to accompany Wanqi for dinner, discreetly visiting her afterward to deliver medicine and offer comfort. However, upon arriving at Shuanghua courtyard, he found himself unable to take another step. Who could resist a beauty as enchanting as Wanqi, whose every expression captured his heart? That night, Pei Luobai spent the night in Shuanghua courtyard, while Jiang Linyue remained awake in the shed, tears streaming down her face until dawn. She waited the entire night, her heart turning to ashes, and eventually lost consciousness without ever encountering the one she longed to see. If she were to perish in such a manner, it would be too easy for her. Gu Nanzhi had given instructions that upon her fainting, the maid stationed outside should immediately summon the physician. The next morning, Pei Luobai emerged from Shuanghua courtyard, refreshed, with Wanqi by his side as they proceeded to pay respects to the old lady and Madame Zhao. If someone were to inquire about Jiang Linyue at that moment, he would likely be momentarily taken aback, needing to ponder who she was. As Wanqi formally became a concubine, she naturally needed to pay her respects to Gu Nanzhi. Having already visited the old lady and Madame Zhao with Qiangur, Gu Nanzhi awaited them at Langyue Pavilion. Upon seeing Pei Luobai arrive alongside Wanqi, she smiled with satisfaction. Wanqi pays her respects to the lady. Wanqi bowed deeply before her. "Good sister, please rise." Gu Nanzhi personally assisted her up, casually removing a bracelet from her wrist and placing it on Wanqi's arm. Wanqi appeared both honored and astonished, exclaiming, "Lady, this is too precious." Seeing the harmony between his wife and concubine, Pei Luobai felt quite pleased. It is a gift from Jiji. You should accept it with ease. Only then did Wanqi accept it. Knowing that Qiangir was to visit Jianyun's study that day, the old lady and Madame Zhao accompanied him to the door, incessantly advising him to perform well in front of Zhoudaru. Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed a figure clad in blue standing in the cold wind. Madame Zhao's face bore evident displeasure. What is he doing here? Such bad luck. Pei Zhaojiang was undeterred by her cold remarks, quickly approaching to pay his respects to the old lady and Madame Zhao. The youth was gentle in demeanor, humble and courteous, and when his gaze fell upon Gu Nanzhi, a hint of tenderness flickered in his warm eyes. Gu Nanzhi stepped forward to provide him an escape. It was I who asked my third brother to come. I thought it would be beneficial for Qiangir to have a familiar face beside him when meeting Zhoudaru, to prevent any anxiety. Moreover, my third brother will accompany Qiangir in his studies in the future, so meeting Zhoudaru beforehand is advantageous. The old lady wholeheartedly agreed, casting a disapproving glance at Madame Zhao. Jiji indeed thinks ahead. Once Wanqi departed and boarded the carriage, Pei Luobai, glancing at Qiangir, suddenly recalled Jiang Linyue. Feeling a twinge of regret, though it quickly dissipated, Pei Zhaojiang sat alone in the carriage behind. Qiangir, remember not to be nervous when you meet Zhoudaru. Just answer whatever he asks. Pei Luobai reiterated a few instructions, and Qiangir nodded obediently, appearing very well behaved. By this time, the morning court session had concluded. As the carriage passed the Literary Institute, the students inside were engaged in a heated discussion. Someone exclaimed loudly, "Have you heard? Today in court, the Prime Minister unexpectedly proposed amending the laws, allowing not only men to divorce their wives, but women to divorce their husbands as well. Isn't that strange? What does this have to do with governing the country?" The emperor actually agreed. This remark fell squarely within Gu Nanzhi's ear. Chapter 63. Is he really that wonderful? Amidst the cacophony of street vendors, the man's voice resonated like a polished pebble, striking gently yet firmly against Gu Nanzhi's heart. Her previous jest had unexpectedly prompted Xie and I to amend the laws. Although she was taken aback, she recognized this as quintessentially Xie and I, donning the fade of a humble gentleman while orchestrating everyone like marionettes. For others, the law loomed like an oppressive sky. For him, it was merely a tool to manipulate others. Such elaborate machinations piqued her curiosity, upon which lady had he set his sights. To earn Xie and I's favor was no small feat. Surely, she must be a celestial beauty. Noticing her deep contemplation, Pei Luobai called out, "Jiji, what troubles you?" His tone was casual, yet tinged with annoyance. He had expected her to display a petulant demeanor after spending the night in Wanqi's chamber, but her indifference left him unsettled. While he admired her magnanimity, he was equally perturbed by her apparent disregard for his presence, as if he were merely an inconsequential figure in her life. Gu Nanzhi lifted her gaze to him, her smile radiant and enchanting, reminiscent of snow atop a red plum blossom, shimmering in the cold light of winter, captivating the heart and soul. Nothing. Pei Luobai was taken aback by her dazzling smile. During his recent visit, she had maintained a cold demeanor, causing him to overlook the once naive girl who had now blossomed like a lotus in a summer lake, graceful and fragrant, stirring gentle ripples in his heart. With a sudden impulse, he reached out to grasp Gu Nanzhi's hand. A light cough escaped her lips as she delicately pressed a handkerchief to her mouth, skillfully evading his touch. "Jiji, though I have taken Wanqi as my concubine, you will forever remain my principal wife. No one can rival your position in my heart," he professed, believing himself to be deeply affectionate. Gu Nanzhi cast her eyes downwards, dismissing him from her sight. She feared that gazing upon his hypocritical visage would compel her to express her disdain. She secretly resolved to express her gratitude to the woman who occupied Xie Ni's heart once she discovered her identity. Delicately, she toyed with her fingers, her almond-shaped eyes curving into a slight arc as she thought of divorce. Indeed, after uttering those saccharine words, Pei Luobai shifted the conversation. "Jiji, why is there still no news from my father-in-law? Has he not spoken on my behalf before the emperor? This should not be the case. Only when I prosper can you enjoy the wealth and glory alongside me. Perhaps you should visit home today and urge my father-in-law to expedite the decree for succession. My heart is perpetually uneasy with this delay." Due to his injuries sustained for the country, the populace refrained from mocking him. Yet they also failed to regard him with respect. He had truly grown weary of such a life. Gu Nanzhi's eyes glimmered with cold sarcasm. She had initially intended to deceive him. Just then, the carriage came to a stop, and the driver's voice rang out. "Young master, madam, we have arrived. Young Master Qian is here." Pei Luobai ceased his attempts to speak further and alighted from the carriage, taking young Master Qian by the hand. Gu Nanzhi donned her hooded cloak, assisted by Xia Ling as she disembarked. "Madam, is this the young master of the household?" As soon as she stepped down, the previous page boy approached, regarding young Master Qian. She nodded in affirmation. "Yes, please follow me, young master." The page boy, around 12 or 13 years of age, smiled as he extended his hand to young Master Qian. "Father." Young Master Qian, somewhat frightened, hid behind Pei Luobai, clutching his robe tightly, crumpling the fabric. A faint smile flickered in Gu Nanzhi's eyes. In her previous life, upon young Master Qian's arrival at the estate, she had instructed him in manners and etiquette, ensuring he made no mistakes in public or private. In this life, she kept him at the Lanhua Pavilion, spending each day in playful companionship, and her efforts were now bearing fruit. "Young Master Qian is obedient," Pei Luobai remarked, though annoyance tinged his voice as young Master Qian continued to hide. Gu Nanzhi subtly signaled to Pei Zhaojiang. "Young Master Qian, come with me. Do not be afraid. I will take you inside and stay by your side." Pei Zhaojiang produced a piece of candy, offering it to young Master Qian. Young Master Qian gazed at the candy, licking his lips before taking small steps towards Pei Zhaojiang, accepting the sweet and following him into the Jianyan studio. Gu Nanzhi glanced at Pei Luobai, witnessing his unabashed smile, completely oblivious to any impropriety, a hint of mockery playing on her lips. Ultimately, he belonged to a distinguished family, lacking the depth of an esteemed scholarly lineage. Despite their wealth, they appeared superficial. The page boy led young Master Qian and Pei Zhaojiang into the bamboo cottage while Gu Nanzhi and Pei Luobai awaited outside. Today, the Jianyan studio was still bustling with activity. Gu Nanzhi felt as though a gaze was upon her, prompting her to scan the surroundings, yet she detected nothing amiss, leaving her with a sense of doubt. Could it be mere illusion? She had orchestrated this entire affair, using young Master Qian as a pawn. He was merely a stepping stone for Pei Zhaojiang. Whether he could seize this opportunity remained uncertain. If he were to gain the esteemed regard of Zhou Deru, the Zhao family could no longer obstruct him. Within the two-story bamboo building closest to the entrance of Jianyan studio, Xia and I sat by the window. With a casual glance, he could discern the slender figure amidst the crowd, the pale light casting a gentle glow upon her. The hood obscured her features, yet he could not shake the lingering obsession that had morphed into a fervent fixation, meticulously reconstructing her visage with his gaze. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the figure beside her, a glimmer of crimson staining the corners of his vision, dark eyes swirling with ominous clouds, brimming with murderous intent. "Is he truly that wonderful?" Just as he felt his composure slipping, he lowered his gaze and gently caressed the items on the low table, a smile gracing his lips. There were long-lost chess manuals, a roll of flute music composed by a master of a bygone dynasty, and a piece of uniquely crafted ink, its rich hue spreading forth, mingling with the aroma of tea, revealing her handiwork. Additionally, there was a box of incense. He had personally burned some, the faint blue smoke carrying an elusive fragrance, one he could not name, yet it enveloped him in a sense of tranquility, even alleviating his persistent headache. She had truly exerted herself for Zhou Lingheng. Alas, the man could only gaze upon it with envy. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the doors of Jianyan studio finally swung open. It was Zhou Deru. He had emerged. The once silent crowd erupted into a clamor. Chapter 64. The decayed wood cannot be carved upon witnessing the esteemed scholar Zhou personally escorting Qian Gu out. Pei Luobai was momentarily overwhelmed with astonishment, his steps faltering as he hastened forward. He performed a respectful bow, greeting Scholar Zhou. Gu Nanzhi, following closely beside him, exuded a demeanor of grace and poise, contrasting Pei Luobai's flustered disposition. After their exchange of courtesies, she lifted her gaze towards Pei Zhaojiang, who stood resplendent in a flowing azure robe, effortlessly charming as he discreetly winked at her. His eyes shimmered with a delicate light, revealing a hint of amusement, and Gu Nanzhi's features softened in response. This scene did not escape the notice of Xia and I, who observed with an icy demeanor. His penetrating gaze became shrouded in layers of frost as he addressed Pei Zhaojiang in a dispassionate tone. "So, you are Pei Zhaojiang?" Qian Gu, feeling timid, instinctively hid behind Pei Zhaojiang. Scholar Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Pei Luobai, who eagerly inquired, "May I ask, Scholar Zhou, how does my son fare? Is there a chance he has caught your esteemed eye?" Scholar Zhou's gaze swept over Qianguo, and with a measured tone, he declared, "A decayed wood cannot be carved." The weight of those words sent Pei Luobai reeling, as darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. It was over, utterly finished. Scholar Zhou's words could elevate a person to great heights or plunge them into the depths of despair, and Qianguo was the latter. His prospects now seemed irrevocably doomed. Struggling to maintain his composure, Pei Luobai lowered his posture, almost pleadingly beseeching Scholar Zhou. "Scholar Zhou, the child may be somewhat unruly, but surely he is not without merit. I implore you, reconsider." Gu Nanzhi, however, found Scholar Zhou's assessment to be painfully accurate. Was not Qianguo indeed a piece of decayed wood? She had devoted her heart and soul, sacrificing half her life to cultivate his talents. Yet, he only remembered her sternness, neglecting to acknowledge who had nurtured him to this point. Before the assembled crowd, Scholar Zhou shook his head. No need. One can discern a child's future at 3 years old, at 7 years, their character. This child is mediocre and unlikely to succeed. His pronouncement sealed Qianguo's fate, and the spectators regarded him with palpable pity, lamenting the boy's demise. Oblivious to the storm brewing around him, Qianguo continued to pester Pei Zhaojiang for sweets, his behavior utterly undisciplined. Gu Nanzhi's eyes glinted with coldness as she regarded him. Could this be considered an unexpected turn of events? Given the old matriarch and Zhao's discerning nature, even without her intervention, Qianguo would inevitably become a castaway. At this moment, Pei Luobai could no longer maintain his composure. Staggering, he felt as though a boulder weighed heavily upon his chest. Seeing Qianguo's disgraceful demeanor, he scolded sharply, "You ungrateful child, cease this incessant noise." It was the first time he had spoken so harshly to Qianguo. Startled, Qianguo burst into tears and threw himself into Gu Nanzhi's embrace, calling for his mother. Xia and I, observing from the bamboo pavilion, wore a frosty expression as he witnessed the scene unfold. How could this child so brazenly affront her, yet still harbor delusions of rising through the ranks with the help of Zhou Lingheng? He would be better off asleep, dreaming of unattainable fantasies. Gu Nanzhi gently comforted Qianguo, while Scholar Zhou's gaze shifted to Pei Zhaojiang, stroking his beard with a smile. "However, today I have indeed discovered a promising talent." In Hebai courtyard, the matriarch's authoritative voice was tinged with disbelief. "What did you say?" Scholar Zhou publicly declared that Qianguo is a decayed wood. He even professed his intention to take Pei Zhaojiang as his disciple. Zhao rushed in, her breath caught at the first half of the statement. But upon hearing the latter half, she nearly lost her footing. Had the illegitimate child dared to overshadow her own grandson, extinguishing his hopes for the future? Her gaze shot daggers at Pei Zhaojiang. "You wretched boy, kneel and confess. What have you done to earn Scholar Zhou's disdain for Qianguo?" The young man lifted his robe and knelt, his spine unyielding despite his position. With composure, he replied, "I did nothing. Scholar Zhou asked me a few questions, and I answered truthfully. There was nothing more to it." Gu Nanzhi regarded him, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated Scholar Zhou would publicly announce his intention to accept him as a disciple. It must be noted that, despite his numerous students, Scholar Zhou had only one official disciple, the Crown Prince himself. She knew that the matriarch and Zhao's temperament would inevitably lead to turmoil upon their return. Pei Luobai glared at him ominously. "Third brother, do you truly believe you did nothing? If you had done nothing, why would Scholar Zhou entertain the notion of taking you as a disciple?" The matriarch, ever astute in her calculations, cared little for such trivialities. She gazed fondly at Pei Zhaojiang, her voice gentle. "Zhaojiang, you are but a secondary son. Remember that your honor and life are reliant upon the family's protection. Only when the family thrives can you prosper. Qianguo, raised under your brother's name, is the legitimate heir of the marquisate. Grandmother believes you are not such a petty person. Therefore, you shall heed my counsel and inform Scholar Zhou that you are unworthy to be his disciple, and request him to take Qianguo instead." As she spoke, her gaze darkened, silently applying pressure. "Once accomplished, rest assured, grandmother and the entire Pei family will not forget your merits, and will surely grant you a lifetime of glory." Chapter 65. It is wonderful to share in her pain upon hearing the elderly matriarch's words. Gu Nanzhi could not help but chuckle. In the esteemed households of the capital, aside from the Gu family, which family did not harbor their share of illegitimate sons and daughters, yet it was indeed rare to find a family like the Pei family, who so thoroughly suppressed their illegitimate offspring, treating them as if they were less than human. The old lady's remarks served as a wake-up call for Madame Zhao, who feigned a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, it was entirely my mother's fault earlier for unjustly accusing you without discernment. You are right. You should inform Master Zhou that you no longer wish to be his disciple, and let him take Qiangur as his student instead. Master Zhou holds you in high regard. He will surely grant you this favor." She urged impatiently, "You must hurry and go." She then turned to Pei Luobai, instructing, "Luobai, you shall personally escort him." Gu Nanzhi had encountered ignorant individuals before, but none quite like them. They seemed to regard Master Zhou as merely a tool for their ambitions. "Please forgive my grandmother and mother. It was Master Zhou's decision to accept me as his disciple. How could I easily retract my commitment? Moreover, should I abandon this path, Master Zhou would only conclude that the Pei family is ungrateful. Even if he does not accept me, he would never take Qiangur as his student." The youth spoke with undeniable logic, a flicker of disdain hidden deep within his gaze. In any other family, such foolishness would be unthinkable. Yet, it appeared that the old lady and Madame Zhao, perhaps even Pei Luobai, believed this endeavor feasible. "You insolent wretch, why do you waste your breath? I command you to go, otherwise, you are unfilial." Madame Zhao, flushed with anger, went so far as to invoke the principle of filial piety against Pei Zhaojiang. Pei Zhaojiang remained kneeling, resolute. He would not easily relinquish this hard-won opportunity. Pei Luobai regarded him coldly, stating, "Third brother, the family has supported you for many years. Is it so difficult to make a small sacrifice for the family? Think carefully. If the reputation of being unfilial to your legitimate mother spreads, will Master Zhou still accept you as a disciple?" The elderly matriarch's face fell. "Zhaojiang, do not be foolish." They all pressed him to yield, to compromise. The youth's clear and handsome face remained steadfast as he cast a glance at the old lady and Madame Zhao, resolutely bowing his head in a show of defiance. "Very well. You wretched child, your failure to become Master Zhou's disciple means Qiangur shall not either. I shall strike you down for your unfilial behavior and see how a corpse can become Master Zhou's disciple." Madame Zhao seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at Pei Zhaojiang's head. The old lady's face momentarily flickered with a cold smile. This was the consequence of disobedience. Pei Luobai merely shot her a disdainful glance, offering no intent to intervene, smirking as he thought, "How laughable for a lowly, illegitimate child to aspire to greatness." As the steaming teacup was about to crash onto Pei Zhaojiang's head, Gu Nanzhi stepped in front of him. Clang! The cerulean teacup struck her calf with a resounding thud, scalding tea spilling forth, causing her to wince. "Sister-in-law." The youth gazed at the figure shielding him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his lips forming the words silently. "Gigi, what are you doing? Are you defying me as well?" Madame Zhao pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Why do you protect this unfilial wretch? Could it be that Master Zhou's acceptance of him as a disciple is your doing? Indeed, it must be you. Otherwise, why would you suggest he accompany Qiangur as a companion and even arrange for him to meet Master Zhou together? Speak. Is there some clandestine affair between you two?" Madame Zhao's words bore a lethal edge. The usually gentle and humble youth's eyes darkened ominously. Those who dared to slander his sister-in-law deserved death. Pei Luobai regarded her with a questioning gaze. Gu Nanzhi slowly lifted her eyes, her demeanor composed. "Mother, at this crucial moment for the heir to assume the title, have you considered that should word spread of the Duke's harsh treatment of his illegitimate son, how would the capital and the emperor perceive the Pei family? It would be wiser to take a step back and allow third brother to apprentice under Master Zhou. Should he succeed, he could indeed assist Qiangur in the future. I shall write to father shortly, urging him to find a way for Qiangur to attend the Imperial Academy. After spending time together, no one knows Qiangur better than I. He is no worthless piece of timber, but a precious gem. When he becomes accomplished, Master Zhou's words today will merely become a jest." The old lady and Madame Zhao's eyes brightened, their thoughts visibly shifting. Pei Luobai stepped forward, excitement evident in his gaze. "Gigi, can you truly ensure Qiangur's smooth entry into the Imperial Academy?" Gu Nanzhi had long devised a strategy, without Qiangur entering the academy. How could he avoid the monumental blunders of her past life? However, she did not reveal the entirety of her thoughts, maintaining at least an 80% certainty. The old lady and Madame Zhao finally relented, considering their son's future. Madame Zhao suppressed her fury, casting a cold glance at Pei Zhaojiang. "You eyesore, hurry and leave." The elderly matriarch, Madame Zhao, and Pei Luobai exchanged words privately, choosing to keep Qiangur present. Gu Nanzhi understood they wished to inquire about the events that transpired in Jianyun Studio. Gu Nanzhi maintained her dignified demeanor until exiting Hebei courtyard, where her walking posture betrayed her discomfort, prompting Xia Ling to exclaim, "Miss, you are hurt." Pei Zhaojiang lingered behind her, deliberately keeping a distance. Sister-in-law. The youth suppressed his emotions, his hands, hidden beneath his sleeves, trembling with tension. Gu Nanzhi turned her gaze back to him. "I am fine. You should return." Upon reaching Lanyue Pavilion, Xia Ling lifted Gu Nanzhi's pant leg, revealing her porcelain white calf marred with a large, blistered burn. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, "Miss, you are injured so badly, yet you claim you are fine. It's nothing serious. Just apply some burn ointment." Gu Nanzhi dismissed her concern, calling for Qiuzi to fetch paper and ink. She began to pen a letter to Gu Wenhe, insisting that Qiangu'er must attend the Imperial Academy. Meanwhile, Pei Zhaojiang had returned to his quarters. "Third young master, the madam says you are to kneel on the bluestone bricks in the courtyard for reflection." The maidservant accompanying Madame Zhao delivered the message, having only instructed Pei Zhaojiang to reflect without specifying a duration, clearly intending to make things difficult for him. Pei Zhaojiang did not even furrow his brow, obediently kneeling on the ground. "Humph. A wretched thing spawned from a lowly maid dares to aspire for greatness. Do you even consider whether you are worthy?" As she departed, the maidservant spat disdainfully at him. The youth straightened his back, his expression unyielding, a hint of amusement flickering in his cool gaze. To endure the pain alongside her is indeed a remarkable blessing. Chapter 66. I can no longer burden my sister-in-law at Hebei courtyard. Several individuals persistently inquired about Qiangu'er. The Zhao family compelled him to recount the events of Jianyunzhi multiple times, to the extent that he himself could hardly recall the details. At which point they ceased their questioning. Pei Luobai was curious about what questions Mr. Zhou had posed to Pei Zhaojiang, and how Pei Zhaojiang had responded. He wondered how he had caught Mr. Zhou's attention, but Qiangu'er stammered and could not articulate it. He was well aware that scholars, with their lofty ideals, placed immense value on character, and before Mr. Zhou, Pei Zhaojiang would never speak ill of Qiangu'er. The old lady's inquiries diverged from theirs. "Qiangu'er, tell your grandmother, how does your mother treat you? What tasks does she assign you?" She suspected Gu Nanzhi intended to lead Qiangu'er astray. In a secluded courtyard, there are countless ways to ruin a person. Qiangu'er pondered for a moment and tilted his head, saying, "Mother gives me delicious food and plays with me." Just as the old lady was about to erupt, she felt triumphant. What kind of young master only indulges in feasting and merriment? Gu Nanzhi was indeed up to no good. However, she soon heard Qiangu'er continue, "Oh, and mother also has me read and learn characters. I've memorized quite a few poems." He casually recited a poem. The old lady. Now, she was left speechless. Little did she know that Gu Nanzhi had already anticipated this move. She would certainly not leave any incriminating evidence. She did teach Qiangu'er to read and write, but whether he absorbed the knowledge was beyond her concern. Nonetheless, using pastries to coax him into memorizing a few poems was just the trick to appease them. After the inquiries were complete, the old lady promptly ordered someone to escort Qiangu'er back. Previously, she had harbored high hopes for him, but now, from her own private stash, she retrieved numerous nourishing supplements and instructed them to deliver them to Wan Shi, eagerly wishing for good news to emerge. Pei Luobai initially intended to visit Jiang Lingyu, but decided it would be prudent to wait until evening when there would be fewer prying eyes. Qiuzi went out for a while and leaned in to whisper a few words in Gu Nanzhi's ear. Peering through the window, Gu Nanzhi observed that although spring had arrived, the weather remained frigid, and the recent heavy snowfall had left her kneeling outside for so long that she feared her legs would suffer permanent damage. Zhao Shi intended to ruin Pei Zhaojiang. She had always suppressed the illegitimate sons within the household, and now that Mr. Zhou openly sought to take Pei Zhaojiang as his disciple, how could she possibly tolerate this affront? She lowered her gaze and instructed Qiuzi. Zhao Shi not only made Pei Zhaojiang kneel in the courtyard, but also assigned someone to keep watch over him. The biting cold rendered even his breath a misty vapor. Kneeling for nearly an hour, Pei Zhaojiang was as still as a stone statue. His perseverance and composure surpassed many. Suddenly, the servant responsible for watching over him left, and a cold smile flickered across his lips. How long had he been kneeling? Could it be that Zhao Shi had unexpectedly turned benevolent? "Third young master, please rise." As he puzzled over this, Qiuzi hurried over. First placing a hand warmer in his embrace, and then assisting him to his feet. His eyes flickered. It was his sister-in-law. After kneeling on the bluestone bricks for so long, his legs had grown numb, and he nearly toppled over. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "How is my sister-in-law's injury? Is it serious?" The youthful glimmer in his eyes seemed tinted with anxiety, and upon learning that Gu Nanzhi's injury was not severe, a slight smile graced his lips. He pushed Xiao Ci's hand away and knelt once more. Xiao Ci looked at him in confusion. "Third young master, what are you doing? Please, get up. The young mistress has already made arrangements. No one will find out." Pei Zhaojiang stubbornly shook his head. "Xiao Ci, you need not say more. Because of me, my grandmother and mother have expressed dissatisfaction toward my sister-in-law. I cannot further burden her. Besides, kneeling for a while is no great matter." Xiao Ci was taken aback, realizing the young master was indeed remarkably understanding, almost to the point of causing one's heart to ache. She took out a pair of soft, thick knee pads from her belongings and handed them to Pei Zhaojiang, saying, "The young mistress knows you would not rise. She instructed you to at least protect yourself a little. Otherwise, how will you pay respects to Mr. Zhou?" "Sister-in-law." Pei Zhaojiang clutched the knee pads, his knuckles turning pale, and ripples of emotion danced in his cold, clear eyes. "Please extend my gratitude to my sister-in-law." When Xiao Ci returned to Lanyue Pavilion, her first words were, "Miss, your guess was accurate. The third young master refuses to rise, no matter what." Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze. He had always been like this, serene and upright, not at all resembling the coldness often associated with the Pei family. She contemplated and instructed. "Have someone prepare warming medicinal soup in advance. Ensure the charcoal fire in the room is ample, and prepare hot water for bathing. Additionally, provide several hot water bottles for the night. Nothing must be overlooked." Xiao Ci acknowledged each task. Gu Nanzhi furrowed her brow and added, "Have someone keep watch. As soon as my father sends word, notify me immediately." Gu, when he had served in the court for many years, and securing a place in the National Academy was hardly a challenging task, it wasn't long before he replied. Gu Nanzhi took the letter and sought Zhao Shi, fortuitously finding her still with the old lady, thus sparing herself an additional trip. Neither the old lady nor Zhao Shi anticipated that Qian Gu-er's admission to the National Academy would be resolved so swiftly, and even Pei Luo rushed to hear the news. At this point, the old lady completely dismissed her doubts about Zhao Shi. "Grandmother, mother, there is another matter, Mr. Zhou has also sent a letter, requesting that third brother visit him tomorrow." Noticing Zhao Shi's expression darken, she paused momentarily before continuing. "Mr. Zhou is also the prince's tutor, highly esteemed by the emperor. If we can secure commendations from either Mr. Zhou or the prince for the young master, along with my father's support, the matter of the young master inheriting the title will surely be imminent." She had scarcely exited Hebai courtyard when news arrived from Zhao Shi, instructing Pei Zhaojiang to rise, accompanied by a feigned act of bestowing numerous gifts upon him. Residing in a remote area, Pei Zhaojiang had only a single servant named Qing Shan to attend to him. Qing Shan assisted him, limping back to his quarters, but he sensed something was amiss. "Go and investigate whether my sister-in-law has visited my mother." Chapter 67. What brings you here? Though Qing Shan felt somewhat perplexed, he complied with the instructions. Gu Nanzhi, aware of the Zhao family's affairs, recognized that it was no secret. He swiftly returned, muttering before Pei Zhaojiang, "Young master, how did you know that the young master's wife had met with the lady?" "The young master's wife is indeed remarkably efficient. Within half a day, the matter of young master Qian entering the Guozijian has been settled. Even the date of enrollment has been set for after the Lantern Festival." Pei Zhaojiang gently caressed the knee pads in his hands, a gift from his sister-in-law, which he could hardly bring himself to use. Listening to Qing Shan, a smile blossomed on his face, akin to the sun breaking through after a rain. He knew it was his sister-in-law's doing. Deep down, he understood that inviting Master Zhou to enlighten Qian Gu-er was merely a pretext. His sister-in-law was clearing a path for him, most likely having already planned to send Qian Gu-er to the Guozijian. This action aimed to alleviate the anger of the Zhao family and Pei Luo Bai. "Please leave." He waved Qing Shan away, his fingers lingering over the dark blue knee pads, his gaze turning solemn. "Sister-in-law, grant me a little more time. I assure you it will not be long." Throughout the afternoon, Pei Luo Bai remained at Shuanghua courtyard. He had already sent someone to inquire. The physician from Jiang Linghui's side had visited, and with a beauty in his embrace, he could hardly concern himself with anything else, instead choosing to indulge with Wanqi. That night, the moonlight was a rare sight, a slender crescent hanging in the sky, the faint moonbeams revealing mist of varying densities. Upon learning that Jiang Lingyue had regained consciousness, Gu Nanzhi hurried to the servants' quarters ahead of Pei Luobai. Inside, only a tallow lamp flickered. Jiang Lingyue lay languidly on the wooden bed, as though drained of vitality. Upon seeing Gu Nanzhi enter, a glimmer of life returned to her eyes, and she craned her neck, peering behind Gu Nanzhi. No need to look. Young Master Qian's status is exalted, and this is not a place he shall tread. Gu Nanzhi was fully aware of her intentions. Jiang Lingyue suppressed the hatred in her eyes, lamenting, "Young Master's wife, I did not mean to slander you. That day I truly received a letter. It must have been someone else attempting to harm you. I suspect it was Aunt Wanqi who orchestrated this drama, for she stands to gain the most. Without this incident, how could she possibly become the young master's favored concubine?" One must admit, Jiang Lingyue's intellect was quite sharp. Upon meeting, she sought to sow discord between her and Wanqi. The young master had already reached a conclusion regarding this matter. Gu Nanzhi deftly shifted the blame onto Pei Luobai. Jiang Lingyue's expression stiffened, shadows of resentment flickering in her eyes. Gu Nanzhi raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, instructing Xia Ling to fetch some nourishing medicine, gently saying, "Yunyang, you have cared for Qian Gu'er. I am grateful. Concerning him, I have 2 pieces of news to share." Jiang Lingyue perked up, anxiously inquiring, "Young master's wife, what has happened to Qian Gu'er?" Gu Nanzhi pressed a silken handkerchief to her lips, chuckling softly. "After the Lantern Festival, Qian Gu'er will be entering the Guozijian to study." Guozijian? This is splendid news. Jiang Lingyue's previous despondency vanished, her spirit rejuvenated. Qian Gu'er is diligent and eager to learn. He will surely not disappoint you, young master's wife. Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze, concealing the sarcasm in her eyes, and sighed softly. "Indeed, it is a fortunate development. The young master and I had originally intended to invite Master Zhou to enlighten Qian Gu'er." She paused deliberately. Jiang Lingyue, unable to contain her eagerness, asked, "And then? Did Master Zhou agree?" With a mournful expression, Gu Nanzhi replied, "Regrettably, Master Zhou favored the 3rd young master and publicly declared that Qian Gu'er was a piece of rotten wood, impossible to carve." "What?" Jiang Lingyue's face turned even paler, her teeth gritted in fury. "Qian Gu'er is exceptional. How dare he say such things about him?" Gu Nanzhi leisurely reveled in Jiang Lingyue's furious state, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Alas, now the whole capital knows that Qian Gu'er is a piece of rotten wood. How will he fare in the future? Even if he enters the Guozijian, he will undoubtedly face ridicule. That old scoundrel, how dare he harm Qian Gu'er? Jiang Lingyue erupted into a fit of violent coughing, tears brimming in her eyes. Gu Nanzhi sighed lightly. "Yunyang, I have always appreciated your kindness. Once you recover, I will ensure you are placed in a better position. You must hasten your recovery." Jiang Lingyue's heart was solely focused on Qian Gu'er, completely oblivious to Gu Nanzhi's words, not even noticing when Gu Nanzhi departed. Knowing that Pei Luobai would return to see Jiang Lingyue that night, Gu Nanzhi lingered in the courtyard for a while. It was not until she heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching that she feigned an accidental collision. With a look of surprise, she exclaimed, "Young master, what brings you here?" Chapter 68. Surrender. Pei Luobai raised his head and was startled to see Gu Nanzhi, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Gu Nanzhi smirked mockingly and asked in a nonchalant tone, "Is the young lord here to admire the moon as well?" "No, not at all," he instinctively denied. Gu Nanzhi continued, "Then is the young lord simply out for a moonlit stroll?" Pei Luobai nodded, his thoughts wandering to Qian Gu'er, perplexed about how he ended up here. This excuse, however, seemed plausible. Gu Nanzhi glanced at him and inquired, "Is the young lord planning to return or continue enjoying the moon?" Predictably, Pei Luobai cast a glance at the room where Jiang Lingyue was, stating, "I shall return with you." This was precisely the outcome Gu Nanzhi desired. A slight smile curved her lips. Jiang Lingyue harbored great ambition and lofty aspirations, having waited 16 years in her past life for the position of the legitimate wife. She was eager to see if, in this life, she still possessed the patience and resolve to endure. She stepped back slightly, walking alongside Pei Luobai. As they walked, Pei Luobai suddenly turned back and uttered, "I believe you." Gu Nanzhi was taken aback, wondering what had prompted his sudden declaration. Noticing her bewilderment, Pei Luobai gently clarified, "I trust that matters concerning Cindy have nothing to do with you. that was never your intention. I am fully aware of your feelings for Gu Nanzhi curled her lips in a faint smile, wishing to avoid further conversation with Pei Luobai, and thus lowered her gaze. To her surprise, Pei Luobai followed her into the Lanyu pavilion. Your Highness? Gigi, I am feeling somewhat better. Pei Luobai's eyes were deep with intent, clearly indicating his desire to stay the night at the pavilion. Since Gu Wenhe had not made a move, he hoped to lower his pride and charm Gu Nanzhi. Your Highness, Aunt Wanshi has just entered the residence and is alone. It would not be prudent to neglect her at this moment. Gu Nanzhi feigned concern, though her disdain nearly betrayed her true feelings. At the mention of Wanshi, Pei Luobai recalled the intoxicating experience of last night, momentarily rooted to the spot. But he did not press the issue, saying, then please rest well. It is quite late. Yet Zhao Shi could not find solace in sleep. She pieced together the events following Qianguo's return, her heart racing with each revelation. First, the old matriarch suffered repeated injuries. Then the patriarch's memorial tablet suddenly cracked. Ever since Qianguo moved to the Lanyu pavilion, Gu Nanzhi had not fared well, and now Zhou Duru had publicly declared him unworthy. Could he truly be a harbinger of calamity? She pondered anxiously. Could it be that Luobai's inability to inherit the title was also due to him? No. No, Qianguo was still her grandson. She must observe further. And that wretched Pei Zhaojiang. Once he became Zhou Duru's disciple, he would forge ties with the crown prince. A distinguished mentor produces an exceptional pupil. If he were to achieve notable success, the prospect of a legitimate son inheriting the title was not entirely out of reach. The more she contemplated, the more distorted her expression became, a fierce determination creeping into her countenance. Those of lowly status ought to remain in the shadows, awaiting their charity. Did they dare dream of rising? Did they wish to overshadow her son? Such aspirations would never come to fruition. Fan Mama. Zhao Shi suddenly sat up. The one keeping vigil that night was indeed Fan Mama, who quickly approached Zhao Shi, rubbing her eyes. Madam, how may I serve you? Zhao Shi coldly scoffed, her eyes glinting with frost as she whispered a few words into Fan Mama's ear. After Gu Nanzhi departed, Jiang Lingyue lay on the wooden board, which was covered only with a thin mat, eagerly watching the door. She and Pei Luobai had known each other since childhood, and their bond could be likened to that of childhood sweethearts. She had always endeavored to align her every action and word with his preferences. They had spent 6 blissful years together at the border, under Pei Chongqing's watchful eye. She could not believe Pei Luobai could be so heartless, knowing she had been injured yet not coming to see her. Just as she was filled with anticipation, the door suddenly swung open, and she broke into a radiant smile. However, the servant responsible for her care entered, cursing under her breath, and shot her a disdainful glance. What are you doing awake? Do you have any idea what sins I committed in my past life to be serving such a heartless creature in this one? Jiang Lingyue's remaining words caught in her throat, weighed down by despair that suffocated her. She cast her gaze downward in disappointment. Pei Luobai, could you truly be this callous? The servant casually cracked some melon seeds, speaking as she did so. If you ask me, Lady Wanshi is quite fortunate. The young lord stayed in her frost blossom courtyard last night, and tonight he is again in her company. Such favor is indeed unparalleled. If only I could serve Lady Wanshi instead. As she listened, Jiang Lingyue's glimmer of hope gradually extinguished, clutching the wooden board beneath her. She was devastated to think that Pei Luobai had so eagerly taken to that wretched woman. One encounter was not enough. He had chosen to spend the night with her again. Did he not realize she was waiting for him? Her eyes welled with tears, and she pressed her lips tight, forcing back the tears, letting out a chilling laugh. Ha. No matter what, she would never concede defeat. The day before, Gu Nanzhi had mentioned in front of the old matriarch and Zhao Shi that Zhou Duru wished to meet Pei Zhaojiang. Today, he would undoubtedly make an appearance, coincidentally desiring to pay a visit to Zhou Duru himself. After finishing breakfast, he prepared to leave with Qing Shan. However, Zhao Shi's Fan Mama approached, smiling warmly. Third young master. The madam knows you are to meet Zhou Duru today and has had a carriage prepared for you. Though surprised, Pei Zhaojiang did not dwell on it and sincerely expressed his gratitude. After Fan Mama departed, Qing Shan murmured, why is the madam so amiable today? Could it be she knows the young master is about to pay his respects to Zhou Duru and is starting to value him? The carriage stopped at the side door. As Pei Zhaojiang and Qing Shan approached, Qiu Xi hurriedly caught up to them. Third young master, please follow me for a moment. Pei Zhaojiang smiled slightly at her sister-in-law. Chapter 69. Upon encountering Gu Nanzhi, A palpable eagerness was discernible in the young man's eyes. She was positioned just beyond the rockery. Her initial utterance was a directive. "Quickly, divest yourself of your garments." Pei Zhaojiang stammered, "Sister-in-law." His voice trembled slightly. Having arrived hastily, Gu Nanzhi's cheeks were flushed with a delicate blush, akin to rouge, and even her nose was beaded with perspiration. Combined with her radiant, expressive eyes, she resembled a blossoming peach blossom amidst a misty rain, possessing an exquisite and luminous allure. Observing Pei Zhaojiang's hesitation, she urged in hushed tones, "Third brother, time is of the essence. Pray hasten." "Understood." The youth, his countenance serene yet tinged with a subtle melancholy, obediently began to unfasten his robe, not even inquiring as to the reason. Gu Nanzhi had already turned her back. Prudence dictated caution. It wasn't that she was unduly suspicious, but in her previous life, Pei Zhaojiang had remained unscathed precisely because he posed no threat to Zhao Shi and Pei Luo Bai, appearing as insignificant as a speck of dust. "Sister-in-law, I am finished." After some rustling, the youth's voice was soft. "Young master, hasten to don this attire." Qiu Ci presented him with garments prepared in advance, swiftly retrieving the discarded robe from his grasp before departing. Pei Zhaojiang watched Gu Nanzhi's retreating figure, his gaze lowered. After dressing, he inquired, "Sister-in-law, what is the meaning of this?" Gu Nanzhi countered with a question, "Is the aide, Qing Shan, trustworthy?" Pei Zhaojiang nodded. He was about to inquire further, but Gu Nanzhi, glancing towards the side entrance, remarked deliberately, "Let us hope my concerns are unfounded." Soon, a commotion erupted near the side entrance, followed by a series of crashes and the gleeful laughter of children. "Nay!" A chestnut horse whinnied, and the coachman cursed, "Get out of here, you brats! Are you trying to get yourselves killed? If you don't leave, I'll make sure you regret it." He struggled to seize the reins. "Young master, proceed with caution." Qing Shan's voice rang out at that moment. Pei Zhaojiang glimpsed a green figure darting into the carriage. "Sister-in-law, what is the meaning of this?" Initially taken aback, he swiftly comprehended that his sister-in-law feared an attempt on his life. "Perhaps my worries are unfounded. The carriage is prepared, accompany Xiaoling." Meeting his complex gaze, Gu Nanzhi glanced at him. The youth, adorned in a moon-white robe, exuded a nascent refinement, already bearing the hallmarks of a promising talent. The dowager had suffered at the hands of concubines and illegitimate children in her youth. Zhao Shi's ability to suppress the household's illegitimate offspring without raising any suspicion was entirely due to the dowager's tacit consent. Early in the morning, Zhao Shi arrived to pay her respects to the dowager. She knelt there for what seemed like an eternity. Only then did the dowager permit her to rise. Casting a glance and stating, "I care not for the details, merely ensure it is handled discreetly," Zhao Shi breathed a sigh of relief, responding with a smile. It is better to be forthright than to attempt concealment. Within, Gu Nanzhi awaited news. She hoped her fears were unfounded, yet she couldn't afford to be complacent. No one understood the ruthlessness of the dowager, Zhao Shi, and Pei Luo by more than she did. Qing Shan trotted alongside the carriage. As the carriage approached the moat, a sharp crack echoed, and the axle snapped. The startled horse bolted, dragging the tilting carriage along. Qing Shan was alarmed, desperately giving chase. "Young master, clear the way! Clear the way!" The coachman, his eyes bloodshot, shouted, causing the crowd to scatter. After careening for several meters, the carriage completely detached, plunging into the moat with a resounding splash, vanishing beneath the surface in an instant. "Young master, third young master." Qing Shan, witnessing the event, noticed thick lead blocks affixed to the carriage's underside, explaining its rapid descent. He was filled with dread. Eyes reddened, he lunged forward, attempting to jump in, but was restrained by onlookers. "Young man, don't be foolish. The water is frigid. Those inside are likely doomed. Jumping in would only mean your own demise." "Third young master. Third young master." The coachman feigned distress by the moat, a triumphant glint in his eyes as he emitted a few perfunctory cries. News swiftly reached the manor. "Miss, your foresight is truly remarkable," Xiao Ling exclaimed, gazing at Gu Nanzhi with admiration. Gu Nanzhi's heart was gripped by a chilling premonition. She wished she lacked such foresight. Gripping her fingers tightly, she stared ahead. Their hearts are truly malicious. Qiu Ci's expression was grave. She glanced at Gu Nanzhi with concern, observing, "If they cannot tolerate their own kin, can we expect them to treat you well, miss? Let us depart. I suspect the dowager has already received word." Gu Nanzhi rose, gracefully smoothing her sleeves. "Oh, my poor child. How could such a tragedy occur? Upon entering, Zhao Shi's wailing was heard, her grief sounding genuine. A sardonic smile touched Gu Nanzhi's lips. Inside, the scene was even more exaggerated. Zhao Shi clung to Nanny Fan, her cries so vehement that she nearly fainted. Upon Gu Nanzhi's arrival, the dowager feigned a few tears, remarking, "Gigi, have you heard? Zhao Jiang was ill-fated." Just as he was about to succeed, such an accident occurred, leaving no remains. Pei Zhaojiang was, after all, an illegitimate son of the household. They had to maintain appearances. Upon hearing the tragic news, they dispatched a few servants to conduct a perfunctory search. Fortunately, Gu Nanzhi had prepared in advance. The carriage was occupied by a guard her father had entrusted to her, a skilled fighter who had discreetly exited the carriage through the window as it traversed the bustling marketplace. Gu Nanzhi also shed tears, saying, "Grandmother is right. It is fate. We cannot blame others. Third brother was simply unlucky. Gigi, what is done is done. There is no use in grieving." Pei Luobai offered her a handkerchief, which she inadvertently dropped to the floor. She turned away, her radiant face still glistening with tears. Resembling a rose swayed by the morning breeze, its beauty tinged with sorrow and resilience. Unlike Jiang Lin Yu's delicate weeping, she possessed a unique allure. Pei Luobai gazed at her intently, his heart stirred. "Enough, cease your lamentations. Zhao Zhang's affairs must be arranged promptly." The dowager surveyed the room, a cold glint flickering in her usually gentle eyes. No matter how unworthy Killed Gu may be, he is still Luobai's flesh and blood. We cannot permit an illegitimate son to rise above him. Everything in the manor is governed by established rules. We must adhere to them. The dowager paused, dabbing at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief. Zhao Jiang was a pitiable soul. Remember to light a perpetual lamp for him at. She addressed these words to Zhao Shi, who nodded in agreement. At that moment, the manor's steward rushed in, his words incoherent with panic. Dowager, young master. Chapter 70. This is truly wonderful. The old matriarch was most displeased with the servants in the household for their lack of decorum. With a disdainful glance, she remarked, "What a raucous commotion. If you cannot articulate properly, then be gone." The steward swallowed hard before stating, "Master Zhou has arrived." Before he could finish his sentence, the matriarch dismissed him with a wave. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and attend to our esteemed guest." The steward could only retreat. The old lady's face was alight with joy, her excitement causing her to nearly drop the teacup in her hand. She instructed Gu Nanzhi, "Quickly, fetch Killed Gu." Without the hindrance of Pei Zhaojiang, perhaps Master Zhou would take a liking to Killed Gu. Gu Nanzhi's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a smile as she turned to fetch Killed Gu, fully aware of the matriarch's intentions, but fearing her hopes might be dashed. Stubborn as ever, the matriarch insisted on waiting for Gu Nanzhi to bring Killed Gu before she led the others to the front hall. She and Zhao Shi were appropriately dressed, though their eyes were slightly red, remnants of tears still visible on their faces. Gu Nanzhi discreetly raised her gaze, noting, "The performance is quite convincing." Killed Gu followed her anxiously, having been informed on the way that he was to meet Master Zhou. After being interrogated by both the matriarch and Zhao Shi, he had developed a deep-seated fear of Master Zhou. As they entered the front courtyard, a distance from the main hall, Killed Gu stumbled and fell, crying out loudly. The old lady shot him an annoyed glance, muttering to herself about the inadequacies of a child born to a humble household. Zhao Shi frowned slightly. Gu Nanzhi hurriedly helped Killed Gu to his feet, soothing him along the way. Amidst the commotion, the matriarch anxiously glanced towards Master Zhou, concerned that the noise might disturb him. Just then, a figure emerged from the front hall. The young man had a graceful face and exhibited a demeanor of humility and courtesy, his pale blue robe adding to his gentle appearance. "Grandmother, mother," he called out. Hearing his voice, Zhao Shi and Pei Luobai looked up in astonishment. A person thought to be deceased stood vividly before them. Nothing could be more shocking. Their pupils dilated in disbelief, even rendering them speechless. Gu Nanzhi, her face a mask of astonishment, exclaimed, "Third brother, you're all right. This is splendid news. Grandmother and mother were nearly driven to fainting when they heard about your accident, and even the heir was profoundly saddened." Their eyes locked, and Pei Zhaojiang struggled to maintain his composure. The emotions he usually concealed were on the verge of spilling forth. But he steadied himself, his clear eyes reflecting only gratitude. "Sister-in-law, I am fine. I have caused you unnecessary worry. The story is rather lengthy." It turned out that when the carriage reached Tewazhai, he had jumped down from the other side to buy pastries for Master Zhou. He had informed the coachman, But the noise of the market had obscured his words. By the time he returned from Taohuazhai, the carriage had already departed, leaving him no choice but to walk to Jianyunzai. Hence, the misunderstanding arose. This explanation was reasonable, yet the matriarch and the others felt an inexplicable discomfort, unable to pinpoint the source. It was my oversight that caused grandmother and mother to worry, Pei Zhaojiang said, his expression filled with remorse. Zhao Shi scrutinized him intently, her heart racing. Did he perceive something amiss? Was it mere coincidence, or was there something more calculated at play? My dear child, it is a relief you are unharmed. Let us not dwell on trivial matters, she said, her concern evident as she helped Pei Zhaojiang to his feet. The old matriarch shot her a covert glare. How could this inept person fail to manage such a simple matter? Did she not see that Master Zhou had come in person? It would be difficult to find him again if he were to leave. Master Zhou emitted a nonchalant hum. Aware that the matriarch had publicly declared her intention to take him as a disciple, only for an accident to occur with the carriage soon after. Such coincidences were bound to arouse suspicion. Although the carriage had fallen into the moat, with enough effort, it could surely be retrieved. If the old matriarch learned that foul play was involved, she would undoubtedly seek justice. Zhao Shi was filled with dread, her back slick with cold sweat. Surely, no one would discover the truth. The moat was deep, and the carriage was weighed down with lead, making retrieval a daunting task. The old matriarch felt a tremor of anxiety and inwardly chastised Zhao Shi for her foolishness, forcing a smile as she addressed Master Zhou. What you say is unfounded, sir. Pei Zhaojiang is my beloved grandson. Our household dotes upon him. There is no such sordid business, I assure you. She gestured toward Qiangu. Please, Master Zhou. Take a look at my great-grandson. He is about to enter the Imperial Academy and is quite astute. She cast a glance at Qiangu, who reluctantly stepped forward. Master Zhou did not even spare him a glance. Instead, he rose, coldly regarding the old matriarch. No need. I have come here today for one purpose. Since my disciple cannot find peace in your household, I will take him to Jianyunzai to raise him myself. Come, my good disciple, he commanded, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority as he beckoned Pei Zhaojiang. The old matriarch was taken aback. This was inappropriate. Even Pei Zhaojiang stood frozen, perplexed that Master Zhou had made such a decision without prior notice. He hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Nanzhi, a flicker of reluctance crossing his features. He recognized that Master Zhou meant well, yet he felt unable to take a step forward. Zhao Shi quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, Indeed, Master Zhou, Zhaojiang is a member of our Pei family. It would be inappropriate for him to reside in Jianyunzai. It might invite rumors. Those unaware might think we cannot accommodate him. She urged Master Zhou to reconsider, asserting that even if Zhaojiang resided within the estate, it would not interfere with his studies under Master Zhou. Pei Luobai also stepped forward to interject. Only Gu Nanzhi gazed deeply at Pei Zhaojiang, urging, Third brother, you must go with Master Zhou. There is a saying, a thief may evade capture for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot remain vigilant forever. Zhao Shi will surely devise another scheme against you. Master Zhou was known to be protective. His insistence indicated a genuine desire to take him as a disciple. Pei Zhaojiang parted his lips silently, whispering, sister-in-law. Ultimately, he lowered his head and quietly followed Master Zhou. Parting now was for the sake of a better reunion. He could not continue to rely on his sister-in-law for protection. Seeing him finally take action, Master Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a derisive glance at the old matriarch, Your precious great-grandson is merely on the verge of entering the Imperial Academy, not yet admitted. Should you not allow me to take my good disciple, I could easily ensure that your great-grandson never gains entry. A carriage was parked some distance from the entrance of the Marquis's residence. Witnessing Master Zhou lead Pei Zhaojiang away, a detached voice emanated from within the carriage. Let us depart. Chapter 71. Which deity? Huatsin stealthily raised his gaze, increasingly perplexed by his master. Although Mr. Zhou held Pei San in high regard, it seemed unlikely that he would take on the role of a guardian for the Pei family. He could not fathom why his master insisted on having Mr. Zhou bring Pei San to Jianyun studio. Xia and I was engrossed in a game of chess, and upon receiving Huatsin's glance, he slowly lifted his eyelids, as if to inquire whether there was something to be said. Huatsin promptly lowered his head and shook it resolutely, declaring that he had nothing to say. It was a given that he dared not question his master's decisions. Upon returning to Hebai courtyard, the matriarch delivered a thorough reprimand to Zhao Shi, who felt an immense sense of grievance. having stirred up trouble without any resolution. Pei Zhaojiang returned to Jianyun's studio with Mr. Zhou, allowing Gu Nanzhi to finally breathe easy. While traversing the outside world, one must possess silver as a safeguard. Thus, she instructed Qiu Xi to prepare several banknotes and some change of clothes to quietly deliver to Pei Zhaojiang. In the afternoon, Pei Luobai's appointment arrived. The position of deputy commander in the supervisory court was merely a 7th-rank official title. Upon hearing this news, Gu Nanzhi was genuinely astonished. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, the matriarch had used her connections to have Pei Luobai reassigned, and he had ultimately secured the position of Jingzhaoyin, which was a 3rd-rank title. The disparity between a 3rd-rank and a 7th-rank position was staggering. What had transpired in between? The rank of Jingzhaoyin was not to be taken lightly, and even though Pei Luobai had not inherited a title for quite some time, he had enjoyed a period of prestige. A 7th-rank title was, for Pei Luobai, nothing short of humiliation. Gu Nanzhi could not suppress a laugh. Could this be some form of retribution? After receiving the appointment letter, Pei Luobai sequestered himself in his study. With a crash, he swept all the books off his desk, laughing in a sinister manner. How could the esteemed heir of a marquisate, who had fought on the battlefield and earned military merit, be relegated to a 7th-rank position? Henceforth, he would have to bow to anyone he encountered. His eyes bloodshot, he downed 2 swigs of strong liquor, his face contorted with rage, and erupted into loud laughter. The matriarch and Zhao Shi were equally taken aback by the news, particularly the matriarch, who was engulfed by a boundless fear. Could it be that His Majesty still harbored resentment over the events of 6 years prior? She grasped Mama Kong's hand tightly, urging her to quickly summon Jiji. Gu Nanzhi knew well that once trouble arose, the matriarch and others would think of her. She had grown accustomed to it. Jiji, you must have heard that Luobai's appointment has come through, but did your father not speak favorably of him before His Majesty? A 7th-rank title, is that not too low? Upon entering, the matriarch spoke eagerly. Pei Luobai had abandoned her at the wedding banquet. Zhao Shi, fearing that she still bore resentment, admonished her. Jiji, you must understand that a husband's glory elevates his wife. If Luobai falls to a state where he is trampled upon, what good can come to you? Gu Nanzhi secretly hoped for Pei Luobai to fall into such a state, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, Mother speaks wisely. The daughter-in-law understands well. Seeing her compliant demeanor, Zhao Shi's expression softened slightly, and she urged her to return home promptly to investigate the matter. Gu Nanzhi had anticipated this. She had already arranged for a carriage. Upon leaving Hebai courtyard, she boarded the vehicle homeward, eager to spend more time with her father and brothers. It was impossible for her father to speak favorably of Pei Luobai. Yet, she was intrigued as to how Pei Luobai had secured a 7th-rank position. If she discovered which deity was responsible, she would certainly pay her respects with a few incense sticks. Gu Wenhe had yet to return, but Gu Nanshan was present. Upon seeing her return, he scoffed. The appointment of Pei Luobai has just been announced, and you return now? It was your mother-in-law who summoned you back to gather intelligence, wasn't it? His tone grew increasingly frigid as he spoke of Pei Luobai's new concubine and his injuries from the battlefield, declaring that he had deceived His Majesty with his grandiose claims. Brother, do not be angry. He is but a wretched man, unworthy of your ire. Gu Nanzhi gently soothed her brother before inquiring about Pei Luobai's situation. Gu Nanshan was not fully informed but had heard some snippets. I too have heard a few rumors. It is said that the decision was made by the Prime Minister. Xianai? Gu Nanzhi was somewhat surprised. How was this any of his business? As the Prime Minister, how could he involve himself in such matters? When dinner time arrived, Gu Wenhe finally returned. Gu Nanshan's knowledge was limited, but he was fully aware that Pei Luobai's position had been orchestrated by Xianai. Gu Nanzhi was left with a plethora of questions. Clearly, in her previous life, Pei Luobai had successfully inherited his title through Xianai's influence. Yet this time, his attitude had undergone a drastic transformation. If there had been an offense, Pei Luobai had only recently returned from the border, making the situation even more perplexing. What could have prompted such a shift in attitude? Regardless, this development was advantageous for her. After dinner, Gu Nanzhi accompanied them for a while before taking her leave. By the time she returned to the marquisate, night had already fallen. Knowing that the matriarch and Zhao Shi awaited her news, she stopped by Hebai courtyard first, omitting any details and refraining from mentioning Xianai, merely offering vague reassurances. Grandmother, mother, please rest assured. Father will certainly do his utmost. The matriarch nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Shi, however, expressed her concerns. Gigi, Luo Bai has locked himself in the study for an entire afternoon. I heard from the servants that he has been drinking heavily and has not even eaten dinner. You must go and bring him some food and comfort him as well. Gu Nanzhi nodded in agreement. Upon exiting Hebai courtyard, she instructed Qiu Xi to send Wanqi to the study, but that was out of the question. Knowing he was in a poor state brought her a sense of relief. Wanqi complied with the order, preparing some food from the kitchen before heading to the front courtyard. The study was shrouded in darkness. As the servant pushed the door open, a strong smell of alcohol wafted out. Wanqi cautiously called out, "Young master." In the next moment, a pair of arms reached out, forcefully pulling her into an embrace. With a crash, the food box in her hands fell to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Wanqi could not help but exclaim, "Young master." The study was eerily dark, with only a faint sliver of moonlight streaming through the window, barely illuminating the hazy figure of Pei Luo Bai, whose face was clouded with drunkenness. His bloodshot eyes darted around, and with a wave of his hand, a tearing sound echoed as Wanqi's dress was ripped apart. A cold breeze swept in, causing her to shiver. "Young master." Pei Luo Bai gripped her hand with such force that it pained her. She attempted to push him away. Slap! Pei Luo Bai unexpectedly struck her, leaving her ears ringing. His voice was a mix of anger and ridicule. "Are you pretending to be a virtuous maiden before me now? Gu Nanzhi, is this not what you desired? I will grant you that." Wanqi was taken aback. "Young master." "It's me, I'm Wanqi." "Wanqi? Who is Wanqi?" Pei Luo Bai, inebriated, leaned in closely, as if suddenly realizing, "Ah, it's you." He then pushed Wanqi aside and staggered out. "Young master." "Wait." Wanqi feared he might cause trouble for Gu Nanzhi and hurriedly followed, offering her support. "Get away." Pei Luo Bai forcefully shoved her again, using considerable strength. "Oh." She fell heavily to the ground, her complexion paling as she struggled multiple times to rise. Seeing Pei Luo Bai walk farther away, she anxiously grasped the hand of a nearby maid, murmuring, quickly informed the young master's wife. Chapter 72. Do you remember? Although Pei Luo Bai was quite intoxicated, he retained a vivid recollection of the Lanyue pavilion, moving swiftly, leaving his two attendants struggling to keep pace. The maid dispatched by Wanqi to deliver a message to Gu Nanzhi had yet to enter the pavilion. After her bath, Gu Nanzhi sat before her vanity, while Qiu was diligently drying her hair. With a sudden crash, the door was rudely flung open, a gust of cool wind sweeping in, causing the candle flames within to flicker erratically. Gu Nanzhi and Qiu were in the inner chamber, while Xiaoling was tidying up outside. "Who dares to be so audacious?" she exclaimed furiously. Almost immediately, her anger dissipated, replaced by shock. "Is that you, young master?" Pei Luo Bai stumbled into the room, reeking of alcohol. His face flushed and his eyes bloodshot, presenting a rather alarming sight. Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Nanzhi paused, recognizing the potent scent of liquor that pervaded the air. It dawned on her that Pei Luo Bai was likely drunk and seeking trouble. She exchanged a calm glance with Qiu, who had already risen to step outside. Taken aback, Xiaoling, remembering Gu Nanzhi was still inside, and fearing Pei Luo Bai's current state might frighten her, stepped forward with arms outstretched to block his path. "Young master, what are you doing? The young lady has retired for the night. Young Master Qian is next door and has already gone to bed. It wouldn't be appropriate to disturb them. Get out of my way." Pei Luo Bai growled, exuding an air of hostility. He brushed Xiaoling aside, sending her stumbling, nearly falling to the ground, but Qiu managed to catch her just in time. They exchanged worried glances, Xiaoling's eyes glistening with concern. Qiu shook her head, silently urging her not to fret, for Gu Nanzhi had her own methods of handling the situation. "Gu Nanzhi, come out." Pei Luo Bai tugged at his collar. Impatience etched across his face as he called out loudly, "What does the young master wish?" Gu Nanzhi emerged from the inner chamber, impeccably dressed in a pale lotus-colored gown, her flowing sleeves accentuating her slender waist. Having just bathed, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering like the finest silk in the flickering candlelight. Pei Luo Bai shot a cold glance at Xiaoling and Qiu, his voice low yet commanding. "You both leave." Qiu gave Gu Nanzhi a deep look. Gu Nanzhi nodded slightly in response. Embracing Xiaoling, who turned back repeatedly, she murmured, "Mississippi." In the blink of an eye, only Gu Nanzhi and Pei Luo Bai remained in the room. Staggering towards her, Pei Luo Bai wore an expression of fury mixed with mockery, sneering, "Ah, now I am merely a deputy commander of the Inspection Bureau. Are you satisfied?" Gu Nanzhi's demeanor remained composed. I implore the young master to choose his words wisely. The blessings of heaven manifest in both thunder and rain. Positions of power, whether grand or modest, are bestowed by the Emperor's will. Should you harbor resentment, it may invite calamity upon the Marquis's residence. Gu Nanzhi, your father has certainly not spoken on my behalf before the Emperor. Pei Luobai lunged forward, gripping her arms tightly, shaking her fiercely as he shouted, You feign indifference, yet you treat me with coldness, unlike before. I know you harbor grievances against me. You resent me for abandoning you at the wedding banquet, for leaving you to endure 6 years in solitude. His eyes reddened further, a hint of ferocity lurking within. The pain from his grip made Gu Nanzhi frown, yet she maintained her tranquil facade, her voice steady. Young master, you are intoxicated. She attempted to pry his hands away. Isn't at what you desire, Gu Nanzhi? Allow me to fulfill your wish. Pei Luobai suddenly became aggressive, forcefully pushing her against the wall, causing her to wince as he reached to tear at her gown. Gu Nanzhi regarded him with cold detachment, her gaze sharp and laced with self-mockery. How had she ever been drawn to such a creature? Holding her breath, she retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve, waving it towards Pei Luobai, releasing a faint fragrance. Almost instantly, he collapsed onto the floor with a thud. With icy disdain in her eyes, Gu Nanzhi slowly bent down, turning to retrieve a golden hairpin from the vanity. With its sharp end, she traced delicately along Pei Luobai's neck, her lips curling into a chilling, bloodthirsty smile. If she applied just a little pressure, she could sever his vile life. Young lady, are you all right? At that moment, Wanqi's voice broke through. I am fine. Gu Nanzhi narrowed her eyes, swiftly concealing the hairpin. To kill him so easily would be too lenient. She composedly opened the door, revealing Wanqi with a large handprint on her face, stark against her pale complexion. To my surprise, he struck you? Gu Nanzhi inquired, astonished. Wanqi nodded, anxiously watching Gu Nanzhi, relieved to see her unscathed, for she could sense that the young lady was a good person. The young master is quite inebriated and unconscious now. You may enter. Gu Nanzhi ushered Wanqi inside. Upon entering, Wanqi's eyes immediately fell upon Pei Luobai sprawled on the ground. Stunned, she watched as Gu Nanzhi casually seized a teacup from the table and, without hesitation, smashed it against Pei Luobai's forehead. Crack! The cup shattered instantly, blood oozing from Pei Luobai's forehead and trickling down his face. Wanqi, this. Young lady, you are rather fierce. Wasn't he the young master her husband? The force with which she struck was astonishing. Wasn't he her husband? Gu Nanzhi wiped her hands with a cloth, lifting her gaze to Wanqi, her expression serene. The young master has had too much to drink and accidentally injured his forehead. Do remember this. Wanqi. I will remember. Chapter 73. Who struck you? On the following morning, Pei Luobai awoke in Wanqi's chamber, his head throbbing painfully. As he blinked awake, he was met with the sound of a woman softly weeping. The gentle sobs were utterly heart-wrenching. Turning his gaze, he beheld Wanqi with her back to him, her shoulders trembling as she cried. With a voice hoarse from confusion, he inquired, Wanqi, what troubles you? Your Highness, you are awake. I am quite well, she stammered, as if startled, abruptly ceasing her tears, still refusing to face him. Her eyes cast down. Wanqi. Pei Luobai reached out to her, but the moment he did, he grazed the wound on his forehead, causing him to gasp in pain. Frustrated, he muttered, What has happened to me? Reluctantly, Wanqi turned to face him, and he immediately noticed the mark of a handprint upon her cheek, igniting a surge of anger within him. Who struck you? Her gaze flitted away, casting a glance at his injury, originally filled with concern. She now recalled the words of the noble lady, that the young master was prone to forgetfulness when intoxicated. She quickly covered her facial bruise with her hand, lowering her lashes. I assure you, I am unharmed, and no one has struck me. Please forgive me. Last night, you were inebriated, and due to my lack of strength, I could not steady you, resulting in your unfortunate collision with the table. Her eyes brimmed with guilt and sorrow as she knelt before him, pushing away his hand. Pei Luobai's mind was a blank slate. He could not recall the events of the previous night. Barefoot, he rose to assist her. Tentatively, he asked, Did I cause your injury last night? No, she replied quickly, lowering her eyes. It was an accident of my own doing. I am truly sorry. I shall not let it happen again. Overcome with remorse, Pei Luobai embraced her, and Wanqi's gaze flickered. Indeed, the noble lady had an uncanny ability to foresee matters. He gently took her hand, advising her with utmost care, Wanqi, should anyone inquire, Simply state that I injured my forehead in a drunken fall, and that you had no part in it. Do you understand? Your Highness. In the Lanue Pavilion, contemplating that Qiangu'er would soon enter the Imperial Academy, Gu Nanzhi had arranged for a tutor to enlighten him. While she intended to provide him with the necessary guidance, she refrained from pressuring him to excel. Have the arrangements been made? She inquired, delicately stirring her bowl of bird's nest soup, her fingers as pale as jade. She looked up at Qiuzi. Qiuzi nodded. They should have arrived by now. A smile graced Gu Nanzhi's face. She was pleased. A mere trifling injury, yet Zhang Lingyue has rested long enough. It is time she experiences the bitter taste of retribution. Yunyang, from today onward, you shall be responsible for the cleaning of this courtyard. Ensure it is immaculate. The matron tasked with overseeing Zhang Lingyue brought her into the Shuanghua courtyard through the back entrance. Zhang Lingyue, unaware of her surroundings, obediently accepted the order. Despite her wounds not being fully healed, her impatience drove her to work, yearning to catch a glimpse of Qiangu'er and Pei Luobai. She swept the ground haphazardly, glancing around in confusion, pondering the opulence of her unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation drew her attention. Following the sound, she witnessed a scene that stung her eyes like the sharpest of spices, causing her heart to swell painfully, as if it might burst. The morning light was veiled in a delicate mist, creating an ethereal ambience. Wanqi, are you unharmed? Did you sustain any injuries? Pei Luobai held the woman in his arms cautiously, his tone tender, his movements profoundly affectionate. The woman cradled within his embrace was breathtakingly beautiful, appearing delicate and fragile, her arms instinctively encircling his waist as she smiled charmingly. Thank you, Your Highness. I am quite well. From a distance, Zhang Lingyue observed the pair, a perfect match. Each frame a masterpiece. She stood there like a drowning soul, breathless with pain, initially believing Pei Luobai had been too occupied to visit her. Yet, he seemed entirely consumed by the allure of this enchanting world. Your Highness, we are being watched. Wanqi, sensing the gaze upon them, blushed and released Pei Luobai. He laughed heartily, teasing, we are in the open. Why should we fear the eyes of others? Wanqi followed his gaze, surprised to find it was Yunyang. Pei Luobai paused, releasing Wanqi, and turned to see Yunyang. He remained unperturbed, calmly regarding her. He had promised her the position of a rightful wife. Yet he had made no vows against taking concubines. What was that expression upon her face? Her complexion was sallow, her hair lifeless, and a grimace marred her features, causing him to frown. Realizing her own lapse in composure, Zhang Lingyue quickly donned a pitiful facade. Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as she hurriedly approached to greet them. Pei Luobai's expression remained impassive. He raised his hand slightly. You may leave. Zhang Lingyue fixed her gaze upon him, her heart aching with a deep sense of injustice. Turning to depart, Wanqi called out to her, wait. Excuse me? Pei Luobai looked at Wanqi, puzzled. Wanqi glanced at Zhang Lingyue's hands, smiling sweetly. Your Highness, look at how rough Yunyang's hands have become. I find myself in need of someone to attend to me. Perhaps she could remain by my side? Chapter 74. Would you mind not sending me away tonight? Zhang Lingyue's spine stiffened, and she instinctively raised her gaze to Pei Luobai. No, dear brother, I refuse to serve this wretched woman. How could she possibly deserve it? I implore you. Pei Luobai understood her unspoken words, hesitating. While he could acquiesce to Wanqi regarding other matters, could he truly allow Yuer to remain by Wanqi's side without jeopardizing their relationship? Noticing his silence, Wanqi smiled forlornly, her eyes downcast, and she quickly bowed to him, pleading, Forgive me, my lord. I momentarily forgot my station and overstepped. Her voice was soft, carrying a melancholic undertone reminiscent of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Wanqi, Pei Luobai frowned. Looking at me? Yes. Wanqi slowly raised her head. Though she smiled, she appeared like a forsaken creature, stirring Pei Luobai's heart with pity. Look at you. In such a state. If it is your wish, so be it. Thank you, my lord. Wanqi's smile blossomed like the sun breaking through clouds, illuminating the room with radiant colors. Pei Luobai gazed at her, entranced. My lord. Zhang Lingyue suddenly lifted her head, disbelief washing over her. Heartache filled her as she realized this wretched woman was merely putting on an act, and he had acquiesced. This news swiftly reached Gu Nanzhi's ears. Qiu Xi could hardly contain her excitement. Miss, it has worked. Gu Nanzhi leisurely set her book aside, unperturbed. Pei Luobai's seemingly deep affections were, in reality, shallow. She had anticipated this outcome entirely. She smiled at Qiu Xi, saying, "You may go now." Jiang Linyue, filled with trepidation, followed Qiu Xi into the Lanyu pavilion. Along the way, she asked several times, "But what of Qian Gu'er? Has something happened?" Yet Qiu Xi remained silent. Laughter echoed from within. "Mother, you're the best. I love you the most." The joyous sounds pierced through her heart like an arrow, rendering her pale and unsteady. This was her child, born after 10 months of pregnancy, now calling another woman mother. Did he even remember her, his true mother? She felt like a mere specter, mechanically trailing behind Qiu Xi into the room. Gu Nanzhi held Qian Gu'er, who affectionately clung to her neck, embodying the image of maternal love. Upon seeing Jiang Linyue's lifeless demeanor, Gu Nanzhi feigned ignorance. "Oh, what happened to you, Yinyang?" In that moment, Qian Gu'er's smile faltered, his eyes filled with fear, darting away from her. The child, innocent and unguarded, revealed to Jiang Linyue a painful truth. Qian Gu'er was afraid of her. This realization chilled Jiang Linyue to her core. Her eyes burned with unshed tears, and she trembled uncontrollably. "Qian Gu'er," she called out, but upon hearing her voice, he recoiled, timidly gazing at her. "What is it, Qian Gu'er? Do you not remember? I am your wet nurse, Yinyang." Gu Nanzhi tightened her embrace around him, delivering a heart-wrenching blow. He did not remember her? How could her son forget her? Jiang Linyue yearned to confirm this, smiling as she reached out to Qian Gu'er. "Do you still remember who I am?" Qian Gu'er nodded. He certainly remembered her as his mother, but she had become somewhat frightening. The last time, it was because of her that he had fallen ill. Gu Nanzhi was pleased with Qian Gu'er's response. Jiang Linyue had just witnessed the affectionate bond between Wanxi and Pei Luobai at Shuanghua Courtyard, leaving her heart shattered. Naturally, Gu Nanzhi would seize this opportunity to strike. "I know you miss Qian Gu'er, which is why I brought you here." As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Qiu Xi. Qiu Xi led Qian Gu'er and Jiang Linyue to an adjacent room, kindly closing the door behind them. The way Qian Gu'er had looked back repeatedly had deeply wounded Jiang Linyue. She glanced towards the door, ensuring no one was watching, and lowered her voice. "Qian Gu'er, do you not remember your mother? I think of you every moment. Please let me hold you." She rushed forward, enveloping Qian Gu'er in a tight embrace. Oblivious to his feelings, the pressure from her hug caused him discomfort. His face flushed, and the scent from her was not as pleasant as that of his true mother. He furrowed his brows. "Mother, please let go of me." Jiang Linyue froze, staring at him in disbelief. "What is wrong, Qian Gu'er? You used to love being held by me." In a hushed voice, he replied, "You hurt me." Jiang Linyue's heart plummeted, guilt washing over her. "I'm sorry, my dear. I did not mean to." Qian Gu'er pursed his lips and fell silent. Jiang Linyue caressed his small face, torn between laughter and tears. "Finally, I can see you again. How have you been? I heard you were going to study at the Guozijian. I knew my Qian Gu'er would excel." Her expression morphed into something fierce. "Do not heed the words of that old fool Zhou. He knows nothing. When you arrive at the Guozijian, you must study diligently. Do you understand? I am counting on you. Do not disappoint me." After all she said, Qian Gu'er remained silent, regarding her with an unfamiliar gaze, igniting her fury. She shook him vigorously. "Are you deaf? Why do you not speak? Do not forget, I am your mother. What is Gu Nanzhi to you? Just because you call her mother does not make it true. No one else will care for you as I do." Before she could finish, Qian Gu'er burst into tears, pushing her away as he cried out, "Mother! Mother!" Jiang Linyue could scarcely comprehend how she exited the Lanyu pavilion. She had approached her son with joy, only to find that Qian Gu'er's heart belonged solely to that wretched Gu Nanzhi, leaving no space for his true mother. And Pei Luobai, how quickly had he been ensnared by that little harlot Wanxi, compelling her to serve him? They were both the same, cold-hearted and ungrateful. No, she could not remain passive. If this continued, both her son and her man would be taken from her. She must reclaim them. That evening, Pei Luobai returned to the Lanyu pavilion. Xia Ling appeared apprehensive, while Qiu Xi wore a worried expression. Gu Nanzhi exchanged a glance with her, prompting Xia Ling to lead them both away. "Ji, I know you have done your utmost, and I will not blame you. It is but a mere 7th grade vice commandant of the inspection department. I find it quite satisfactory. I shall take office tomorrow," Pei Luobai remarked. Devoid of the madness he had displayed the previous night, he was clear-headed now, smiling as he looked at Gu Nanzhi with an air of unjustified grievance, feigning indifference. A chill brushed past Gu Nanzhi's eyes. This was his true prowess. The reason she had been kept in the dark for so long in her past life was precisely due to his silver tongue. Lowering her eyelashes, she assured him, Rest assured, my lord. I returned home yesterday to seek my father's assistance, and he promised to expedite your succession to the title. Gigi, I knew you were the best. Pei Luobai stepped closer, a triumphant smile flickering in his eyes, gazing at Gu Nanzhi with tender affection. I have not properly spent time with you since returning. Would you mind not sending me away tonight? Chapter 75. You truly disappoint me. Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze in silence, while Pei Luobai mistook her demeanor for shyness. A deeper smile graced his face. If I were to neglect visiting the Lanyu Pavilion, it would only lead the others in the residence to belittle you, Gigi. I do not wish for you to suffer any indignities. In the past, I was young and reckless, but I shall not be so in the future. His tone was earnest, and his words seemed to stem from the depths of his heart, capable of touching anyone who heard them. In her previous life, although Pei Luobai had never laid a hand on her, he frequently stayed in her chamber, feigning a facade of tranquility, which prevented her from contemplating anything further. Gu Nanzhi's head drooped lower, revealing her delicate neck, her almond-shaped eyes laced with sarcasm. This evening, Pei Luobai performed splendidly. If he were aware of his actions from the night prior, one could only imagine the expression that would adorn his face. The hour grows late, Gigi. We should retire for the night. Pei Luobai averted his gaze, resolved to spend the night at the Lanyu Pavilion without touching her. He cast a self-proclaimed affectionate glance at Gu Nanzhi before striding into the inner chamber. Gu Nanzhi followed at a leisurely pace, her eyes flickering with a glimmer of resolve. Tonight, he was destined not to remain. Has the young master and mistress settled in? There has been an incident at the Shuanghua courtyard. At that moment, the voice of Qiu Xi rang out from outside. A spark of light flickered in Gu Nanzhi's eyes. Pei Luobai suddenly turned back. What has happened to Wanqi? Gu Nanzhi replied, come in. Qiu Xi then led Mou, who attended to Wanqi, into the room. Upon seeing Pei Luobai, Mou immediately knelt, exclaiming, young master, madam. Madam has been scalded. What? How could Wanqi have been scalded? Is her injury severe? Pei Luobai inquired, his tone grave. Mou stammered, It was Yunyang. Pei Luobai's expression darkened further, but it was Gu Nanzhi who spoke. A woman's skin is particularly delicate. Quickly summon the house physician. We must ensure there are no scars. Young master, you should also tend to Wanqi. Gigi tonight Despite Pei Luobai's longing, he still had to maintain appearances. Young master, there is plenty of time ahead. I shall settle matters with Wanqi later. Gu Nanzhi feigned magnanimity, prompting Pei Luobai to hastily depart. At the Shuanghua courtyard, Jiang Lingyue knelt on the ground, her face filled with grievance. Pei Luobai entered without sparing her a glance. Hastening towards Wanqi. Where has she been scalded? Does it hurt? Let me see. He walked past Jiang Lingyue without a second thought, leaving her stunned as she watched him care for Wanqi, her eyes brimming with tears, her heart twisted in pain, nearly suffocating from sorrow. Young master, what brings you here? Wanqi exclaimed in surprise, then turned to scold Mou. Did I not instruct you not to disturb the young master? Mou immediately knelt an apology. Young master, I am unharmed. Yunyang did not mean it. Please return to the Lanyu Pavilion. Wanqi hid her hand within her sleeve, her concern palpable. Jiang Lingyue quickly chimed in. Young master, I assure you, it was not intentional. Wanqi, that wretched woman, wanted tea. I poured her a cup, and somehow, it slipped from my grasp and spilled onto her hand. Her eyes concealed malice, lamenting that it was but a cup of tea and not poison. Otherwise, that wretched woman would have perished. Where is the injury? Let me see. Pei Luobai cast a cold glance at Jiang Lingyue, instilling fear within her. Gently, he took Wanqi's hand from her sleeve, revealing the once flawless skin now red and swollen, his expression darkening further. Young master, it is merely a small injury. I am fine. Wanqi attempted to hide it, but Pei Luobai grasped her hand firmly. Do not move. He then leaned down to blow gently on the wound. Where's the physician? Has he already come? Witnessing the tenderness that once belonged solely to her being so easily transferred to another, Jiang Lingyue could no longer contain herself. She bit her lip fiercely, tears cascading down her cheeks. Wanqi nodded. The physician has come and left the ointment for burns. I was just about to apply it when you arrived. Where's the ointment? Pei Luobai took the burn salve and carefully applied it to Wanqi's injury, occasionally blowing on it softly, truly attentive to her needs. He even had ice brought to provide her with further relief. Jiang Lingyue remained kneeling on the ground, turning her face away, unable to bear the sight of their unabashed affection before her. Young master, Yunyang did not mean any harm. Please do not punish her. if you would. Wanqi intentionally mentioned Jiang Lingyue, who would not love such a gentle, kind, and magnanimous woman. Pei Luobai turned to Jiang Lingyue, whose face was awash with tears, appearing as though she wished to speak, yet hesitated. She suspected that Wanqi, that wretched woman, had deliberately set her up. You will kneel outside. She had expected Pei Luobai to show leniency due to their past ties, but his tone was icy and merciless. Young master, Jiang Lingyue attempted to plead, yet Pei Luobai had already taken Wanqi into the inner chamber. That night, Pei Luobai had not intended to touch Wanqi, but once upon the bed, he found himself unable to resist. Jiang Lingyue knelt beneath the eaves, the tender sounds resonating within the room like a chilling wind, seeping into her ears. Even as she pressed her hands tightly against them, it proved futile. Such was the torment of reality. The humiliation, resentment, and self-mockery intertwined, casting a heavy shadow upon her face, and a hint of crimson spread within her eyes. The night air was indeed frigid, and the cold ground only deepened her despair. The shameful sounds persisted for almost half an hour before Pei Luobai finally called for water. Another hour passed before he lulled Wanqi to sleep, at which point he stepped lightly out of the room. Jiang Lingyue looked upon him with hope, only to be met with his first words, "You err. How have you become so cruel? You truly disappoint me." Chapter 76. Even if I were to be a concubine, the lantern made of delicate silk cast a hazy glow, adding an enchanting allure to the night. Jiang Lingyue offered a sorrowful smile, truly surprised that the heir remembered her. She had thought he was lost in the embrace of his gentle surroundings, long having forgotten her and Killed Gu. Pei Luobai slightly opened his eyes, turning his head to glance behind him, and said in a hushed tone, "Lower your voice. Why speak of such trivial matters?" He did not urge Jiang Lingyue to rise. Supporting herself against the wall, she shakily stood up. Was the heir afraid? Afraid of the person in the room? Or perhaps of the knowledge that the Lanyu Pavilion was aware of their connection? Pei Luobai's eyes concealed a hint of impatience as he softly remarked, You were never like this before. You were the kindest person, yet look at how you have changed since entering the Marquis's residence. You are a far cry from the Where I once knew. And you? Do you still remember the promise you made to me, elder brother? Do you recall the vows we exchanged in our moments of deep affection? Jiang Lingyue, shedding her previous sharp demeanor, now looked at him with a sense of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she knelt for almost 2 hours, barely able to maintain her balance. Pei Luobai cast another glance behind him, wanting to soothe Jiang Lingyue and prevent her from causing any further trouble. You err. I remember everything. Do you truly remember? Jiang Lingyue's voice trembled. During the days of my injury, did you come to see me even once? No, not once. Do you know how much I longed for you while lying on that cold wooden board on the brink of death? Elder brother, in this mundane world, you and Killed Gu are all I have left. I return to the Marquis's residence for you. If you truly despise me, please allow Killed Gu and me to leave. I swear I will never appear before you again. Tears silently streamed down Jiang Lingyue's cheeks as she deliberately adopted the guise Pei Luobai had once cherished, believing he would surely soften and feel reluctant. Yet, she failed to notice the fleeting annoyance in his eyes. The first time she expressed her desire to leave, he felt a pang of panic, but by the second time, he simply felt vexed. If she truly wished to depart, why must she mention it repeatedly before him? It was merely a tactic to force his concession. Where? Do you genuinely wish to leave? Pei Luobai's question caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she subtly nodded, her heart sinking with dread. Couldn't he possibly be serious about sending her and Killed Gu away? Pei Luobai fixed his gaze upon her. Very well, Yue. I will not force you. If you wish to go, I shall arrange for you and Killed Gu to leave tomorrow. Jiang Lingyue's expression stiffened, panic flashing in her eyes as she insincerely replied, Thank you, elder brother, for your understanding. Pei Luobai turned to leave. Elder brother, do you truly wish to discard me? Jiang Lingyue rushed forward and embraced him from behind. Pei Luobai remained indifferent, stating, Yue, it is you who no longer desires me. Jiang Lingyue sobbed, her voice frail. No, I do not wish to part with you. I am simply too aggrieved. If I say I did not intend to harm Aunt Wanqi, would you believe me? Only then did Pei Luobai turn to face her. His eyes filled with tenderness as his deep voice resonated with heartfelt affection. Yue, if you say so, I will believe you. He gently enveloped Jiang Lingyue in his embrace. Yet her gaze remained cold. They could never return to how they once were. If he truly cared for her, he would not have allowed her to kneel as punishment earlier. If he held her in his heart, he would not have refrained from visiting her for so many days. Nor would he have been entangled with that wretched Wanshi while knowing she was outside kneeling. Elder brother, I knew you still thought of me, she murmured, resting against him, ceasing her grievances and reminiscing about their sweet past, evoking cherished memories in Pei Luobai's heart. As long as Gu was present, regardless of Gu Nanzhi or that wretched Wanshi, they would forever be her subordinates. Pei Luobai affectionately called her name, Yuer. Jiang Lingyue's gaze sharpened as she suddenly lifted her eyes, filled with a pleading light. Elder brother, I no longer wish to wait. I desire to be with you openly. Pei Luobai's pupils constricted. Yuer, a small impatience can disrupt great plans. Clearly startled by her words, Jiang Lingyue saw through him, a cold mockery flashing in her eyes. But I no longer wish to part from you. Even if it means becoming a concubine, I would accept it. She had once vowed never to be anyone's concubine. Pei Luobai gazed at her in astonishment, yet felt no joy, for he understood that her status remained a significant peril. Seeing him silent, Jiang Lingyue looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Does elder brother even disallow this? Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Wanshi appeared behind them without warning. Chapter 77. What are you doing? Her voice trembled. What are you doing? In Wanshi's eyes, shock was evident. How could the young master be embracing Yunyang? She had just vaguely heard something about concubines. Could it be that Yunyang sought to seduce the young master? Pei Luobai wore a look of astonishment. He immediately released Jiang Lingyue and discreetly exhaled in relief. He stepped forward and naturally embraced Wanshi, asking, It's so cold outside. Why have you come out? Yunyang had indeed cared for Qianguo for a while. I instructed her to reflect on her actions, but to my surprise, she nearly collapsed from kneeling too long, and I had to assist her. The young master is benevolent. I have long stated that this matter does not concern Yunyang. Please let her return to rest. Wanshi spoke with great consideration. Out of Pei Luobai's sight, she rolled her eyes dramatically. If only he were slightly less oblivious. He might notice Yunyang's tearful demeanor and recognize the deceit in his words. Today, Pei Luobai was to assume his official duties and would depart for the inspection office before dawn. After Gu Nanzhi finished washing up, she was having breakfast with Qianguo, yet had not yet paid respects to the matriarch when Wanshi arrived. She glanced around before mysteriously asking, Might the young master's wife speak further? Gu Nanzhi raised an eyebrow, wondering if Wanshi had uncovered something. She instructed Xiao Xi and Xia Ling to watch over Qianguo and took Wanshi to the flower hall. Fearing that Gu Nanzhi might be saddened, Wanshi carefully considered her words. However, she suddenly recalled the fierce demeanor Gu Nanzhi displayed toward the young master and concluded that she likely would not be distressed. Thus, she lowered her voice and said, Young master's wife, I inadvertently saw the young master embracing Yunyang last night. As she spoke, she cautiously observed Gu Nanzhi's expression, relieved to see no trace of surprise or sorrow on her face. Yunyang's glances at the young master often held unspoken intentions, akin to a hook, undoubtedly indicating her desire to entice him. I also vaguely heard Yunyang mention something about concubines, Wanshi added. Gu Nanzhi smiled gently. Wanshi, you have done well. Continue to act as I instructed. Occasionally, allow Yunyang to witness your closeness to the young master, and seize opportunities to trip her up. Ultimately, do not allow her to find ease. Speaking of this made Wanshi's cheeks flush. Gu Nanzhi gave her a sidelong glance and asked, What's wrong? Speak your mind. Wanshi's ears turned red as she recounted, Last night, Yunyang knelt at the door, and the young master insisted on clinging to me. Gu Nanzhi's almond eyes sparkled with amusement. This was precisely the effect she desired. To hear Pei Luobai engage intimately with another woman must surely infuriate Jiang Lingyue. Currently, Qianguo was not particularly close to her, yet he remained in Wanshi's quarters, where he could easily witness the affectionate interactions between Pei Luobai and Wanshi. Jiang Lingyue must be seething with frustration. She did not wish for a slow suffocation. She sought to apply pressure and force Jiang Lingyue into a corner. Indeed, Jiang Lingyue had already lowered herself, humbling her perceived nobility. Gu Nanzhi smiled enigmatically. Jiang Lingyue wishes to become a concubine for Pei Luobai. With a glimmer in her eye, she whispered a few words into Wanshi's ear. Upon leaving the Lanyue pavilion and looking at the items Gu Nanzhi had given her, 2 bolts of cloud-patterned silk, a pair of pearl earrings, a pair of ruby hairpins, and 2 exquisite white jade bangles, along with a pair of exceptionally fine jade bangles, Wanshi felt as if she was floating. She had initially thought that entering the Marquis's residence would involve a fierce competition with the concubines. However, This was clearly not the case. She was here to enjoy the good fortune. Today marked the 13th day of the first lunar month, and soon Qiangur would be entering the Guozijian to study. The matriarch and Madame Zhao had sent numerous gifts, and as the legitimate mother, Gu Nanzhi needed to uphold her reputation. She had instructed the servants to prepare several new outfits for Qiangur and ensured that all scholarly supplies were in perfect condition, leaving no room for complaint. Today was Pei Luobai's first day in office, and both the matriarch and Madame Zhao were concerned. In the afternoon, the matriarch summoned someone to convey her message that Gu Nanzhi should take Qiangur to Hebai courtyard for dinner. Considering the household was somewhat sparse, Wanqi was also invited, which suited Gu Nanzhi perfectly. The matriarch and Madame Zhao were already aware that Jiang Lingyue was serving in Wanqi's quarters, and they both disliked her, secretly hoping that Pei Luobai would grow weary of her while pretending to be oblivious. Before dinner, Wanqi arrived early at Lanyue Pavilion, intentionally bringing Jiang Lingyue along. Qiangur, well-mannered, greeted Wanqi. Aunt Wanqi, good day? His gaze fell upon Jiang Lingyue, and his small face stiffened as he hurriedly averted his eyes. Upon entering, Jiang Lingyue fixed her gaze on Qiangur, naturally taking in his reaction. Her heart ached, and as she observed Gu Nanzhi and Wanqi laughing and conversing with Qiangur, she lowered her head, her eyes reddening with jealousy. Gu Nanzhi was one thing, but what was Wanqi to warrant such affection from her son? Gu Nanzhi cast a casual glance at Jiang Lingyue, a flicker of cold amusement crossing her almond-shaped eyes. Realizing that time was of the essence, she then took Qiangur and Wanqi to visit the matriarch. Holding Qiangur's hand, she entered, clearly noting the matriarch's momentary stiffness. Qiangur, innocent to such nuances, was unaware, but Jiang Lingyue perceived everything clearly. She silently gritted her teeth, resentful that this old woman dared to look down on her precious Qiangur. After Qiangur paid his respects to the matriarch, she immediately instructed Mama Kong to take him to the adjacent flower hall. Seeing this, Jiang Lingyue's anger boiled, and she felt an overwhelming urge to confront the matriarch. Just as Gu Nanzhi and the others arrived, Madame Zhao also entered. Exchanging a glance with the matriarch before smiling at Gu Nanzhi, "Gigi, look at you. Your health has improved. Mother is getting older and cannot manage these trifles. It is best that you take charge of the household." In less than a month of managing the household, she had already lost nearly 2,000 taels of silver. And if it continued, they would surely face bankruptcy. A hint of a sarcastic smile flashed in Gu Nanzhi's eyes as she rose and respectfully bowed to Madame Zhao. By all rights, since the matriarch had spoken, the daughter-in-law had no reason to refuse. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Madame Zhao could not help but laugh. However, Gu Nanzhi continued, "But the household still owes me a considerable sum. While money matters seem trivial, I fear that if others were to learn of it, they might gossip about how our marquisate requires the daughter-in-law to support us. What would that mean for the reputation of grandmother, mother, and the young master?" The smile on Madame Zhao's face froze. Gu Nanzhi suppressed the mockery in her eyes, stating, "I do not insist on reclaiming this money. I merely wish to avoid scandal." Upon finishing, Madame Zhao fell silent, lacking the courage to press the issue further. The matriarch's expression darkened, and she cast an irritable glance at Gu Nanzhi before shifting her focus to Mama Kong, saying, "It is getting late. Why has Luobai not returned? Go check on him." Before Mama Kong could leave the room, the steward arrived, and the matriarch immediately inquired, "Has Luobai returned?" The steward bowed and replied, replying to the matriarch, "The young master has already returned." "And where is he? Did you not inform him that we are all waiting for him to have dinner together?" The matriarch's tone was stern. The steward stammered, "The young master, the young master." Chapter 78. What is your relationship with the Prime Minister? The old lady and the Zhao family were exceedingly anxious. What had happened to Luobai? "Please, do tell us." The steward finally spoke up. "The young master has been injured." "What?" Upon hearing this, the old lady and the Zhao family turned pale with fright. Was Luobai seriously hurt? Upon learning that Pei Luobai's injuries were not grave, merely a bruised face, the old lady hurriedly led everyone to the front courtyard, needing to see him for reassurance. Gu Nanzhi raised an eyebrow in surprise. On his very first day in office, Pei Luobai had already been beaten, which indicated that the people in the inspectorate did not hold him in high regard. One could only imagine the trials he would face in the future. The study door was tightly locked from the inside, enveloped in darkness, with no sound emanating from within. The old lady grew frantic, calling out, "Luobai, Luobai. What is wrong? Open the door." Surely, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Do not cause worry for your mother and me. Zhao Shi was equally distressed. Her eyes reddened with concern. Luo Bai, please don't do this. If you have grievances, speak to your mother. She will surely advocate for you. Gu Nanzhi feigned concern, calling out a few times, but no matter how they shouted, Pei Luo Bai remained silent. Gu Nanzhi smirked, recalling how she had once fancied Pei Luo Bai in her previous life. He was arrogant, self-important, and devoid of responsibility. It was no wonder the Marquisate fell into decline under his stewardship. After half an hour of stalemate at the door, the old lady could no longer endure it and left first. Zhao Shi, trembling from the cold, urged Gu Nanzhi to take good care of Pei Luo Bai before departing, leaving the mess entirely in her hands. Gu Nanzhi was not foolish. The more miserable Pei Luo Bai was, the more delighted she felt. She cast a deep glance at Wan Shi. I must also attend to Qian Gu. Wan Shi, you are the young master's favorite. Please, reason with him. Perhaps he will heed your words. Wan Shi nodded and summoned her Kongho. On the day Pei Luo Bai brought her back, he had gifted her a new instrument. Upon returning to Lanyue Pavilion, Gu Nanzhi read the letter sent by Gu Nanshan and learned of the events that had transpired. It turned out that the inspectorate had its own set of rules. Whenever a new official took office, their subordinates would challenge them, intending to establish authority. However, Pei Luo Bai was neither adept in literature nor martial arts and was swiftly defeated in the first round, provoking laughter from the crowd. He lost both face and dignity, making it impossible for him to step down gracefully. In his letter, Gu Nanshan advised her to keep her distance from Pei Luo Bai in the coming days to avoid incurring his wrath. Gu Nanzhi's almond-shaped eyes shimmered with depth. It seemed unnecessary for her to avoid Pei Luo Bai, for despite his attempts to placate her over the past days, it had been in vain. It was inevitable that he would direct his frustration at her, and she feared he might intentionally give her the cold shoulder, showing her a different side of himself. Soon, the melodious sounds of the Kong Ho filled the air. Pei Luo Bai had locked himself away for so long, while Wan Shi played for just as long. The cold wind was biting, and Zhang Linyu found it difficult as she attended to Wan Shi. Wan Shi shivered. Her delicate fingers reddened and swollen from the chill. She played for an indeterminate time, the melody noticeably slowing, nearly falling out of tune. Bang! At that moment, Pei Luo Bai pushed the door open. Your Grace Zhang Linyu momentarily forgot her place and spoke simultaneously with Wan Shi. Pei Luo Bai, his right eye bruised, strode over. Zhang Linyu initially thought he approached her, but was taken aback when, before her, he swept Wan Shi into his embrace. Your Grace, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side, Wan Shi declared, gazing at him with a radiant smile, unwavering in her support. This greatly comforted Pei Luo Bai. He felt a surge of emotion and lifted Wan Shi in his arms, leaving. Zhang Linyu stood frozen in place, feeling invisible. Just moments ago, it seemed he had only seen that wretched Wan Shi, and her teeth clenched in frustration. Upon returning to Shuanghua Courtyard, she was once again met with that shameful sound. Standing in the cold wind, her eyes could not help but redden with fury. Pei Luo Bai had been insatiable, spending the entire night with Wan Shi. This night was Zhang Linyu's turn to keep watch. By the end, she felt numb to it all. In the morning, when Pei Luo Bai left, she wished to speak to him, but he did not spare her a glance and departed. As Gu Nanzhi had predicted, in the following days, Pei Luo Bai remained in Wan Shi's quarters. Even when they crossed paths, he uttered not a single word. During the Lantern Festival, according to custom, Pei Luo Bai was supposed to return home with her. He made no mention of it, nor did Gu Nanzhi inquire. She returned home alone. Before long, it was time for Qian Gu to enter the Guozijian Imperial Academy. In her previous life, the old lady had cherished Qian Gu like a precious gem, personally escorting him to the academy. This time, however, she merely sent Mama Kong. Zhao Shi also sent a servant. They could afford to be lazy, but Gu Nanzhi could not. Pei Luo Bai took an entire morning off. The three of them sat in the carriage in silence. Pei Luo Bai did not speak, nor did Gu Nanzhi, while Qian Gu, feeling nervous, could not find the words. As they neared the Guozijian, Gu Nanzhi patiently reminded Qian Gu, remember, do not be afraid when you arrive at the academy. Your father, great-grandmother, and mother will all protect you. Qian Gu nodded. He was not frightened at all. His father was formidable, the esteemed son of the Marquis of Chang'an, a high-ranking official. He had nothing to fear. Upon arrival at the Guozijian, Pei Luo Bai refused to disembark. It was the time for students to enter, and as he looked around, he saw many peers. Gu Nanzhi alone escorted Killed Gu to the academy's entrance and instructed him to look after his newly assigned study companion, Yu Shu. After watching Killed Gu enter the Guozijian, Gu Nanzhi turned to leave. Suddenly, a student bumped into her, causing her to stagger almost to the ground. Miss Xiaoling hurried to support her, but was a moment too late. Another person reached out just in time, and she expressed her gratitude, looking up to say, "Thank you for your help." Without warning, a flash of crimson caught her eye. It was Xiaoning. Gu Nanzhi was taken aback. "Prime Minister, what brings you here? Shouldn't he be in court at this hour?" Xiaoning, keen to avoid any misunderstandings, gently held her elbow, and, once she regained her balance, quickly stepped back. "I have come to lecture at the Guozijian today." Gu Nanzhi was somewhat surprised. When had Xiaoning become a teacher at the Guozijian? She had never heard of this in her previous life. Pei Luobai, though remaining in the carriage, pulled aside the curtain to observe Killed Gu. Witnessing this scene, it was the second time he encountered the Prime Minister, and it was evident they were acquainted. He was astonished that Gu Nanzhi knew the Prime Minister and felt a surge of anger. If this were the case, why had they pretended not to know each other in front of Jian Yunjai? Were they concealing something? Moreover, as a man, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Prime Minister's gaze towards Gu Nanzhi was somewhat peculiar. As soon as she boarded the carriage, Pei Luobai grasped her wrist, his expression grave, and inquired, "What is your relationship with the Prime Minister?" Chapter 79. Poisoning. Pei Luobai had neglected her for several days. Unexpectedly, when he finally spoke, it was to inquire about her relationship with Xiaoning. Could it be that he had perceived something? Gu Nanzhi understood clearly that he was struggling within the Inspection Institute and felt unsupported by the Gu family. He intended to seek assistance from Xiaoning. A sarcastic smile curled at the corners of her eyes. Did the heir wish for her demise? Why else would he question the nature of her relationship with an outsider? As a woman confined to the inner chambers, what connection could she possibly have with the Prime Minister? He had merely shown her kindness in her time of need. Any rational individual would refrain from asking such questions. She gently withdrew her hand, reminding herself that if the heir doubted her, he could easily inquire with others upon his return about her actions over the past 6 years. Was there any evidence of her being involved with a man? If he were to find even the slightest proof, he could dismiss her or cast her into the depths of despair. Pei Luobai recognized that his inquiry was rather abrupt, but he was driven to desperation, hoping that if she were indeed acquainted with the Prime Minister, he might lend his aid. Gu Wenhe was merely a mere inspector. How could he be compared to the Prime Minister? He opened his mouth to speak again, but Gu Nanzhi had already turned away. During these days, Pei Luobai not only deliberately ignored her, but also avoided Jiang Lingyue. Each time Wanqi came to pay her respects, she would bring Jiang Lingyue along. Jiang Lingyue, observing the intimate exchanges between Pei Luobai and Wanqi in the Frost Blossom courtyard day after day, struggled to mask her growing agitation. Sensing the time was ripe, Gu Nanzhi arranged for someone to invite Wanqi to dinner after bringing Killed Gu back. This time, Wanqi did not bring Jiang Lingyue with her. By the time Pei Luobai returned, night had fallen. After greeting the old matriarch and Zhao Shi, he made his way directly to the Frost Blossom courtyard. The room was illuminated, and believing Wanqi to be present, he entered without knocking. Xiangij. Upon stepping inside, he was suddenly embraced tightly from behind. Pei Luobai frowned. "Yuer, release me." Jiang Lingyue shook her head. "No, Xiangij, you have yet to answer my question from that day. Let me stay by your side, please." "Yuer, you are being foolish." Pei Luobai pried her hands away, turning to face her with a hint of anger in his eyes. "Do you comprehend the implications of your words? You vowed never to become a concubine. If you truly cared for Killed Gu, you would not utter such things. Did I not instruct you to exercise patience? Xiangij, are you forbidding me?" Jiang Lingyue, disregarding his admonitions, glared at him, jealousy boiling within her as she watched him dote on Wanqi. She felt as though she was being driven to madness. How long must she endure? The old matriarch and Zhao Shi had never favored her, and now they were also distant towards Killed Gu. If she waited any longer, what would happen if Wanqi were to bear a child? Would there be any place left for her and her son in the marquisate? Pei Luobai shook his head. "Yes, I am forbidding you." As a man already burdened by a frail body, it was understandable for him to take Wanqi as a wife. However, to take Jiang Lingyue as well would be a blow to his own dignity. Jiang Lingyue's expression darkened. "Very well. So you truly do not wish for me. Am I inferior to that wretched Wanqi?" Nevertheless, she refused to relent, clutching Pei Luobai's neck and rising on her toes to kiss him. In truth, his opinion was of little consequence. She had ample means to compel him to acquiesce. "Yuer, calm yourself." To her astonishment, Pei Luobai forcefully pushed her away and turned to leave. Jiang Lingyue collapsed onto the ground, laughing hysterically, her eyes glinting with a wolfish malice. Could she not even touch him anymore? When Wanqi returned, Pei Luobai had already departed. Tonight, it was Jiang Lingyue who kept vigil. She cast a sidelong glance at the despondent Jiang Lingyue, but asked nothing. That night, Pei Luobai stayed in the front courtyard. For the next 2 days, he deliberately evaded Jiang Lingyue, not stepping foot into the Frost Blossom courtyard. Wanqi was in no rush. If Pei Luobai did not come, neither would she. Yet, the sound of the Kongho echoed throughout the residence daily, stirring Pei Luobai's restlessness. On the 4th day, he could no longer contain himself. After returning from the Inspection Institute, he made his way to the Frost Blossom courtyard. Upon his arrival, he found Wanqi playing the Kongho. "Wanqi." At the sound of his voice, Wanqi slowly raised her gaze. Disbelief etched on her face. Rubbing her eyes, she forced a sorrowful smile. "Is this yet another figment of my imagination? The air has grown weary of me. He shall never return to the Frost Blossom courtyard." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, Pei Luobai's heart nearly shattered. "Wanqi, I am sorry. It is my fault. I did not mean to treat you so coldly." He swiftly crossed the room and enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly as though he wished to melt her into his being. Jiang Lingyue watched from the side, a sinister crimson hue spreading across her eyes as she clenched her fists, a cold smile gracing her lips. "My lord, the fairy weeps." Such a sight is truly heart-stirring. Wanqi's every gesture, every smile, was meticulously crafted. She slowly raised her hand, delicately tracing Pei Luobai's features, her ruby lips quivering as she prepared to speak. Suddenly, she coughed violently, blood spilling from her mouth as her body weakened, and she collapsed into Pei Luobai's embrace. Pei Luobai was taken aback. "Wanqi, Wanqi, please wake up." He lifted her in his arms and, turning to Jiang Lingyue, bellowed, "Quickly, fetch the doctor." Jiang Lingyue hesitated for a moment, clearly shaken by the scene before her, watching Pei Luobai in a frenzy as he carried Wanqi towards the inner chamber. She leisurely turned and walked away. "Ha, do you see? The wretched will inevitably meet their demise. Even heaven is aiding her." She secretly wished for Wanqi's swift departure from this world, and, moving deliberately slowly, only called for the doctor when Gu Nanzhi arrived. Pei Luobai shot her a cold glance, suppressing his anger. While the physician examined Wanqi, he had already inquired several times. The physician rolled his eyes in exasperation. "If you are so concerned, why not take action yourself?" Moments later, the physician delivered shocking news. "My lord, it seems that Lady Wanqi has been poisoned." His battleground experiences were palpable as a chilling aura enveloped Pei Luobai, his voice hardening with a sharp edge. "What affliction has befallen Wanqi? Is there an antidote?" Gu Nanzhi's almond-shaped eyes shimmered with concern as she probed. How did Wanqi become poisoned? Could it be a misdiagnosis? "Esteemed heir, please observe." The physician produced a silver needle, piercing Wanqi's thenar eminence under their watchful gazes. Upon its removal, the needle had blackened. The affliction plaguing consort Wanqi is a borderland venom known as wolfsbane. It assails the lungs and viscera. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, consort Wanqi's life would be imperiled. A remedy is not insurmountable, requiring acupuncture and a 10-day regimen of medicinal decoctions. However, consort Wanqi is already of frail constitution, and henceforth, progeny may prove elusive. The physician's pronouncement elicited an immediate change in Pei Luobai's countenance, his face hardening with glacial intensity as his gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon Jiang Lingyue. Who else in this manner has ventured to the borderlands besides her? The impediment of offspring, is that not her desire? Meeting Pei Luobai's gaze, Jiang Lingyue abruptly realized the situation. "Ah, this is all directed at me. This servant is innocent, though I have been to the borderlands. I never administered poison to consort Wanqi. I implore the heir to discern the truth." She immediately knelt, proclaiming her innocence. Gu Nanzhi's lips curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. Her eagerness betrays her. Does she not know the art of concealing one's intentions by feigning the opposite? "Esteemed heir, such a malicious individual has emerged within the inner court. It must not be tolerated. If consort Wanqi is the victim today, perhaps the dowager or even the heir will be poisoned tomorrow." Gu Nanzhi declared. Pei Luobai regarded Jiang Lingyue in silence. Jiang Lingyue wept, her voice frail and pitiable, repeating the same phrases. "Summon guards." Encircle Frostflower Courtyard, allowing no one to enter or leave. Scour every inch to unearth the perpetrator. Gu Nanzhi commanded. Pei Luo Bai cast a profound glance at Jiang Linyu. Jiang Ling, I entrust this matter to you. Jiang Ling was his confidant, privy to the details of his relationship with Jiang Linyu, and knew how to proceed. Gu Nanzhi's eyes flickered as she gently dabbed the perspiration from Wan Shi's brow with a handkerchief. She would see how much patience Pei Luo Bai possessed, and how many times he would shield Jiang Linyu. As she had anticipated, Jiang Ling led a thorough search of Frostflower Courtyard, yet found nothing. Jiang Linyu appeared utterly wronged, gazing at Pei Luo Bai with aggrieved eyes, her shoulders trembling. Gu Nanzhi glanced at her indifferently. If consort Yu feels aggrieved, let her rise. As Jiang Linyu arose, Mother Kong, from the dowager's side, arrived. She bowed to Pei Luo Bai. The dowager requests the heir's presence. Pei Luo Bai allowed Mother Kong to depart first. Once Mother Kong had likely reached Crane White Courtyard, he rose. Emerging from Frostflower Courtyard, Jiang Ling approached. Esteemed heir, this was discovered in Consort Yu's chamber. I have examined it. It contains wolfsbane. It is indeed her. Pei Luo Bai's face was shadowed, his words chilling. He took the porcelain vial and secreted it in his sleeve. Upon entering Crane White Courtyard, the dowager immediately berated him. Luo Bai, I warned you that Jiang Linyu was a harbinger of misfortune, yet you refused to believe me. I ask you one question, and I demand an honest answer. Did Jiang Ling truly find nothing, or are you intentionally shielding that harlot? Pei Luo Bai's response was evasive. Does grandmother not trust her grandson? If she is culpable, I would never condone it. I heard Wan Shi's health has been compromised, making future progeny difficult. She is eager to clear obstacles for Qian'er. If not her, then who? You are deluded. To tamper with matters of progeny, such a menace cannot be tolerated. If you are sentimental and cannot act, grandmother will assume the role of the villain, ensuring your hands remain untainted. The dowager spoke with murderous intent. Grandmother, no. I will handle your matter myself. There is no need for grandmother to trouble herself. The dowager's face flushed with anger. Must you wait until she commits an earth-shattering atrocity? Gu Nanzhi had returned to embracing Moon Pavilion, a smile playing on her lips as she pruned orchids. Pei Luo Bai would shield Jiang Linyu, but the dowager would not. Await and see. The Marquis's manner will only become more tumultuous. Qiu Xi was puzzled. Miss, we clearly, why? Her words were ambiguous. Gu Nanzhi smiled. There is no need to delve into it. The outcome will be the same. Once she had not been poisoned. The incense she had burned in her chamber these past few days, provided by Gu Nanzhi, had created the illusion. After administering acupuncture to Wan Shi, the physician departed. When Pei Luo Bai returned, she had not yet awakened. Mo had gone to prepare her medicine, leaving only Jiang Linyu in the chamber. Pei Luo Bai entered with a grim countenance, grasping Jiang Linyu's wrist and dragging her away. Jiang Linyu was frightened. Xiange, what are you doing? She quickly realized, Xiange, you still suspect me, don't you? Pei Luo Bai dragged Jiang Linyu to the adjacent flower hall, throwing her to the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. Xiange, I truly did not poison Consort Wan Shi. Why do you refuse to believe me? It is Gu Nanzhi. Gu Nanzhi must have framed me. Silence. Look at this and tell me if it seems familiar. Pei Luo Bai hurled the porcelain vial at Jiang Linyu. Oh. Jiang Linyu cried out. Trembling, she picked up the porcelain vial. Xiange, what is this? Jiang Linyu, you still dare to feign ignorance. Pei Luo Bai's eyes blazed with fury. He leaned down, gripping her chin. This was found in your chamber. Jiang Linyu looked bewildered. This contains wolfsbane? Even now, you refuse to confess? Confess to what? I will not confess to something I did not do. Xiange, I truly did not do it. I do not know how this vial of wolfsbane ended up in my chamber. I have been wronged. Someone is deliberately framing me. You must seek justice for me. Jiang Linyu cried, her voice hoarse. Pei Luo Bai's gaze was chilling. If I had not suppressed this matter, you would have been beaten to death long ago. I am seeking justice for you. Who will seek justice for Wan Shi? What did she do to deserve this? She is the most innocent. This time, I am sparing you for Qian'er's sake. If there is a next time. Xiange, even you do not believe me. Jiang Linyu flung his hand away, her eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down her face. She smiled at him. I will make you believe me. Chapter 81. To tear him limb from limb, what are you contemplating? Pei Luo Bai queried, his brow furrowed in concern. If I am indeed culpable, may I be condemned to eternal damnation. Jiang Linyu declared, her tone resolute. Without warning, she propelled herself towards a nearby pillar. Pei Luo Bai attempted to intervene. But his efforts proved futile. A resounding thud echoed as blood splattered forth. Jiang Linyu slowly collapsed, her gaze fixed on Pei Luobai, a serene smile gracing her lips. "Now do you believe me?" she whispered. "You err," Pei Luobai exclaimed, taken aback by her act of self-sacrifice to prove her innocence. He rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms, his fingers pressing against the wound on her forehead. Crimson blood seeped through his grasp, staining the floor. His voice trembled as he asked, "You truly did not do it?" Jiang Linyu feebly reached out, her hand hovering towards Pei Luobai's face before abruptly falling limp. Pei Luobai was aghast. You err. Do not frighten me so. Awaken." Jiang Ling stood guard at the doorway. Pei Luobai, his countenance fraught with distress, emerged from within, carrying Jiang Linyu in his arms. Shi, overhearing the commotion from the adjacent room, was filled with admiration, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. She had been feigning unconsciousness, merely playing a part in the charade orchestrated by the madam. Though she could not discern the precise details of Pei Luobai and Jiang Linyu's hushed conversation, she surmised that Jiang Linyu had resorted to a desperate act of self-harm. The resounding impact had been impossible to ignore, evoking a sense of pain even in Shi. However, a rift had already formed between the two. Would Pei Luobai truly believe her? She resolved to remain loyal to the madam, for it was she who had orchestrated the discord between Pei Luobai and Jiang Linyu since Shi's arrival. Yet, who would suspect her involvement? Pei Luobai carried Jiang Linyu to the front courtyard. She had not perished, merely fainted from the impact. The following morning, Gu Nanzhi received news that Pei Luobai had appointed Jiang Linyu to serve by his side. Far from being angered, she smiled knowingly. During a visit to Shi at Shuanghua Courtyard, she learned of Jiang Linyu's self-inflicted injury. Shi expressed her concern. Her actions have moved the Marquis to reinstate her. Has he truly believed her? Gu Nanzhi responded with a subtle smile. Does it truly matter? She was not surprised. Jiang Linyu was adept at employing theatrics, and Gu Nanzhi's intention had always been to reunite Jiang Linyu with Pei Luobai. Later that morning, the dowager received a letter from the Lu family of the Duke of Dinghua, announcing the birth of their youngest son and inviting the Pei family to attend the full moon banquet in 5 days. Why is it only the Lu family that has sons? Bianxiu is merely a lowly concubine's daughter, fit only to marry into the Lu family as a second wife. And I am the legitimate wife of the Marquis. Why should she flaunt her good fortune before me? Gu Nanzhi overheard the dowager's tirade as she entered Hebai Courtyard. The dowager and the Lu family's matriarch were sisters, albeit one legitimate and the other illegitimate. The rivalry between them was age-old. During their youth, the dowager had consistently suppressed the Lu family's matriarch. It was rumored that the dowager had orchestrated the Lu family matriarch's marriage into the Lu family as a second wife. However, the Lu family's matriarch had proven to be fortunate, gaining the favor of the Duke of Dinghua, who never took concubines. Their 2 sons were both accomplished, one serving as the Minister of Revenue and the other as a scholar in the Hanlin Academy. The Lu family's matriarch had even been granted the title of Imperial Matron, a source of envy for many. The dowager was consumed by jealousy. The illegitimate sister, once inferior, had now surpassed her. Furthermore, with the decline of the Marquis' estate and the rise of the Duke of Dinghua's, the Lu family had become a thorn in the dowager's side. Bianxiu wishes for me to attend her grandson's full moon banquet? Very well, I shall go. The dowager summoned Zhao Shi and Gu Nanzhi, instructing them to uphold the dignity of the Marquis' estate. Have you both understood? Gu Nanzhi feigned reluctance. Grandmother, as you know, I have been managing the household for years, and the silver from my dowry, and the Marquis' allowance has been used to cover the deficits. I am currently strapped for funds. Perhaps I should forego the event. The dowager waved her hand dismissively. Mother, calm. Provide Gigi with 2,000 taels of silver. Gigi, you must attend, and you must do so in splendor. Gu Nanzhi feigned surprise. Grandmother, how could I possibly accept? She eventually relented, accepting the funds with feigned reluctance. Zhao Shi, enticed by the prospect, attempted to emulate Gu Nanzhi, but the dowager glared at her sternly. As soon as the Lu family's messenger departed, Pei Zhaojiang returned home after an absence of several days. Gu Nanzhi knew the purpose of his visit. She had received a letter from Pei Zhaojiang, informing her that the esteemed scholar Zhou had taken him as a disciple and was hosting a formal apprenticeship banquet the following day, inviting numerous scholars and officials, including the crown prince. He had come to invite the dowager, Zhao Shi, and Pei Luobai to attend the ceremony. Upon entering Hebai Courtyard, Pei Zhaojiang's gaze fell upon Gu Nanzhi. He regarded her intently, his eyes conveying a depth of longing before casually averting his gaze. The dowager responded indifferently, merely acknowledging his announcement. Zhao Shi, observing him with disdain, remarked sarcastically, "Who is this esteemed guest? It seems you still remember the way home. I had assumed you had climbed to such heights that you had forgotten your origins." Gu Nanzhi suppressed a smile, glancing discreetly at the hourglass on the table. They would be unable to attend the apprenticeship banquet, even if they desired to do so. A rude awakening awaited them. Pei Zhaojiang was unconcerned by their attendance. He had merely come to fulfill his obligations. After paying his respects, he prepared to depart. "Dowager, madam, disaster has struck. The Prince of Cheng has seized Master Qian, threatening to tear him limb from limb." A steward burst in, tumbling and scrambling in his haste. Chapter 82. Catastrophe. Gu Nanzhi's eyes flickered slightly. The moment had finally arrived. The old matron, skeptical, scolded sternly, "Are you still half asleep? What nonsense are you spouting? How could the esteemed Prince Cheng possibly be at odds with Qiangur?" The steward appeared as if the sky were falling. "Madam, it is true. Young Master Qian has quarreled with the little prince from the Cheng family and has injured his eye with a brush." "What did you just say?" The old matron's vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. She had always claimed that Qiangur was a calamity, and why on earth would he injure anyone, let alone the little prince from the Cheng family? Prince Cheng had fathered 8 daughters before finally having a son in his old age. A little prince who was well known in the capital for being fiercely protective. He was cherished as if he were made of glass, delicate and precious. Zhao's face turned ashen with fear, her voice trembling. "Quickly, tell me, how is the little prince's eye?" The steward, in tears, replied, "It is said that he bled profusely. The imperial physician is currently treating him, but I fear the eye may not be saved." "What a calamity, truly a calamity." The old matron trembled, struggling to catch her breath. If the little prince were to lose his sight, it would indeed be a disaster. "Where is Luo Bai? Does he know?" In response, it was relayed that the heir had already received the news and was likely on his way to the Imperial Academy. Zhao was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. "What shall we do? If Luo Bai arrives, Prince Cheng will not spare him either. Ji, hurry back and seek assistance from your father and brothers. See if they can devise a solution." After speaking, the old matron turned her gaze toward Pei Zhaojiang. "And you? Quickly summon Master Zhou to plead for Qiangur. If he speaks up, Prince Cheng will surely show him some respect. Do not forget your surname is Pei. Just because you reside in Jianyan Studio does not mean you have severed ties with the Pei family. Dream on. One cannot write 2 Peis with a single stroke. If we suffer, you shall share our fate." Zhao scolded him vehemently. The old matron and Zhao, fearing for Pei Luobai's safety, ordered a carriage to be prepared. Hastily heading toward the Imperial Academy, Gu Nanzhi and Pei Zhaojiang exited Hebai Courtyard one after the other. "Third brother." Once they reached a secluded spot, Gu Nanzhi called out to Pei Zhaojiang. He paused, bowed to her, his eyes slightly red. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for sending those items and silver. I shall repay you with both principal and interest in the future." "Your words are too formal, third brother. I had intended to visit Jianyan Studio, but since you have returned, it saves me a trip," Gu Nanzhi said, retrieving a delicate sandalwood box from her sleeve and handing it to Pei Zhaojiang. "This is a gift for your apprenticeship banquet, as I cannot attend." "Thank you, sister-in-law." The youth lowered his gaze, gently caressing the sandalwood box with fingers that trembled slightly. This was a gift from his sister-in-law. "Let me see if I like it," he said, towering over her, casting her in his shadow. "I adore everything you give me, sister-in-law," he added, a faint blush creeping to his ears. Gu Nanzhi observed his shy demeanor, her eyes curving with delight. He was still but a child. Upon realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Pei Zhaojiang anxiously looked at Gu Nanzhi, sister-in-law. "I did not mean it that way." "All right, take a look." Gu Nanzhi dismissed his concern. As the box opened, a subtle fragrance wafted forth. Pei Zhaojiang exclaimed, "Is that the scent of plum blossoms?" "Sister-in-law, how does this inkstone carry the fragrance of plum blossoms?" Gu Nanzhi replied softly, "If I recall correctly, you enjoy plum blossoms. Do you not?" Pei Zhaojiang nodded, feeling truly seen for the first time in this household, where he often felt inconsequential. "Is this made by your own hands, sister-in-law?" His voice trembled slightly. Gu Nanzhi chuckled lightly. "Take a closer look." With great care, Pei Zhaojiang lifted the inkstone and discovered his name etched on the side. His heart swelled with warmth, sending ripples of joy coursing through him. "Thank you, sister-in-law." This inkstone was crafted by her hand, and his name inscribed by her as well. How wonderful! As they parted, Gu Nanzhi cautioned him. Do not concern yourself with Qian Gu's affairs, and try to avoid trouble for the time being. But, will they not make things difficult for you, sister-in-law? Pei Zhaojiang voiced his worries. Gu Nanzhi shook her head. They will not. I know how to handle it. Now go back. After parting with Pei Zhaojiang, she leisurely returned to Lanyue Pavilion before calling for the carriage. In her previous life, it had unfolded in a similar manner. Just days after Qian Gu entered the Imperial Academy, he had inadvertently blinded the little prince with a brush. Prince Cheng had been furious, demanding retribution. Even Pei Luobai was implicated, charged with negligence in teaching. The uproar had been monumental. Ultimately, she had found a way to appease Prince Cheng's wrath, averting disaster. Ironically, neither the old matron nor Zhao expressed gratitude. Instead, they blamed her for failing to properly educate Qian Gu, shifting the blame entirely onto her. Exiting Shuanghua courtyard, Gu Nanzhi wrapped her cloak tighter around her and smiled at Qiuzi. Go share this good news with Yunyang, let her rejoice as well. Yes, miss. I shall not disappoint your kind intentions, Qiuzi replied eagerly. In truth, Jiang Lingyue was not gravely injured. She had awoken the night before, but had feigned unconsciousness, knowing just how to soften Pei Luobai's heart. Indeed, he had kept vigil by her side through the night. Upon her feigned awakening, she would cry to him. Regardless of who orchestrated the chaos, Gu Nanzhi would bear the brunt of it. You, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Qiuzi, Jiang Lingyue's expression turned wary, thinking Gu Nanzhi had sent her back to Wanzi to continue serving. Yunyang, are you aware that Qian Gu has caused a tremendous disaster today at the Imperial Academy? He has injured the little prince from the Cheng family, and it seems the little prince's eye may not be saved. Prince Cheng has threatened to kill Qian Gu. The old matron, Madame Zhao, and the heir have all gone to the Imperial Academy. I do not know if they can save him. Qiuzi's words were punctuated by tears. Jiang Lingyue, upon hearing this, shot upright from her couch. Qian Gu has blinded the little prince? No, he is the best child in the world. He would never do such a thing. He must have been framed. Qian Gu, do not fear. Mother is coming. Jiang Lingyue, in a frenzy, dashed out barefoot, with Qiuzi offering no restraint. Gu Nanzhi had no intention of returning home. She was eager to witness the unfolding drama. As Pei Luobai and the old matron arrived, she did as well. The entrance to the Imperial Academy was thronged with people. My father is the most formidable person in the world. I command you to release me immediately, or I shall have my father kill you. From a distance, she caught wind of Qian Gu's defiant proclamation. The gravity of the pronouncement reverberated through the assembled throng. A chill snaked down Pei Luobai's spine, his legs faltering, threatening to send him sprawling. Such words bordered on treason. The emperor reigned as the supreme figure. So what authority did a scion of a declining noble house possess to speak of assassinating Prince Cheng? Silence, Qianer. Prince Cheng, clutching Qianer by the scruff of his neck, cast a frigid sneer. Pei Luobai, I was hitherto unaware that you had ascended to the throne of this realm. Does the house of Pei harbor seditious ambitions? The dowager and Zhao Shi, upon hearing this accusation, trembled so violently they could scarcely maintain their footing. The boy speaks in innocence. The house of Pei remains steadfastly loyal, devoid of any such intentions. My son inadvertently injured the young prince. We implore your highness's forgiveness. Pei Luobai, in a cold sweat, swept his robes aside and prostrated himself before Prince Cheng. Qianer, spotting his father, erupted in a wail. Father, save me. Father. His cries escalated into a torrent of tears. The dowager harbored a homicidal impulse. Was this imp intent on dragging the entire Ho estate to its doom? She ruefully regretted acquiescing to Luobai's request to admit Qianer into the family register. Your offspring has damaged my son's eyes, and you presume a facile plea for forgiveness suffices to absolve him? I decree, should Qianer recover fully, well and good. But if his sight remains impaired, for every eye he has harmed, I shall extract both of his, severing his tendons, condemning him to a fate worse than death. Prince Cheng's fury knew no bounds. What recourse did Pei Luobai possess? His sole hope resided in the young prince's recovery, for otherwise, no force could deliver Qianer from his impending doom. Observing his silence, Qianer's gaze shifted to Gu Nanzhi. Mother, you've come. Please, save me. I'm so afraid. In her previous existence, witnessing this scene would have shattered Gu Nanzhi's heart. Now, however, she felt a perverse joy, her almond eyes glistening with feigned tears, presenting a facade of utter despair. Qianer, fear not. Mother is here. Why have you come? What do your father and brothers say? Demanded the dowager, her anxiety palpable. My father and brothers are already devising a solution. I couldn't bear to leave Qian'er, so I came ahead. Gu Nanzhi placated the dowager with vague assurances. Pei Luobai dared not interject. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she offered a graceful curtsy to Prince Cheng. Your Highness, the child is but young. I beseech your Highness to set aside this matter for now. Prince Cheng scoffed. You are Gu Wenhe's daughter. What deplorable taste led you to marry into the house of Pei? Pei Luobai's face burned with shame. He seethed inwardly, daring not to voice his indignation. How could Prince Cheng denigrate the house of Pei? It was Gu Nanzhi who had benefited from this union. Imperial physician Song. How fares Qian'er? At that moment, Song Liang hastened from the Imperial Academy, his sleeves bearing traces of blood. Song Liang, casting a subtle glance at Gu Nanzhi, bowed and reported, Your Highness, the young prince's eyes are grievously wounded. The entire eyeball has been pierced. I am woefully inadequate to the task. The immediate priority is to preserve the young prince's life. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Prince Cheng's temples throbbed, his eyes suffused with a terrifying crimson hue. He seized Qian'er and flung him to the ground, drawing a whip from his person and lashing out with savage force, roaring, I shall kill you. Prince Cheng was a veteran of countless battlefields, his strikes imbued with merciless power. The whip, bristling with barbs, tore into Qian'er's flesh. Ah! Father, mother, great-grandmother. Save me. After only a few blows, Qian'er's skin was rent and bleeding. The dowager and Zhao Shi averted their gazes. Pei Luobai merely watched, daring not to intervene. Qian'er. Gu Nanzhi suppressed a smile, feigning a collapse and sinking to the ground, emitting a heart-rending cry. This time, she would not foolishly rush forward to shield him from the blows. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, and her smile deepened. Qian'er. Jiang Linyue emerged from the throng, weeping as she rushed to embrace Qian'er. Dear boy, I'm here, fear not. Crack, crack, crack. The barbed whip lashed mercilessly against Jiang Linyue's back, but she bit her lip and remained silent. Qian'er, terrified, clung to her tightly. Who is she? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. The dowager's face darkened upon seeing her arrival. Gu Nanzhi subtly signaled Qiuzi, who promptly burst into tears, exclaiming, She is our young master's wet nurse. Ah, such devotion is usually reserved for a birth mother. A wet nurse displaying such dedication is truly commendable. Jiang Linyue's actions elicited gasps of admiration from the crowd. Gu Nanzhi's heart was consumed with icy contempt. Indeed, only a birth mother could act in such a manner. Get out of my way. Prince Cheng, not one to be trifled with, kicked Jiang Linyue aside, wielding the whip to ensnare Qian'er's neck. He produced a dagger from his sleeve, glaring menacingly at Qian'er. I declared that for every eye you harmed, I would take both of yours. Father, mother, save me. Qian'er was paralyzed with fear, his cries frozen in his throat. Your Highness, restrain yourself. Pei Luobai pleaded. Prince Cheng ignored him, his hand descending. Thud. With Qian'er's agonizing scream, two bloody eyeballs rolled onto the ground. Qian'er immediately lost consciousness. Jiang Linyue shrieked and lunged forward, only to be intercepted by a nearby guard. The dowager and Zhao Shi were too terrified to remain standing. Pei Luobai, consumed with anguish, his eyes reddened, cried, Qian'er. Gu Nanzhi, concealing half her face with a silk handkerchief, calmly observed the scene. This was the fate he deserved in her previous life, the fate she had spared him from. Yet who had ever shown her a modicum of gratitude? Seeing Prince Cheng prepare to sever Qian'er's tendons, her eyes flickered. If he were to die now, would that not be too merciful? Swish. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Prince Cheng. Protect His Highness. The guards surged forward, drawing their swords. Clang. A guard deflected the arrow with his sword, revealing a letter tied to the shaft, addressed to Prince Cheng. The guard promptly presented the letter to the prince. Your Highness. There is a letter attached. Prince Cheng, suspecting an assassination attempt, grimly accepted the letter. Upon reading its contents, his face turned as black as ink. Depart. Return to the manor. He tossed Qian'er aside and turned to leave. On the return journey, Qiuzi, consumed with curiosity, pressed Gu Nanzhi. Miss, what did the letter say? How did it convince Prince Cheng to release Qian'er so easily? Chapter 84. This flavor seems off, let it go? Gu Nanzhi rested her forehead on one hand, her smile radiant as she gazed at Qiuzi. Young Master Qian had already lost the favor of the old matriarch, and now, having sacrificed his eyesight, he had been utterly reduced to a state of helplessness. For him, each day henceforth would be akin to a purgatory on earth. Was this what it meant to let go? As for the contents of that letter, in her previous life, she had inadvertently uncovered a secret related to the Prince of Chung. It was this very secret that had secured young Master Qian's safety. With her almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, she spoke slowly. It is indeed fortunate to have a son in old age. However, what if the child one painstakingly desires is of another's bloodline? Qiu Si's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss, are you suggesting the Prince of Chung, he has been unfaithful? Gu Nanzhi nodded subtly. What kind of man was the Prince of Chung? Displeased with the aging and fading beauty of the princess, who had not borne him a son, he had secretly poisoned her. The current princess had ascended from the position of a secondary consort, relying on the principle of maternal superiority. It was merely a clever ruse involving borrowed seed. Young Master Qian was in Pei Luobai's carriage. Observing his vacant gaze, Jiang Lingyue nearly fainted from weeping. She clutched Pei Luobai's sleeve tightly, her teeth gritted. Xiegu, you know how obedient young Master Qian used to be. It must be that wretched Gu Nanzhi who has deliberately led him astray. You must stand up for young Master Qian. Pei Luobai was already in a state of agitation. After all, he was the only son of the Prince of Chung. Young Master Qian had injured the young Princess Ai. How could the Prince of Chung possibly let this slide? He cast a cold glance at Jiang Lingyue, reprimanding, Silence. Who allowed you to leave the estate? Do you not think things are chaotic enough? Jiang Lingyue was taken aback by his grim demeanor. Meanwhile, the old matriarch and Zhao Shi were nearly paralyzed with fear. I told you he is a disaster. Look at the calamity he has caused. He is intent on bringing ruin upon us all. The old matriarch's face was pale with dread. Zhao Shi, in a state of anxiety, grasped the old matriarch's hand. Mother, what should we do now? The old matriarch's expression darkened, her eyes swirling with malice. What can we do? Once we arrive at the Marquis's residence, Gu Nanzhi will have to bear the blame for improper child rearing and will be punished in the ancestral hall. Taking the initiative, her strategy was indeed astute. It not only silenced the crowd, but also prompted the old matriarch to recall the day young Master Qian had paid his respects to their ancestors when the old Marquis's tablet had inexplicably cracked. The old matriarch shivered with fear and immediately ordered young Master Qian to be moved to the servants' quarters, forbidding even the household physician from treating him. Only Jiang Lingyue remained by his side. As the physician delayed his arrival, she cried out and rushed to the front courtyard. It was only then that Pei Luobai realized what was happening and commanded the physician to attend to young Master Qian immediately. To his surprise, the physician hesitated, and only when Pei Luobai lost his temper did he stammer that it was the old matriarch's command. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Luobai stormed into Hebai courtyard. Confronting the old matriarch, Grandmother, why do you forbid the physician from treating young Master Qian? Do you wish to see him perish? It is not my wish to see him perish, but this disaster of a boy seeks to bring ruin upon us all. Consider, Luobai, since young Master Qian's return, how many misfortunes have befallen the household. This time, he has provoked the Prince of Chung. What manner of temperament does the prince possess? Do you think he will let us off easily? The old matriarch shook her head. No, just wait and see. Even if the Prince of Chung were to blind young Master Qian completely, he would still not spare us. Instead of wasting time here, you should contemplate how to appease the prince's wrath. As for young Master Qian, let fate decide. If he survives, it is his fortune. If not, it is merely his destiny. Pei Luobai was resolute. He insisted on having the physician attend to young Master Qian. Unable to dissuade him, the old matriarch relented. Yet, within the Marquis's residence, she had numerous ways to eliminate a person. She summoned Mama Kong and issued a few instructions before personally visiting the ancestral hall. The Gu family still held value. It was not worth offending Gu Nanzhi and the Gu family over a mere disaster. The household physician prescribed medicine for young Master Qian, but with no one to assist him, Jiang Lingyue was left to brew the medicine herself. Emerging from the ancestral hall, Qiu Si whispered a few words into Gu Nanzhi's ear, who, clutching her handkerchief, smiled. Let us go and check on young Master Qian. After all, I have cared for him for so long. Upon her arrival at the servants' quarters, Jiang Lingyue had just finished preparing the medicine for young Master Qian and was about to feed it to him when she saw Gu Nanzhi approach. Her demeanor defensive as she shielded young Master Qian. What do you want now? Are you satisfied? Qiu Si stepped forward, ready to scold her, but Gu Nanzhi stopped him. Her eyes reddened with concern for young Master Qian. I know you resent me. It is my failure to protect young Master Qian. It is all my fault. I will plead with grandmother to transfer young Master Qian to Lanyue Pavilion for his recovery. Jiang Lingyue shot her a cold glare. Save your feigned sympathy. Gu Nanzhi stood there, her head bowed in silence, exuding an air of deep remorse. Jiang Lingyue picked up a spoon, ready to feed young Master Qian the medicine. Suddenly, Gu Nanzhi raised her gaze, hastily stepping forward to grasp Jiang Lingyue's wrist. Jiang Lingyue glared at her in fury. What do you intend to do? Gu Nanzhi fixed her gaze on the medicine in Jiang Lingyue's hand, lowering her voice. This flavor seems off. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Lingyue attempted to shake off her grip. What nonsense are you spouting? I brewed this medicine myself. I have a penchant for fragrance and am particularly sensitive to flavors. For young Master Qian's sake, it is better to exercise caution. Gu Nanzhi, her eyes pleading, once again grasped Jiang Lingyue's hand. Jiang Lingyue scrutinized her for a moment, as if recollecting something, before pulling the silver hairpin from her head and dipping it into the medicine bowl. Chapter 85. The shattered jade. In a fleeting moment, as she retrieved the silver hairpin, Qiu Xi exclaimed, "Why has this silver hairpin turned black?" Gu Nanzhi cast a glance at her before stepping out. Jiang Lingyue's hand trembled as she held the medicine bowl. It was a mere breath away from her unwittingly causing her son's demise. A grimace contorted her face, her eyes glinting with malice as she forcefully hurled the bowl to the ground, fixing her poisonous gaze upon Gu Nanzhi. "Why do you choose to assist me?" Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze towards Qian Gu. I am not aiding you. Qian Gu has recognized me. I am his mother. It is a mother's duty to protect her child. I wish only for his well-being. Who is it? Jiang Lingyue questioned skeptically, scrutinizing the silver hairpin in her hand, mentally reviewing everyone in the household. The answer was evident. It must be that old crone. With a handkerchief in hand, Gu Nanzhi gently wiped the cold sweat from Qian Gu's brow, her face etched with concern as she glanced back at Jiang Lingyue. Do not make this public just yet. They may resort to other methods. It is all too simple to bring about someone's demise in this marquise. They would likely not dare tamper with the prescription. Hand it to Qiu Xi. I shall have her prepare the medicine anew and quietly deliver it to you after it is brewed in the small kitchen of Langyue Pavilion. Jiang Lingyue found herself with no other recourse. If she sought out Pei Luobai, he would undoubtedly confront the old matriarch. Since the old lady desired Qian Gu's life, if one scheme failed, she would surely devise another. It was better to play along. She handed the prescription to Qiu Xi. Although Gu Nanzhi was not entirely trustworthy, Qian Gu posed no threat to her now. She had no reason to endanger his life. Upon returning to Langyue Pavilion, Gu Nanzhi instructed Qiu Xi to fetch the medicine for Qian Gu. She casually blended a few fragrant herbs, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with a faint glimmer. Was she truly assisting Jiang Lingyue and Qian Gu? No, she merely wished for them to engage in their own mutual destruction. Behind closed doors, the Prince Cheng's residence was bustling with activity, yet the prince kept everything under wraps, allowing no whispers to escape. In the Xie household, Xie dipped his brush into ink, composing a memorial and handing it to Hossan. Take this to the palace. A petition condemning Pei Luobai for his failures in raising his child soon reached the emperor, and it was not the only one. By afternoon, the imperial decree arrived at the Pei family. The marquise was engulfed in trepidation. A father accused of raising his child poorly had been stripped of his post as deputy inspector after only a few days. As the imperial messenger departed, calamity struck. The old matriarch let out a wail, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Mother, grandmother. The marquise descended into chaos. Only Pei Luobai stood there, holding the imperial decree, appearing like a fool in a daze. The old matriarch's words echoed in his mind. Could it be true that Qian Gu was indeed a calamity, that all misfortunes stemmed from him? Gu Nanzhi too felt puzzled. In her previous life, there had been no imperial decree at this juncture. What had transpired in this lifetime? This was fortuitous for her. For days, she had instructed someone to keep an eye on Pei Luobai. That evening, after bathing, she was preparing to rest when Qiu Xi entered. Miss, I have just received word. The young master has gone to the side courtyard to see Qian Gu. Gu Nanzhi's eyes sparkled as she whispered to Qiu Xi, You must go to Shuanghua courtyard at once. Qian Gu had not yet awakened, a thick white gauze covering his eyes. Jiang Lingyue was silently shedding tears when Pei Luobai entered, already aware of his dismissal from office. Qian Gu, I thought you would never come to see Qian Gu again. She rushed forward and embraced Pei Luobai tightly. Pei Luobai, his expression complex, gazed at the unconscious Qian Gu, gently patting her back. You err. Once Qian Gu's condition stabilizes, I will send you both to the country estate. It is peaceful there, suitable for Qiangu's recovery. Jiang Lingyue raised her eyes, disbelief etched across her face. Qiangu, do you wish to abandon me and Qiangu? A cold laughter welled up inside her. How could he think of distancing himself from them now that Qiangu was in such a state? Pei Luobai placed his hands on her shoulders. Speaking each word with conviction, Yuer, am I such a person? How could I forsake you and Qiangu? I merely wish for you to avoid the storm for a time. Once Qiangu is well, I will certainly bring you both back. Inside, Jiang Lingyue screamed, you are. Even as fury threatened to consume her, she maintained a facade of vulnerability. I understand, Qiangu, that you are doing this for our sake. I will obey you. She leaned her head against his chest, her voice soft and delicate. Qiangu, may I bear you another child? On the bed, Qiangu's fingers twitched slightly. Pei Luobai replied gently, all right. Jiang Lingyue realized that he was merely placating her. She keenly perceived his body stiffening slightly. He was unwilling. As they embraced, a voice called from outside. Young master, Mou has come seeking you. She says concubine Wanqi is unwell and has suddenly vomited. She wishes for you to come take a look. Pei Luobai's eyes lit up. Is Wanqi with child? His face beamed with unrestrained joy as he glanced at Jiang Lingyue. Take good care of Qiangu. I will come to see you both when I have the chance. With that, he turned and left. Jiang Lingyue fixed a cold stare at his retreating figure, akin to a serpent lying in wait in the shadows, ready to strike. She intended to bear him another child. And he dared to deceive her? That wretched Wanqi, merely suspected of being with child, had him so elated? Why should she be the only one in anguish over Qiangu's misfortunes? She would ensure their suffering was not so easily forgotten. Even the old matriarch was stirred by the news. Though the physician had confirmed that Wanqi merely had an upset stomach, the old matriarch remained exuberant. She looked at Mama Kong with renewed energy. You must immediately find a few obedient and well-behaved maidservants to arrange for Luobai in his chambers. Mama Kong was efficient, and within half a day, the task was accomplished. The first to learn of this was Gu Nanzhi, her eyes sparkling with amusement. The old matriarch certainly knows how to handle things. When Xiao Xi delivered medicine to Qiangu, she inadvertently let slip a remark, causing Jiang Lingyue's hand holding the medicine bowl to stiffen. She lowered her eyes, darkness clouding her gaze. Was one Wanqi not enough? Qiangu had yet to awaken, and they were already so eager. Today marked the day of Pei Zhaojiang's apprenticeship, and Jian Yunjai was particularly lively. Who among those invited by the esteemed scholar, Zhou was not of high status. Zhou the esteemed scholar personally welcomed guests at the entrance with Pei Zhaojiang by his side. Upon seeing Xia and I arrive, Zhou forced a smile, exchanging pleasantries while instructing Pei Zhaojiang to guide him. As the two initially passed by each other, they gradually found themselves walking side by side. Pei Zhaojiang felt uneasy and attempted to distance himself, but somehow stumbled and collided with Xia and I. With a clatter, the jade pendant at Xia Ni's waist fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The jade was translucent, devoid of any impurities, clearly of considerable value. Chapter 86. A request. Pei Zhaojiang was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly apologized to Xia and I. My lord, it was not my intention. May I inquire about the value of this jade pendant? I am willing to compensate accordingly. Xia and I smiled gently, albeit with a hint of aloofness. It is not a particularly precious item. Let us leave it be. However, Pei Zhaojiang remained insistent, holding on to his pride. Xia and I cast a glance at Huitzen, who bowed and remarked, I recall that this jade pendant was purchased by the lord for 3,500 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhaojiang's expression stiffened. He had anticipated it to be valuable, but he never imagined it would be worth such a sum, which he could not afford. After a moment of contemplation, he was about to broach the subject of negotiating a payment plan with the Prime Minister when Xia and I chuckled lightly. I sense a fragrance of ink about young Master Pei. There is no need for silver. Let that ink serve as compensation. Huitzen raised his gaze, casting a discreet look at him. My lord, you are rather like the large dog at the entrance, bluntly expressing your desire for the ink. Must you make such a show? Have you not noticed how pale young Master Pei has turned? Pei Zhaojiang found himself in a dilemma. That inkstone had been a gift from his sister-in-law, and how could he part with it? Xia and I remained unperturbed, maintaining an air of calmness. Then let young Master Pei compensate with 3,500 taels of silver. Huitzen, who was responsible for collecting the payment, stepped forward and extended his hand. My lord's time is exceedingly precious. I kindly ask young Master Pei not to waste it. Pei Zhaojiang's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. He possessed less than 1,000 taels of silver, which was gifted by his sister-in-law. Xia and I, fully aware of his financial constraints, did not press him further. He exchanged a glance with Huatzin and decided to seek Zhou Lingheng later. Huatzin nodded in agreement. Adhering to the principle that debts should be repaid by the debtor's kin, and the same for students and teachers, an approach consistent with the Lord's usual style. As Xia and I moved past Pei Zhaojiang, he was suddenly halted. "My lord, please wait." Pei Zhaojiang bowed deeply, reluctantly producing the inkstone gifted to him by Gu Nanzhi. Huatzin received it with utmost reverence and presented it to Xia and I. "This is indeed fine ink. May I ask where young Master Pei acquired it? I would like to procure a few pieces myself," Xia and I remarked, sniffing the ink. Pei Zhaojiang replied honestly, "In response to your lordship, this inkstone was not purchased but rather given to me by someone else. I fear you may not be able to acquire it." Sensing the faint scent of plum blossom, Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Do you favor plum blossoms, young Master Pei?" Pei Zhaojiang felt warmth in his heart. Indeed. As Xia and I toyed with the inkstone, he noticed the name engraved on its side. His expression darkened as he carefully traced the characters of Pei Zhaojiang's name. The ink was exquisite, yet that name was rather irksome. Having his own bamboo loft at Jianyan Studio, he ascended to it without sparing Huatzin a glance. Intent on retrieving a knife, Huatzin promptly produced his own dagger, filled with confusion. The Lord had already secured the ink. Why did he still appear dissatisfied? A commotion arose at the entrance, and Huatzin looked up. "My lord, the crown prince has arrived." Xia and I feigned indifference, focusing on meticulously erasing Pei Zhaojiang's name with the dagger, only to inscribe his own name on the opposite side. His gaze remained frigid. The scent was not entirely to his liking. "Do you still remember what fragrance I favor?" Meanwhile, when paying respects to the old matriarch, Gu Nanzhi consulted her regarding bringing Qian Gu to Lanyue Pavilion. The matriarch, reasoning that the child had little time left, permitted the visit for a more peaceful farewell. Pei Luobai was determined to send Zhang Linyue and Qian Gu to the estate outside the city. During dinner at Lanyue Pavilion, he was unaware that Qian Gu and Zhang Linyue were both present. "Young master," Gu Nanzhi set down her chopsticks and stood, stepping back before Pei Luobai could extend his hand. He got straight to the point. "Ji, after much consideration, I have decided to send Qian Gu and Yunyang to the estate outside the city." Gu Nanzhi served him a bowl of soup. "Young master, it may not be wise to move Qian Gu, who is still recovering. The weather is still cold, and there are no skilled physicians at the estate." Pei Luobai's expression darkened, shadows creeping under his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Gu Nanzhi. "Ji, do you not think that all misfortunes have begun since Qian Gu arrived?" Gu Nanzhi was taken aback. "Young master, how could you think this way?" She discreetly glanced towards the inner chamber. Pei Luobai's countenance grew grave. "Perhaps grandmother is right. Qian Gu is indeed a calamity. I have made my decision. In a few days, I shall send Qian Gu to the estate outside the city. This is for the best for everyone." Zhang Linyue, listening from the inner chamber, felt her body tense with anger. How could Pei Luobai think of Qian Gu as a calamity? "Yunyang, do not worry. I will persuade the young master to let you both stay." After Pei Luobai departed, Gu Nanzhi gently comforted Zhang Linyue. Zhang Linyue looked at her gratefully. "Young master's wife, may I go out for a moment to the temple to pray for Qian Gu's safety?" Gu Nanzhi readily agreed. The following day, after Qian Gu had breakfast and taken his medicine, Zhang Linyue stepped out. As she left, Gu Nanzhi instructed Qiu Xi in a low voice, "Keep a close watch on her." Concerned for Qian Gu, Zhang Linyue returned swiftly. Xia Ling was stationed outside, and Qiu Xi hurriedly entered. "Miss." Those watching over Yunyang said she left the Marquis's residence and went to a pharmacy to buy. Her ears flushed crimson as she spoke. "Enough. No need to elaborate. I understand." Gu Nanzhi chuckled softly. Her suspicions were confirmed. Zhang Linyue had reached the end of her rope and resorted to this singular option. Tomorrow, they were to attend a banquet at the Lu residence. As night approached, just before bedtime, Zhang Linyue knelt before Gu Nanzhi. "Young master's wife, I have a request." Chapter 87. The banquet. On the day of the banquet, it was imperative for Gu Nanzhi to pay her respects to the old lady and the Zhao family. As was customary, the old lady had early on summoned a carriage, adorned in a splendid dark red robe, her head crowned with jewels and a sapphire-embellished headband, exuding an air of regal dignity. Despite the turmoil in the marquisate, her spirit remained undaunted, showing no signs of despair. Although Zhao was also dressed in finery, Her presence lacked the commanding aura of the old lady. As the time to depart for the banquet approached, the old lady's expression darkened upon seeing Gu Nanzhi accompanied by Jiang Lingyue. Her disdain for Jiang Lingyue and her son had deepened to the core. Zhi, is there truly no one else in the household to bring along? Why have you brought her? Once willing to maintain a semblance of peace, the old lady had abandoned all pretense after learning of Pei Luobai's intention to send the mother and son to the estate. Gu Nanzhi, radiant in her light purple gown with flowing sleeves and a white cloud-patterned cloak, emanated a subtle fragrance. Her simple yet elegant hair ornament featured a teardrop-shaped purple gemstone that accentuated her beauty. Grandmother, it seems that last night Xia Ling caught a chill and is suffering from a high fever today. With only these two maidservants to accompany me, I thought it best to bring Yunyang along. Otherwise, if I only had Qi Ci, it would invite ridicule upon our marquise. She feigned concern for the marquise, looking earnestly at the old lady. If you believe Yunyang is unsuitable, what are your hesitations? This indeed was Jiang Lingyue's request from the previous night. As she anticipated their imminent departure to the estate, she wished to accompany Gu Nanzhi to the Liu family's banquet, hoping to broaden her horizons and make the journey worthwhile. The old lady shot her a glare, pondering how to respond. If she were to disallow Yunyang, it might provoke unwanted thoughts. And with Pei Luobai finally weary of them, introducing further complications would be unwise. She resolved to let it go and, noticing Pei Luobai's absence, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Why hasn't Luobai arrived yet?" Gu Nanzhi sensed the old lady's eventual acquiescence, though Jiang Lingyue felt some anxiety. However, seeing the old lady's lack of further insistence brought her relief. Today was her last chance. Just then, Jiang Ling arrived and conveyed the old lady's message. The young master has decided not to attend today. You need not wait for him. Foolish child. Zhi, go persuade Luobai. He must attend the banquet at the Liu residence. The more he avoids public view, the more the marquise will be looked down upon. He not only needs to attend, but should do so with dignity and grace. 6 years have passed. There is nothing from the past that cannot be faced. The old lady's countenance, although slightly somber, bore the wisdom of experience. Naturally, Gu Nanzhi intended to go. Such an important occasion would lose its significance without Pei Luobai's presence. Qi Ci held the attire she had prepared for him and made her way to Frost Blossom Courtyard. In this realm of tenderness, even if Pei Luobai was not a hero, he had succumbed to its charm, isolating himself in Frost Blossom Courtyard, reveling in wine with Wanqi. Upon Gu Nanzhi's arrival, he had yet to rise. Wanqi, concerned for Gu Nanzhi's affairs, gently urged Pei Luobai, "My lord, the old lady has spoken. It seems you cannot decline today. May I assist you in dressing?" Pei Luobai, with a stern expression, abruptly embraced Wanqi and shouted towards the outside, "Get out. All of you get out. If anyone dares utter another word, I will expel them from the marquise, no exceptions." Qi Ci glanced at Gu Nanzhi with concern. Aware that persuading the young master would be no easy feat, Gu Nanzhi stood outside, composed, her voice calm. If the young master wishes to evade his noble title and hide forever in Frost Blossom Courtyard, then so be it. But he must be prepared. The world is forgetful. They may mock the marquise for a time, but from today onward, they will ridicule the young master for a lifetime. I, along with grandmother and the other ladies, are unafraid. If you are frightened, I shall return to grandmother and ensure she grants your wish. With that, Gu Nanzhi turned to leave, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. No one understood Pei Luobai better than she did, and she was confident in her ability to navigate this situation with ease. Thus, she felt no urgency. Qi Ci appeared hesitant to speak, but Gu Nanzhi offered her an assuring glance. Suddenly, as she took a few steps, the door behind her swung open. Startled, she turned back to see Pei Luobai standing in thin inner garments, barefoot at the threshold. "I knew nothing could break the young master." She offered a perfunctory compliment. Pei Luobai gazed at the woman bathed in the cool sunlight, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "I have prepared the attire for today's banquet," Gu Nanzhi signaled to Qi Ci, who promptly stepped forward. Pei Luobai glanced at her gown, then at the rich purple robe in Qi Ci's hands, which still exuded a hint of fragrance. His voice was hoarse. "Zhi." She still cared for him. There remained a place for him in her heart. They arrived neither too early nor too late. The Duke of Dinggua's residence was already bustling with distinguished guests. Pei Luobai traveled in one carriage, while Gu Nanzhi and the old lady shared another. Upon encountering Jiang Lingyue, Pei Luobai exhibited no reaction, and throughout the journey, Jiang Lingyue remained unobtrusive, barely noticeable. As the Marquis members disembarked, a voice rang out. "Oh, is that not the eldest sister? I heard that not long ago, her great-grandson offended the King Cheng, leading to Luo Bai's dismissal. I thought surely she would not show her face at the banquet today, yet here she is. How unfortunate that despite studying for decades, I could never attain the grace of my eldest sister." The speaker was the old lady of the Chen family, the younger sister of the old lady. Though she had married a minor official of the 5th rank, her words immediately captured the attention of all present. With a sigh of mock lament, she continued, "Why must my face be so thin?" Facing the crowd's gaze, Pei Luobai's expression tightened. His foolish pride urged him to flee, but he stood his ground. Knowing it was Gu Nanzhi who had placed him in this humiliating situation, casting a resentful glance in her direction, Zhao wished to retaliate. But the old lady silenced her with a single look. Displaying an air of serene composure, the old lady responded to Madame Chun, "Naturally, I am a legitimate daughter, while my sister is but a concubine born. What she learned in the boudoir from her aunties hardly qualifies her to grace such an esteemed gathering." As she surveyed the assembly, she remarked, "Life is unpredictable. Who can guarantee perpetual smooth sailing? The ebbs and flows of fortune are the norm. Today may see one at their lowest, yet who knows what opportunities may arise in the future." With that, she led the Pei family members, dignified and untroubled, into the Duke's residence. Madame Chun, having been thwarted, wore a grim expression as she led her clan into the Duke's abode behind them. Suddenly, Gu Nanzhi felt a chilling gaze upon her, causing her to hesitate slightly. Casually glancing back, she caught sight of an anticipated figure entering her line of vision. Chapter 88. The Feast, Part 2. Qinjing, the venerable matriarch's own grandson, garnered but a fleeting glance from Gu Nanzhi. Her almond-shaped eyes, shimmering with an ethereal glow, betrayed a memory she could not shake. The previous incarnation of this very celebration at the Lu residence had been marred by events that tarnished her reputation, leaving her vulnerable to scorn and casting a shadow over her relationship with Pei Luobai. Now, the day for retribution had arrived. The Lu household resonated with jubilation. Jiang Linyu, never straying far, exuded a subtle fragrance, discernible only to those, like Gu Nanzhi, familiar with the nuances of perfumes. Kong Mama, under the matriarch's watchful eye, vigilantly guarded Jiang Linyu, relaxing only when the latter showed no inclination to approach the young marquis. "My dearest elder sister and third sister have arrived. I have been awaiting your presence." The Lu matriarch, adorned in crimson, radiated benevolence as she extended a warm welcome. Gu Nanzhi lowered her gaze, her limpid eyes hardening with a touch of frost. The women of the Bai family were not to be underestimated, and the Lu matriarch's machinations were no less subtle than her counterparts. In her previous life, she suspected the Lu matriarch's involvement in the incident that had befallen her. "It has been too long, second sister. I trust you are in good health," the matriarch remarked, seizing the Lu matriarch's arm with practiced grace. The Lu matriarch subtly disengaged, her gaze shifting to Pei Luobai and Gu Nanzhi. "Luobai and Ji have been married for many years now. Why is it that you have no offspring? With this period of leisure, Luobai, you must endeavor to ensure your aunt has an invitation to your home next year." Her words, though veiled, carried a sharp barb. The matriarch retorted, "Patience, second sister. The Marquisite's fortunes are not limited to this alone. There will be ample opportunities for you to attend." After paying their respects to the Lu matriarch, Pei Luobai departed for the front courtyard, while the women remained in the rear. "Sister-in-law, I am your Qin family relative. Do you recall me?" A woman with an unfamiliar face addressed Gu Nanzhi with familiarity. Seated at the same table, she bore a striking resemblance to Gu Nanzhi, albeit with a touch of provinciality. How could Gu Nanzhi not recognize her? This was Lu, Qinjing's wife. Though several years her junior, her face bore the marks of premature aging. "I am aware. You are the legitimate wife of Qinjing, my maternal aunt's cousin. Our paths have indeed crossed today." The sight of Lu repulsed Gu Nanzhi, for in her previous life, they had been seated at the same table. "Indeed, sister-in-law, our paths have crossed," Lu replied with a saccharine smile, though it would have been more convincing had she concealed the malice in her eyes. Gu Nanzhi feigned ignorance. Guests continued to arrive, their numbers swelling. The Chun matriarch, referencing Pei Zhaojiang, had managed to thoroughly displease the matriarch and Zhao, highlighting the success of an illegitimate son over the legitimate heir. A bitter pill for them to swallow. Gu Nanzhi cast a disapproving glance, silently noting the slight. Was she not inviting trouble for her third brother? The front courtyard was equally lively. Marquis Dinghua, receiving guests, was interrupted by a messenger. Marquis, the Grand Secretary has arrived. The Marquis was taken aback, recalling that the Liu family had no personal ties with Xian'ai, and thus no invitation had been extended. Furthermore, Xian'ai had no female companions, making his presence all the more perplexing. Was he seeking to inflict emotional pain? Or perhaps he wished to glimpse the joys of a large family. Regardless, he is a guest. Quickly, welcome the Grand Secretary, the Marquis instructed, swiftly recovering. This was the Grand Secretary, after all, a figure many sought to curry favor with. Though he had not considered it, he would not refuse the outstretched hand. He personally greeted Xian'ai. Xian'ai, clad in a white robe, his waist cinched, wore a matching cloak. The ink wash painting on the back evoked a sense of profound artistry, perfectly complementing his persona. He appeared gentle, yet possessed an ethereal quality, enigmatic and elusive. I have arrived uninvited, and hope the Marquis will forgive me. The Xia residence is desolate, and I wish to partake in the joyous atmosphere and congratulate the Marquis. He spoke with humility, a true gentleman from a painting. Huatsun promptly presented the gifts. His master had been acting increasingly peculiar of late. A solitary figure, he was now attending a banquet so tedious that one could write an entire treatise on it. Alas, this is unprecedented, he mused. The Marquis arranged for Xia and I to be seated. As noon approached, the guests had arrived, and the banquet commenced. Gu Nanzhi glanced at Liu, lowered her eyes slightly, and pretended to raise her teacup. Liu immediately reached for the dish in front of Gu Nanzhi. "Ah!" Liu exclaimed, feigning clumsiness as she bumped into Gu Nanzhi, spilling tea onto her dress. "Sister-in-law, I am so sorry. It was unintentional." She immediately produced a handkerchief to wipe the tea, but the dress was already soaked. "It is of no consequence," Gu Nanzhi replied, gently pushing Liu's hand away. Repulsed by her touch, the Liu matriarch, sensing the situation, instructed a servant to lead her to a changing room. Gu Nanzhi rose, instructing Jiang Linyu to retrieve a spare dress from the carriage. She knew Jiang Linyu had been waiting for this opportunity, and, coincidentally, so had she. In the front courtyard, as the guests were drinking, a servant stealthily approached Chen Jing, whispering in his ear. Chen Jing glanced up, and, unnoticed, excused himself. As soon as he left, Xian'ai's head snapped up. His eyes, usually gentle, were now unfathomable, eerily calm, like the stillness before a storm. He instructed Huatsun to inform the Marquis, and with polite excuses, he departed. The maid led Gu Nanzhi to a secluded guest room. Upon entering, before the maid could leave, Gu Nanzhi instructed Qiu Xi, "Go and see why Yunyang has not arrived. She must not get lost." Qiu Xi turned and left. "Madam, please wait here," the maid said before retreating. Alone, Gu Nanzhi held her breath, quickly dousing the incense with water. She then retrieved a handkerchief and hid behind the curtains in the inner chamber. In her previous life, she had been careless, lacking any suspicion. As a connoisseur of fragrances, she had fallen victim to such crude tactics. Soon, hurried footsteps approached. The door creaked open, and someone entered. Chapter 89. The banquet. As the footsteps drew nearer, Gu Nanzhi immediately held her breath, her cold apricot eyes gleaming with intensity. Upon seeing Liu's face, she should have anticipated this, but regrettably, in her past life, she was naive and foolish, only realizing the plot against her after it was too late. The individual indeed entered the inner chamber, and she concealed herself behind the curtain, clutching the handkerchief tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. When he passed in front of the curtain, she silently emerged, lunging at him from behind, her slender wrist reaching forward to cover his mouth and nose with the handkerchief. Unexpectedly, he was remarkably alert, seizing Gu Nanzhi's delicate wrist and turning abruptly. Their eyes met, and she was momentarily stunned. How could it be him? Where was Chen Jing? The Prime Minister? Her face was a canvas of astonishment, and as she attempted to halt her advance, it was too late. Inertia propelled her into Xian'ai's embrace, leaving her nose tinged red from the impact. Warmth enveloped her, and Xian'ai's gaze was deep and inscrutable, his throat involuntarily bobbing as he looked down at the petite figure in his arms, inhaling her unique scent, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, he finally regained his voice, gravely asking, "Are you all right?" Gu Nanzhi hurriedly tightened her grip on the handkerchief and lifted her tear-filled eyes, her nose reddened from the collision, a mist gathering in her apricot eyes. She stifled the sting in her nostrils and shook her head in response to Xian'ai. Unbeknownst to her, her appearance stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Has the Prime Minister come to the Lu residence for the banquet as well? Gu Nanzhi pondered, bewildered. For in her previous life, Xia and I had not been present. Just as Xia and I was about to speak, a raucous voice interrupted, Hee. Nothing tastes better than Huadiao wine, and nothing is more fun than. Sister-in-law, I'm here. Chen Jing stumbled in, slightly inebriated. Xia Ni's eyes darkened. A swirling tempest brewing within, his aura chillingly fierce, almost palpable. Hearing Chen Jing's reckless words, Gu Nanzhi felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, her fingers trembling around the handkerchief. Do not be afraid. Xia and I gently released her, his fingertips still lingering with her warmth, recalling their previous intimate position. His ears flushed with a delicate pink hue. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Nanzhi. In the next moment, Chen Jing collided into the inner chamber. Xia Ni's voice was calm yet firm. Is that so? Ah, Prime Minister, how could it be you? Chen Jing gasped, collapsing onto the floor, his face as pale as a ghost, trembling under Xia Ni's piercing gaze. Gu Nanzhi stood silently behind him, observing his back. Despite knowing he was not a paragon of virtue, in that moment, he exuded a peculiar sense of security. How do you wish to proceed? Xia Ni's half-shadowed face bore a chilling smile, the other half illuminated, a striking contrast to his usual dignified demeanor, appearing both wild and ruthless. Prime Minister, I was wrong. I will leave at once. Chen Jing stammered, terror gripping him as he scrambled to his feet and fled. Where do you think you're going? Did the Prime Minister permit your departure? Huatsin suddenly appeared before him like a ghost, effortlessly gripping his neck. The chill emanating from behind made Chen Jing shiver involuntarily. It was over. The Prime Minister was angry. Not even a passing fly would escape his wrath. Xia Ni's voice remained devoid of emotion. You know how to handle this. Huatsin understood well, covering Chen Jing's mouth as he dragged him away. When someone provokes the Prime Minister, in moments of anger, he would typically demand disposal, which implied granting him a breath of life, leaving him barely alive. This matter was intricate. One must not only incapacitate him, but also leave no incriminating evidence. Thank you for your timely rescue, my lord. Once they departed, Gu Nanzhi stepped out from behind Xia and I and bowed respectfully to him. If we are to speak of saving grace, madam, you are my benefactor. Xia and I gazed down at her, his eyes dark and profound, perfectly framed to view her graceful neck. Between us, there is no need for excessive courtesy henceforth. In her past life, shortly after Chen Jing barged in, Lu led a group into the room, accusing Gu Nanzhi of seducing him. Even with her virgin token intact, she could not cleanse her name of the mud that stained it, and her reputation plummeted, becoming a disgrace to the Marquis household. She hastily departed with Xia and I. No sooner had they left than Lu entered with several ladies. Sister-in-law, are you here? Confused by the empty room, Lu searched fruitlessly until she finally turned away, begrudgingly accepting her failure. It was only after marrying into the Chun family that she realized she was merely a substitute. On their wedding night, when Chen Jing consummated their marriage, he repeatedly called her sister-in-law, which nauseated her. She had long harbored suspicions about the two sisters-in-law in the family until that year when she visited the Marquis and saw Gu Nanzhi, clearly witnessing the infatuation and madness in his eyes. It was then she resolved to ruin Gu Nanzhi, eagerly anticipating this opportunity. Yet, despite her efforts, she returned empty-handed after searching the neighboring guest rooms with the other ladies. Something terrible has happened. Someone has fallen into the water. Soon, a commotion echoed throughout the Duke's residence. By the time Chen Jing was pulled from the water, he had drowned, his body in a deplorable state. Such a tragic incident at a banquet cast a pall over the guests. My grandson. The old matriarch wept inconsolably. Husband, wake up. Lu was heartbroken, collapsing onto Chen Jing's lifeless body, unable to pull away. Suddenly, with tears streaming down her face, she raised her blurred vision and loudly accused. It must be Gu Nanzhi who caused my husband's death. Chapter 90. The banquet. The assembled guests wore perplexed expressions, all gazing at Lu. Chen Jing was dead. What relation did this have to the wife of the heir of the Duke of Cheng'an? Concerned for the reputation of the Duke's household, the elderly matriarch's countenance darkened. Lu. Chen Jing's demise due to drunken misadventure and drowning has nothing to do with Xi. Do not slander others with baseless accusations. Zhao also scolded angrily. Are you so grief-stricken that you lash out like a mad dog? The death occurring within the estate was no trivial matter. The Duke of Dinghua had already sent someone to report the incident to the Ministry of Justice. The messenger was none other than Gu Nanzhi, who cast a detached glance at Lu. Madam, Do you possess any evidence to support your claims? Lu's expression stiffened. She had no evidence. Seeing her silence, Gu Nanzhi pressed. Or perhaps you are privy to some insider knowledge that others are not. Lu bit her lip, staring at the deceased. How could she possibly speak? Was she to confess their schemes against Gu Nanzhi? Gu Nanzhi smiled lightly. Bring this lady to the Ministry of Justice. Once there, we have methods to elicit her words. Lu was struck with fear. No, I do not wish to go to the ministry. I have committed no offense. By what right do you take me there? The old matriarch glared at her, thinking her a fool. Regardless of how Jing died, they could only bear this silent humiliation. Did they intend to expose their schemes against Gu Nanzhi? The accusation of slandering the heir's wife would suffice. From Lu's reaction, Gu Nanzhi discerned there were deeper matters at play, possibly linked to Ji. He yearned to interrogate Lu immediately, confident that no matter how obstinate she was, he would ensure her confession. Lu understood she could not go to the ministry. That place was treacherous. She quickly changed her tune. My lord, I was overwhelmed with grief and spoke out of turn. My husband's death was merely an accident, having nothing to do with the heir's wife. Yet Gu Nanzhi was unwilling to let her off the hook. So, you admit to having slandered the heir's wife? Lu's face went pale, her lips trembling. Unable to utter a word, Gu Nanzhi smiled slyly, gesturing toward Lu. Madam, please. Lu was horrified. Grandmother, save me. The elder matriarch finally spoke. My lord. My granddaughter spoke carelessly due to her grief. She acknowledges her mistake. Surely we need not escalate this to the ministry? Ultimately, it was the elder matriarch of the Lu family who interjected. It is not a grave matter. I implore you, Master Gu, to give me some consideration. Only then did Gu Nanzhi relent. He surveyed the room, but did not see Gu Nanzhi, feeling a twinge of unease. May I, with all due respect, remain for a drink? His gaze subtly swept over Lu, ice radiating from him. What a family the Chens were. This favor was indeed granted by the Lu family. What had transpired with Ji? Where are you taking me? Pei Luobai followed Jiang Lingyue, displaying clear impatience. Jiang Lingyue first retrieved clothing for Gu Nanzhi from the carriage, and then sought out Pei Luobai in the front courtyard. She discerned that Lu was acting with intent. And recalling Lu's resemblance to Gu Nanzhi, a plan began to form in her mind. She harbored disdain for Pei Luobai's callousness and for Wanshi, that wretched woman. But her deepest resentment was reserved for Gu Nanzhi, the one who had stolen her son and brought him to ruin. Just as Jiang Lingyue was about to speak, she suddenly caught sight of two figures, her eyes gleaming with feigned surprise. Look, is that not the heir's wife? And who is that man beside her? On the brown branches, a few pale pink apricot blossoms had begun to bloom. Pei Luobai followed her gaze and immediately spotted the figures beneath the tree. His pupils constricted sharply, his expression fracturing into a mask of fury. Did she not claim to not know the Prime Minister? Then what are they doing together? This is for you, madam. Xie and I took out a pristine handkerchief, neatly folded, and handed it to Gu Nanzhi, his demeanor gentle. Thank you, madam. Gu Nanzhi momentarily paused, then reached out to accept it. She did not wish for a deeper connection with Xie and I. Taking the handkerchief, she performed a courteous gesture, preparing to depart. However, Xie and I suddenly spoke. Madam, please wait. Gu Nanzhi looked at him in surprise as he slowly extended his hand toward her, instinctively sidestepping. He plucked a fallen petal from her hair. From Pei Luobai's perspective, the two figures appeared intertwined, seemingly oblivious to decorum, igniting a blaze of fury within him. He strode forward, intent on confronting Gu Nanzhi. At that moment, Xianyi's cold gaze flickered with a glint of ice. He abruptly raised his eyes. Who goes there? They were nearly discovered, but Jiang Lingyue, quick-witted, pulled Pei Luobai into a nearby rockery. The two were close enough that their scents mingled, creating a new, alluring fragrance. Jiang Lingyue pressed against his chest, while he leaned against the rockery, both frozen in place, not daring to even breathe. After all, that was the current Prime Minister. A mere gesture could lead them to ruin. A dark ire swirled in Pei Luobai's eyes. It was no wonder Gu Nanzhi had been cold towards him since his return. She had evidently allied herself with Xie and I, that wanton harlot. Xianyi's gaze was imbued with a frigid intensity. He was unafraid of gossip, but dreaded involving her. He took a few steps forward, preparing to investigate further. Suddenly, Huitsun appeared, his expression grave. My lord, urgent news has arrived. The crown prince has been attacked. The emperor is furious and summons you to the palace immediately. Xie and I halted, glancing back at Gu Nanzhi. You, be careful. Gu Nanzhi nodded respectfully. Thank you, my lord. Xianni's gaze lingered on her a moment longer before he and Hua Xin departed hastily. Gu Nanzhi watched their retreating figures, recalling that in her previous life, she had no connection with Xianni. How was it that in this life, she encountered him at every turn? Quite perplexing. She proceeded cautiously towards the direction Xianni had looked, curious to uncover who had been there. After a few steps, Xianni paused, looking at Huasan. From today onward, have Ling Long protect her closely. Ensure she is never out of sight. If she encounters any danger, bring her head to me. Huasan widened his eyes. My lord, are you referring to the heir's wife? What are you planning? Xianni's gaze shot towards him, causing Huasan to feel as though he had brushed against death. He shivered. As you command. Upon reflection, it seemed that the lord was not merely contemplating gaining favor. He was already on that path. Who was Ling Long? She was the leader of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, renowned for her skills, tasked with gathering intelligence for the lord. Notably, she was a woman. Was this a case of underutilization? Xianni lowered his gaze, leisurely stroking the beads on his wrist, reflecting on the Chun and Lu families. By the time Gu Nanzhi reached the rockery, it was deserted, leaving behind only a faint trace of fragrance. Her long raven feathers fluttered, her eyes darkening. Pei Luobai and Jiang Lingwei had just been here, meaning they had witnessed her encounter with Xianni. Pei Luobai, the most suspicious of them, would likely stir up trouble. Gigi, what are you doing here? She was lost in thought when a voice suddenly emerged from behind her, startling her. Chapter 91. Swaying hearing that familiar voice, Gu Nanzhi smiled. Brother, what brings you to the Lu family? She was quite curious, wondering if he too had come for the banquet, and where his wife was. However, she recalled that there was no close relationship between the Lu family and theirs. Gu Nanshan shook his head, succinctly stating, Chen Jing is dead. The Duke of Dinghua has reported the case. I am here to investigate. Gu Nanzhi was taken aback. What do you mean Chen Jing is dead? How did he die? He slipped and drowned after drinking. Gu Nanzhi's eyes widened in alarm as she lowered her gaze to conceal her shock. A tumult of emotions surged within her. She had thought that Xianni's subordinates would merely teach Chen Jing a lesson, but she never imagined they would take his life. Having spent considerable time in the Ministry of Justice, Gu Nanshan had honed his keen perception. Gigi, do you know something? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Nanzhi shook her head. Brother, I am just a bit frightened. Gu Nanshan fixed his gaze upon her, adopting a teasing tone. Lu has accused you, claiming you harmed Chen Jing. Don't you intend to explain yourself to me? Gu Nanzhi's expression turned icy. Her suspicions had proven correct. Lu and Chun had conspired against her. It was likely that even the matriarchs of the Chun and Lu families were involved. During her time in the boudoir, the matriarch had always suppressed and controlled them. Now that the Ho family had fallen from grace, their desire for revenge seemed justified, but they had no right to target her. Brother, Gu Nanzhi contemplated and revealed the details of Chen Jing's conspiracy with Lu against her. Instead of anger, Gu Nanshan laughed, albeit with a chilling smile. I knew Lu would not attack you without reason. It seems they have harbored such vile intentions, daring to scheme against you. As for Chen Jing's death, he hesitated to ask, yet she could not be blamed for it. Seeing Gu Nanzhi shake her head, he finally exhaled, a fond smile gracing his face. Gigi, it is not worth sullying your hands over such a scoundrel. Do not involve yourself in this matter. If anyone bullies you, simply tell your brother, I have my ways. Realizing he must not corrupt his sister's innocence or frighten her, he fell silent. A glint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Very well. The Lu and Chen families, are they? In this capital, how many noble families can withstand the scrutiny of the Ministry of Justice? I have my means to deal with them. His mind was plagued by another question. Who had taken Chen Jing's life? As the two conversed, Qiu Xi approached, bringing Gu Nanzhi a fresh gown. Noble women always carried spare clothes. Seeing Gu Nanzhi unharmed, Qiu Xi surmised that Lu and her ilk dared not act recklessly again. Gu Nanshan cautioned her several times to return home swiftly, and once assured of her safety, he returned to the Ministry of Justice. Chen Jing's death was like a small stone cast into a lake, stirring only minor ripples. With so many nobles present, the banquet must continue. After changing into a clean gown, Gu Nanzhi rejoined the other ladies. Madame Chun and Lu had already taken Chen Jing's body away. Upon her return, the matriarch of the Lu family's gaze flickered. This seemingly unassuming girl turned out to be quite formidable. Lu's words had left their mark, subtle yet noticeable. As several scrutinizing gazes turned towards her, dressed in a gown of delicate pink, adorned with new accessories, Gu Nanzhi appeared even more radiant and dignified. She accepted the attention of the onlookers with composure. "It is truly heartbreaking to hear of the misfortune that has befallen Cousin Chun," she remarked, directing her gaze toward the matriarch of the Liu family, her voice tinged with sorrow. The Liu matriarch expertly feigned distress, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, managing to squeeze out a few genuine tears, making her grief appear sincere. Madame Zhao cast a reproachful glance at Gu Nanzhi, chastising her for returning so late, which had given Liu the opportunity to malign her and tarnish the whole family's reputation. The matriarch's sharp eyes briefly scrutinized Gu Nanzhi before withdrawing her gaze. Having witnessed Gu Nanshan's formidable presence, no one dared utter a word of dissent. Gu Nanzhi's almond-shaped eyes glimmered with a hint of cold mirth. She waited to see how the true drama would unfold. Jiang Lingyue pulled Pei Luobai into a guest room. Following the incident with Chen Jing, the Duke's residence had heightened security, with patrols doubled. "That vile woman Gu Nanzhi, I will ensure she is cast aside upon my return." Perhaps due to his agitation, Pei Luobai felt an intense heat rising within him. Tugging at his collar, his expression fierce. "Don't be angry, it's not worth it for her. I will always stand by your side," Jiang Lingyue said, gently embracing him from behind. Her gaze fell upon the teapot on the table, filled with scheming thoughts. As she discreetly retrieved something from her pocket, releasing Pei Luobai, she turned her back to him, silently placing something into the teapot before attentively pouring him a cup of tea. "Drink this to calm your anger." For reasons unknown, she too felt a strange warmth, as if a fire burned in her chest, causing her to unconsciously lick her lips. Pei Luobai, feeling parched, drank eagerly, finishing one cup and requesting another. The heat coursing through him intensified with each sip, igniting a blaze within. In a sudden flare, he felt himself consumed by flames, his eyes burning with rage, blurring the figure before him. "Gu Nanzhi, tell me, why did you deceive me?" He grasped Jiang Lingyue's neck, her cheeks flushed with unnatural color, her eyes dazed. "You are mine, do you understand? Mine." Before she could respond, Pei Luobai's pent-up fury erupted, capturing her lips in a fierce kiss devoid of tenderness. Merely a cold, harsh punishment. Jiang Lingyue was momentarily stunned. Had it taken effect so quickly? Moreover, had he not claimed to be indifferent towards Gu Nanzhi? Why was he so enraged now? Why call her name at this moment? Her mind spiraled into confusion. The two were like kindling, igniting at the slightest spark. The temperature in the room soared, while outside, the apricot blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, the bed curtains rhythmically billowing. Engrossed in one another's embrace, they succumbed to their desires. The woman's soft moans and the man's domineering presence created a commotion that soon attracted the attention of the patrolling guards. "What is that sound?" A group of guards hurried forward, demanding, "Who is inside? Come out immediately." In the midst of their passionate entanglement, Pei Luobai and Jiang Lingyue remained oblivious to the commotion outside. Bang! The leading guard kicked open the door, and the sight that met his eyes was a scattering of garments across the floor. Momentarily stunned, he quickly turned and commanded, "Go report to the lady." Chapter 92. A new scene. When Madame Liu received the news, her face turned ashen. She immediately reported it to old Madame Liu. A guard suddenly arrived in the back courtyard, and Gu Nanzhi instinctively sensed something was amiss. A faint smile flickered in her eyes. Why did Jiang Lingyue wish to attend the Liu family's full moon banquet? It was because she was determined to seize the only opportunity left to her. That night, even if she remained silent, she would still make her appearance. Upon hearing Madame Liu's words, old Madame Liu's expression shifted to one of concern. She rose and addressed the gathering, apologetically stating, "I sincerely apologize for the unexpected circumstances today. A scandal has arisen in the residence, and I invite you all to witness it, as it may serve as a lesson for the future." "What scandal?" The guests were already curious, and as the hostess, her words compelled them to investigate further. Gu Nanzhi was more than eager. She anticipated a spectacle that would certainly be unlike any other. Fearing that the medicine Jiang Lingyue had procured might not work, she had prepared a grand gift for them. On Pei Luobai's attire were remnants of Jiang Lingyue's dress, both infused with her specially crafted fragrance. When the two came together, they would create a new scent, an intoxicating allure that would stir emotions. Unbeknownst to her, old Madame Liu's heart skipped a beat. She scanned the surroundings, but Jiang Lingyue was nowhere to be seen. Her expression darkened as she summoned Mama Kong, only to learn that Jiang Lingyue had gone to fetch her dress and had not yet returned. She immediately instructed Mama Kong to find her. Gu Nanzhi defended Jiang Lingyue, assuring the old lady that there was no need for concern. Perhaps she had merely lost her way and would return shortly. Old Madame Lu cursed under her breath, a sense of foreboding washing over her. As old Madame Lu led the guests to the guest room, the occupants were still lost in passion, their shameless moans infiltrating the ears of those outside. Quickly, douse those rascals inside with 2 buckets of water to wake them up and bring them out. I wish to see who has raised such brazen individuals, Madame Lu commanded. In the interim, the servants of the Lu family brought in chairs and thoughtfully prepared refreshments. Gu Nanzhi nibbled on a pastry, casting a casual glance at the guest room. In her past life, the couple had covertly engaged in their affair right under her nose for over a decade. Today, she was providing them with a legitimate opportunity to be seen publicly. They ought to be grateful to her for this. It was still the first month of the year. Suddenly, 2 buckets of cold water were poured in. The occupants on the bed were jolted awake. A woman's scream pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of panicked sobs. Zhao Shi leisurely sipped her tea. Hearing that familiar voice, old Madame Lu's hand trembled, causing her teacup to fall. It was Jiang Lingyue, the harbinger of misfortune. Old Madame Lu shot a bewildered glance at her elder sister. What has happened to you? She feigned calm, hoping against hope that even if Jiang Lingyue was inside, Pei Luobai would not be present, as he should be in the front courtyard. Yet, the next moment, a voice rang out. Who are you? Get out. It was Pei Luobai's voice. This was akin to a thunderclap. Old Madame Lu sprang to her feet, her face ashen, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Everyone else remained seated, while she stood out, an anomaly among them. Zhao Shi, incredulous, blinked in disbelief. That voice sounded remarkably like Luobai's. The show must go on. And Gu Nanzhi's almond eyes filled with tears, her disbelief palpable as she pressed her lips together, trying to suppress her tears. Observing their reactions, old Madame Lu understood everything. With a mocking glint in her eye, she addressed the elder lady. Sister, perhaps you find your seat uncomfortable? I shall have someone replace it for you. Oh dear sister. Old Madame Lu relinquished her pride, rushing to old Madame Lu's side, grasping her wrist, her posture humble, pleading with her. Such disgraceful matters should not be aired in public. We can resolve this privately. Old Madame Lu feigned acquiescence, placing her hand over the other woman's. Sister speaks wisely. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, it was too late. Ah, is that not the heir of the Chengyan Marquis? I never would have guessed that the roguish lad inside is he. A young lady remarked, her face unfamiliar. What a disgraceful act to commit. I was seated at the same table as the Marquis's wife, and she seems to be a maid beside her. Pei Luobai and Jiang Lingyue were let out. Both flushed, clearly having just engaged in a passionate encounter, especially Jiang Lingyue, who appeared sultry and refreshed. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd and meeting their scornful gazes, Pei Luobai was filled with indignation, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He couldn't comprehend how he had lost control earlier. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was the 2 cups of tea that were tainted. He turned to Jiang Lingyue with bloodshot eyes, a menacing glare. It was you. Old Madame Lu's legs buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Zhao Shi, in a frenzy, lunged at Jiang Lingyue. You shameless hussy. You seduced my son. I will tear you apart. In an instant, all eyes turned to Gu Nanzhi, gazing at her with sympathy. Gu Nanzhi's face turned pale, teetering as if about to collapse. A desolate smile gracing her lips as tears streamed down her cheeks. Did the heir truly favor Jiang Lingyue? Chapter 93. The disaster diverted east. Meanwhile, the old lady and the Zhao family were scheming to pin the blame for the incident on Jiang Lingyue, hoping to accuse her of seducing the master and thereby paving the way for her execution. However, Pei Luobai had already spoken. His gaze filled with resentment as he looked at Gu Nanzhi. Yes, I am infatuated with Yunyang, to the point of obsession. Are you satisfied now? This was the reason for her preemptive strike. Gu Nanzhi, overwhelmed with joy, almost betrayed her amusement but managed to feign sorrow instead. Since the young master has such affection for Yunyang, I am willing to fulfill your wishes. She lowered her gaze towards Jiang Lingyue. Yunyang, do you wish to become the young master's concubine? Jiang Lingyue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such swift fortune. First, she looked at Gu Nanzhi with guilt, then lowered her eyes and softly replied, This servant knows she has wronged the young master's lady, yet I am already the young master's. Her implication was clear. She consented. The old lady and the Zhao family were speechless, only to hear Gu Nanzhi declare, Rise. Since the young master favors you, From this day forth, you shall be known as Aunt Yu. Jiang Lingyue could not have wished for more. No, I disagree. It is she who shamelessly used despicable means to seduce Luo Bai, leading him to act so inappropriately. Such a person deserves to be punished. She has no right to be Luo Bai's concubine. Zhao was the first to voice her dissent. The old lady continued, Luo Bai, tell me, did she not employ some underhanded tactic that left you no choice but to commit such an indiscreet act? The two of them incessantly gestured to Pei Luo Bai, urging him to shift the blame onto Jiang Lingyue. The old lady watched the unfolding drama with a bemused smile. Pei Luo Bai, however, was deaf to their insinuations. His focus solely on Gu Nanzhi. The image of her with Xie and I replayed in his mind, and his anger clouded his judgment. No, I have said it before. It is I who desires Yunyang. Your objections are futile. The young masteress lady has already consented. She is now Aunt Yu. With that, he seized Jiang Lingyue and departed. The old lady nearly fainted from rage, while Zhao felt darkness encroaching upon her vision. The old matriarch feigned concern. Elder sister, are you unwell? Luo Bai is somewhat unruly, but the addition of a new person to the household is ultimately a joyful event. Sister, I extend my congratulations. Upon hearing her words, the old lady could no longer bear it. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. That wretched old hag by Inxiu. Does she truly wish for such joy? Pei Luo Bai roughly pulled Jiang Lingyue into the carriage, shoving her aside and barking, Is this what you wanted? Jiang Lingyue's head struck the carriage wall, causing her to gasp in pain. With tears brimming in her eyes, she looked at him with innocence. Brother Xian, I do not understand what you are saying. Pei Luo Bai sneered, gripping her wrist tightly. You do not understand? Jiang Lingyue, even now you feign ignorance. Tell me, what was the matter with that tea? Jiang Lingyue's gaze faltered momentarily. What tea? Is there a problem with it? Then, feigning enlightenment, she continued, I remember now. That was the young master's lady's changing room. Could someone be plotting against her? In truth, she was merely speaking without knowledge, having no idea where Gu Nanzhi changed. She hoped that Pei Luo Bai would be oblivious, and once away from the duke's residence, this matter would be impossible to verify. As she spoke, she anxiously clutched Pei Luo Bai's arm. Moreover, I suspect that Chun Jing's death is related to the young master's lady. Pei Luo Bai was aware that someone had died in the duke's residence, and that it was indeed Chun Jing. His displeasure was evident as he frowned and coldly released Jiang Lingyue's hand. What nonsense are you spouting? Chun Jing's death has nothing to do with her. Jiang Lingyue had no intention of letting Gu Nanzhi off the hook. Brother Xian, do you recall when we entered the duke's residence? Lu Shi from Chun Jing's family bore a striking resemblance to the young master's lady. If Chun Jing harbored no ill intentions toward her, I cannot believe it. At the banquet, Lu Shi inadvertently bumped into the young master's lady, spilling tea on her dress, which necessitated a change. As she spoke, she meticulously observed Pei Luo Bai's reaction. And sure enough, suspicion flickered in his eyes. A cold smile crossed her face as she added, What if this was their scheme from the very beginning? And Brother Xian, you unknowingly drank the tea they prepared for the young master's lady. Pei Luo Bai's expression grew increasingly frosty. I do not know what transpired. Yet the young master's lady remains unharmed while Chun Jing drowned in the lake. Suddenly, she feigned surprise. Could it have been the man by the young master's lady's side? Although she was unaware of Xian Ni's identity, she could tell from his attire and demeanor that he was not an ordinary individual. Pei Luo Bai, however, was aware of Xian Ni's true identity, and his pupils narrowed. If the current prime minister wished to kill someone, it would be an effortless task. Not to mention a single Chun Jing. Even 100 Chun Jings would be insignificant. Seeing that Pei Luo Bai was nearly convinced, Jiang Lingyue added fuel to the fire. If you do not believe me, you may visit the Chun family and inquire about Lu Shi. She knew that her reputation was at stake, and Gu Nanzhi would never reveal this matter. However, Lu Shi was different, having lost her husband. She would undoubtedly loathe Gu Nanzhi. You had better not deceive me. Pei Luo Bai shot a glance at Jiang Lingyue, commanded the coachman to stop, and then leapt from the carriage. As he called for a horse and rode away, Jiang Lingyue chuckled ominously to herself. Pei Luo Bai was notoriously suspicious, and with the old lady and the Chun family's matriarch at odds, as long as he chose to investigate, Lu Shi would surely not disappoint him. Chapter 94. A Rift in the Duke's Residence. The disgraceful incident involving Pei Luo Bai and Jiang Lingyue caused the matriarch to faint from anger. Zhao Shi, feeling utterly humiliated, had no choice but to support the elderly lady and hurriedly return to the marquis's estate with Gu Nanzhi, with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Gu Nanzhi obediently followed Zhao into the carriage. Today had proven to be particularly fruitful. One concubine today, another tomorrow. The words uttered by Pei Luobai at the Gu family's doorstep had swiftly transformed into a mere jest. Pei Luobai intended to send Jiang Linyue and Qian Gu away, but she resolutely thwarted his plans. Ji, look at what you've done. You couldn't even keep an eye on them. And now Luobai and that little wretch have made a spectacle of themselves. This is all your fault. How can you call yourself a marquis's wife if you can't even hold on to Luobai's heart? Is this how the Gu family educates you? As soon as they entered the carriage, Zhao could no longer contain her fury and unleashed all her blame upon Gu Nanzhi. With her head bowed in submissiveness, Gu Nanzhi lifted her gaze slowly, her voice soft yet laced with sharpness. Mother, isn't it true that you couldn't keep father in line either? Zhao was left nearly speechless, her eyes bloodshot with rage, her chest heaving violently, yet she found herself unable to utter a single retort. As they were about to disembark, she managed to sputter, "You will kneel in the ancestral hall and reflect on your mistakes. Whoever wishes to kneel in the ancestral hall may do so." Gu Nanzhi had no intention of subjecting herself to such humiliation, as she had committed no wrongdoing. With grace, she returned to the Lanyu pavilion. However, Jiang Linyue was not so fortunate. Upon entering the Marquis's estate, Zhao immediately inquired, "Has that wretched girl returned?" Upon learning that Jiang Linyue had indeed returned, Zhao stormed into Qian Gu's chamber, seizing Jiang Linyue by the hair and mercilessly slapping her face. "You seduced Luobai. I will strike you down, you shameless harlot." Gu Nanzhi listened intently from her room, a smile tugging at the corners of her eyes as she fiddled with her fragrances. Previously, Jiang Linyue had sought to curry favor with the matriarch and Zhao, often suppressing her true feelings. Now, with the matriarch's attempt to poison Qian Gu and Pei Luobai's cruel determination to send them away, it was evident that Jiang Linyue would no longer indulge Zhao, especially since she held a secret that could instill fear in them. Indeed, with a cold smile, Jiang Linyue grasped Zhao's hand tightly, pulling her closer. Her gaze venomous as she articulated each word with precision. "Madam, I advise you to treat me with utmost courtesy from now on. It was your son who implored me to bring Qian Gu back to the Marquis's estate. And it was he who promised me the position of the lady of the house. If Qian Gu and I are well treated here, you may continue to enjoy your life. Should you resort to any despicable tactics, like poisoning or drowning, I would not hesitate to reveal my identity and drag you down with me. After all, with Qian Gu in such a state, I have nothing left to lose. How dare you?" Zhao was taken aback by her ferocity. Jiang Linyue scoffed at this point. "What do I have to fear?" Her expression contorted into one of rage as she violently flung Zhao's hand away, leaning her face closer to Zhao's, taunting, "Would you care to strike me again?" Zhao's face darkened, almost dripping with malice, and she stumbled back, pointing at Jiang Linyue. "Are you out of your mind?" "Yes, I am indeed mad, driven to madness by you." Jiang Linyue cackled wildly. "Strike me. Why have you stopped? If the Marquis's wife were to discover the true identities of Qian Gu and myself, and if the world were to learn that your precious son cannot even spare his widowed sister-in-law." "Silence. I forbid you from speaking further. You only wish to become Luobai's concubine, do you not? I shall grant you that. Keep these words buried within you. Do you understand?" Zhao's expression was taut. Resembling a crazed woman, her deathly glare fixated on Jiang Linyue, forcing out a faint sound between clenched teeth. Jiang Linyue leisurely smoothed the wrinkles in her sleeve, her smile cold and sticky, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. "I knew you were clever. Now, Qian Gu and I shall reside in the Lanyu pavilion. And I expect Gu Nanzhi to vacate this place. I will personally educate Qian Gu, and I trust you will see to this, correct?" Zhao had intended to release her pent-up frustration on Jiang Linyue, yet she found herself ensnared by Jiang Linyue's manipulation, simmering with rage but unable to retaliate, which only served to heighten her torment. "I shall have Ji move out of the Lanyu pavilion at once. Remember your promise to me." Jiang Linyue smiled sweetly, waving a handkerchief with a carefree demeanor. "I hope you remain this astute. You must also persuade the matriarch. After all, your well-being is tied to mine." Seething with anger, Zhao turned and stormed off. Their conversation was hushed, and Gu Nanzhi had not caught every word, but she could easily surmise the essence of their exchange, especially when Zhao, her face darkened with fury, confronted her, demanding in an authoritative tone, "Ji, you have committed a grave error. How can you still face living in the Lanyu pavilion? You are to move immediately to the Yunshui Garden. The Lan Yu Pavilion is to be left for Auntie Yu, and you need not concern yourself with Qiangura's upbringing any longer. Auntie Yu will take over as his nurse. She had already deduced that Jiang Linyue had chosen to sever ties with them, and the Marquis's estate would soon be rife with turmoil. Not only could she rid herself of the burden of Qiangur, but she could also seamlessly vacate the repugnant Lan Yu Pavilion, an opportunity Gu Nanzhi could hardly resist. Madam, Xiaoling, filled with indignation, rushed forward to voice her objections to Zhao Shi, but was firmly restrained. It is mother, the daughter-in-law will vacate the Lan Yu Pavilion. After Zhao Shi departed, Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with frustration. Miss, the madam is going too far. Why did you not let me speak? Qiu Xi gazed at her. What if this is precisely what the miss desires? Xiaoling stared at Gu Nanzhi in stunned disbelief. Given her impulsive nature, Gu Nanzhi had concealed her true intentions, while Qiu Xi had already discerned them. She stepped forward and gently grasped Xiaoling's hand. Xiaoling, there is no need for you to bear this injustice for me. This Marquis's estate has never been my true home. Xiaoling gazed at Gu Nanzhi, seemingly understanding yet still perplexed. Gu Nanzhi promptly issued instructions to clear space for Jiang Linyue. Upon returning to the Ministry of Justice, Gu Nanshan summoned the case files, preparing to take action against the Chun family to safeguard Zi's reputation. Chun Jing could only be deemed unfortunate in his downfall, yet he had yet to find a breakthrough. Suddenly, an unexpected guest arrived. Chapter 95. He will take care of it. Huatsin appeared silently before Gu Nanshan. Had Gu Nanshan not encountered him a few times and recognized him as someone close to CRNI, he would have already commanded his men to apprehend him. My lord instructed me to bring these items, which I believe may be of use to you, Lord Gu. Before Gu Nanshan could inquire about his purpose, Huatsin had already unwrapped his bundle and placed it before him. Gu Nanshan regarded him with suspicion, pondering what could possibly be of use to him. Upon opening the bundle, his expression transformed, barely concealing his excitement. It contained incriminating evidence against the Qin family and the Duke of Dinggua's household. Any single piece of evidence could lead to their utter downfall. With uncertainty, he asked, "What does the Prime Minister intend?" Huatsin clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "My lord merely wishes for you to act freely, without hesitation. Even if you were to cause a tremendous disaster, he would ensure your safety." Upon hearing Huatsin's words, Gu Nanshan felt a surge of anxiety, as if he had boarded a treacherous ship. "May I ask what the Prime Minister wishes me to do?" Huatsin faltered momentarily, his gaze flickering. "Well, it's not a grand matter. My lord simply desires to call you brother-in-law." Yet these words he could not voice. So he suppressed his conscience and said, "Lord Gu, you worry too much. My lord merely cannot tolerate the parasites of the nation. If you are unwilling, consider this as if I had never come." As he spoke, he picked up the bundle, preparing to leave. "Is that permissible?" Gu Nanshan grew anxious and snatched the bundle from his hands. Regardless of Huatsin's intentions, he was determined to avenge his sister. "What you speak of is noble. Please convey to the Prime Minister that I am eager to rid the world of its evils." Pei Luobai indeed went to the Qin family. Upon seeing Lu Shi, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Gu Nanzhi, he felt a wave of revulsion. Realizing that Qin Jing had developed such vile intentions towards Gu Nanzhi, Lu Shi was not foolish enough to reveal their schemes against Gu Nanzhi. Instead, she adamantly insisted that Gu Nanzhi was the one who couldn't bear solitude and had actively seduced Qin Jing. She claimed that Gu Nanzhi had invited Qin Jing today and that the two had maintained clandestine relations over the years. Now that Pei Luobai had returned, fearing exposure, she had killed Qin Jing to silence him. She shouted vehemently, branding Gu Nanzhi a murderer. The old matriarch of the Chun family fanned the flames further. Producing evidence of their illicit dealings, a yellowed handkerchief embroidered with Gu Nanzhi's favorite flower, the trumpet vine, along with her name on its edges. Pei Luobai emerged from the Chun household with bloodshot eyes, consumed by fury. That wretched woman, fickle and promiscuous. It became evident that his previous assumptions were mere conjectures. It was not Qin Jing who plotted against her, but rather she who orchestrated a scheme to make Xie and I believe that Qin Jing desired her, using Xie Ni's hand to eliminate Qin Jing. What a maliciously cunning woman she was. How naive of her to think that the Prime Minister would desire someone like her, a faded flower. Gu Nanzhi, I shall ensure your disgrace and ruin your reputation. Then I shall see if the Prime Minister still wants you, a tainted woman. His expression darkened as he prepared to mount his horse. Suddenly, Gu Nanshan, accompanied by a squad of imperial guards, stormed into the Chun household. Pei Luobai was so startled that he instinctively concealed himself. Soon, the cries of the Chen family filled the air, and before he could comprehend the situation, all members of the Chen family were escorted away in prisoner carts. Gu Nanzhi rode a majestic steed at the forefront, exuding authority. He must have been misled by Gu Nanzhi's slanders, seeking personal vengeance. Without a second thought, Pei Luobai rushed out, arms outstretched, proclaiming himself a champion of justice. What crime has the Chen family committed? By what right do you take them? Gu Nanzhi regarded him with a mocking smile, looking down from his lofty position, and uttered 2 words, fool. The Chen family is guilty of treason. Do you wish to accompany them to the Ministry of Justice? He had already learned of Pei Luobai's disgraceful conduct at the Lu household and sincerely believed that the matter of Gu Nanzhi's divorce was now well within reach. What? Treason? Pei Luobai's face turned pale with fear. Wasn't he seeking personal revenge? Jiang Ling hurried forward to drag him away, sometimes believing that the heir was rather dim-witted. And not slightly so. When Gu Nanzhi learned that the entire Chen family had been imprisoned under the charge of treason, her heart quivered. She had anticipated that her brother might cause trouble for the Chen family, but she hadn't expected such swift action. Her brother was no fool. His boldness suggested he possessed evidence against the Chen family, so she felt no fear, only a longing for her brother. Shortly after returning to the Marquis's residence, the old matriarch regained consciousness. She had already visited Hebei Courtyard and likely knew that Zhao Shi had sent her to Yinshui Courtyard, so she did not confront her. Zhao Shi was recounting the Chen family's affairs to the old matriarch, intending to pacify her before broaching the topic of Jiang Lingyue, when unexpectedly, Pei Luobai returned at that moment. Upon seeing him, the old matriarch's expression soured. Zhao Shi repeatedly signaled to him to apologize to the old matriarch, but to her surprise, he began with, "Grandmother, mother, I must divorce that wretched Gu Nanzhi. Do you know what disgraceful acts she has committed? Today, I witnessed her with." He was about to utter Xian Ni's name when Jiang Ling entered with a grave expression, striding forward and clasping his hands. "Young master, I have received news that the Lu family has just been raided." The old matriarch was intrigued. The Lu family? Which Lu family? Chapter 96. Coincidence or intention? The old lady could hardly contain her excitement. Was it the Lu family she had been thinking of? The Duke of Dinghua, the Lu family. As this revelation emerged, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, Amit Ba? What a blessed day it is. First the Chen family, now the Lu family. Truly, retribution has come. With a gleeful smile, she clutched Mama Kong's hand, demanding a pot of wine to celebrate. Zhao was equally delighted. The Chen family had just been released from the criminal department, and the Lu family had been raided. Such momentous events occurring in quick succession overshadowed any minor incidents from the banquet. Yet, Pei Luobai felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his teeth grinding as he trembled uncontrollably, fear washing over him like a tidal wave. This was the illustrious Duke of Dinghua's residence. No matter how capable Gu Nanzhi was, he was merely a lowly official of the criminal department. It was unfathomable that he could uproot the Duke's household. It must be Xian'ai. He had undoubtedly been swayed by Gu Nanzhi's deceitful words. What crime was it? His voice strained and trembling. He found it difficult to process the words. Jiang Ling conspired with the Prince of Rome to assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Pei Luobai's face turned pale, and he instinctively took a step back. This meant the Duke's residence was utterly doomed, with no hope of recovery. After the initial jubilation faded, the old lady's brow furrowed as she regarded him coldly. Luobai, what folly is this? Why did you dismiss Gigi? And what did you see her doing with whom earlier? Zhao cast him a questioning glance. The name lodged in Pei Luobai's throat. Recalling the fates of the Chen and Lu families rendered him speechless. If he angered Xian'ai, what fate would befall the Pei family? He dared not speak. And no, it's nothing. I was merely venting in anger. I saw nothing at all. Seeing her son in such despair, Zhao gently reassured him, Luobai, if you truly do not care for Gigi, once you inherit the title, you may dismiss her, but this is not the time. Pei Luobai understood that Zhao was still contemplating leveraging Gu Nanzhi and the Gu family. A shadow crossed his eyes as he realized that the fickle-hearted woman would never aid him. The old lady's face darkened with anger, her tone unyielding. Other matters can be overlooked, but Jiang Lingyue and Qian Gur must not remain in the residence. You shall personally escort them to the outskirts tonight and ensure they are well guarded. They must not set foot in the Duke's residence again. Pei Luobai hesitated. Grandmother. She interrupted him sharply. If you do not send them, I will hang myself before you. Zhao, her teeth clenched in resentment, immediately reported Jiang Lingyue's transgressions. Luo Bai, your grandmother is right. Those two troublemakers cannot remain here, especially Jiang Lingyue. You must have fallen into her trap today. You do not know that she even threatened me regarding her status. Enough, mother. It is not you where. Pei Luo Bai did not believe her words and shouted in frustration. Luo Bai, with so many witnesses today, it is likely someone recognized her. Do you wish for the Duke's residence to follow in the Lu family's footsteps? The old lady's words were heavy with consequence. I understand. With that, Pei Luo Bai turned and left. As Gu Nanzhi received the news of the Lu family's downfall, she simultaneously received a letter from Gu Nanzhi. In it, he informed her that he had avenged her, assuring her that there was no need to worry about the Chun and Lu families anymore. He also mentioned that it was thanks to the evidence provided by the Prime Minister that they could act so swiftly against both families. Staring at the words, Gu Nanzhi's heart trembled. She recalled her earlier conversation with Xia and I at the Lu household, where she had asked why he had appeared in her room. He had casually replied that he had been drinking and, in a drunken stupor, mistakenly entered her room. She believed him then, for he had indeed seemed intoxicated. But now, she questioned, why had he provided evidence against her brother and the Chen family? Was it mere coincidence? Or was it an intentional act of assistance? Mississippi. Just as she pondered this, Qiu Xi entered, her excitement barely contained. There's news from Hebaiyuan. The old lady is forcing the heir to send Yun Yang and Qian Gu to the outskirts tonight. Xiaoling scoffed nearby. Serves her right. Does she think that just because she has become a concubine, she can escape her fate? The old lady is indeed clear-headed about this matter. Look how quickly she must vacate the Langyue Pavilion. Gu Nanzhi's eyes glimmered coldly as she contemplated the unfolding drama. The show had only just begun, and she would not be absent from it. She quietly instructed Qiu Xi. In the Langyue Pavilion, Jiang Lingyue cautiously observed Pei Luo Bai's expression. Noticing he had ceased to speak about tea, she felt a fleeting cold smile cross her lips. Lu had indeed not disappointed her. Lingyue, Pei Luo Bai had first gone to see Qian Gu, who was either crying endlessly or lashing out at the servants. He felt troubled by his own emotions, and upon seeing her expression of hesitation, Jiang Lingyue felt a pang of anxiety. Xiang Gu, before me, there is nothing you cannot say. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Pei Luo Bai embraced her shoulder, guilt washing over him. Grandmother is forcing my hand. Tonight I must send you and Qian Gu to the outskirts. He wished to say more, but Jiang Lingyue, smirking internally, gently placed her hand over his lips. With a tender smile, her eyes filled with deep affection, she reassured him, Xiang Gu, you need not say anything. As long as I can alleviate your burdens, I am willing to do anything. You err. To say he was not moved would be a lie. Pei Luo Bai left satisfied. Upon exiting the Langyue Pavilion, he cast a distant glance at Yunshui Garden, a fierce hatred flickering across his face. Gu Nanzhi, Xia and I. Suddenly, he halted, as if struck by a revelation, his dark eyes brimming with cold, bloodthirsty calculations. If Xia and I held such fondness for the wretched Gu Nanzhi, going to great lengths for her, then why not exploit this to his advantage? Chapter 97. Nightmare. After coming to terms with his thoughts, Pei Luo Bai's steps became noticeably lighter. With his hands clasped behind his back, he hummed a cheerful tune. As night fell, Gu Nanzhi received a letter from Pei Zhaojiang, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. After taking him as a disciple, the esteemed Zhou Dezhu had facilitated his admission to the Yuelu Academy, which had graciously agreed to allow him to commence his studies at this time. He would soon set off for Yuelu Academy, and Gu Nanzhi felt genuinely happy for him. The young man who once struggled to survive in the Marquis's residence was finally embarking on a promising path. However, she couldn't help but wonder why the renowned Zhou Dezhu would choose to reach out from afar instead of closer at hand. Suppressing her curiosity, she gazed outside. Having been waiting for Pei Luo Bai to confront her about her association with Xiao and I. Yet, he had not yet arrived. She had already deduced where Pei Luo Bai had spent his afternoon. Having witnessed her with Xia and I, he must have surmised that the affairs between the Chun and Lu families were intertwined with Xia Ni's influence. So, was he afraid? A sardonic smile crossed her lips as a wave of concern washed over her. After all, Pei Zhaojiang was a member of the Pei family. The weight of filial piety could easily crush him. He would inevitably need to report this to the old matriarch, and if she and the Zhao family became aware, they would surely interfere. The old matriarch was adept at feigning illness. If she suggested that Pei Zhaojiang attend to her ailments, he would be unable to refuse. Her eyes, like water, shimmered with a cold light. Pei Luobai was to escort her and Qian Gu'er to the estate tonight. How could Jiang Lingyue sit idly by? As spring brought its fleeting warmth amidst lingering cold, the night was as dark as ink. Behind the rockery of the Lanyue pavilion, two figures, one tall and one short, intertwined. Aling, I beg you, help me just one last time, won't you? The old matriarch and the Zhao family will never let me go. If I remain in the Marquis' residence, I still have a chance to protect myself. But if I truly go to the estate, I fear that Qian Gu'er and I will arrive only to meet our silent demise. Can you bear to watch me die? In the darkness, Jiang Lingyue's tear-filled eyes glimmered with a poignant light as she grasped Jiang Ling's robe, pleading desperately. Jiang Ling pressed his lips tightly together, feelings gradually breaking through the darkness in his eyes. You two have seen that Pei Luobai is no virtuous man. Would it be acceptable for me to take you and Qian Gu'er away from this place of misfortune? Jiang Lingyue fell silent, slowly releasing her grip on his sleeve. Like an enraged beast, she glared fiercely at him. In the end, you simply do not wish to help me. Aling, could you not devote yourself wholeheartedly to me? Ask yourself, since entering the Marquis' residence, have I ever once asked you for anything? Even when I was treated like a dog, you still watch as I face my demise. I do not blame you, truly, it is simply my fate. With that, she turned away decisively, a calculating glint in her eyes as she silently counted 1, 2. Having taken only a few steps, Jiang Ling, whom she had left behind, suddenly called out, "You." Jiang Lingyue paused, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. She had known that Jiang Ling would relent. Why must it be under the cover of night that they send Jiang Lingyue and Qian Gu'er to the estate outside the city? It was to avoid drawing attention. Pei Luobai had publicly taken her as a concubine only the day prior, and to send her away within a mere day would surely raise suspicions. Jiang Lingyue had packed her belongings. At the hour of Su, Pei Luobai arrived as promised. Qian Gu'er had taken his medicine and was already asleep. Being his own flesh and blood, Pei Luobai felt a pang of sorrow as he personally lifted Qian Gu'er. Jiang Lingyue followed closely behind, stealing a glance at Jiang Ling, who nodded slightly. A smile graced her lips as she obediently followed Pei Luobai out of the Marquis' residence. This news quickly reached Yinshui courtyard. At that time, Gu Nanzhi, having bathed, lay languidly on the favored imperial couch, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with a rare drowsiness. Her inky hair cascaded over her shoulders as Xia Ling meticulously twisted her hair, squeezing out the remaining moisture. She glanced at Qiu Xi, who returned her gaze with a knowing smile. The room was infused with calming incense, its delicate tendrils of smoke dissipating into the air, creating a subtle fragrance that brought tranquility to the heart. Gu Nanzhi reclined on the couch, gradually closing her eyes. Since her rebirth, she had grown averse to having someone keep vigil over her. Breathing in the soothing scent, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Linglong, lying idly on the rooftop, gazed at the pitch-black night sky, letting out her 108th silent sigh. Was it truly her ill fate, or was it her mistress's madness? Or perhaps in her past life, she had wronged some virtuous man? Was this her retribution? As she sighed for the 120th time, a muffled cry suddenly pierced the silence of the room. The heart-wrenching wails felt like countless needles stabbing her heart, suffocating her. Frowning, she recalled her mistress's instructions and cautiously pried open a tile to look inside. The room was dimly lit. There lay the woman on the couch, her face pale as a ghost, eyes tightly shut as if she had just emerged from water, cold sweat drenching her hair. Amidst her grievances, her face was etched with overwhelming hatred, and she continued to whimper. It turned out she was having a nightmare. Taking a deep breath, she dared not hesitate and immediately sent word to Huisan. Today, the crown prince had been attacked, and the emperor was furious. Since returning to the residence, Xianite had been locked in the study dealing with state affairs, neglecting even his dinner. Upon receiving this news, Huisan hesitated, unsure whether to report it to his superior. In his mind, delicate women often wept at the slightest provocation, crying from joy, crying from sorrow, always shedding tears at least once a day. What was so significant about this? Suddenly, Xianyi's voice rang out from the study. Huisan could only steel himself and enter, presenting the message from Linglong to Xianyi. Xianyi read swiftly. Why was I not informed sooner? His demeanor was aloof yet cold, with a hint of menace glinting in his eyes. Huisan felt a chill run down his spine, preparing to offer an explanation. But before he could, Xian'ai abruptly cleared away the mountain of paperwork in front of him, rose abruptly, and casually draped a dark cloak over his shoulders. Grabbing the flute from the wall, he strode into the night. Huatson's eyes widened. Where could his superior be heading? He hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 98. The master is completely doomed. Gu Nanzhi was still sobbing softly, ensnared in the tragedies of her past life, witnessing her father, brothers, and sister-in-law perish one by one before her eyes. Father, brother, sister-in-law. She screamed desperately, longing to save them, yet powerless to act. The scene shifted, transporting her back to the day of her own demise. The wind was biting cold, and the truth concealed for over a decade lay bare before her, igniting a deep-seated hatred within her. Suddenly, a melody from a flute wafted into her ears, gentle and delicate, like ethereal wisps of smoke. Each note caressed her heart, akin to the soothing waters of a mountain spring, capable of washing away all worldly sorrows. Gradually, she found tranquility, severing the ties to her past life. Though tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, her breath steadied, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Upon hearing the flute, Linglong was startled, nearly tumbling from the rooftop. This is the master's flute. It seemed that Huatson spoke truly. The master intended to woo the heir's heart away. Yinshui Courtyard, nestled in a secluded area, was separated by a wall. A figure stood tall and elegant, seemingly merging with the night. A jade flute rested on his lips, his narrow eyes glimmering with a softness akin to moonlight, contrasting sharply with the chill emanating from his being. A few paces away, Huatson could hardly believe his eyes. Was this really the esteemed master, lauded as a rare flower on a distant peak? With the night deepening and the dew heavy, he hurried forth solely to serenade the tormented wife of the heir, hoping to soothe her troubled dreams. The weight of pressing duties loomed in his mind, leaving him with but one thought. It was all over. The master was utterly doomed. With the master arriving, Linglong naturally had to pay her respects. Even though she knew Gu Nanzhi was no longer trapped in nightmares, the flute's melody persisted. Xian'ai's gaze remained resolute and gentle, imagining her serene, sleeping visage. A faint smile graced his lips, dispelling the fatigue that had weighed upon him for days. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingyue was drenched in sweat. As the carriage rolled out of the capital, a sudden jolt occurred. Pei Luobai instinctively reached out to steady her, just as shouts erupted outside. Quick! Protect the heir! Assassins are upon us! The clash of weapons followed suit. Pei Luobai was taken aback. What? How can there be assassins? He was merely a scion of a fallen marquisate. What could possibly warrant such pursuit? Could it be that the Prime Minister had discovered his unintentional rendezvous with Gu Nanzhi and sought to silence him? His pupils constricted as he lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside. Blades glimmered in the night. A dozen assassins were hot on his trail, while he had only Jiang Ling and 4 guards with him, far from a match. Hurry, turn back to the capital. Master, we will be safe. Jiang Lingyue, typically frail, found her courage in this moment. Gently, she laid down Qiangu who had awakened but dared not move or speak. Yes, you heir, I will protect you. Bang! Just as Pei Luobai spoke, a flurry of crossbow bolts flew through the air. His expression turned grave as he muttered a curse, drawing his soft sword to shield Jiang Lingyue and Qiangu. Suddenly, one assassin leaped onto the carriage. Pei Luobai struggled to fend off the incoming bolts while battling the intruder. It was an exhausting endeavor, and just then, another assassin closed in. He was at his wit's end. A flash of cold steel loomed as the assassin's sword approached his chest. Xiangu, be careful. Jiang Lingyue, reckless in her devotion, threw herself in front of Pei Luobai, arms wide open. The sound of a blade piercing flesh was dull and heavy. Where? By the time Pei Luobai reacted, Jiang Lingyue lay in a pool of blood, and as she began to fall from the carriage, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. The coachman desperately cracked his whip, glancing up to see the city gates within reach. Retreat. Realizing the opportunity had slipped away, the pursuing assassins vanished into the night, like ink dissolving in darkness. Xiangu, am I about to die? Jiang Lingyue leaned against Pei Luobai, a sword wound in her abdomen, blood gushing forth as she spoke. Pei Luobai's eyes filled with a piercing red. You will not die? Xiangu, even if I die, I do not regret it. If given another cha, Pei Lu's eyes were suffused with a crimson hue, and his chin was adorned with stubble of an ashen color, giving him an appearance of profound fatigue. Upon noticing Gu Nanzhi and Wanqi's arrival, he slowly lifted his gaze. As his eyes fell upon Gu Nanzhi, A fleeting shadow of intrigue flickered within them, though his expression remained impassive. Their eyes met. Gu Nanzhi offered a faint smile and, accompanied by Wanshi, approached him to pay their respects. However, as they rose, for reasons unknown, Wanshi's complexion turned ghastly pale, and clutching her abdomen, she suddenly dashed out. Chapter 99. A joyful pulse. Pello Bai was taken aback, rising swiftly to pursue. Wanshi, what troubles you? Gu Nanzhi's lips curled into a sardonic smile, observing, look, an old flame pales in comparison to a new love. Moments later, Pello Bai entered with a troubled expression, supporting Wanshi, who pressed a handkerchief to her mouth. Do not worry, my lord. Perhaps I have merely upset my stomach again. Her maid handed her a cup of tea, murmuring, what is wrong with the lady? The vomiting has worsened these past few days, yet she has hardly eaten anything. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Pello Bai's eyes, and he immediately called for the physician. Wanshi wished to speak, but Gu Nanzhi interjected, your health is paramount. Wanshi, you should heed the prince's counsel. The physician arrived promptly. Pello Bai's gaze remained fixed on Wanshi. The physician hesitated, then furrowed his brow, prompting Pello Bai to voice his concern. What afflicts Wanshi? Gu Nanzhi also watched the physician intently. After a thorough examination, the physician rose and bowed deeply to Pello Bai. The pulse of Lady Wanshi is vibrant and flowing. A joyous sign indeed. Congratulations, my lord, congratulations. What? Pello Bai sprang to his feet, joy illuminating his features as he gazed at Wanshi, dispelling the gloom of recent days with a hearty laugh. Wanshi, this is splendid news. He dashed to her side, lifting her into a jubilant twirl. My lord. Wanshi blushed, burying her face in his shoulder. As all eyes turned to her, only Gu Nanzhi's gaze lingered, seemingly indifferent as she glanced at Jiang Lingyue. The latter's lashes lifted slightly, yet her pale face tensed, a myriad of faint smiles dancing at the corners of her eyes. Though it remained uncertain if this congratulatory news bore sufficient weight for her return to the Marquis's estate. Ah, forgive me, Wanshi, I forgot your condition. I shouldn't have embraced you so. Are you unhurt? After a couple of spins, Pello Bai belatedly realized his error and set Wanshi down, guilt etched across his face. Wanshi's gaze softened as she looked down at her abdomen, smiling with tender warmth. You need not feel remorse, my lord. I am well, and so is the child within me. Upon hearing the news, the matriarch and Lady Zhao hurried in. Alas, our ancestors have blessed us. This is momentous news. The Marquis's estate shall have heirs at last. Wanshi, what would you like to eat or drink? Just inform the kitchen. No, that is too inconvenient. Tomorrow I shall arrange for a room in your Frost Blossom courtyard to be set up for you, providing you with special care. The room was abuzz with concern for Wanshi. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingyue lay alone on the couch, prompting Gu Nanzhi to feel a pang of pity for her. Suddenly, the matriarch recalled something, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Lingyue on the couch. From now on, you are forbidden from entering the moon-embracing pavilion. Wanshi obediently acknowledged this. Hearing the matriarch's words, Jiang Lingyue pressed her lips into a thin line. This was not the end. Moments later, the matriarch commanded, from today forth, no one is to allow Qiangur to step outside the moon-embracing pavilion. As for Aunt Yu, she is injured and should rest. She must refrain from unnecessary movement. Jiang Lingyue felt a surge of indignation, nearly choking on her resentment, hoping Pello Bai would speak on her behalf. He did indeed speak. Wanshi, my grandmother is right. I shall escort you back to Frost Blossom courtyard now. It felt like a dagger to her heart. With the matriarch and Lady Zhao leading the way, Pello Bai carefully supported Wanshi as they approached the door. Suddenly, Jiang Lingyue weakly opened her eyes, murmuring, my lord. Hearing her voice, Pello Bai paused. Turning to look at her, Jiang Lingyue gazed at him with feigned fragility. My wound pains me greatly. Wanshi smiled gently, pushing Pello Bai's hand away. Sister Yu is injured, my lord. You should stay and keep her company. Gu Nanzhi watched with a glimmer of amusement as she observed Pello Bai's indecision. At that moment, Jiang Lingyue yearned for him to remain by her side. However, Pello Bai merely glanced at Wanshi before saying, be a good girl and rest well. I shall first take Wanshi back. Wanshi, ever considerate, replied, my lord, I am perfectly fine. Nonetheless, Pello Bai insisted on escorting her, guiding her away without a backward glance. Gradually vanishing from Jiang Lingyue's sight, a shadow darkened Jiang Lingyue's eyes, her gentle demeanor fracturing into twisted resentment. How could Pello Bai treat her this way? She had risked her life to save him. Gu Nanzhi, With a playful glint in her eyes, relished Jiang Lingyue's despair, a slight smile gracing her lips. How does it feel to be cast aside? She mused. Do take your time to suffer, Aunt Yu. Do take care of your health, and do not blame the Lord. After all, Wanqi's pregnancy is of utmost significance to the household. Jiang Lingyue only then noticed Gu Nanzhi's presence, hastily concealing her previous expression. I sincerely heed the Lord's Lady's teachings and genuinely hope for good news concerning the Lord's Lady. After all, no pregnancy is as significant as that of the Lord's Lady. Her words, though humble, harbored hidden daggers, attempting to incite Jiang Lingyue against Wanqi. Alas, Gu Nanzhi merely cast her a dismissive glance before departing. Mother. I want my mother. She had taken only a few steps when Qian Gu, his eyes covered with a white cloth, suddenly stumbled in. Chapter 100. Quickly prepare the carriage in just a few days. Qian Gu had lost considerable weight, and the satin robe he wore now hung loosely on his frame. Gu Nanzhi was momentarily taken aback as she saw Qian Gu rush out, calling her name repeatedly. Jiang Lingyue was filled with rage, her blood boiling, and a metallic taste filled her mouth. He had likely forgotten who his true mother was. Qian Gu, who permitted you to run out on your own? What if you disturbed the young masteress' wife? Someone, quickly take Qian Gu back. Her voice was sharp and commanding. Obediently, Qian Gu complied. Grandmother has commanded it. From now on, you shall follow Aunt Yu. You must be good, and your mother will come to see you in a few days, all right? In stark contrast to Jiang Lingyue, Gu Nanzhi's tone was gentle, coaxing Qian Gu patiently. No, I do not want Aunt Yu. I only want Mother. Mother, please take me away. Qian Gu, following the sound, dashed towards Gu Nanzhi, clinging tightly to her, refusing to let go. Mother only pretends to care for me. Ever since I injured my eye, she comes to see me for just a moment and then neglects me. He watched helplessly as the man who once vowed never to forsake her now only had eyes for that vixen, Wanqi. His own son, born after 10 months of labor, was intent on following another woman, and Jiang Lingyue was nearly driven to despair. Ignoring Qian Gu's pleas, she ordered him to be forcibly taken away. Qian Gu cried out hoarsely, Mother, I want Mother. Be good, Qian Gu. Mother promises to visit you tomorrow, all right? As Gu Nanzhi's voice faded into the distance, Qian Gu cried out in despair, I hate Aunt Yu. His words pierced Jiang Lingyue's heart like a dagger, and she gasped for breath. The bitterness within her rising like the frigid water of a winter lake, creeping up from her feet until it engulfed her entirely. He was truly her good son. Upon returning to Yinshui courtyard, a thin smile graced Gu Nanzhi's lips as she absent-mindedly toyed with the spices in her hands. What Qian Gu truly desired was simply someone who would indulge him. In her past life, she had disciplined him strictly, causing him to favor Jiang Lingyue. In this life, by pampering him, he naturally found her favorable. She anticipated that Pei Zhaojiang would return to resign from the old lady and Lady Zhao, but to her surprise, he had not yet returned, and the news of his imminent departure for Yuelu Academy had already spread throughout the residence. This information naturally reached the old lady's ears. In the afternoon, news spread from Hebai courtyard that the old lady had fainted from a bout of coughing up blood. When Gu Nanzhi hurried to Hebai courtyard, she found Lady Zhao instructing Pei Luobai to fetch Pei Zhaojiang from Jianyun's study to attend to the old lady's ailment. In just half an hour, Pei Zhaojiang returned. Gu Nanzhi was well aware of the intentions of the old lady and Lady Zhao. They were determined to ruin him. In this deep, secluded courtyard, it was all too easy to destroy a person under the guise of filial piety. Feigning concern, she returned to Yinshui courtyard, still racking her brain for ways to ensure Pei Zhaojiang could attend Yuelu Academy without hindrance. Just then, Qiuzi stepped forward, delivering a letter from Pei Zhaojiang. As she unfolded the letter, she saw that he urged her not to worry, asserting his autonomy, with a plea for Gu Nanzhi to trust him just this once. Gu Nanzhi realized that the path ahead must ultimately be walked by him alone. She could protect him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Thus, she decided not to interfere further, instructing Qiuzi to keep a close watch on Hebai courtyard and to inform her immediately if there was any news. From morning till night, Jiang Lingyue anxiously awaited Pei Luobai, only to receive word that he was staying at Shuanghua courtyard. She was furious, secretly thinking that he would surely return to accompany her the next day. Unfortunately, the following day, it was Gu Nanzhi who arrived. Gu Nanzhi came as promised, bringing sweets for Qian Gu, but Jiang Lingyue did not permit her to see him. Gu Nanzhi did not mind. After all, one could not rear another's child no matter the circumstances. Upon entering the room, she caught a whiff of an exquisite fragrance and noticed 2 pots of stunningly vibrant flowers, which had not been there the previous day. Following her gaze, Jiang Lingyue wore a triumphant smile. These were sent by the young master this morning. If the young master's wife likes them, I shall offer these flowers as a token of goodwill and have them sent to Yunshui courtyard. Gu Nanzhi rejected the gesture, subtly distancing herself from the 2 pots of flowers before leaving shortly thereafter. The next day, she had someone send a talking parrot to Qiangur, uttering auspicious phrases such as "May all wishes come true." Naturally, Jiang Lingyue would not allow Qiangur to see it. She had intended to discard the parrot, but the phrases resonated deeply with her heart, so she kept it in her own quarters. That night, she finally awaited Pei Luobai's arrival. Yet before they could exchange more than a few words, he was summoned away by the servants of Shuanghua courtyard, claiming that Aunt Wanshi was unwell. "Vixen, Vixen. All are vixens," Jiang Lingyue seethed, smashing a set of blue and white porcelain teacups. In these days, Gu Nanzhi was on high alert, fearing the old lady and Lady Zhao would take action against Pei Zhaojiang. To her astonishment, the past few days had been calm. The day for Pei Zhaojiang to leave for Yuelu Academy was drawing near. Upon rising in the morning to pay her respects to the old lady, Gu Nanzhi was taken aback by the old lady's surprisingly robust demeanor, her complexion radiant and her spirit invigorated. In front of Gu Nanzhi, the old lady called for Pei Zhaojiang, beaming with affection. "Zhaojiang, tomorrow is your day to go to Yuelu Academy. Grandmother feels much better now. You may return to Jianyun's study this afternoon." The old lady's demeanor led Gu Nanzhi to mistakenly believe she had overreacted. However, upon returning to Yunshui courtyard, the unease only grew. "Qiuzi, quickly send someone to check if the 3rd young master is still with the old lady in Hebai courtyard." Upon seeing her grave expression, Qiuzi dared not ask further and hurried away. Wishing she was merely being paranoid, Gu Nanzhi lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. Qiuzi departed in haste, but returned swiftly. "Miss, the servants from Hebai courtyard said that the old lady wished to eat the crystal cake from Baiyoju, and the 3rd young master has gone out to buy it for her." Gu Nanzhi's hand trembled, and with a crash, the teacup shattered into pieces on the floor. "Miss." Xiaoling looked at her in confusion. Gu Nanzhi, her face pale with panic, commanded, "Quickly prepare the carriage."